This young man had only just grasped swordsmanship, yet he dared to stand before the knights without a hint of fear. It should be known that just one among them could easily destroy his entire clan. But now, he spoke out without restraint. Kneel! Turns out, this arrogant kid's name is Vlad. He was a poor boy, living as a vagrant in the slums, but he always carried an unwavering admiration for the knights. After being unexpectedly struck by a black lightning bolt, he began to hear a mysterious voice. One fateful day, a knight cloaked in the shimmering glow of the blue moonlight appeared, completely upending Vlad's life in the dark alley. This extraordinary event proved that, even if you don't appear in the high heavens, even if stuck in a gutter unseen by anyone, if you wish to shine, if you still nurture a spark of light within you, then that thing is undoubtedly a star. Today, I'll tell you about a star. Not J97, but the star swordsman, Vladimir. The story begins amidst the rubble at the foot of a castle. Someone's hand suddenly emerged, followed eventually by his whole body. Judging by his attire, he looked like a swordsman. His appearance was dirty, but his eyes seemed to hold a light. Sword in one hand, he slowly pushed himself up. Scene changes. A handsome, blond young man stood before a sword shop. He stared intently at the sword hanging in front of the shop, exclaiming, "No matter how many times I look at it, this thing is truly beautiful." A female voice then rang out. "Knew you'd be slacking off again." The speaker was Gamina. The red-haired girl with freckles on her face looked displeased. "Hey Vlad, do you know you've been really distracted lately?" Vlad replied, "Don't bother me. It's rare for me to get a break." Gamina immediately retorted, "Oh, is that so? People are talking behind your back, because you keep wandering around idly like this." Were they saying, he wondered? Gamina glanced around, and after confirming no one was there, she lowered her voice. "Do you still hear that voice when you hold things like a twig?" Vlad remained silent. Seeing this, she continued, "What sin did you commit in your past life to have lightning strike you like that in broad daylight? And it was black lightning too." Gamina was referring to the incident when Vlad was struck by lightning. She reminded him to stay quietly in the shop. "They say the new bishop is very sensitive to things like omens. He was promoted from being a heresy investigator, you know. So if he sees any little sign, you'll be sent to the stake immediately." He immediately expressed his annoyance. "Damn, don't say such unlucky things. How amusing. I'm worried about you, and you're still being difficult. Do you think only 1 or 2 people saw you get hit by lightning? Everyone is gossiping behind your back. So don't just stand around dazed. What if you get targeted and taken to the church?" Gamina said with dissatisfaction. Vlad put his hands in his pockets, his voice nonchalant. "I won't be dragged to church, just for looking at a sword." She was also at her wits' end with Vlad. "So tiring. Buy it on credit? It's expensive, right?" Gamina disagreed. "How expensive can something sold at a forge in a back alley be?" "How much? Want me to buy it for you?" He sighed. 5 gold coins. "Are you crazy?" Gamina pondered and said, 5 gold coins? For that piece of scrap iron? With that money, I'd rather—" Vlad knew her too well. "I know. You'd eat and party for a whole year with that money." The two of them casually stood in front of the shop chatting. An angry voice boomed. "What? That piece of scrap iron? You bastards get lost." The burly blacksmith, carrying a hammer, angrily spoke to the two. "This isn't something that back alley bastards like you can afford." "Yes," Gamina retorted sharply. "Then who would buy it? It's hanging in a back alley. Only people from the back alley can see it." "Are you senile, old man?" The old man couldn't believe his ears. "What? Senile? Listen to what these brats are saying." Gamina's sharp tongue didn't miss a beat. "Why are you causing trouble by making a sword? Only knights use. You're about to die anyway." The old man couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Yeah, it's because I'm about to die, you bitch. Go back to your shop and wash dishes, you failed brats." Gamina replied, "Brat? You call me a brat? I'm a grown woman, you know." She wanted to say more, but Vlad grabbed her head and dragged her away. "Don't cause trouble for no reason, Gamina. We're leaving." Being dragged away, Gamina still wasn't satisfied. Fine, let's go." "What did I say wrong?" The blacksmith was angry but couldn't do anything to her. "You're not going to stop, are you?" After they had walked some distance, the old man was still muttering, "That damn brat. She never experienced hardship, and now she's turned out so spoiled. You don't know how much food I gave you kids back then. Damn dogs." The old man turned and went inside. He suddenly noticed Vlad's footprints on the ground. "Looks like that kid stood here for a long time again. The mud is even caved in like this. He should just be thinking about making a living. For that kid to find ambition in a place like this, it's really difficult. I know very well Someone born in a back alley. Will never escape from here. So, I'll only sell this sword to someone capable of escaping from here. I can't let my final masterpiece rot away. Here, he held the sword, carefully cherishing it, admiring it for a long time, then suddenly thought of something. Looking back, it's very similar. Even though it's in a gutter like this, there's something that's shining on its own. It's the center of the northern economy, combined with the prestige of the Bay's family, the lighthouse of the north. Beneath that brilliant light, there's surely a darkness obscured by the light, a slum where all dirty and ugly things exist. That is the darkness. In a certain brothel in this city of Sarah, a chaotic scene unfolded. Girls flirted with several men. A pitiful scream rang out. It seemed a prostitute was being dragged by her hair across the floor by a large, bald man. He cursed. "You bitch. You should have just shaken your hips in silence. Who are you trying to trick, huh?" "I didn't trick anyone," the girl said miserably, but this man dragged her by the hair, shouting, "I've been a merchant for 25 years. Are you selling me opium that has no effect?" At this moment, Vlad appeared before the two. Not a single day of peace. The bald, fat man saw him and pointed, cursing. "All right, the candle maker. Perfect timing. Go find a madam." Vlad replied without emotion. "If you want to see our madam, you have to bring gold, not silver." He got angry. "The service here is so bad, and you still demand gold? If the madam isn't here, then bring your mother or someone, quickly." His eyebrow twitched slightly. "The candles you sell are a scam, right? What kind of candle burns out as soon as the wick is removed?" Vlad couldn't be bothered with this type. "So what do you expect from a 5-minute candle? If you don't have money, go home and play with your wife." Hearing what he said, the man was furious. "What did you just say?" Vlad was also starting to get angry. Heavens, so annoying. "So, do you want to test? You see the clock over there? Let's see if this candle burns for 5 minutes. Okay. If it doesn't burn for 5 minutes, then you can do whatever you want with the woman behind me." The bald, fat man argued stubbornly. "Why should I listen to a scammer?" His eyes turned cold, looking at him with a warning. "I said do it, but if it burns for 5 minutes, then, esteemed customer, I'll beat you to death, okay?" He was frightened by Vlad's aura, thinking to himself, how can a mere brat? While he was still dazed, Vlad had already sat down and lit the candle. He clicked his tongue. TSK. Who's the real scammer here? Time gradually ticked by. The crowd of onlookers also gathered to watch this scene. By now, the candle had also gone out. The fat man looked at the clock, thinking, damn, how many minutes was that just now? Vlad then spoke up. Customer, it's 1.5 on the clock. Vlad didn't hesitate to land a painful blow to the fat man's face. His nosebleed splattered, and he declared, 5 minutes are up, you bastard. He didn't stop, continuing with a kick. That sent him tumbling into a room. Vlad also followed him in, carefully locking the door, then with a dangerous expression. You're dead today. The fat man was terrified. Wait, you were the scammer first. Vlad didn't pay any attention to the man. While hitting him, he also sneered. Why are you so fat for a merchant? And what was that, huh? Telling me to bring my mother? You're making me sad, because I don't have a mother. The sounds of hitting and pitiful screams continued to echo. Stop it. Scene change. Vlad, now skeptical, said to an old man. I think someone tampered with the candles. It didn't burn for 5 minutes. Do you understand? Seeing him just bury his head in his food, he couldn't help but continue to call out to him. Joseph, someone is sabotaging our business. Do you understand? Joseph looked at him and sighed lightly. Before he could say more, a girl loudly questioned, What? Who dares? Who dares to sabotage the precious rose? Vlad replied, Now we have to find the cause. Marcellia then said, Of course. You start searching, he asked with confusion. Why do I have to do that? Joseph, standing nearby, had to interject. Actually, you've already found her. Who? He asked in surprise. Marcellia now looked a bit embarrassed, but this demeanor seemed to be a habit. She said, It was me. I messed with them a little. I wanted to scam those drunkards and make some money. A little introduction. Marcellia is the madam of the Rose Smile Broth. She answered. After that confession, the two men on this side were also speechless, leaving Marcellia's place. He walked inside. Sigh. So, I beat an innocent person. What could be done? If the boss causes trouble, what can an employee do? Just then another guy, looking like he had been waiting for him, knowing he would pass by, called out to him. Hey, little brother, I heard you caused some trouble yesterday. You're doing well in your position, aren't you? I was wondering how that happened when I wasn't around. You pocketed some money after selling candles yesterday, right? Your big brothers here have places to spend money, but our wallets are a bit too flat. Out of money, out of money. Vlad asked coldly. What do you want, Burley? The guy, burly, smirked cunningly. I'm not asking you to just give it. Let's make a deal, shall we? Vlad was not pleased. What do you mean a deal? If you give us some spare change. I also have something to give you. It's a pickpocket. A clumsy, foolish one with a very bad plan. He grabbed a young boy by the hair and asked, Vlad, look familiar, right? I'll give him to you for 40 silver coins. That's very cheap, you know. Vlad gritted his teeth angrily. What about his fingers and ankles? Burley replied. If I cut them, why would I call you? I just hit him a little, but he's still quite intact. He cursed, damn it. Then he threw a bag of money towards them. They immediately said cheerfully, see, little brother, you're truly our pride, right? Okay, fine. Be careful. Next time it won't be this simple, okay? They also left the little kid, took the money bag, and left. Seeing his disdainful look, they casually asked, what's wrong? We're just gang members, not murderers. He still showed his disgust. Extorting even from your own kind and talking so much. They ignored him and laughed amongst themselves. See? I told you Vlad would agree. That's the reason. Why he manages. All those street brats. Got it. After they had walked far away, Vlad then called out, Ned, the scared boy. I'm sorry, Vlad. I just meant to steal a little, and then... He only said that much, but Vlad understood. Vlad was silent for a moment, then asked, where's the broken bone? The kid replied, it's not broken. Seeing he was all right, Vlad gestured for him to get lost. Before I beat you up, the kid, moved that Vlad didn't scold him, said as he ran, I understand. Thank you. The scene shifts to a dockside. A handsome young man raises his hand, which is missing 2 fingers. He looks fine, as he says, because it didn't end up like this from pickpocketing. This young man is a whaler from Captain Hoverhaven's family. Hoverhaven. He also used to steal and got caught. Had his fingers and ankles cut. That time, he became an example for everyone. The young man continued, changing the subject. Ah, by the way, I heard that Rose smiled. Messed with the candles this time. Right. Vlad was a bit surprised. That story has already spread here. The other person replied, it's been a while since rumors spread like this. But everyone doubts its authenticity. The lady who makes the candles. But she's not the type to cause that kind of trouble. You know that, right? Vlad agreed. That's what I mean. Even Joker seems to know about it. They're not the type to cause a disturbance for no reason. The young man, Hoverhaven's whaler, also made a judgment. They're not that type, but they still did it. Means they have a reason. What reason? Vlad wondered. The other guy, Hoverhaven's whaler, guessed 90% chance they desperately need money. Be careful. There's only one reason a gang hastily gathers money. A war with another gang. The 5 leaders who run the Zoa RA slums. The Night of Prostitutes, Joker. A pork butcher, Black Bear. The gambler, Dice. The whaler, Captain Hover. And greedy Jack. Jack, a shadowy figure in everyone's life, will silently approach while hidden in the night. Just like now. A burly man, his left hand fitted with a pirate-style iron hook, approached and asked Vlad, hey brats, where's your boss? Accidents happen without warning. The destruction of your life, unforeseen. The large, burly Jack stood imposingly before Vlad. He looked down at Vlad, who was sitting on a chair, and gave a cunning smile, making Vlad think to himself. This money grubber came here himself? After thinking, Vlad put on a wary expression. He squinted, his eyebrows furrowed. Then he continued to glare, wondering to himself, so, does this mean we're preparing for war? Jack's scrawny underling, seeing Vlad remain silent as a clam, got extremely pissed. His face scrunched up. He gritted his teeth, pointed straight at Vlad's face, and roared. He's asking where your boss is. Hearing that, Vlad suddenly frowned in annoyance. His blue pupils suddenly lit up, flashing like car headlights. He looked at Jack's, skinny as a stick, scar-faced underling, and calmly replied, I don't know. I just sell candles, so I don't know anything. Hearing Vlad's calm reply, the scrawny underling was so furious he saw stars. He gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. He looked terrifyingly mad, stuttering with rage, cursing, you little unweaned brat. Then he rushed in front of Vlad. The underling, his face dark with anger, slammed the table with a thwack, causing the candle box to break in half. He yelled furiously, if you don't know, then you better go find him and bring him here to me. The candle box on the table, after being slammed, fell, sending candles scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Vlad remained calm and confident, not provoked. But the underling was so mad he was seeing stars. His face wrinkled like a monkey's, but still clenching his teeth relentlessly. Eventually, everything had fallen to the floor. The atmosphere then was super awkward. Awkward as can be. Vlad sat alone in a corner. The scrawny underling, was still rooted to the spot in front of Vlad's table. Behind him, a whole army of gangsters stood as numerous as ants. On the ground, candles and splintered wood lay scattered around them. So many people were watching the situation, feeling secondhand embarrassment. The girls in the bar, seeing the scene, were so flustered they broke out in a sweat. The old men drinking and gossiping were also so surprised. Their jaws dropped, spilling their drinks. Kemino was shocked, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Vlad's voice, tinged with a lament, was heard. They're all ruined. Then, to the surprised, what the hell is going on attitude of the underling Vlad knelt on one knee, his cane touching the candles, and said they're all ruined. Can't sell them today anymore. Seeing Vlad's dismissive attitude, the scar-faced underling trembled with rage. He scowled again, gritted his teeth, and angrily asked, "Hey you, are you blind?" Suddenly, Vlad, kneeling at the underling's feet, picking up candles, mumbled, "Sir, your leg. It looks like—" The underling suddenly paused, looked down at Vlad, then frowned and hesitated, asking, "What about it?" Vlad's blue pupils lit up. One look, and you knew the underling was done for. He, Vlad, looked up, frowning and staring intently at the other guy, then coolly replied, "Your leg. It's about to break." "Your leg, that is," provoked so sharply by Vlad. The underling was mad enough to explode. His face turned red as a ripe tomato. His teeth and lips were still clenched so tight they looked like they might break. His mouth trembled as he said, "You." Then, while Vlad was still kneeling on one knee, the underling lunged at him. He furiously opened his mouth and yelled, "You bastard! Fighting is just a small part of war." The underling charged, preparing to kick Vlad right in the face. But his skills were still green and inexperienced. Before the other guy's blow could land, Vlad's face turned serious. His eyebrows furrowed. A proper formation, a careful strategy. Vlad held his cane, his face still emotionless and cold. He rushed forward with the cane, and whack, hit the underling's calf, making him jump like a squirrel, even yelping, "Ouch!" Vlad swung the cane as imposingly as if swinging a sword, and decisiveness. He gripped the cane with both hands and swung it back. Vlad's pupils shone again like streetlights. Those are what make a victory. He swung the cane with a whack right across the underling's face, making the underling's nose bleed, falling backwards, unconscious. The sight shocked the girls in the bar so much. Their eyes bulged like ping-pong balls. Each of their mouths hung open wide to their ears. The onlookers were also so surprised they broke into a sweat. Jack, seeing this, his face darkened. Then he gave a sly, inscrutable smile as if pondering something. In this rotten corner of the world, that rule never changes. Vlad glanced down with a contemptuous look. "Your big bro sells candles, but my skills are top tier, sweetie. The victor stands above." Vlad, holding his cane, stood imposing as a mountain before. The underling sprawled on the floor, and a loser crawls below. The other underlings, seeing their comrade, defeated by Vlad as easily as eating cake. Each one of them was furious enough to see stars. They grabbed their weapons and charged, their mouths open, cursing, "How dare you fight in front of him, Jack?" Jack's hook suddenly appeared. His voice also rang out, ordering stop. Hearing their boss say that, the underlings, whose faces were dark with anger, all froze. Aside, don't know if they listen to their mothers like that, but when their gangster brothers speak on the streets, they obey instantly. The large, burly Jack looked at Vlad and gave a wide, tin-toothed grin. He laughed, clapped his good hand against his hook, and politely said to Vlad, "I really like this kid. I only have one good hand, so this is the only applause I can manage. Hope you understand." Hearing that, Vlad just nonchalantly replied curtly, "I don't discriminate against disabled people." Jack had lived this long and never encountered someone like Vlad. After hearing that, he tilted his head back, opened his mouth wide, and laughed heartily. "Ha!" Jack, delighted, his eyes crinkling with laughter, praised this wild kid. Suddenly, Jack's attitude changed in a flash. He used the hook on his hand to gently lift Vlad's chin, then gave a sly smile and said to him, "Let's talk privately." The pupils of both shone like car headlights, making the atmosphere hair-raising. Jack, with a cunning face and a hint of intimidation, stared intently at Vlad and vaguely asked, "What will this commotion turn into?" But Vlad was no pushover. He wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was incredibly calm. He made eye contact with Jack and replied, "I don't know either, but they should have died sooner." Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, blowing away the awkward Atmosphere between Jack and Vlad. Joker yelled out, "Greedy Jack, why are you here?" Hearing the loud noise, both Jack and Vlad, who were confronting each other, had to turn and see what was happening. Joker strode in with a whole army packed tightly behind him. Imposing as a toad, he walked majestically forward, smiling and saying, "If you told me earlier, I'd have grilled some meat for you." Seeing Joker's face, Jack's face suddenly darkened. Then he gave a cunning, sly fox smile and said something completely random that ruined the mood. "We're not that close." Standing before Jack, Joker still wore his professional smile and politely asked, "There are customers downstairs. Why don't we head upstairs first?" Jack, looking somewhat helpless and resigned, closed his eyes, raised a hand to scratch his head, and replied, "Forget about the meat. Do you have any cheap wine?" Joker suddenly changed his attitude as quick as flipping a rice paper. He frowned, stared intently at Jack, then gave an enigmatic smile, and then said, metaphorically, "Marcella would never disappoint her guests." Jack, hearing that, immediately understood Joker's meaning. He looked at Joker with half-closed eyes, bared his teeth in a sly, heart-stealing bad boy grin, and replied, "If so, I must try it." Then Jack led his underlings inside. Joker could only stand aside, waiting for the gangsters to go upstairs to party, to restore peace for the other customers. An underling from behind discreetly went to help his comrade, who had just been beaten black and blue by Vlad, get up. Vlad, however, still gripped his cane tightly, standing stone-faced in one spot. After they were led away, Vlad sighed in relief, his face still dotted with sweat from the agitation. Turns out he was only pretending to be calm earlier. Vlad's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Phew, I almost died," looking at the pile of candles in the box. After they had been picked up and put back, every single one was smashed, some broken in half, some even in 3 pieces. Vlad was so helpless he sighed out loud. "How many are ruined?" Suddenly, Jack's voice called out again, "Hey Vlad, superstar." The voice attracted attention, making Vlad turn slightly and glance at Jack. One hand in his pocket, Jack approached, Vlad with his whole army behind him. He chuckled and said, "Your boss praises you a lot. You know, I really do have a good eye for people." Jack stared intently at Vlad, then began to coax him. "If you're tired of the smell of candles, then come over to my side. I like you. You'll do." The majestic boss invited him to join the group, but Vlad didn't look very interested. He raised his hand to scratch his neck, then casually and honestly replied, "But I quite like this place. They give me food, a place to sleep, and even pay me a salary." Hearing Vlad say that made Jack burst out laughing. He laughed like it was a bountiful harvest. He squeezed both his eyes shut, opened his mouth wide to laugh, "Ha ha," then replied simply, "Well, we can do that too." Indeed, to recruit talented people, he spared no expense. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack flicked something gleaming gold into the air with his finger, then said to Vlad, "Here, candle vendor. Truly, adults are different. So straightforward, impressive." Vlad, seeing this, slightly tilted his head up and held out both hands to catch. A glittering gold coin landed neatly in his palm. Vlad, surprised, silently wondered, "A gold coin?" He looked at the coin in his hand, confused, and mumbled, "This is too much." Indeed, this was all a psychological manipulation tactic. Jack glanced sideways at Vlad, then flashed a sly smile and used a tempting tone to entice him. "If you come on my side, I'll always give you that much. I'm a sucker for talent, you know." After tempting Vlad, Jack squeezed his eyes shut and raised his hook high, shouting loudly to his followers, "Now let's go eat." Hearing the boss say that, everyone behind him replied in unison with a single curt word, "Yes." Seeing the swarm of followers with Boss Jack leave, Vlad watched them leave, somewhat dazed, then calmly thought to himself, "He seems to be in a very good mood. Did the negotiations go well?" Suddenly, while he was lost in idle thoughts, Kimina, standing on the second-floor staircase, cupped her hand to her mouth and called down, clearly, "Vlad!" Startled, he quickly turned his head up to look. Kimina calmly pointed behind her and told him, "Georgia wants you to come up." Upstairs, the atmosphere seemed plainer and quieter than downstairs. There were only a few customers drinking, idly chatting with each other. Vlad's face looked utterly stupefied. What did he see that made him so surprised his eyebrows shot up? Suddenly, a short, glittering sword appeared, along with George's voice. "I intended to give this to you later, but with things as they are, I have to give it a bit earlier." Vlad wondered what he meant by being so vague. Then, George's face darkened, and with a solemn expression, he reminded Vlad, "Always carry it with you. Hearing that, Vlad's face looked completely stunned, but he probably sensed something was amiss. He didn't say anything, only dared to think to himself. I can tell from the atmosphere here. George's darkened face, along with the somewhat tense expression, and the mostly confused, sweating bullets expression of Marcella, as well as that of everyone else sitting and drinking on the second floor of the tavern. The conversation between Joker and Jack One Hand, the money grubber, must have been dreadful, Vlad thought to himself, as images of Jack and Joker appeared in his mind. Joker and Vlad sat at the counter. He turned and said to him, "From now on, don't sell candles anymore." Hearing Joker say that, Vlad immediately gestured frantically with his hands and asked back, puzzled, "Then what should I do? Collect money from shops or go on patrol?" Suddenly, Joker put on a pensive expression. He raised his hand to stroke his beard and mumbled, "I received a report that Jack One Hand brought someone in from the outside. That person seems to be a mercenary who used to be a knight." Listening to the old man's story, Vlad kept wondering about one thing after another, then opened his mouth wide to ask, "Like you, Georgia?" Seeing his nephew ask that, Georgia, who was pensive, his eyes suddenly lit up like car headlights. His mouth still mumbled a reply, "Yes, like me." Jack One Hand is the leader of countless people, but to him, Joker, a former knight, is still a difficult wall to overcome. Because a whole flock of sheep cannot fight a single wolf. No matter how many people he leads, he'll never be better than me. Ha ha ha. But if he invites another knight, a strong knight, wearing iron armor, always with a shining sword, then things will immediately be balanced again. As the uncle and nephew sat talking, Georgia, Joker, adopted a pitiful tone and lamented to Vlad, "We are in a weak position. That's why I need you." Not understanding the old man's meaning, Vlad stared at Georgia, Joker, puzzled, and asked again, "Huh? Me?" Faced with Vlad's partly confused, mostly what the hell expression, Georgia, Joker, said sternly, "I will soon give you your first mission." After hearing that, Vlad's expression changed from confused to wide-eyed surprise. Haben is a disabled person with severed fingers and cannot even walk. The image of him only able to sit in one place and read books was truly depressing. He uses his intelligent mind to learn literacy and mathematics, and is using those abilities to serve under Leader Hover. Looking at Haben, Vlad realized he could strive to learn, then use that knowledge to climb to a higher position. While Vlad was practicing swordsmanship, suddenly a voice echoed in his head. "Kid," startling him out of his concentration, his eyes widening. That voice spoke to him again. "You need to lower your elbows." The constant nagging, as he tried to practice, made Vlad annoyed, standing there looking dumbfounded. He frowned, his face scrunching up as he complained, "Good heavens, whenever I practice, it's so talkative." A month ago, after being struck by a black lightning bolt, I started hearing this voice. That demonic whisper would speak whenever I held something sword-like. His annoyance evident, Vlad squeezed his eyes shut, grimaced deeply, and clicked his tongue with a TSK. Then he started complaining again. "Instead of a sword, maybe I should buy holy water first." Then Vlad, sulking, decided to ignore it. He thought to himself, "Just ignore it. They say the more you respond, the more it talks. Focus, focus. Always try your best." Having just pulled himself together, Vlad squeezed his eyes shut, focused, gripped the sword tightly with both hands, and raised it. The unfinished train of thought continued in his head. Concentrate mind and strength. As soon as he finished that thought, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring. In his mind, he was roaring and slash. Think it, do it. When I say slash, I slash. Vlad solemnly raised the stick. That voice rang out again, down. Vlad's eyes widened, and he brought it down with a world-shaking force. The stick slammed onto the floor as if a lightning bolt had struck. Dust flew everywhere. Suddenly, Vlad's demeanor did a 180-degree turn. He thought in confusion, "It's so different. What I just did, was that just swinging a sword?" He was just thinking this to himself, while also worrying to the point of breaking out in a sweat. Around Vlad, a sparkling aura suddenly emanated, probably the main character's aura. He thought to himself again, swordsmanship. Suddenly, a faceless, pitch-black figure, holding a glittering sword, appeared in Vlad's mind, making him wonder in surprise. "What is this thing in my head?" Vlad thought, his face completely stupefied, sweat still drenching his cheeks. Night had fallen, blanketing the sky. The full moon, like a ball, illuminated a corner of the sky. Below, mountains rose upon mountains, the range covered in snow. In such a poetic and romantic scene, but out of nowhere, a hand appeared, holding a cloth, wiping blood from a sword blade, ruining the whole mood. The figure with striking white hair, cloaked in the freezing weather, breath misting, Godwin lamented. I can feel the winter wind chilling me to the bone. Godwin lamented. In one hand, he held the sword. With the other, he ceaselessly wiped the blood from it, performing such a chilling task, yet he showed no emotion. Truly an emotionless old man. Suddenly, from the dark, gloomy forest, a strange sound emerged, causing Godwin to abruptly raise his head and look in the direction of the sound. Alone in a deserted forest and hearing a strange noise, Godwin was not only unafraid, but even flashed a cunning smile. Then he mumbled to himself, honestly, I wonder if that was carelessness or intentional. As soon as he finished speaking, Godwin boldly strode towards the place where the strange noise had come from. Suddenly, while walking, he stopped. Godwin spoke into the emptiness over there. Stop. I'm here. The air suddenly fell dead silent. To break the awkward silence, Vlad's voice rang out. Are you Stanga? Only then did his figure appear, Vlad, emerging from the thick fog. Godwin, face to face with Vlad, calmly and simply replied, That's right. I'm Stanga, and you must be Vlad. Before Stanga stood Vlad, cloaked entirely in black, his face full of caution. His beautiful blue eyes still shone, brightly like car headlights. The droning voice of the old man, Godwin/Stanga, continued to echo in the desolate night forest. The guide once said a person from the streets, yet with blonde hair and blue eyes. Those who don't know would probably all think, you come from a noble family. Ignoring Godwin's meaningless ramblings, Vlad just held out a letter marked with a red seal to him. He said curtly, This is a letter from the boss. Godwin opened the letter and read it immediately. A sly smile spread across his face. As he read, he mumbled thoughtfully, So, the enemy has a mercenary knight, eh? No wonder the higher-ups want my help. Vlad's attitude remained as cold as unmelted ice. He turned, glancing at Godwin sideways, and replied, Then I will lead the way for you. We will depart the day after tomorrow. Godwin, from behind, watched Vlad's retreating figure, lost in thought, not saying a word. Suddenly, his face fell. He folded the letter, but his mouth opened to lament. I wonder if I should follow this idiot. Hearing that, Vlad instinctively turned his head back, looking at Godwin curiously. His face clearly said, What the hell is wrong with this guy? He stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the snowy path. Vlad stared at Godwin, then calmly replied again, I'm sure that, at the very least, I can lead the way. Does this scarred old man not like Vlad, or what, that he keeps hassling him endlessly? He criticizes people to his heart's content, then says he doesn't trust them. He, Godwin, narrowed his eyes. Godwin's deep purple pupils glinted in the night. He gave a cunning smile and retorted to Vlad. Someone who makes the migration sound of a summer animal in the middle of winter as a signal can actually be intelligent? Hearing that, Vlad instantly lost all the composure he'd maintained until now. He was so surprised his eyebrows furrowed. Suddenly, Godwin scowled, gritted his teeth, and threatened him. If you say something like, I thought there were no enemies here, then I will take your life immediately. Faced with Godwin's threatening attitude, Vlad was no pushover. He shot him a glance back, then coldly turned his back, his mouth still calmly replying, Please, just follow me. I don't want to mess up my first mission. Seeing Vlad's attitude wasn't as defiant as he'd hoped, Godwin looked visibly disappointed. He put on a sullen face and thought with disappointment, Look at this guy. I deliberately created such a dangerous atmosphere, and he's not bothered at all. Then, just a moment later, his attitude changed. Godwin broke into an enigmatic smile. He stood rooted to the spot behind, Vlad, laughing to himself like a fool, his mind still wandering with idle thoughts. Joker will like this kid, just you watch. The most worthy young person. Light is honed beneath the dark night. Snow covers all the roads. Not a single leaf remains on the trees. Vlad and Godwin sat in a cave, warming themselves by a fire. Vlad unconsciously kept staring at Godwin, causing Godwin to suddenly realize and glance back at him. Being stared at for a while now, Godwin felt uncomfortable. He frowned and opened his mouth to ask, What are you staring at me for? First time seeing a retired knight? He couldn't hide the curiosity in his eyes. Even after being called out so directly, Vlad kept his eyes glued to Godwin's face. Shamelessly, his mouth unconsciously mumbled. "Seeing you up close, I just realized," before Vlad could finish his sentence. Godwin, in a disgusted tone, criticized him. "You look like a country bumpkin." Ignoring Godwin's heart-wrenching insult, Vlad curiously asked, "Where are you from?" Not bothering to argue with the wet behind the ears brat anymore, Godwin simply replied, "Daisy." Hearing his answer, Vlad put on a disdainful expression. He sighed and turned away in disgust, muttering sarcastically, "Wow, that's considered a village too." Realizing he was being mocked by an insolent brat, Godwin flinched, his face contorting in anger. He raised his sword, gritted his teeth, and threatened, "I wish you'd lead me astray, so I'd have an excuse to chop off your head in one go." Seeing Godwin getting all riled up, Vlad remained unfazed. He opened a bag of meat and, turning to Godwin, said, "Hey, why are you so scary? Can't I even joke around?" Ignoring Vlad's question, Godwin, upon seeing the beef, his eyes lit up like car headlights. He smiled with satisfaction and praised, "Oh, that's some fresh beef. Hope I could share of that." But as if to dash all of Godwin's hopes, Vlad casually turned and said to him, "I didn't bring any for you. Don't you have anything to eat?" Hearing that, Godwin froze stiff. He was so surprised his face turned pale as a sheet. Godwin held up something that looked misshapen and dark. He glanced at the item in his hand and mumbled, "I have some, but—" A moment later, fresh pieces of beef from Vlad were skewered and roasting fragrantly over the fire. Godwin watched, his mouth watering. Still tightly clutching that thing he called food, he thought to himself, "Ugh, this smell is terrible." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Godwin extended his hand and asked, "Hey kid, don't you have a few things you want to ask me?" Not understanding why this old man suddenly asked such pointless questions, Vlad looked puzzled and asked back, "Why so sudden? A bite to eat is a bite of shame." Godwin helplessly raised his hand. He closed his eyes tightly. Then, with a world-weary tone, bargained with Vlad, "I'll answer one question. In exchange for a piece of your beef, you won't get another chance like this." Seeing this old man seemed delirious from hunger, Vlad thoughtfully stared at Godwin, still munching on a delicious piece of beef. Then, instead of asking, Vlad casually called Godwin's bluff, giving him no face at all. "How much do you want? If you want some, just ask." Seeing the brat treat him with such disrespect, Godwin was startled and immediately retorted, "Hey, brat, I have my pride to maintain, you know." Already begging from someone, yet still so concerned about face, old man. So fussy, yet gets angry when called out. Then Godwin turned back, his demeanor serious, befitting a knight. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed tightly, but his mouth still ran off. Knights always only accept rewards that are commensurate. It seemed Vlad didn't like this guy much either. Every time he opened his mouth, Vlad would twist Godwin's words. Vlad turned and said, "But you're retired, aren't you?" Godwin calmly replied, "But all this time Before Godwin could finish his sentence, Vlad immediately cut him off mid-sentence. He just said one word, "Name." Godwin, flustered, meekly replied, "Tanga." After name came age. Vlad, with a sly grin, still only said one word, "Age." Godwin obediently replied, 42. Seeing the brat show no respect for his elders, Godwin then reminded him, "Hey you." But it seemed Vlad's hobby was interrupting people. He turned again, smiled, and asked another question. "Do you know how to use aura?" Hearing the brat firing questions like a machine gun, Godwin understood the situation. He closed his eyes again, a smile that was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts knowing, as he muttered, "Looks like." The kid's finally ready to show his hand. As soon as he finished muttering, he obediently answered Vlad's question. All knights can use aura, but using it in actual combat is another story. Then Vlad wondered again. He coldly, unconsciously asked further, "So, can you do it? Or can't you?" Hearing the awkward question, Godwin closed his eyes and gave a cryptic smile. Then he hummed and hawed, replying, "Well." Seeing Godwin's hesitant attitude, Vlad immediately realized something. His eyes widened. Then he picked up the meat skewers and, frowning, said to Godwin, "Take it all." A flicker of doubt crossed Godwin's eyes, as if scrutinizing the other's expression. But Vlad's attitude was extremely serious. His determined gaze said it all. Seeing Vlad's face, Godwin softened. He bent down and gripped the hilt of his sword, muttering to himself, "Knights should only accept commensurate rewards, but sometimes we have to reward ourselves." Anyway, I've been eating dried meat for days, Godwin said as he drew his sword from its sheath. Seeing Godwin's action, Vlad's eyes widened as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. He thought excitedly, "Really? Am I really going to witness it?" A swing sound was heard. The white-haired man, with a ferocious cross-shaped scar across his face, raised the sword before his eyes. Lightly closing one eye, Vlad asked doubtfully, "Why did you close your left eye?" The other man calmly clasped his hands, raising the sword to eye level, the tip of the sword pointing straight to the sky. "I must reveal the world within my soul." The space around him was then enveloped in an ocean blue color. "Watch closely, kid. This is the essence of a night." A dazzling white light enveloped his sword. The man's eyes flew open. Vlad felt the overwhelming power from that strange light. He quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. The white-haired man executed a perfect sword stroke under the moon. The wind aura blew his cloak, making it flutter under the night sky. His heavy breathing echoed in the ancient citadel. "I'm terrible. I feel like such a good-for-nothing," he said. Vlad consoled, "It's not that bad. Looking like a beggar is still better than looking like a nut." The old white-haired man's face wrinkled like a monkey's. "I don't mean my appearance, but my feelings inside. A night full of honor, looking like this." Vlad narrowed his eyes. "I'll take you through a secret passage. You can't leave the city like this. Let's move. I'll prepare a bath for you when we arrive." The two walked silently in the darkness. The white-haired man said, "It's so quiet." Vlad replied, "Maybe because it's late." Suddenly, the two of them stopped dead. The scene before them was truly horrific. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, with sharp swords still embedded right in their chests. The white-haired man frowned. "Is it always like this here?" Vlad was stunned. "No." The other man then pondered. "So, this place was attacked by someone." Vlad lowered his head. "Let's go. A gate only members know. What about you?" The white-haired man turned and asked. Vlad said calmly, "I'll go through the main gate to draw their attention. See you later then." After saying that, Vlad dashed off like an arrow. After a while, he stopped, wiping the sweat that was pouring down his chin. The messy scene before him was bleak. Joseph was sitting with Marcella. He looked at Vlad and said in a low voice, "You've returned safely. Good. That money grubber has made his move. The skills of those greedy bastards are quite extraordinary." Vlad looked up. "Are you okay, uncle?" Joseph replied, "This is the first time I've had to fight a night-level opponent after a long time. But more importantly, did you manage to bring him here?" Vlad quickly replied, "Yes. The main gate was under surveillance, so I told him to use the back entrance. He should be arriving soon." Joseph's eyes turned icy. "Very good. Tomorrow, we'll grab that money grubber by the neck. This time, we'll settle things for good. What does that guy look like? He won't wander off, will he?" Vlad continued, "No, he'll be fine. He seems like a good person, too. His body looks agile as well." Joseph asked, "He's lost weight, huh?" "Well, if you want to live long, it's right to take care of yourself." Vlad smiled faintly as he said, "Yes, and he's also a knight who can use aura. Tomorrow will definitely be our day." Joseph raised an eyebrow. "What?" Vlad, hands on hips, said, "I'm telling the truth." While the two were still talking, the sound of footsteps rumbled. Joseph immediately stood up, his hand grabbing his sword. "He really uses aura?" Vlad was puzzled. "Yes, I saw him use it." Joseph's face darkened. "Hide behind Uncle Stanga. He Godwin doesn't know how to use aura." Vlad tried to hold him back, but it was too late. The white-haired man was already at the door. Blood dripped from his sword. He spoke. "You come a long way during this time. Long time no see, senior." His eyes were as sharp as ice. Today, Godwin sat on a rock in the freezing winter. Heavy snow fell, covering everything, wiping with a cloth the remaining bloodstains on his sword. After the battle, he sighed. "Truly, one cannot escape old age. Lately, the winter wind is truly bone-chilling." It sounds true. But are they really stupid or just pretending to be? Because he noticed someone approaching the last part. He tried to say, loudly enough for the others to hear. When the others had drawn near, he also took the sword he was still wiping and stood up, his face still stained with the blood of those he had eliminated, who were lying motionless on the snow-covered ground, showing no signs of life. He smirked sinisterly and said, "You've changed a lot, Joseph." Joseph, his chest covered in crisscross bandages over wounds, clutching his sword, with Vlad following cautiously behind, approached. He was furious, veins bulging on his face. In an annoyed tone, he questioned, "Why did you come looking for me?" The man calmly replied, "Duke Gaeta has passed away. It's complicated, so it hasn't been announced publicly yet, but soon everyone will know. He slowly poured a full glass of wine, raising it. To our poor Duke Gaeta, our poor Duke Gaeta. Upon hearing this, Joseph lost his patience. He glared at the man and cursed, "You son of a bitch!" Then he swung the sword in his hand, preparing to attack. However, the man remained calm, savoring the moment. Joseph's reflection appeared in the wine glass. A loud crash echoed. The blow struck, cracking the ground. The wine GLA. He attacked, sending things flying, but his blow couldn't reach him. Godwin saw this scene. Not only Vlad, but also Marcelo widened their eyes in astonishment. Godwin dodged that blow and stood right behind Joker. He continued, "And also for the new Duke Gaeta, Lord Sigmund." Joker angrily roared Godwin's name. Godwin. Both of them rushed in, attacking fiercely. The clanging sound of two swords collided. Godwin parried the other's attack with his sword, relaying the Duke's message. "Knight Joker, return to base immediately." That is the first order from Lord Sigmund. However, Joker still couldn't accept this reality and roared, "Sigmund is not my lord." Godwin replied, "Of course, His Grace the Duke." Sigmund also didn't think you would obediently return, and he doesn't want that either. Then the two of them lunged at each other again, their faces clearly showing hostility towards each other. The surrounding objects couldn't escape either. Debris flew as Vlad used his body to shield Marcella, urging, "Marcella, it's too dangerous here. This way." The two of them hurried towards the door, quickly running to escape outside. When both had safely escaped, downstairs, a few people were waiting. Burley, concerned, asked, "Vlad, what's happening up there?" Vlad approached the railing, leaned over, and shouted an order. Burley quickly, "Gather everyone and come up here now." Before he could finish his sentence, George's large figure was sent flying out the door, witnessed by everyone. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to do anything in time. Joker just fell down. Vlad exclaimed in shock. George, Godwin, not getting the answer he wanted, with a displeased expression, watched that pathetic figure. "You still make foolish decisions as always, Joker." The people around saw this scene, and were also terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. They gathered around Joker, who lay amidst the chaos, dust swirling thickly. One of them stammered, calling out, "Leader, what happened?" Although Joker was severely injured, he still struggled to get up, his whole body trembling violently. Godwin, standing on the second floor, saw this scene, his eyes clearly showing contempt. Suddenly, a sword flew from somewhere. Godwin quickly parried it. Vlad relentlessly provoked Godwin, glaring at him. However, Godwin paid no mind. Using his inner energy, he leaped down to the first floor. Vlad couldn't stop him in time, only able to watch in a blink. He yelled in panic, "George, run!" Godwin showed no mercy, slashing fiercely down at the floor, where Joker had fallen earlier. But Joker was also struggling. Lifting his battered body, he managed to avoid a fatal blow. Godwin glanced coldly and said, "That day, you should have obeyed the Duke's orders." Joker glared angrily at him and replied, "I am also human. I cannot follow that damned order." Godwin quickly retorted, "No, you are a knight." The knights under Joker's command also wouldn't stand idly by, ready to attack Godwin at any moment. Godwin held the sword in his hand, carefully assessing the situation. His voice sounded weary. "Tonight has been too long for me. I must rest." Over here, Vlad, seeing this, desperately rushed towards Godwin, his eyes clearly showing anxiety. Godwin's sword was just raised. A powerful surge of energy emanated. A dazzling blue light enveloped the sword. Godwin's eyes also turned blue. Vlad ran forward, screaming furiously, "Stop!" He relentlessly tried to stop him. At this moment, slash marks appeared, trapping everyone, like an inescapable spider's web. Godwin lunged forward, unleashing a series of slashes, causing Vlad, due to the dazzling light and immense power, to shield his eyes with his hand. The entire space seemed to be torn apart, gradually cracking. In the end, only a desolate scene remained. Thick smoke and dust obscured the view. Vlad, having just regained consciousness, coughed violently. His body was covered in wounds, not understanding what had happened. He asked doubtfully, What just happened?" Lifting his head, he was shocked to see the surrounding scene. Before his eyes, corpses lay strewn across the floor. Blood was everywhere. Vlad clenched his teeth, angrily cursing. "Damn!" In the distance, Godwin was standing and watching. Then Vlad spotted George, his face covered in blood. He called out in alarm, "George!" Seeing the blood splattered all over the floor, beautiful memories between the two of them suddenly surfaced. In Vlad's mind, one by one, The first person to extend a hand to the little boy, wandering in the Black Valley. The one who gave him more recognition than anyone else, and the one he thought was the strongest. Under the tranquil blue moonlight, Godwin grabbed George by the hair, lifting it. That image appeared in Vlad's pupils. That little boy's world had been cruelly destroyed. Vlad's fury reached its peak. Picking up the sword lying on the ground, he roared like a madman. The voice of the sword echoed, warning, "Don't do it." But now, Vlad had lost all reason. He charged forward, unleashing a decisive slash. Godwin was astonished, wondering, that sword strike, how could a brat emerge from this dump? With such swordsmanship, he didn't hesitate to give Vlad a compliment. Very good. Vlad paid no heed to those words. Once again, he lunged forward to attack, yelling die. But before he could even touch the hem of Godwin's robe, Vlad was struck by a bone-piercing blow right in the stomach. Godwin kicked him flying several meters away. Godwin, after delivering the kick, remained nonchalant as if nothing happened. Standing there, carefully assessing. That's his instinct. That spin was a defensive instinct. Vlad collapsed, clutching his stomach tightly. His other hand clenched angrily, his mouth groaning ceaselessly. The sword's anxious voice sounded again. Breathe. Don't pass out. Godwin didn't leave immediately, but pondered. If I kill this seedling now, it would be too much of a waste, even if he comes back with a sharp sword. Suddenly, an image of the Duke, Sigmund, appeared in Godwin's mind, who had once told him, observing potential is always an interesting affair. Godwin seemed to have made a decision. A cunning smile on his face, he walked up to Vlad and spoke. Kid, you show me the way. A knight only accepts fair and corresponding compensation. Vlad, trying to endure the pain, lifted his head and asked doubtfully what. Godwin contemptuously tossed a few pieces of meat onto Vlad, adding, my name is not Stanga, nor am I 42 years old. Because you suffered an injustice, and I received much from you. Therefore, I will compensate you for it. However, I will also take this, because this is fair compensation for me, and it is also the right of the victor. Godwin then looked towards Joker's severed head. Vlad gritted his teeth and replied angrily, I will kill you. Godwin closed his eyes and turned to leave, saying before he went, don't expect to be compensated with your life a second time. Godwin had left. But Vlad continued to scream after him. I will definitely take your life, Godwin. I guarantee it. He couldn't hold it in, tears streaming down like rain. Helplessly watching Godwin's departing figure on the deserted road, Jemina struggled to support Vlad as they walked. Suddenly, Vlad's wound throbbed with sharp pain, causing him to let go and sit down. By the roadside, groaning, sweat dripped from his forehead. His breathing labored. Marcella stood before him, glaring, and ordered, get up, get up. Do you want to die here? But Vlad remained seated, listless like a soulless person, not answering. Seeing his appearance of no longer wanting to live, Marcella became extremely annoyed and slapped him hard across the cheek. Snap out of it, kid. Do you know what the difference between us and those who live on the streets is? Seeing he had calmed down a bit, she said sternly, it's opportunity. Even if they fail, they can always get back up. Because people like them can afford to. But what about us? Look, this is the result of failure for us. To fall means to die. We were born this way. She recalled the scene she had encountered. A house full of corpses lying everywhere. The whole room was pitch black. Marcella held back her tears, gripped Vlad's shoulders, shaking him gently, and advised, so, don't throw away the only chance you've been given. Vlad looked up at her, seemingly having accepted reality. Jemina anxiously approached and asked, are you okay? Should we slow down? Vlad wiped the sweat from his face, gritted his teeth, and replied firmly, no, let's keep going. It can't end like this. Suddenly, a man's voice called out from a distance. Find him. George's lackey kid is this way. Seeing they had been discovered, both of them panicked and quickly fled. Vlad grabbed Jemina's hand and whispered, damn it, run. That group of men also quickly gave chase. The nest has been destroyed, so no matter how young the bird is, it must take flight. The whole group chased them to a small alley, but they no longer saw any sign of the two. One of them spoke up. Where did they go? They definitely went this way. Another one added, those rats. The two of them ran into the alley. The leader ordered, find them at all costs, because you guys will be rewarded handsomely. He clenched his fists, his ferocious face contorted with anger, grinding his teeth. Grind. His jaw missing a few teeth made his whole face look grotesque. Grotesque. I myself will make them pay for the insult I received that day. Split up and find them. They couldn't have gone far. The two of them were hiding in a nearby house. Jemina had to cover her mouth tightly to avoid making any sound, while Vlad held a dagger in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. We can't keep running like this. Vlad, worried about her, instructed Jemina, stay here quietly. Don't go out until it's quiet outside. She asked worriedly, huh? What about you? His eyes resolute, Vlad replied, I'll go find a way. Those bastards stick together. Going together is too dangerous. Jemina refused, glaring and yelling, I don't want to. Let's go together. Vlad gently reassured her. Marcella promised, right? She will help us get to the right place. Let's return to the monastery before dawn, okay? Or to Hop Ben's place. However, Jemina resolutely clenched her fists and shouted loudly. I said I don't want to. Vlad snapped irritably. You don't listen to me at all. You idiot. Do I look like I can protect you? Jemina pouted, feeling wronged, but suddenly a voice rang out. Who are you? Causing both of them to startle and stop arguing. Jemina quickly reached for a nearby knife and raised it threateningly. Before them was a stout man with a white beard and mustache, holding an oil lamp, raising it in front of the two of them. Frowning, he asked, You people, why are you here? Jemina was afraid inside, but outwardly fierce, pointing the knife at the old man threateningly. Don't move. The old man frowned, looking at the two with incomprehension and question. What's wrong with you? Why barge into someone else's house like this? Seeing the old man showed no sign of fear, Jemina became even fiercer and shouted loudly, I told you not to move. I'll really stab you. The old man looked at the expressions of the two in turn, lowered the lamp in his hand, and replied calmly, I understand. So, put that unsightly thing down first. Jemina clenched her teeth. Gripping the knife in her hand even tighter, she stated her demand. Give me his sword. Seeing the old man's astonishment, he only managed to utter one word. Huh? Jemina impatiently explained, that sword hanging over there. Now, to get out of town. It's very dangerous. I'm not kidding. So give it to me. The man standing beside her hurriedly tried to stop her. Jemina, put it down. She still ignored his words and screamed. Give me the sword now. At this moment, he also realized, yes, this is the true nature of those who live in the back alleys. This is their true nature. The nature of robbing everything to find a way to live. And now that kid had become such a person. Seeing this, he only said one sentence. How sad. She saw that. Her eyes welled up with tears, ready to fall. Clenching her teeth, she swung the knife in her hand. Seeing her swing the knife, he reached out to stop her. Jemina. The old man also closed his eyes, awaiting death. But the scene before them astonished both of them. She cut off her long, silky hair. Tears streaming down, she presented it to the old man. Here, I know this isn't enough, but I will definitely pay it back, I swear. So please give that sword to Vladdy. The man stood frozen for a few seconds, then turned to look at him and asked, Are you planning to leave? He bowed his head and answered honestly, yes. The old man stared at him, thinking, this young man is doing what I've dreamed of my whole life, and something I could never do. He still hasn't been able to fully spread his wings under that sky. Gently rubbing his forehead, he sighed and said, Kids these days really bother adults a lot. Then he turned and ordered, Follow me. Both of them followed the old man to the back of the house. He arranged for him to lie in the garbage cart. She, completely covered, followed behind. He lay under the pile of garbage, constantly complaining, Oh, this smell. But the snow was falling relentlessly, piling up like mountains, obscuring the path. The old man, while pulling the cart, ordered her stop complaining. Push. This is the only way. Suddenly, those men blocked the old man's path. Hey, old man, what are you doing in the middle of the night? The old man worried inwardly. These bastards, are they trying to block my way? One of them walked around, looked things over, and then spoke. Are you taking out the trash? But why at this hour? The old man pretended to be angry, pointed at him, and shouted loudly. Damn it, it's because you people made a mess and blocked the whole alley. My house is full of garbage that I can't throw out. The man looked at the old man, annoyed, his eyes showing contempt. Oh my, this old man is really hot-tempered. Then he turned to look at the figure walking behind and asked, Who's that? You're not alone? The old man, annoyed, glared at him and replied, I'm too tired, so I asked her to help in exchange for some bread. Why don't you guys come over and help push? The man walked past the old man towards her. The bandit leader, his hand on his sword hilt, said curtly, Because you're the only blacksmith in the back alley, I'll show you some respect. But I have to check her. Don't move if you don't want to get slashed. Saying that, he pointed his sword at her face and cut off her hood. This made the old man so scared that his whole body broke out in a cold sweat as he looked in that direction. She had disguised herself unattractively as a boy. Her striking red hair had been cut short by her own hand earlier. Her face was also made to look ugly. Her whole body trembled, and in a panicked voice she exclaimed, "Oh, dear heavens! Making a living is so hard." He frowned, a disgusted look on his face, and said, "All right, go, go." The old man, seeming to have shed a burden, turned and asked, "What the hell are you looking for?" The man didn't hide it and replied, "George's subordinate kid, the one with blonde hair. He's the only one missing." The old man turned, lifted the cart, and asked curtly, "Can I go now?" As he was about to leave, the man spoke again. One more thing. We have to check thoroughly." He ordered his underling, "Hey, you check the cart." He, lying in the garbage, was terrified, not daring to breathe heavily. The other two were also scared out of their wits when they heard that. The man added, "Don't do it here. There'll be dust flying everywhere." An underling holding a stick, 1 inch sharpened like a spear, stepped forward and replied, "All right." The leader pointed his sword in one direction. "Go over there." The old man pulled the cart, anxiously thinking, "Damn it, should I take him somewhere else?" "No, there's no other place." An underling walked beside the garbage cart, looking at the things piled high on it, said, "So much stuff." Suddenly, he turned to look at her, making her feel a bit guilty. She lowered her head, her face sad. He hesitated for a moment, then also uttered a sentence. "Don't be sad, this is my job." Then he swung the spear in his hand, stabbing it forcefully into the pile of garbage. This scared her so much, she covered her face with her hands. The old man could only grit his teeth and endure. He showed no sign of stopping. Haben launched a search near the river. So he's over there. There must be a reason why he did that. Anyway, I'm just letting you know. Hearing this, both of them froze. The spear grazed past his face. Just a little closer, and it would have been fatal. The man pulled out the spear, his face still calm. "All right, go on." He turned his back and said, "This is the 40 silver coins debt I'm paying for my younger brother." He couldn't help but feel grateful and whispered his thanks to him. Then the three of them left just like that, heading to the garbage dump. When they arrived, the old man said, "We're here." Turning to her, he pointed ahead. "This is the garbage dump." She was on the verge of tears, her voice choked. "Goodbye, Vlad. Remember to take care of yourself." As night deepened, the wind blew stronger. He was pushed down with the pile of garbage. Watching him, the old man also felt heartbroken. The path that boy embarked on had become this old man's dream and had taken away a little girl's tears. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, praying. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The moon was high in the sky. He got out of that place, sitting in a cave where a fire had been lit beforehand. He held the sword out in front of him and called, "Can you hear me?" The sword seemed to react, answering, "Yes." His face cold, he questioned, "Who are you?" The sword only replied, "I don't know." He wondered, "I can't believe you. Gave me so many tips on using a sword, even though you don't know who you are." Seeing the sword didn't respond, he clicked his tongue and continued, "It doesn't matter. I will help you, and you will help me. I will become your memory, and you will become my sword. I don't care if you're a demon or not. What I fear is having nothing at all." Finally, it responded, "All right, I will teach you about my sword." Snow covered the land. In the command tent, Joseph's slender fingers lightly moved a chess piece on the map. "Too easy. The second son of Viscount Bay. This is too simple." Just then, Jagger entered and reported. "Jagger, I have returned, my lord." Joseph, yes, there you are." Joseph faintly replied to the man with one eye, covered by a black cloth. Clad in gleaming armor, he stood at the door. Jagger, with his deep blue eyes, asked, "Is something troubling you, my lord?" Lowering his eyes slightly, Joseph answered, "It's precisely because it's too easy." Jagger looked confused. The monster subjugation went smoothly. Casualties were few, and they were all mercenaries. Joseph pondered, aren't all deserters considered insignificant missing persons? An outcome with no variables or deserters. Everyone will doubt my command abilities, including father and the vassals. Joseph frowned, and of course, Ratiger, my half-brother. Jagger fell silent. Joseph, still annoyed, "If this continues, I'm done for. If I can't become the new duke, what Ratiger will do is all too clear. The Bay family has brought glory to the army. History itself is proof. Ever since my father and his brothers stepped on each other to compete for that position." Joseph tapped his fingers lightly. "I don't have enough swordsmen. Except for you, of course, Jagger." Jagger moved closer to the table where Joseph was sitting. "Aside from that, I have something else to report to you, my lord. Joseph, speak. Jagger, lowering his voice, there's a very suspicious soldier. A spy he planted? That's not why I suspect him. You'll understand when you see for yourself. They both went to the place where the brutally slashed blue goblins were hung. On their chests and abdomens were sharp, jagged sword marks. How disgusting. Joseph used his handkerchief to cover his nose, preventing the smell of blood from rushing in. Could this be the work of a child who just learned to hold a sword? My lord, please look over there as well. These rather clumsy slashes, they are all similar. Joseph observed each goblin. This one looks a bit better. This one too. Suddenly he stopped. Wait, are these all the same marks? But they're different. Jagger, don't tell me this was all done by the same person. All of this. A cold wind whistled through the courtyard, making the corpses of dozens of goblins sway in the wind. Jagger bowed his head. Yes, young lord. These are the ones that appeared yesterday. And the ones you were just looking at are from a month ago. Joseph was shocked. In just 1 month? Who is? His eyes turned sharp. In the snowy mountains, a group of well-equipped mercenaries was surrounding the blue goblins. Don't let them escape. Swords, spears, all were thrust into the wrinkled blue bodies. Finally, we can witness the grand finale. All right, catch the rest. The leader was still gloating, looking toward his comrades, when everyone froze. A giant figure with a huge spiked mace appeared right behind him. The creature's eyes flashed with a cruel light. Mercenary leader, huh? What? As soon as he finished speaking, the mace-wielding giant slammed it straight down on his head, leaving a messy pool of blood and flesh on the snow. Then it roared menacingly. All the remaining soldiers were stunned. They hastily assumed a fighting stance. The giant charged straight into the group of soldiers, tossing them into the air with its bare hands. It's crazy. Where did that thing come from? Piteous screams rang out. It wiped out Squad 5. Retreat. The whole group fled headlong, running out only to bump into their employer, who was approaching on horseback. What are you doing? Quickly advance. Are you planning to get paid while doing business like this? The group of soldiers roared in dissatisfaction. We never heard there were ogres in the mountains. You should have hired higher-level soldiers. Just as their employer was confused, the sound of footsteps on the snow was heard. That blonde hair. It's Ryman. That's right, it's Ryman. Pray. The young man just mentioned had hair as golden as sunlight, deep cold blue eyes. With a cool demeanor, he said in a deep voice, I'll handle it. After speaking, Ryman, sword in hand, charged straight at the giant ogre. One slash straight to its back, leaving a deep gash. But it's not enough. This wound isn't damaging enough. The ogre quickly counterattacked, punching down on his head like a thunderbolt, but with the protagonist's halo. This tough young man quickly ducked between the ogre's legs and dodged. Death, sweating profusely. He thought to himself, I failed again. A scolding voice rang out. You idiot. You can't do it even after I taught you. The protagonist retorted unhappily. If I could do that, I'd be a damned genius. Not giving Ryman time to rest. He was resting. The giant monster charged at him again. It swung its massive club into the air, bringing it down where he stood, but only left a huge crater in the snow while Raymond had circled behind it. His eyes flashed with a cold blue light. This time, for sure. He raised his sword and slashed straight down. Over at the military encampment tent, Joseph frowned slightly. Clearly Raymond prays. Jagger, investigate that man immediately. Jagger bowed in obedience. Joseph continued to ponder deeply. It's absurd. His twisted, careless sword strikes have improved. I didn't expect him to become proficient with a sword in less than a month. Thinking of Raymond's cold blue eyes, Joseph smiled. He's a genius. Over with the mercenaries. They were collecting spoils from the goblins. I was hoping to find something useful here. It's all junk. The leader frowned. His subordinate cheerfully said, Leader, wasn't this time great too? Raymond sheathed his sword, his eyes cold. Stop blabbering. Just bring the things I've marked. The subordinate grinned obsequiously. I've already done it. No one would dare compete for your #1 spot. A mercenary sidled up to Raymond, intending to cooperate next time. While he was still chattering away, Raymond had already turned and left, leaving behind only one sentence. I don't cooperate with swindlers, making the other guy furious. He then smirked bitterly. That mercenary badge, you can't use it forever either, right? I know someone who can forge it perfectly. Before the guy could finish his sentence, Raymond turned his head and looked at him with a deathly gaze. Watch your mouth. If this is an offer, I'll warn you. But if this is a threat, I'll kill you. The guy, frightened, replied, I'm just worried about you, leader. Making a little money from your status as a knight commander is such a waste of talent. Raymond just said in a low voice. If you want to live, shut up and clean up. All right, I'll do it right away. The guy hurried off, leaving his subordinates to clean up. Raymond gradually walked into the snowy mountains. The remaining people whispered among themselves. Is Raymond going to pray again? So persistent. Watching the figure of the blond young man kneeling on the snow, 2 hands, resting on his sword in the afternoon sun, they quietly exclaimed, this scene is insane. He's not a noble, is he? He was surely born different from us. As for Raymond, he pressed his face into the snow, muttering, damn it, still couldn't kill it. The voice from the air appeared again. I told you, it can't be done overnight. So what exactly is the reason? He asked back. If you raise your sword and focus your strength to attack an opponent, you must first see their weaknesses. Raymond asked quietly. Do I really have to understand that? You idiot, what else? When the opponent reveals a weakness, you must attack immediately. The voice's constant scolding made him feel depressed. I'll pay attention. He bowed his head towards his subordinates. All of them were kneeling, facing the same direction, praying with him. The next morning, in the barracks, Raymond silently looked at the brown liquid, like watery sewage, with a few floating pieces of meat. Disgusted. Is this meat? The subordinate boasted in reply. You know, it's free food. Other places, the masters don't provide meals like this. It's not for nothing that he's taking them to the Bay's family. The others chimed in. It's salty, but still good. Raymond stood up and left. Enjoy your meal. The curious crowd discussed. Is he going to the priest again? Should I try praying? Another one laughed. You think praying will make you as good as him? Dream on. At the priest's place, he quickly invited Raymond in. Raymond bowed slightly to him. Priest Andrea, I hope you slept well last night. The priest smiled kindly. I always sleep well. I heard you also came to pray last night. It must have been very cold, right? Raymond said simply, with God's protection, it's no longer cold. But inwardly, he was silently screaming. That guy made me practice swordsmanship all night. You more like a priest than I am. A young boy came to inform the priest. The food is ready. All right. Thank you, young Jiang. The priest said, then turned and pulled Raymond to the dining table. Have breakfast with me. Raymond stammered. I didn't come for breakfast, but the priest gave him no chance to refuse. Let's pray. The 3 of them clasped their hands and made the sign of the cross before the meal. Looking at Raymond's devout appearance, Priest Andrea couldn't help but think to himself, truly devout, even in such a humble place. He hasn't lost his faith. I must guide him. This young man who spends his whole life achieving merits on bloody battlefields. This too is a tear of God. Amen. Let's eat. Looking at the tempting table with bread and hot soup, Raymond cheered inwardly. Precious bread and soup. Let's eat. Just as he brought the bread to his mouth, the priest asked, Raymond, about your swordsmanship. It seems to have reached Lord Joseph's ears. 2 days ago, Lady G came to ask about you. Raymond, while munching on bread, replied, Oh, what about it? The priest said, I recommended you. A sincere young man. I've been looking forward to you going far. Seeing Raymond frozen, the priest continued, The Bay's family is a prestigious, noble household, even compared to those in the north. Working there will be better for you. You deserve such things. Raymond was kneeling on the snow, talking to the mysterious voice. This is difficult. I've attracted attention again. It can't be helped, the voice replied. My swordsmanship is learned only through practice. Before, didn't you think being too close to the priest was a problem? Raymond, his eyes cold. I had to verify. The voice asked again. Are you sure I'm not an evil spirit? Raymond didn't care and continued to himself. They say, Priest Andrea is very famous and strong in holy power, to the point of being nominated for bishop. Since he couldn't catch me, everything is still safe for now. But just in case, I should still prepare to flee, right? The voice replied indifferently. At this level, they'll just turn a blind eye to your false identity. Raymond continued to muse. If they suspect and investigate, they'll find out that I killed and took the identity of that mercenary. Then I'd be guilty of both impersonation and murder. The voice teased. You're quite ruthless, aren't you? Raymond pointed at the sword. You're an accomplice too. The voice sounded again. I think you'd better run, unless you're smart enough to reason with them that it was self-defense. His blue eyes lit up again. So, if I run away tonight and take Goth with me in hand, I'll have another fake identification badge. The voice discussed, I think it's hard to escape from here. Someone is approaching you from behind. Raymond, wary, huh? The voice warned. With this aura, it must be a high-ranking knight. Raymond's eyes darkened, his whole body tense. He quickly drew his sword, ready in a fighting stance as the knight came within range. It was Jagger. He was wondering to himself, did he detect me? This kid is more useful than I thought. Jagger said simply, Lord Joseph wants to see you. Raymond replied quietly, it's my honor. Jagger asked quietly, you knew I was coming? The priest told me. He answered, although I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Jagger silently assessed him. Interesting. This young mercenary is very composed meeting me. Follow me. Jagger turned and walked away. Raymond thought to himself, should I run now? Then the mysterious voice spoke up. Don't even dream of it. With a knight of his caliber, he'll take your head within 3 moves. No choice. Raymond could only follow. Inside the barracks, Joseph spoke softly as he saw the two enter. A pleasure. Joseph was still holding a book in his hand. Raymond bowed in greeting. It's my honor, Lord Joseph. Joseph asked, did you encounter any difficulties during training? Thanks to your dedication, sir. We are all very grateful. Raymond replied. Joseph observed him, blonde hair, blue eyes. I guess you're the son of some fallen noble. Joseph glanced at him. Your name is Raymond, is it? Yes, sir. Raymond didn't yet sense the impending danger. Joseph's voice continued evenly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Jagger, standing beside him, immediately slapped him with a thunderous blow. As Joseph finished his sentence, I hate liars the most. Vlad of the Sarah clan. Joseph's venomous gaze fell upon him, like a death sentence. Then Vlad raised his hand to wipe the blood trickling from his mouth. So, you knew everything. Joseph just continued calmly. Someone confirmed your mother was just a prostitute, but they couldn't find your father. Do you know who your father is? Joseph's scrutinizing gaze fixed on Vlad, hoping to catch the slightest change in his expression. Nice joke, Vlad said softly. Asking the son of a prostitute if he knows who his father is, Jagger immediately kicked Vlad hard in the leg, making him kneel. Know your place, kid. Joseph stepped closer, uttering each word softly yet venomously. Thinking back, it's quite amusing. That mercenary organization. Or should we kill him and send his body back? I've found a reason you fled from Sarah. Tell me, where did you learn swordsmanship? Looking down at the wretched Vlad kneeling at his feet, Joseph clearly displayed the air of a superior. Vlad's eyes sharpened, making Joseph sneer. There's a lot hidden in those eyes. Behind Vlad, Jagger slowly drew his sword. At the last moment, Vlad finally spoke, his voice like thunder. It was my master. He didn't reveal his name, but he said that. His divine eye could see those with potential. Then Joseph narrowed his eyes, thinking his gaze doesn't waver at all. Then Joseph said, I apologize for treating you poorly. Vlad thought to himself. Succeeded? Joseph continued. Although I don't know you, I'm in a difficult situation. Therefore, I have a proposal, Vlad of Sarah. Don't you want to reach a higher position? Power, freedom, survival. As a knight, Joseph Bays, want to help you achieve those things. Outside in the snowy yard, 2 swords clashed. Their owners were Jagger and Vlad. So will he's become Jagger's student? A soldier asked. His skills must be truly outstanding. Another chimed in. So jealous. I also want to be guided by him. As for Jagger, he continuously attacked while instructing Vlad. You're truly terrible. With these pathetic skills, you dare to hold your head high before Lord Joseph. A sword hilt struck Vlad's head, accompanied by the lesson, you really don't know your place. Vlad grew increasingly panicked, only able to try and defend. He thought, the skill difference is too vast. If I dodge, he'll attack even more fiercely. He's too strong. I can't do anything. Trying to predict Jagger's final sword strike, Vlad finally found an opportunity to counterattack. There, one of Vlad's swords struck Jagger. The watching soldiers clapped. He's pretty good. Jagger looked satisfied. At least this much. Our main character was panting like a buffalo, while Jagger seemed completely unfazed. Vlad lamented inwardly. I still haven't succeeded. Just now, he only gave me a chance to prove myself. Jagger spoke up. Morning and evening, fighting like this. Are you going to freeze up? Twice a day. Jagger turned and walked away, leaving him standing there stunned. That's enough for this morning, so you don't rest for too long. Watching Jagger's receding figure, he sighed. He's not being honest at all. He didn't even give me any advice. The mysterious voice spoke again. That was a good fight. He mercilessly removed your burdens and self-doubt. There are things you can only learn by being beaten. In Joseph's tent, he asked Jagger, you fought in yourself. What do you think? Jagger replied, he's not bad, sir. If he came from nobility, even a count would take notice of him. Joseph smiled cruelly. I knew my judgment wouldn't be wrong. Jagger continued. But the problem is, he doesn't know his limits and is quite arrogant. Joseph was calm. Born and raised on the streets, so that's to be expected. Our job is to teach him etiquette. I've already found the right person for that position. Jagger tried to dissuade him. An unloyal sword. Cannot be trusted, sir. Joseph remained gentle. Even if he bows his head to me, I wouldn't trust him one bit. If he reveals his true nature so soon, that's fine too. A mutually beneficial relationship is a stable relationship. I get bowed. As you wish, sir, Joseph said grimly. He's like an arrogant, untrustworthy wolf. To live nobly, I don't want to, but I have no choice. Although building a large cage will take quite some time. A cage large enough to make the wolf lie in it, and still think it's free. A cruel glint appeared in Joseph's eyes. Scene changed to a snowy field. Goth huddled by the fire. Ugh, it's so cold. Why is winter so frosty? The leader. No, Vlad has become Jagger's student. I have to try harder. By the way, success is one thing. But in this weather, while he was grumbling, another soldier appeared behind him. Is everything all right? The person asked. Goth turned around, saw who it was, and replied cheerfully. Ah, yes, Sir Roderick. Nothing unusual, sir. Roderick instructed. Stay alert and continue your work. Then he walked towards the dense forest. Goth muttered. He just went on patrol. He probably won't come back. Should I take a nap? Saying that, Goth leaned against a tree trunk and fell asleep. Suddenly, a voice rang out, waking him. What are you doing here? Goth jumped. He hasn't left yet. But luckily for him, Roderick was still standing by the forest. Who was he talking to? Listening closely, Goth vaguely heard Roderick say, Looking for children? Are you crazy? A soldier noticed a female voice talking to Roderick, but the mysterious girl said nothing more. She walked towards Roderick. Goth wondered himself. Where is he going? That's not the way to the camp. Suddenly, he froze. He saw a dark, gloomy aura enveloping Roderick. What? Goth clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make a sound. Scene changed to the next morning. Vlad, after a training session with Jagger, was massaging his muscles. Couldn't he go a little easier on me? The mysterious voice immediately scolded. Others have to pay to fight Jagger. Because he's a very skilled knight, the main character grumbled. It seems he just wants to beat me black and blue. The voice consoled. That's why your willpower is increasing. You are feeling down about your abilities. A whispering voice called his name from behind a tree. It was Goth. Why was he calling him? Leader. Leader. Goth approached, looking left and right, then asked, Do you want to escape from here with me tonight? I only want what's best for you. What do you mean? Vlad asked. Goth continued to speak. You shouldn't take my words lightly. Last night, I saw that forest with my own eyes. The forest we are on expedition in is cursed. Goth said with a look of fear. What? Vlad was full of questions. Goth continued. You know many soldiers have fled despite the good pay and conditions, right? So what if it's true? Vlad asked. It's because the forest took them. Goth hissed in a gloomy voice. They weren't deserters. They're missing people. I saw its eyes. Goth's eyes darkened. The ghost that took them in the forest. After a moment of silence, Vlad raised his hand, about to hit Goth. This bastard. Even when making things up, there should be a limit. I'm telling the truth. Goth shouted. Even yesterday, a knight disappeared. Vlad stopped his hand. You mean Sir Roderick? Yes, it was Sir Roderick. Goth quickly replied. On my way back, I discovered something. All the people who have gone missing so far have black hair. Vlad was shocked. Immediately after, an army led by Agege on horseback was prepared to follow Goth's memory into the forest. Goth lamented inwardly. Oh God, I should have just packed my things and run away. Boo-hoo. Jagger on horseback quietly asked Vlad, Can we trust him? Vladri Plaid. No. But even so, he's not crazy. Jagger thought to himself. Sir Joseph thinks this is an opportunity. Instead of a pointless expedition, having something to investigate would be more useful. But that makes me uncomfortable. Jagger spoke up, asking, All the missing people have black hair, huh? Are you thinking of Joseph, sir? Vlad replied, The 3 knights guarding the outpost. Something might happen to them. Jagger said, That's because they're useless. Jagger sank into thought again. But I can't just stand by and watch. Roderick has gone missing, so someone better than him might be involved. Goth turned his head. Sir Jagger, the expedition team's tent is here. A soldier with a mushroom-like helmet stepped out of the tent and saluted. Sir Jagger, I am Aaron, Sir Roderick's subordinate. Jagger, on horseback, asked the mushroom-helmeted soldier, You searched the entire forest and still didn't find Roderick? Yes, sir. Even with hunters guiding us, we couldn't find even a single footprint. Jagger thought, I guess I'll have to go check myself. He ordered. split into groups of 3, and search the surroundings. Spread out, but stay within sight of each other. Understood, the soldiers replied in unison. Under the twilight sky, Goth reproached Vlad. You're a liar. A liar who takes advantage of others' kindness. Lel sighed. Hey, stop your private conversation. I'll make it up to you later. Jagger spoke up. Did you find anything? Hearing them say no, Jagger sneered. Useless. Vlad replied. I'm from the city, so it's a bit difficult for me to find people in the forest. Jagger asked. Then how did you find people in the back alleys? Vlad said nonchalantly. Simple. Just beat one person up and you'll find out. Alegev Said, you really are useless. Jagger thought to himself. The sun is setting. Am I really going to return like this? Looking towards the frozen river, Jagger frowned. Have they searched the other side of the river? The soldiers replied. It seems they haven't crossed the river. After all, it's not on the expedition route. Jagger continued to think. There are no traces in the forest. It's already been searched once. There's no way. I can't find Roderick and that mysterious woman. Jagger ordered, gather around. We're crossing the river. Understood. Goth gathered all the soldiers. Suddenly, winter is also ending. The river surface isn't completely frozen, Vlad said, but it's still enough for us to cross. Jagger said, if we cross in waves, it should be fine. The bustling soldiers behind asked, did you find it? But Goth waved his hand. No, that's not why I called you. Jagger said loudly. We will expand a search area to the other side of the river. It's not completely frozen yet. Split into groups of 3 and cross. Goth shivered slightly. I have a bad feeling about this, somehow. Vlad waved his hand dismissively. You're just scared. Goth stammered. Of course I am. I'm not as good as you guys. Someone like me has to rely on intuition to survive. And my intuition says we shouldn't cross the river. Vlad was just silent. I don't know about intuition, but I'm sure. If you run away here, you won't die a peaceful death. The only witness running from the scene. Even I would capture you and kill you. Enough rambling. Follow me. Vlad turned and started walking onto the ice. Goth had no choice but to follow. Still muttering, something is definitely wrong. Halfway across the lake, Goth stuttered, Captain, will this break? He pointed at the ice. Vlad said nonchalantly, yeah, I'm going to smash it and drown you right now. Hearing that, Goth collapsed onto the ice, not daring to move further. Vlad was annoyed. Get up. We're the only ones left behind. Suddenly, Goth screamed, Aya! Aya! Under the ice were human corpses. Human corpses floating under the ice. Vlad froze. He shouted, under the water. There are corpses under the water. The entire army heard it and was stunned. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the river surface cracked into large fissures. The ice is breaking. Get to shore. The soldiers screamed in terror. Aya! The corpses under the ice then lunged upwards, shattering the ice, attacking the army. What the hell is this? We're surrounded. The soldiers quickly formed a defensive line, but it seemed they couldn't fight off hundreds of bloodthirsty corpses. Sir Jagger, what do we do? A soldier yelled. Jagger's eyes were sharp and cold. This is a trap, an elaborate trap, as if they knew we were coming. Looking at the gradually setting sun, Jagger tensed. Night and darkness. This is not the realm of the living. The corpses roared, their terrifying green eyes surrounding them. In the encampment, inside the priest's tent, he was praying with the boy, John. May God bless us. Suddenly, he noticed a dark aura gradually covering the bronze cup, holding holy water. The snowy wind howled in the dark night. Amidst the snowstorm, a female corpse in a long white dress. Her jet black hair covering the snowy ground. A dark aura enveloped her. Her mournful voice drawled, My child, where's my child? The female demon flew towards the encampment. The dark aura spread further. On the frozen river, the corpses, numerous as ants, rushed towards the army. A ferocious one aimed straight for Goth, making him scream, Captain, save me. Vlad immediately rushed forward, one sword strike severing the corpse's neck. Another group of corpses heard the commotion and swarmed towards Vlad. He swung his sword repeatedly at them. An arm flew towards Goth, scaring him out of his wits. Vlad roared, Get up and grab your spear. Goth was still too terrified to stand up. I can't do it. Damn it. Vlad gritted his teeth. The mysterious voice spoke again. Don't lose your cool. Choose a path before deciding to escape. Vlad looked at the horde of corpses menacingly rushing forward. He thought, I can't advance. Is Sir Jagger still safe? Elsewhere, Jagger's sharp sword swung, exterminating a group of over 10 corpses. But there were too many of them. A few had managed to attack some soldiers. grabbing their heads and snapping them. Jagger was furious. Damn it, this will drag on endlessly. This was all planned beforehand. I don't know who set it up, but the purpose is crystal clear. There's no more time to hesitate. Jagger's eyes flickered with a green light, like poison. His grip on the sword tightened. He charged into the horde of corpses, slashing them apart. Seeing this, the soldiers' spirits were boosted. They encouraged each other and advanced. Sir Jagger is still with us. Jagger shouted towards Vlad. Vlad of Sarah, fulfill the contract. Vlad yelled back in response. I'll do it right away. Jagger continued to command. Retreat to the garrison immediately. Hold them off by any means for as long as possible. A spurt of blood splashed onto Jagger's face, making him look even fiercer. Protect Sir Joseph, according to the contract, Jagger yelled. Understood, Vlad shouted loudly, then turned and fled at the speed of light, not forgetting to pull God along. God, hurry up. Captain, wait for me. As for Jagger, he took a steady breath, then snapped his eyes open, hoping those who received his orders could reach Sir Joseph safely. Jagger continued to fight frantically. Suddenly, the familiar figure of Roderick appeared, now a corpse, making Jagger grit his teeth. Sorry, Roderick. I was too late. At the encampment, Joseph was flipping through books when he heard a loud noise outside. Let me go. An intruder? Joseph was startled. A subordinate rushed into the tent. Sir Joseph, he was panicked. What's wrong? Joseph pressed, but the other man just stammered. You rushed here without knowing anything about the situation. Joseph was furious. It's because your safety is paramount, sir. The soldier stammered. Joseph roared. Then why didn't you bring your sword? The soldier froze, touching his empty scabbard, while that soldier was kowtowing and begging for forgiveness outside the tent. The priest hurriedly entered with 2 more soldiers. Sir Joseph, it's demons. Priest Andrea held up a Bible. This is a passage from the scriptures, written with holy ink. Look, sir, every letter is trembling. This is not normal at all. Joseph was aghast. Is there any way to stop it? The priest replied, I am not an exorcist, but I will try. I will release as much of my divine power as possible. But with a demon like this, I may not be of much help. Joseph frowned. I understand. He thought continuously. Among the knights left behind, none are capable enough to create their own barriers to protect their comrades. But right now, they are my only option. Joseph waved his sleeve. Order them to move. His gaze was as cold as the blizzard outside. Outside, hundreds of soldiers were writhing and screaming on the snow. Let me go. I am not your child. Let go. Looking at the dense fog, Joseph quickly used a handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth. Is this what's making people dazed? The priest replied, not exactly. I can only say this is definitely not a natural phenomenon. Joseph frowned. It's affecting me too. That female demon appeared again, a dark, gloomy aura enveloping her. She looked terrifying. Her gaping, blood-colored maw was wide open, incessantly muttering. My child. Where's my child? Her arms and legs were abnormally long. Joseph's group froze at this horrific sight. The creature saw Joseph. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and screamed, My child, I finally found you. A hand glowing with brilliant golden light reached out. It belonged to an emaciated woman, with a mouth full of jagged, sharp teeth. She frantically screamed, Child, child, my child. Andrea was clasping his hands as if in prayer. Around him, lines of glowing, squiggly script appeared. They were shining. Jiang beside him was doing the same. His 2 hands were turned up to the sky as if in supplication. It turned out the 2 of them were chanting a spell to destroy that fiendish, demon-like woman. Joseph thought, damn it, this is so annoying. Is there no other way to defeat it besides Sir Jiang? He looked at the 2 people sprawled on the ground and at Maxim. He thought, they're not worthy. They don't deserve Father Andrea's blessing. That demon only knows how to say 2 words, my child. Joseph stared intently at her. It seems like a curse specifically for me. He saw her fingers gradually catching fire. Joseph hated this feeling of helplessness. Who was responsible? Jiang coughed up blood. Andrea reminded him, Jiang, hold your position. The sun will surely rise again. The shield was being pierced by a sharp-clawed hand. Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, his 2 hands faced the sky, continuing to resist, strengthening the power. The demon was once again trapped, unable to move forward. Joseph looked at Jiang. That acolyte has reached his limit. The hymn is about to end. He was anxious, sweat trickling down his cheek. Is it over? We can't wait until sunrise tomorrow morning. His eyes widened in astonishment because he saw a figure with white hair charging from behind the female demon. Did the female demon sense that person's presence? She turned her head. That person was none other than Vlad. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, power flowing into it, preparing for battle. Back to a few minutes ago. That thing is cursed, so ordinary swords can't cut through it? Vlad wondered. Then what should I do? The sword asked. Can you use aura? Vlad looked as if he'd heard a joke. Are you kidding me? The sword was silent. Suddenly it spoke. Ah, there's one way. Vlad picked it up and asked what way. It's if you let me possess your body for a moment. Vlad was a bit skeptical. Is that possible? The sword wasn't very sure. But for now, that's the only option. It said, I'm sure I can use my own aura, but I'm not sure if I can use it. In your body. Vlad's entire body felt as if a blue electric current was passing through it. Even if I can use it, I won't be able to move for a while. So I don't recommend it. But Vlad's eyes were cold. Deep down, they held strong determination. So if I don't kill it, I'll be the one killed. His hand tightened on the sword. That's also the law of swordsmanship. Vlad decided, let's do it. The sword asked again. Are you sure? Vlad's eyes were sharp and cold, filled with killing intent. I promise, Joseph. I have a duty. I will offer my conviction, not just loyalty. Hearing that, the sword said, I will respect your decision. Returning to reality, Vlad was charging. The female demon turned and shrieked at him. Vlad was affected by that ear-piercing shriek. Vlad squeezed his eyes shut tightly. It's time. He closed his right eye. A blue ray of light struck down from above. Is this truly the voice's realm? He erupted, his form enveloped by a violent surge of energy. Vlad's stance was incredibly powerful. His eyes were as sharp as a sword's blade. His blue eyes blazed with light. The sword in his hand pulsed with vitality. Power coursed along the sword's body. The female demon was enveloped in a brilliant light. Vlad charged forward fiercely, swinging his sword, slashing across her body. The female demon shrieked in pain. Those present gaped in astonishment. Joseph stared, equally astonished. Vlad's single strike, just now, was enough to make him collapse. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Vlad's entire body was overwhelmed by the immense power, causing great pain. He screamed loudly. Joseph's voice called out to him anxiously. Vlad! Vlad! He collapsed face down, his whole body trembling. Joseph realized immediately. That was definitely the mark of aura. I don't know how he could achieve it, but it surely came at a heavy price. That demon woman wasn't completely dead yet. My child, my child. She was crawling toward Vlad. He was in too much pain to run. Joseph ordered, stop to him, then dashed off. Everyone called out to him in astonishment. Sir Joseph. He had helped Vlad up, putting Vlad's arm over his shoulder. Vlad, lean on me. He could only groan in pain. The female demon's obsession hadn't ended. Her hand reached out. The dark energy from her body billowed out. My child. And then her hand grabbed his ankle. She had caught Joseph, making him stumble and fall. Joseph was aghast. This damn weak body. I can't even break free on my own. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, Sir Joseph. Varden grabbed his cloak. Please forgive my impertinence. He threw him and Vlad far away, escaping the female demon's claws. Seeing her prey disappear, she shrieked in anger. Andrea saw the two young men thrown to his side. Joseph panted heavily. This is the first time. I felt relieved to have someone by my side. A voice replied, thank you, sir. Vlad struggled to pick up his sword. He still wanted to fight. Looking at Andrea, he spoke. Father, please bless my sword. He pleaded. I must help this woman find release from her suffering. He was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. His hand grasped the sword blade. It cut into his palm, drawing blood. Vlad's sword was stained with Andrea's blood. I have blessed your sword. Vlad took it back. Thank you, father. His body recovered some strength as he slowly walked forward. He stood before the female demon. She, crazed, whimpered, please, help me find my child. Vlad remembered, though it was only a brief moment. I saw the woman imprisoned in that dark cellar. She screamed in pain through the iron bars. My child, and the child, abandoned on the cold floor. The woman wept. Please, give me back my child, I beg you. She could do nothing but beg. As her child slowly died before her eyes. Her horrific memories. Vlad raised his sword with both hands and said with sorrow, rest in peace. The woman still only yearned for her child. Where are you, my child? Vlad thrust his sword straight down. He had freed that woman. My child. The morning sun peeked over the mountainside. Deep within the forest, A figure in a black, hooded cloak was performing some ritual. Here, on a wooden box, a black flame flickered. He smirked cunningly, pleased. The black flame was still burning in his hand, but then it suddenly extinguished. He was shocked, disbelieving. I can no longer feel her presence. Was she defeated? But by whose hand? Among them. Only one knight knows how to use aura. A voice rang out from above. So, you're the little rat pulling the strings from the shadows, huh? You mentioned. Jia. A chill ran down his spine. Death was inevitable. On a clear blue morning, Joseph Bayeth looked at the head being held by the hair in the hand of Jagger. Is he the one behind controlling these corpses? He surmised. It must be. To Jagger's left, he held a wooden box. Besides that, it seems the object that woman was searching for in vain was a child's coffin. Joseph Bayeth ordered, please give it to the priest. I will investigate further when I return to Vanna. Jagger replied gravely, yes, sir. Joseph Bayeth stood on a cliff, looking down. The camp was covered in a blanket of white snow. It seems our expedition has completely failed. Jagger spoke up. I have no excuses. Sir, Joseph Bayeth didn't seem to mind much, even though it was a failure. For some reason, I also feel quite relieved. Jagger asked, what about that other guy? Joseph Bayeth's voice was filled with smug confidence. I think we found him. The one who will become my sword. The person he was referring to was Vlad. That kid will be a sword that shines more brilliantly than any other. At this moment, Vlad's face was blank. I slept for 3 whole days. The sword in his hand replied. That's right. Be more careful next time. I didn't know the side effects would be so strong. Vlad had woken up and was sitting on the bed. Luckily, I thought they would make me depart immediately, like treating me as luggage and just tossing me into some carriage. The sword surmised. They must have waited for you to recover. That Joseph fellow seems to care a lot about you. Vlad had changed clothes and was about to get out of bed. He stepped out of the tent. Surprised, he muttered, seeing the deserted scene with not a soul in sight. Why is there no one in the camp? Sword, well, after all that happened, it's only natural they'd run away. Gogi arrived right on time. Captain, you're awake? Do you know how worried I was? Vlad's voice was slightly sarcastic. Oh, the first one who wanted to run away is the one who stayed until the end, huh? Gogi grinned. Of course, they promised to pay extra when we return. He chattered on. I brought you back to the camp, and I even risked my life with you, knight. Fighting back there. You shouldn't forget this, you know. Vlad said coolly. All right, I'll consider you. Gogi waved his hand. Sir Jagger told me to report to him once you woke up. And Sir Joseph is in his tent. You should go see him. Vlad bid him farewell. All right, keep up the good work. Gogi called after him. Speak well of me in front of them. Okay. Don't forget. Vlad scowled and muttered under his breath. So noisy, damn it. In Joseph Bayeth's tent, he was pouring a glass of wine. Can you drink wine? Vlad replied. Yes, I used to work in a brothel for a time, but I've never drunk such expensive wine before. Joseph Bayeth looked at the bottle in his hand. This is indeed wine for nobles. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at Vlad. First, I want to thank you. At that time, you could have run away. Vlad said simply, well, we have a contract between us. Joseph Bayeth agreed. That's right. You once promised me on your faith. He looked at Vlad, thinking, but that contract was, after all, just empty words. And yet, this kid actually kept his word. He's a talent I can't afford to miss. Suddenly, Joseph Bayeth corrected himself. Wait, no, that's not right. He's a talent I absolutely must have. Joseph Bayeth picked up his wine glass. If that's the case, then it's my turn to keep my promise. I will give you a reward worthy of what you've accomplished. He placed the wine glass in front of Vlad. He declared, I officially invite you to join House Bayeth in the Vanna district. Under Bayeth, Jagger announced, Sir Joseph, the mercenary group has all been dismissed. Joseph Bayeth praised, very good. The report on the expedition hasn't been settled yet, so we'll have to stay here for another day or two. Jagger looked at Vlad, who was curiously looking around everywhere like a cat. Curiously, he asked him, is this your first time here? Vlad scratched his head shyly and said, no matter where we go, it's always the first time for me. What about Bumpkin District? This immediately silenced Vlad. Joseph Bayeth was leaving. Before he left, he said to Vlad, in that case, rest today. You could take a walk and see the city. Vlad bowed his head, not forgetting to say, thank you, sir. Jagger warned him, kid, don't get lost, and be back at the city hall before nightfall. Vlad obediently replied, yes. He glared at him annoyedly, thinking, I really hate this old guy. When no one else was around, the sword spoke up. It seems Jagger is also quite fond of you, just like Joseph. Vlad wasn't happy. Then please stop being fond of me. Otherwise, my life will be ruined. His mood lightened up. Anyway, I got a big haul from the expedition. Let's go have a proper meal. I wonder what's delicious around here. Someone gently tugged his hand, calling Sir Vlad. He bent down to look. Oh, Jean. Father? Is something wrong? Jean smiled brightly like a flower and invited him. If you're not busy today, the priest would like to invite you to meet him. Vlad was surprised. The priest. The two of them were standing in front of a magnificent church. Vlad looked up and exclaimed, "It's huge. Even the other shrines in Sarah aren't this big." Jean raised his index finger and explained, because Stora is the capital of the Baeth and Vanna districts. It's the religious center here. He smiled at him. Please come inside and wait a moment. I'll bring the priest right away. When the door opened, Vlad stepped inside. He exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa," because before Vlad's eyes was the splendor and magnificence of the cathedral. A thought popped into Vlad's head. Come to think of it, even though I'm a follower of Vayman, I've never once prayed properly. He scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. I don't know why I feel so guilty. Andrea came out right on time. Vlad, sorry to keep you waiting. He bowed his head to him. It's all right, Father. Thank you for inviting me. Andrea smiled gently. Don't mention it. He handed him something. Here. Vlad took it, suspicious. This is, in his hand was a card. Your identification card. Vlad took it, listening to Andrea explain. Sir Joseph would probably have arranged something too, but an identification card from the shrine is the most effective. After all, its influence extends widely throughout these lands. Vlad's eyes lit up, widening, because on it read, Guardian Priest Andrea. He patted his shoulder and advised, just come to me if you ever need help with anything. Andrea smiled. From now on, I will be your guardian. Vlad didn't understand why he would do this. Vlad's thoughts, a priest, a kid from the streets, not even registered at birth, now has a guardian to help register his name with the wide world out there. Vlad knelt down and paid his respects to Andrea with all his reverence. From today, he was no longer Vlad from the back alleys, but Vlad of Sarah. Joseph Baeth's carriage procession was departing. He was introducing to Vlad. The lands of Baeth include 12 towns and 3 cities. The commercial center, Sarah. The religious capital, Vanna. And right here, the central city, Stora. The procession stood before the city gates of the central city. Inside the city, Jagger crossed his arms, looking at them with a rather unfriendly attitude, reminding them, you are now guests of Sir Joseph. Remember, if you do anything stupid, it will affect Sir Joseph's reputation. He was lecturing Vlad and Gogi. Don't run around like country bumpkins new to the city. Just sit still. Both replied, yes, sir. Jagger was about to say more. The maids will bring food. When they do, the two looked at him, not understanding. Then he stopped talking. Never mind. Don't eat anything, just wait. You'll make a bad impression if you eat like savages. Vlad argued. Even so, eating a little bit. Jagger, though leaving, still strictly forbade them. Absolutely shut up. And don't eat anything. The room door opened. The two of them entered a luxurious room, with a chandelier on the ceiling, chairs and carpet in a noble crimson velvet. It was Gogi's first time in such a place. This is a living room? He looked around. House Baeth is really rich, huh? Vlad nodded. I know, right? I knew it. A voice came from behind a curtain. I've never seen you two before. Vlad looked at the silhouette of a person behind the thin curtain. Speaking. Voice from curtain. Damn it, I was just about to sneak off for a nap. That person stepped out. Vlad watched him warily, his eyes wide. It seemed he recognized him. This person, Ratiger asked coldly. Who are you two? Vlad was stunned. Vlad's thought. He looks so familiar, but his aura is completely different. He sized him up. Vlad's thought. It's as if he could cut someone in half, just with his gaze. Gogi, flustered, greeted, I'm Gogi. We met Sir Joseph during the expedition. And Ratiger interrupted him. Ah, so you're Gogi. Then he glanced at the person beside him. And Vlad spoke up. I am Vlad from Sarah. Ratiger remarked. Is that so? First time hearing that name. Rudiger's thought, assessing Vlad. Look at this guy. Those sharp eyes. Doesn't he feel any fear? So confident, even standing before me. Ratiger smirked. Looks like Joseph brought back some useful ones. I like you. He put his hand in his pocket, then took out a handful of beans, offering them. Want some beans? Vlad stood still, looking at them. He refused. We were told not to eat anything. He repeated, a bit irritably. We were told not to eat anything here. Gogi was utterly shocked. His face contorted in fear at Vlad's action. Gogi's thought. What's with this crazy guy? He can't refuse. The kindness of someone of higher status like that. Rudiger's face fell slightly. Is that so? So Vlad from Saris. First act in the Bayeth mansion is to refuse beans from Rutiger, the Count's eldest son, who offered them to him. Rutiger popped the beans into his mouth, chewing noisily. But they're good. In the study, the thin, scarred hand of a man was writing on paper. Joseph Bayeth. Yes, father. Joseph Bayeth met his father. The Count said, I know, no one has ever impressed you, except for Jagger, whom your mother brought. He looked at him. If you can make that kid into a knight, as strong as our family's knights, I will reward you. Joseph Bayeth bowed his head in respect. Thank you, father. His sharp, cold eyes looked at him, reminding him coldly, I understand you are not skilled in swordsmanship, but never forget that you bear the name Bayeth. Joseph Bayeth didn't say much, just bowed his head and replied, yes, father. Then, his expression changed. Immediately asked him with concern, are you feeling better now, son? Joseph Baines replied, yes, father. The Count said, is that so? You may leave then. Joseph Baines bid farewell. Rest well, father. The two watched Joseph Baines's departing figure. The Count's face was very contemplative as he watched his steps. He said to Ramos, who was standing beside him, we should give him more medicine. Ramos replied, I'm sure he would be very grateful for that. And Lady Oksana, too. The Count scoffed. Well, that woman certainly cares for her child, doesn't she? Changing the subject, the Count asked, so, what do you think, Ramos, about Joseph's report? He answered, we should take it seriously. These strange events keep happening consecutively. Veins bulged on the Count's forehead, showing he was extremely angry. We must find out who is behind these events. How dare they commit such atrocities in our domain? Ramos added, even so, the report suggests that, on the surface, they are a combination of resurrecting the dead and curses. The Count listened, resting his chin on his hand. This cannot be done by just one. It would require more than 2 dark mages. He surmised, if there are more than 2 of them, it must be a group or organization. Ramos agreed. Yes, that's possible. The Count prepared to stand up, but that doesn't change anything. He clasped his hands behind his back and started to leave, because House Baines will always stand firm here, and we are ready to deal with anyone who dares to stand in our way. He turned his head, his eyes sharp and cold, declaring, I hope you find them soon. Those who dare to endanger my son and cause chaos in my land. The night sky enveloped the Baines estate. At this moment, Joseph Baines appeared in the living room with Jagger. The report took longer than I expected. Have you been waiting long? Gary quickly replied, no. My lord. Joseph Baines recognized him. Gary, right? He exclaimed loudly, yes, Lord Joseph. Joseph Baines said, we'll talk about your reward tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, his mood plummeted uncontrollably. But I've been hungry all day. Yes, Joseph Baines said. The maid will show you to your room. You should go rest. But even if Gary had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare complain. He bowed his head and left. Well then, if I may be excused. Lord Joseph Baines sat comfortably in his chair. Now, shall we talk for a bit? He looked at Vlad. You saved me and decided to offer your sword to me in the future. Is that right? Vlad stood opposite him. Yes, my lord. Yes. Joseph Baines continued to ask. You said you have a mission to complete, and I understand that means you need freedom, correct? Yes. Joseph Baines crossed his legs, looking very relaxed. You say you will offer your sword to me, while your desire for freedom contradicts that. We need to clarify this. He asked him, what exactly do you intend to do with your freedom? If you tell me, I can consider how much I can help you. Vlad remained silent, not answering. His jade-green eyes shone brightly, looking sharply at him. He stared at Joseph Baines under the moonlight. Before speaking, the Blue Moon Knight, Godwin of Gaeta. Do you know him, my lord? Joseph Baines silently looked at Vlad. Vlad's thought, I thought he was just a talented child. Who knew he had such a special background? He calmly said, the anonymous one who destroyed. Rosmile is Godwin, a knight of Gaeta. Vlad's thought, I have never forgotten the one who killed my benefactor. He is the one who ruined my life. Vlad affirmed, that's right. Vlad's thought, but he is also the person I admire. Joseph Baines clasped his hands together. He said regretfully, I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Those people are beyond what I can touch. Vlad had expected this. Vlad's thought, I figured as much, but he still felt quite disappointed. Vlad's thought, I've already accepted this. After all, Lord, Joseph is just the Count's son. At least he was honest with me about it. They both said at the same time, if that's the case, then let's just make a small change to our agreement. Joseph Baines spoke first. I propose a 7-year contract. Vlad of Sarah. He was surprised. What? Joseph Baines looked at him. Perhaps you didn't anticipate this, did you? I just gave up my pride as a nobleman. Making that decision wasn't easy. Vlad's thought. Vlad saw Jagger staring at him intently, exuding a murderous aura. Vlad's thought. I'm not sure, but it seems he's telling the truth. Joseph Baines continued. I will ensure your future, because you're my benefactor. For 7 years, I will provide you with food, lodging, and training. I will turn you into an invincible knight, second to none. Vlad was surprised. A knight? Joseph Baines's voice continued to echo. In return, I want your loyalty, and for you to only follow the missions I assign. Of course, regarding the incident involving Godwin and matters related to the Sarah Valley, that's all I can help you with. He mentioned Gamina. The girl named Gamina is currently at a convent. Joseph Baines looked at him. You can't achieve much with just a sword in hand. In life, many things are sharper than sword and blades. I have my own weapon too. Joseph Baines asked, well then, Vlad, the conversation had ended some time ago. Joseph Baines looked out the window. His reflection shone on the glass. Joseph's thought, that kid is quite ambitious. Jagger didn't understand his decision. My lord, is it necessary to go to such lengths? I can always find useful children for you. Joseph Baines said, I know there are many talented children who inherit abilities for where they were born, but being able to use those abilities is another matter. Jagger looked at him. My lord, are you sure that kid will meet your expectations? Joseph Baines was very confident about Vlad. Of course, I've seen it with my own eyes. Jagger reminded him. That kid is rather stubborn and headstrong. He'll be very difficult to control, sir. Joseph Baines looked at him. I still have you by my side, Jagger. 7 years is also a long enough time to raise a wild beast and make it obedient. Jagger had to say, if that's the case, then I will do my best. Joseph Baines assigned him a task. I'm counting on you. The more skilled the kid becomes, the more beneficial it is for me. He looked outside. Joseph's thought, I only thought it was a useful wolf, gazing at the moon, hanging high above. Joseph's thought, but who knew it was a child ambitious enough to chase the moon? Sunlight shone on the Baines mansion. Early in the morning, Jagger was guiding Vlad on a tour of the house. From now on, this room is yours. It's a bit old, but it's all yours to use. Vlad didn't mind. Not at all. It looks great. He looked very pleased. The floor isn't dirty, and there's even a bed. It's like a palace for me. Hearing this, Jagger suddenly remembered. I see. I forgot you came from the valley and the back alleys. The other trainees come from wealthy backgrounds, so they find it hard to adapt here. He sighed. It seems there are no problems for now, unless you create one. At this, Vlad hesitantly mentioned about the peanut incident. At that time, it was because Lord Rudiger. Jagger didn't want to hear it. Just forget it. You didn't listen to me from the start anyway. Vlad looked at him resentfully. But you beat me to a pulp too. Jagger left. After you finish eating, meet me at the military hall. We'll spar in the morning and evening, and during marches as well. Just as he stepped outside, they met Lady Oksana. Geger, she called, my loyal knight. Geger Visperd, introducing Vlo. This is Lady Oksana, Lord Joseph's mother. Greet her properly, as you were taught before. They both bowed in unison, exactly the same way. Greetings, Lady Oksana. She greeted back, good morning. Oksana looked at Vlad. Is this the boy? Jagger bowed his head and replied, yes, my lady. Lord Joseph personally selected him. She looked at Vlad intently. I understand. Vlad glanced at Lady Oksana, who smiled gently. Vlad's face immediately flushed red, and he quickly bowed his head. Oksana looked at him. Thank you. I heard you saved my son. Is that right? Vlad stammered. I only did what was right, my lady. She stood before him. I will reward you. You did something wonderful. More than you might think. Vlad bowed his head. Thank you, my lady. Oksana patted Vlad's head. Your hair color is lovely, along with your blue eyes. Then she patted both his shoulders, making him flustered. Although your shoulders are quite broad, you're still too thin. You'll look great if you eat properly. I'll prepare some clothes for you. Vlad's face was still red. Thank you, my lady. She smiled gently, then left with her maid. Try to do well, Sir Jagger. Have a good day, my lady. Only then did Vlad let out a sigh of relief. Jagger, surprised, said, what was that just now? I didn't expect you to have this unfamiliar side to you. Why were you so shy? Vlad answered honestly, Well, it's because I've never met a noblewoman before. I get understood Simworth. Jaggers thought, not bad for a first meeting. Jaggers thought, to be honest, I'm not comfortable around the lady either. Jagger urged, go eat. He replied, yes. A few people were scattered around the mansion's dining hall. One person spat, and it landed in a bowl of soup. That bowl of soup belonged to Vlad. Someone came looking for trouble with him. Sobanin smirked. Sorry, I mistook you for a trash can. Because of the garbage smell coming from you. The group behind him burst out laughing. Vlad coldly looked at his bowl of soup. He used a spoon to scoop out just the saliva, then flicked it behind him. Then he ate as if nothing had happened. Vlad's thought happened faster than I thought. They were surprised he had no reaction. What's with this bastard? How can he be so calm? Vlad remembered Jagger's instructions. From this moment on, you're a guest brought here by Lord Joseph. Any foolish action could affect his reputation. So be careful. Vlad's thought. Vlad was trying to figure out how to beat up these idiots without affecting Lord Joseph's reputation. But Sobanin, seeing no amusing reaction from him, started to leave. This damn bastard. You'll see me again soon. Suddenly, he called out to the guy. What's your name? The guy, as if deaf, asked back what? Vlad tilted his head, glaring at him. I said, what's your name? The deathly glare made the guy sweat. Sobanin's thought, what kind of killing intent is this? He quickly replied, it's Sobanin. Vlad stood up. Sobanin. He left, but his bone-chilling voice lingered. I remember that name. On the road outside the Baines mansion, a procession was passing by. It was the Count's men. He was standing on high, looking down at the training ground. Count's thought, it seems all the trainees are participating in the sparring session. Yes, your lordship. The man's eyes were drawn to one person. He looked at Vlad. Is it the child? I heard that child has blonde hair. The Count assessed. Look sharp. Ramos looked in one direction. Master, please look. He followed his gaze. Someone is hiding and watching us. A dark shadow in the distance was looking at the training ground. The Count immediately guessed who it was. It must be Jagger. That child must have bothered him. He crossed his arms, as if preparing to watch an amusing play. Shall we go over and take a look? Two wooden swords clashed. One attacked. The other defended. Vlad was sparring with a dark-haired boy. His moves were extremely powerful. He pressed close, forcing his opponent to retreat continuously. The Count remarked, so aggressive. Even though his opponent is twice his size. He's reckless. Ramos couldn't believe it. Really, master? The Count assessed. But at the same time, he also has courage. He's applying whatever he has learned into actual combat. Remember this, Vlad. Every sword fight begins with the feet. You can instill fear in your opponent with your footwork, shoulders, and even your gaze. The two were exchanging many techniques. The dark-haired boy attacked. Take this. You can control your opponent with your movements. Vlad dodged to the left, then to the right. The dark-haired boy was stunned to see Vlad had closed in on him. Instantly, with a critical strike, he slashed across the boy's body. Luckily, it was a wooden sword. If it were a real sword, he'd be dead. The dark-haired boy panted, overwhelmed. He was definitely aiming for the left side. But not him. Suddenly, his dark hair was grabbed. Vlad spoke coldly. Sobanin's lackey. Yesterday, you had a lot of fun laughing at me in the dining hall, didn't you? He looked at the boy, enunciating each word as a warning. Keep laughing. Then, the boy received a punch right in the face. This action startled the other boys, making them confused and scared. Ramos exclaimed, oh dear, we can't let the kids fight during sparring. The Count turned to leave. He had seen enough. Just leave them be. To become a knight requires strong determination. He glanced at Jagger. The boy over there seems quite pleased with the result. Ramos also noticed. It seems that's indeed true, your lordship. Vlad was still punching the boy's face repeatedly. One boy ran out to intervene. Stop it, stop. The instructor shouted loudly. I said stop. Are you ignoring my orders? Vlad's fist was covered in blood. Only then did he stop, releasing the dark-haired boy who had been beaten to a pulp. Standing proudly like a villain, Vlad said nonchalantly, I apologize. I lost control. The instructor was frightened by his murderous gaze. What's with that look? Vlad walked away. He passed by Sobanin and stopped. He glanced at him, smirked, and said, send my regards to your lackeys. I lose control easily when I get caught up in something that excites me. Sobanin was furious. You son of a bitch. He stepped closer to him. Let me apologize to you first. He bumped his shoulder against Sobanin. I won't let you off so easily. And when I find the right seasoning, I'll call for you. Sobanin's face turned pale with fear. This guy is crazy. Sir Joseph brought a mad dog back from the alley. In the dining hall, Gigi said, Captain, I heard you beat up some trainees. Rumors spread among us servants. Vlad sat opposite him, picking up a sausage and eating it with his bare hands. What about you? Is working in the stables okay? Gigi grinned happily. Of course. You think I work in an ordinary stable? No way. I take care of Count Bath's stable, you know. Wait, that's not important right now. Gigi's voice turned serious, reminding him, I heard you beat up those kids. In every manner you encountered. That's a crime. Vlad didn't care. Why are you surprised by that? Have you forgotten? I've always lived a life full of sin. Beating them is simply something violent that comes naturally. At this, Gigi looked dumbfounded. Right, I forgot about that. Vlad also added, besides, I didn't beat them subtly, and you didn't leave too much obvious evidence, partly because they were the ones who started the fight. Gigi was still worried. How can you think that will be all right? Vlad didn't see it as a big deal. Now, he looked around. Are there any guys who dare to cause trouble with us anymore? Isn't it more comfortable? Someone carrying a tray of food approached to get acquainted. Hello, he said timidly. I'm Polly Pachacano. Vlad looked at him. What do you want from me? Polly was flustered. Vlad, impatient, snapped, sit down or get lost. Don't just stand there gawking. His face lit up. Really? He sat down next to Vlad. Thanks for asking me to sit. That wasn't Vlad's intention. I meant he should get lost. Polly spoke up. I've been eating alone since I came here. In places like bathrooms. Vlad huffed. I'm eating now, can't you see? This is my precious sausage right now. Don't ruin my mood. He pointed at it. That looks delicious, doesn't it? Polly explained. My father is a meat supplier here, the Cano family. We supply all the meat and many meat products to various places in the kingdom. My family has been raising poultry and livestock for many generations. He made an offer to Vlad. I saw you earlier, maybe asking for more sausage. Would you like to have some? Vlad felt slighted. What did you say? You think this will make me? Layers of meat, delicious-looking, flavorful sausages appeared. Polly led the two into a room, full of his meat. My father sent a lot of meat here for me to eat, but it's a bit too much for me to eat all this alone. Only then did Vlad realize. All the trainees here were young masters, from wealthy families. I forgot. They are people I've never been able to talk to. If I had stayed in the alley, having at least a few good relationships with these people wouldn't hurt. Vlad's attitude became much friendlier. Polly, from now on, would you like to eat with us? He was overjoyed. Really? Can I eat with you guys? Vlad patted his back. Of course, trainees should get along with each other. He thought to himself, I'm not doing this just for these sausages. Jagger walked slowly, one leg at a time. Serving sir, Joseph, and training new recruits isn't a problem, but it's a bit tiring. Now I can only rest when Cattle and Maxim have recovered. Suddenly, a call from afar. Sir Jagger, where are you going in such a hurry? Sir Gregory, extremely annoyed. He kept frowning. What damn thing now? He burst out laughing. You're looking rather annoyed. As you can see, I'm very busy. He continued laughing. I'm not surprised. To complete, sir, Joseph's tasks, you must be very busy. I understand that. Seemingly losing all patience, Jagger became angrier. Do you want to tell me something? Still with that polite attitude. Someone like you should have attendants to help with your work. Honestly, I think it's not too late for you to do so. What the heck? So nosy. Why don't you mind your own business? Suddenly bringing up attendants here. Too embarrassed, he had to scratch his neck and pretend to laugh loudly. My boys are all well fed. They should lose some weight. Saying that, how could Jagger understand? What do you mean by that? Sweat started to bead on his forehead. Vlad, you see, that kid seems to suit me. A manly, confident, brave personality. Right, not from Haiphong, so always beating around the bush. I said I'm very busy. Get to the point, sir. Awkwardly. You know, it's not very proper for a knight to interfere in the affairs of attendants. It's not very polite. I'm a bit embarrassed too. Vlad, it seems he's not getting enough attention. So he came here for this. That kid has no friends. He thinks he's better than others, so he chooses to be alone. Sir Gregory's tone gradually shifted to pleading. Please, just tell him that many people care about him. I mean, he's also my nephew. I can't let him suffer like this forever. But asking you to tell him, that is a bit embarrassing for me too. Jagger looked at him with a sharp gaze. You mean I should help for free? He patted his chest confidently. If everything goes my way, I'll owe you a favor for this. It seems you're not very confident either. That kid honestly won't listen to what I say. Gregory was still very persuasive. But that kid works well. The person who was reluctant to accept still tried to persuade. I told you he won't listen to my advice. He still smiled brightly. He really can do many things. Just say so. Cut to another scene in a small stable. Gigi sat next to Vlad. From what I can see, the problem isn't with you, Captain. The problem is that you can't ride a horse. All the horses here are very well trained. They are not afraid of humans. Yet, when you approach them, they run away. This isn't a skill issue, but something very strange. Even the other stable hands say the same thing as me. Vlad couldn't help but feel frustrated. Damn it, it's always like this. Dogs, cats, all animals hate me. They always run away as soon as I get close. Now horses too. While speaking, he suddenly remembered. But I rode Sir Jagger's horse that day, the night we fled from the zombies. You rode it with me too. Gigi also became suspicious. Sir Jagger's horse? It's very expensive. It's also a battle-hardened warhorse. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel dejected. I can only ride good horses, battle-hardened and expensive ones. I can't say that to others. I must learn to ride a horse at all costs. Suddenly, someone entered. Lady Oksana summons you. Full of surprise. Lady Oksana is calling me? Cut to a luxurious room. Lady Oksana was sitting opposite him, looking at you. Who would think you grew up in the slums? That outfit, it suits you well. Don't make it too tight. Make it a little loose. She's only 17, still growing. Joseph also grew quickly at this age. When summer comes, I'll have another outfit made for you. Anyway, seasonal clothes. Also help you maintain your physique and move better. His face was full of shyness, his cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you, my lady. The lady smiled very brightly, looking very kind. You saved my son's life. I'm the one who should be thanking you, and I apologize for calling you when you were busy training. You may go now. Yes, thank you very much. Exiting the door, Vlad heaved a sigh of relief. Facing the lady is so much pressure. I wonder how much this outfit is worth. It's too comfortable. I can't believe it's mine now. But being this happy isn't like my old self anymore. I can't just keep living comfortably like this. I worked hard in training to be accepted by the S-rank family. But there's something. I still feel like I don't belong here. Looks like I've gained weight. Comfort has made me lose my motivation to strive. While walking, he suddenly looked out the window. Outside, a group of people were fighting savagely. Hey pig, have you forgotten what this is? This is the price for living peacefully. Fun, right? Now get used to this. You must like your new friends, huh? All you trash gathered together, huh? Just looking at you pisses me off. Cursing, he struck, raining down excruciatingly painful punches on the other guy. Vlad, standing on the upper floor, saw everything. He couldn't stop thinking. No matter where you are, human nature remains the same. Those living comfortably, and those who cannot live in peace. In short, the stronger ones are just bullying those weaker than themselves. Thinking this, his eyes seemed to grow heavy with a hint of sadness. He slung his jacket over his back and walked off. I think I'll just wear this outfit for today. So in the evening, Vlad went to knock on the door of the guy who was beaten that afternoon. Who is it? It's me. Opening the door, the guy was surprised. Vlad? What are you doing here at this hour? Looking at his face, it was bruised everywhere. His eyes were swollen and purple. Vlad couldn't help but feel pity. I need something from you. Please give it to me. As he spoke, he pointed to a pile of meat in the room. The guy turned to look. Ham? For free. But I like it too. He thought to himself. Even if we're not as close friends as I'd hoped. I always hoped we could be a bit friendlier. Not like this. I guess he's just going to exploit me like the others. Even so, this is still better than eating it all alone. At least I might be able to ask him for a favor later. With that thought, he took a leg of ham and gave it to Vlad. Here you go. Vlad gently took it. Don't think anything negative. I will give you something worthy of this in return. A knight I know once said this. A knight only accepts payment, worthy of the effort he has put in. Even a 14 on one fight in the slums isn't this crowded. Weren't those the guys who beat him up this afternoon? The aggressive leader shouted, Shut up. Let's see how long you can keep up that defiant spirit. Unafraid of anyone, he bravely charged forward. Hurry up. I went to the trouble of coming here. Shouldn't you guys be doing something useful already? As if hitting a nerve, the crazed leader screamed, Kill him. His henchmen rushed forward. Vlad just smirked, his face sinister, his eyes deep set. I'm glad you all got the message. Blood will flow tonight. 1, then 2, then 3 punches landed squarely on their faces. They were terrified. Hey, don't retreat like that. He's attacking us. Over there, block him. Surround him. Damn it. The leader, seeing he was no match, was frustrated but could do nothing. Damn it. Compared to our one-on-one fight, this guy is completely different. How can this be? He's only been holding a sword for 2 months. Don't fall back. Hold your ground. Anyone who dares retreat, I'll kill them. You'd think the leader, would bravely stand up and fight, not just bark orders, and then fume like this guy. Vlad didn't let him be. He dashed towards him. You dare to talk, but do you dare to act, huh? If you're bold, then come at me, with your title as Big Brother. He had no choice but to engage. You lunatic, what are you blabbering about? He kept swinging his sword forward, but for Vlad, it was just time for him to reflect. Thinking back on the recent expedition, I only used all my strength to deliver each blow, without carefully observing the situation. Yes, the training with Jagger has yielded good results. Continue to trap the opponent with the distance I create, then find his weakness. As he thought, he acted, delivering critical hits. I understand now. The empty space, my own breathing rhythm and tempo, with what he had just demonstrated. He struck vulnerable spots, making him writhe. You bastard. My leg. Vlad raised his sword high, positioning himself to stab downwards. The other guy thought it was his last look at the world, so tears and snot streamed out, looking like a true coward. He thought it would be the finishing blow. But no, Vlad only thrust downwards, right next to his ear. Just that threat alone would make anyone in this situation not dare to reoffend. Heart pounding, legs trembling, he thought he was saying goodbye to the world. His eyes were murderous. Don't ever look me in the eye again. And don't cause trouble for Fat T, understand? Face drained of color, frozen stiff. He's speaking very seriously. This guy really intends to kill me. Under the moonlight, sometimes bright, sometimes hazy, his handsome face with striking jade green eyes and sharp demeanor. So, I'm done with the ham business. Who's next? His face icy. He turned to ask the henchman. You all have to pay for what you've done, right? Looking at that face, those eyes, who would dare to answer or even move? A beam of light shone straight into their eyes. If no one is willing to step forward, then I'll have to actively seek an opponent myself. Seeing the stunning display just now, plus a few teasing threats, the henchman became even more terrified. Everyone's face darkened, trembling with fear of becoming the next target to be destroyed. And of course, he spared no one. He savored today's godsend gift one by one. The sounds of ear-splitting screams rose one after another, full of misery. From afar, it seemed someone was watching every move of a young man. Yes, it's the Count. Truly special. Cut to another scene at the monthly meeting of the knights. Two long lines of people faced each other. It's unclear if it was intentional, but one side consisted of knights supporting Ratiger. The other side aligned with Joseph's faction and the neutrals. And alas, the captain of the knights brought out a notice and read it to everyone. The work schedule has been rearranged to prepare for Rudiger's absence and for the knights about to go on new missions. Next is the distribution of supplies sent by the church. The Count sat above, observing everyone around. Today, the atmosphere had completely changed. Those who followed Ratiger looked very indignant, as if they could tear others apart right there. Conversely, for Joseph's side, it was actually good news. After all, it had been a long time since Joseph's knights had regained their morale. Suddenly, Jagger was startled and looked towards the Count. Is the Count smiling? After a sufficient amount of time had passed. Thus, the meeting is adjourned. All knights are required to review their missions. Then they were dismissed. Outside, Jagger was provoked by someone from Rudiger's faction. You brought a mad dog here that likes to bite indiscriminately, haven't you? That's why people say background is very important. The two sides exchanged disdainful, affectionate glances. Don't cause any more trouble. Let's go. So that's his subordinate. Gregory, seeing this scene, could only burst out laughing. It seems they've been provoked to madness. Jagger heard, but didn't understand. What do you mean, my lord? His voice was cheerful and playful. Come on, my lord. You already know, don't you? Why are you acting so innocent? Good news travels fast. I heard Vlad performed a grand exorcism ceremony. The trainer even said he couldn't teach him because he exceeded the standards. He thought Jagger would be happy, but he had such an indifferent attitude. That guy is actually a lot of trouble. What the heck? Such a sour face. Even so, Gregory remained cheerful. He patted his chest. Thank you, Sir Jagger. As promised, I will undertake a mission with you. No matter how arduous or difficult, I will not back down. Sir Jagger just waved his hand. I'll remember these words. The boy makes me so proud. Not very surprising. Who was it that taught him? After all, he should at least be this good. In a certain room, a suit of armor was neatly hung up, a wooden box filled with shoes and other things. A man's voice spoke. This is a gift from father to Vlad. Jagger was astonished. Prepared by the Count himself? Simultaneously, Gregory also remarked approvingly. He is truly generous to his subordinates. Jagger also examined it. Is that oversea fur? It must be gray oversea. Indeed, the person next to him replied. In ancient times, gray oversea only appeared in the north. Therefore, armor made from the fur of the gray oversea is also a symbol of northern warriors. The person next to him was none other than Sir Joseph. My father must really like him. I also guess he himself has proven worthy of it. After all, my father approved him as a knight. After only a month. Jagger also agreed that's right. At least no young subordinate currently can compare to him. From his pocket, Joseph pulled out a letter. I've heard about it too. The rumors have spread everywhere. I can't just sit idly by either. What is that? In answer to that question, Joseph replied confidently. The next step we need to take. That letter is just right. Not too long and not too short. This is no ordinary invitation. He said gravely, can you reply for me, sir? Since you put it that way, Sir Joseph, how could Jagger refuse? Yes, I've been quite frustrated lately too. After dealing with him, I also have to clean up the mess he makes. Joseph smiled smugly. Very good. Then it's decided. We'll be heading to Gemma. The three of them stood side by side, each with a different demeanor, reminiscent of three superhero brothers in a cartoon, on a smoothly running horse-drawn carriage. Two people were conversing. Sir Joseph began. Gemma is famous for its fruit. It's a precious city because northerners rarely get to eat fruit. It is also one of the routes leading to the central regions. This is a very important route for trade. Vlad also wondered, is that why Sir Jagger is taking action? Joseph nodded. That's right. A crisis is also an opportunity, especially when it's not our crisis. The Haino family is in a period of succession. An invitation from the official heir is also similar to a call for help. Hearing these matters, Vlad could only feel helpless. The upper class is truly complicated. The two continued their conversation. In the end, it's all a war for the land of Gemma, and it's even between blood relatives. Joseph just sighed. It's because internal strife is a long-standing tradition among the nobility. The official heir of the Haino family, Alicia, her uncle, under Haino, claimed she was an illegitimate child. Then she disappeared, and he will surely become the next Baron Haino. Alicia is the only child of the late Baron Haino, but because she is a woman, her support base is not solid. In the end, she had no choice but to participate in a duel organized by the church. Recounting this, Joseph became even more contemplative. A distant relative, close but not too close. She's my mother's 8th cousin. But that's close enough. He continued, speaking to Vlad. We'll take this chance to put the Hain family in our debt. My father has also agreed to this. Vlad nodded, then mused. I agree. It's truly impressive. A knight invited by the head of a family to preserve their honor. Lost in thought, he suddenly looked out. Jagger's entire face was right there. What are you looking at? Vlad's voice was mournful. I wasn't doing anything. Conversely, Jagger had a harsh tone. A lowly vassal like you gets to ride comfortably in a carriage. Comfortably, while the knight you're serving has to ride a horse. It was like a clap of thunder to Vlad. I have no words to say. The more Jagger heard, the angrier he got. His body seemed to exude a thick, dark aura. After you defeat the other vassals, only then can I proudly show my face. But now, you don't even know how to ride a horse. Unbelievable. To think I'm teaching an idiot like you. The more Vlad heard, the more his heart ached. Good, expensive horses, I can definitely ride those. Probably. Saying that was worse than saying nothing at all. Hearing this, Jagger looked like he was about to have a stroke. I should be the one riding the expensive, good horse. I'm much more noble than you know. While being scolded, Vlad's thoughts suddenly skipped a beat. What's wrong with me? My heart's been pounding like crazy these past few days. Is it because of all the scolding? It's not too surprising. Sir Joseph keeps talking right in front of me. And beside me, Sir Jagger keeps yelling. An earthquake. Gregory felt it too. The ground is shaking. Seeing this, Jagger shouted, everyone spread out. Dismount now. Following his command, everyone jumped off their horses. Vlad also pulled Sir Joseph down with him. Damn it. Sir Joseph, get down. He was taken aback by this situation. Your sincerity is commendable, but don't worry too much. What? The ground has stopped. Gregory also breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Vlad also felt stunned. That's the first time I've experienced an earthquake. Sir Joseph seemed to know everything. That wasn't an earthquake. Look, the ground there. A long line of earth had been churned up. Usually, one might think it's a mole digging, but no. It's a giant death worm. It's a remnant of a dragon. Vlad was stunned. Then a grin of delight spread across his face. A remnant of a dragon? That sounds amazing. At Diema, the Hain family's only city, standing at the entrance, Joseph instructed him, Vlad, from now on, you can operate freely. Alone. Sir Joseph smiled kindly. You can go with Jerry if you want. Go and see many sights. He was extremely surprised. Freely? Is that possible? His blank expression made Joseph think he wasn't pleased. Are you not satisfied? Who would dare say, yes, I'm not satisfied? No, of course I want to, but... And before he could finish his sentence, Joseph spoke sternly. Think about why I brought you here. A duel of honor is a rare event. Not to mention, this time it's a team duel. There will be many knights from different places gathered. Observe them and learn. Sir Joseph firmly believed, seeing is believing. I want to train him properly, so I hope he can broaden his experience this way. Like a strict father, always teaching his child, anytime, anywhere. Jagger immediately reminded him. Don't go getting beaten up in some alleyway, you hear? We also have to prepare for the duel tonight. Vlad was startled. I'm not that stupid. Jagger sounded incredulous. No, I've completely lost faith in you. You don't even know how to ride a horse. After saying that, everyone left, leaving Vlad there. Joseph also didn't forget to remind him. You will report to me every evening. If you discover anything unusual, report it immediately. Understood. As everyone left, his heart felt much lighter. Finally, I have some free time. Shall I take a walk around? As he walked, he observed everything. Smaller than the Bays Manor, and it looks older too. Haven't they upgraded this place? Famous for paintings, huh? It doesn't look very prosperous. Suddenly, he opened a door and was startled. I think I've been to this place before. I remember that tree on the hill. I need to find a place to pray. I will give you the sword, and you will give me memories. I've been taking all this time. It's time to give back. In another room, a voice rang out. Thank you for coming all this way, Sir Joseph Bays. Sir Joseph placed his hand on his chest. Of course, I must come to help the rightful heir. What's more important than blood ties, right? Yes, Lady Alicia. Count Bays has given his permission. Now, we only await your decision. From the shadows, the lady spoke softly. I have changed my mind. Everything will proceed according to the Count's wishes, of course. Only when I win the duel. Joseph was full of confidence. You don't need to worry about that. Because the Sword of House Bays always wins. The three returned. Gregory was very suspicious. She cannot be taken lightly. Jagger also seemed to agree. She has the air of a family head. It seems risky, but she appears quite capable. Joseph, walking ahead, also agreed. I think so too. She maintained the initiative until the very end. Even so, our plan remains the same. Now, all that's left are memories. Perhaps that's why. Humans desire. They're traces to be recorded. Because when looking at those deeply etched traces, those memories come flooding back. Vlad stood before his mother's grave, deeply moved. I wish I could have done more for Mother. Before like this. It seems this grave hasn't been tended to for a while. Anyway, showing respect to the Lord is normal. Suddenly, a voice echoed back. I haven't said anything yet, you know. Hearing this, Vlad felt helpless. Now look here, sir. I didn't go see the knights. I came here because you asked. That voice replied, thank you. He plunged the sword into the ground in a straight line, head bowed as if chanting a spell. Something is returning to me. Before, I thought this tree was smaller. When did it grow so large? A figure appeared behind him. It seems I was here with someone before. It seems something is watching us, something that knows me. May I borrow your body for a moment? Vlad, surprisingly cheerful. What? Oh sure, if it's just for a bit, then go ahead. A flash of light, and the two bodies merged into one. What is that? A giant white serpent appeared before his eyes. Is that a spirit? A spirit. I've seen too many unusual things in this kingdom. The two souls continued their conversation. I think it's looking at me. It's looking at me, the one inside you. It's coming down here. I don't think it will bite you. How do you know? Seeing the colossal white serpent, advancing straight towards him. It would be strange not to be afraid. Suddenly, Vlad was startled. Wait a minute. Thinking about it, although it looks a bit strange, and it's huge, I don't feel any threat from it. It feels warm, like the wind on a hilltop. What's with this kid? He's so contrary. He's scared of people, but he seems to like these strange, monstrous things. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind him. Who are you? How did you get here? No one outside the Hain family is allowed here. Vlad turned his head, met by eyes as sharp as knives. I apologize. I was looking for a quiet place to pray, and found this spot. She frowned. Pray. He held up his token. I'm not a stranger. I am a knight's attendant to Sir Jagger. Seeing that, she relented. Very well. So you're not a stranger here then? Well, that's fine then. Thank you, he said. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence filled the air. No one spoke. Vlad felt uneasy. I guess I was a bit rude, just standing in front of the grave of a noble like that. If this woman says something out of line, and word gets back to the castle, I'll put Sir Joseph in a difficult position, and then I'll be in trouble too. I should say something so she doesn't ask any more questions. Thinking of Sir Jagger's face made him shudder. Do you need any help? Are you a servant? No. Are you here to tend to the grave? I tidied up a bit before you arrived. The fallen leaves have been gathered over there. She was surprised. You cleaned it. Vlad answered honestly. I felt I should show respect to the Lord. Just let me do it. But I have one request. Can we just forget about today? If Sir Jagger finds out I was here, he'll be furious. She smiled. Perhaps if you clear all the weeds from this grave, I'll reconsider. She sees someone being nice and immediately takes advantage. Damn it, beautiful women are so hard to please. Despite his thoughts, Vlad diligently cleaned the grave, pouting cutely as he worked. He looked incredibly adorable. Back at the castle, he was peeking at people dueling. Amazing. So this is a duel between skilled knights of the kingdom. He's good. The voice of his other soul chimed in. You mean Sir Colin Vladap? Yes. If he fought you, you'd have been cut in half instantly. He couldn't help but admire. He's really strong. No wonder he's called the wild boar of the Midlands. But I find Sir Pablo more impressive with his solid defensive techniques. The other voice agreed. Yes. His shield technique is excellent. He uses just enough force to deflect most attacks. Vlad also began to worry. I didn't think the practice match for tomorrow would be this intense. Do you think you have to be this good to become a knight? Asking such a question certainly called for encouragement and a morale boost. Sir Warden is also a knight. Wait a minute. Not all knights are the same, are they? I didn't think much when I was in SAR, but I need to know everything from now on. My place in this world. I need to get better. I still have a long way to go. I have to try harder. On the day of the duel, Vlad was helping Jagger tighten his armor straps. Tighter, kid. Yes, sir. He couldn't stop wondering. So, he's the one trying to usurp the inheritance, huh? Vlad glanced at the green hair man. Ender, standing nearby. Ender Hain. Suddenly, Jagger's voice startled him. Open your eyes wide. It's not every day you get to witness a duel between knights of such strength. And I don't know what happened yesterday, but don't worry about it anymore. He opened his eyes wide in understanding. Yes, sir. Seeing this expression, Jagger couldn't stop teasing. Why so surprised? It's written all over your face. Perhaps within him were thoughts that no one could interfere with. Honestly, I was very surprised. After all, the skills of the knights I'm watching, I see they have real strength, completely superior to mine. Jagger must have seen through his thoughts. A child should start by walking. You're not ready to run yet. The higher your goal, the harder you must try. In that very moment, his young soul seemed to calm, focus, and understand. He acknowledged, I understand, sir. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, interrupting everyone. Hello, everyone. Please bow. The door opened. Vlad also watched the person's every step as they emerged. The head of House Haino. Thinking about it, I've never seen her before. Rumor has it that she is very young and beautiful. As the person's face was revealed in the light, it took him completely by surprise. Alicia Haino was walking in. Isn't that the girl who made him clear the weeds of the grave? She was a girl with fair skin, large, round, sparkling eyes, and long, glossy blue hair. Now he was frozen. On top of that, that spirit was also rubbing salt into his wounds. Now he had an added charge of disrespecting a noble. Damn it. Alicia walked in. Their eyes met. Vlad jumped, his hand flying to his chest. I'm dead. She recognized me. She just walked past, went straight up, and sat down. The priest began his duty. Now, we shall begin the duel. As all participants are present, may the gods bear witness for us, and let the sun be the proof of this contest. A life-or-death duel was about to begin. A truly formidable, but also brutal battle. The blood of one of royal lineage shines with a hue as blue as the sea. Their veins are filled with responsibilities and duties that someone with common, red blood could never possibly bear. However, Alicia was not yet ready to change the color of her own blood to blue. Suddenly, she shouted, Enough. Stop it at once. We surrender. Down in the arena was Duncan, his body covered in blood. This fight cannot end yet. The priest standing by interjected, Sir Duncan, your lady has decided to yield. Please accept defeat. His opponent also showed no sign of yielding. Master, that was truly a great duel. Duncan gritted his teeth. Am I still your master? I raise you to be a warrior, a steadfast shield to protect the Haino family. However, you became a sword that would strike down its own master. How wretched. The priest continued with the proceedings. The winner of this duel is Sir Ender. The people around cheered joyfully. A good start, Sir Ender. Winning a little made him immediately conceited. He smirked. Goes without saying. The priest announced, next match. Next night. Please step forward. I repeat, to make things clear, the use of aura is strictly forbidden. The fight will end immediately if either the contestant or their master intends to surrender. Furthermore, the duel will be stopped immediately if one of the two contestants is seriously injured. This was Jagger's exciting match. He looked towards Vlad, pointed to his eyes. Watch and learn. Here, you foolish whelp. Today's lesson will take place here. The opponent was twice his size. He raised his sword high, but with his agility and self-mastery, Jagger landed a blow immediately. The opponent reassured himself. Just missed by a little. I can win this fight. Faster. Stronger. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hit Jagger. Not even once. The crowd buzzed with discussion. His strength is truly astonishing. Just as rumored, he's cornering his opponent. Pablo listened and couldn't help but ponder. A corner? Don't we realize that the tempo of this duel is unfolding very strangely? The swordsman himself must have realized it by now. The opponent in the duel seemed to be losing steam. Damn, why? Why can't I even touch him? Boo. But you can't catch me. The opponent used all his strength to charge. You bastard. Voice in Vlad's head. Watch carefully. What he wants to teach you is about to be revealed. The voice echoed within Vlad. With just one swift, clean sword strike, the opponent screamed in pain. Voice in Vlad's head. That's it. Did you see? He is making his opponent miss by countering their attacks. That skill is called a counterattack. Vlad's eyes were opened. A counterattack, an attack used to retaliate against an enemy's attack, using the enemy's own force to make them lose stamina and create an opening. After only a short time, the opponent was completely defeated. Jagger, was on a completely different level. He stood there, imposing like a wall that the opponent couldn't overcome. Seeing he couldn't fight back, the opponent conceded. I surrender. And victory was achieved. The priest just needed to conclude the match. The winner of this battle is Lady Alicia's knight. Sir Jagger. Alicia, sitting above, seemed to have a weight lifted and sighed in relief. Jagger came to Vlad's side. Did you learn anything? Vlad replied decisively. Yes, sir. I'm very grateful, sir. And now, the final duel was about to begin. The two in the arena introduced themselves. I am Pablo of Einstein. The other man didn't look too pleased. No need for such lengthy introductions. We've met before, haven't we? Once again, his Rubus's eyes turned sharp and cold, his face darkened. Pablo of Einstein. Seeing that expression, even he, Pablo, flinched slightly. Rubus of Sajab, the other introduced. It seemed Alicia had found herself a strong piece. Pablo was on par with Colin. However, Rubus was on a completely different level than both of them. Alicia was surprised, and Joseph no less so. Why was he bidding farewell like this? No, that man stood straight, faced her, bowed, and declared, Rubus of the Sajap family wishes to surrender this match. His words stunned everyone. Sir Ender clapped loudly. He surrendered. If so, this duel is over. Isn't that right? Joseph's face darkened. So, does that mean from the beginning, Ender had, for men on his side, Ender like a reckless colt? Now, swear before the gods, pledge an oath, to serve me and only me, with heaven and earth as witness. Joseph's voice cut in. This duel is not yet over. Ender still spoke with that pompous attitude. Alicia's knight has surrendered. I understand your concern, Sir Joseph. However, this duel has ended. Joseph's voice was stern, his face icy, full of darkness, as if he could crush anyone who dared oppose him. The House of Bays will not accept this outcome for the duel. At this moment, a voice spoke up, stopping Sir Ender. At least we should hear what Joseph, has to say. Joseph, with a pensive expression, frowned, his gaze fixed forward, his black hair styled in a heart shape, flowed down, covering his eyes. Another voice continued. Sir Joseph here represents the North. This company of knights belongs to the Central region. If something goes wrong here, it could escalate into a conflict between the North and the Central region. More and more whispers spread throughout the room. Hearing the counsel from the crowd, Ender fell silent in thought. Then he spoke. If so, what should we do? Sir Joseph also had his own thoughts. Joseph's thought, the best possible scenario is no longer achievable. Now, I can only avoid the worst-case scenario. Currently, only a victory can determine the next step. Sir Joseph's eyes were pensive with these thoughts. Only then can we formulate a plan for the future. Having thought it through, Joseph continued, Please let the duel continue. He gestured forward. We cannot allow the reputation of Lady Alicia to be tarnished by a surrender. Up above, Lady Alicia sat with a tense expression. Ender continued to press. On your side, is there anyone who can replace Sir Rubus? If you have someone, we will accept your proposal. His voice was somewhat provocative. He sneered, thinking Ender's thought. Duncan is the only one in Alicia's knightly retinue, and the unwritten rule is that guests should not bring too many knights with them. There's no way another duel can happen. Sir Joseph understood his intention. His face tightened with irritation as he spoke. All right, we have someone. Hearing those words, Ender was surprised, as this information was outside his calculations. Joseph continued, Joseph of the House of Bays, standing for the honor of Lady Alicia, will choose a representative warrior. Having said that, Joseph pointed toward Vlad. The warrior Vlad. Vlad, small in stature, looked utterly confused. Joseph introduced Vlad of Sarah. Vlad, hearing the nomination, was also startled. He hadn't expected Joseph to choose him. His blue eyes showed a flicker of fear. Ender heard this and became furious. But he's not even a knight. He is not worthy to participate in this duel. Sir Joseph calmly replied, respecting the honor of a duel, anyone who carries a sword may participate. Ender continued to argue heatedly, Sir Joseph, but his opponent is a knight, nominating a mere vassal. To this fight is a blasphemy against the name of House Einstein. Sir Joseph, now enraged, shouted towards Ender's face. And what about your side? You allowed this situation to happen. Did you consider the honor of the House of Bays at all? You dare provoke the House of Bays with these shallow, rubbish tricks? Every word from Joseph made Ender startle and recoil in alarm. Stepping backwards, Sir Joseph continued to yell, I will vouch for his honor. His face was firm and resolute. Ender, now fearful, could only concede, very well, if that is what you wish. In his mind, he thought, Ender's thought, what can a lowly, unskilled vassal possibly do? Jiha then approached from behind Soldier Vlad to help him compose himself. Vlad, flustered, asked, Jiha, am I really going to participate in this duel? Fighting a knight in front of everyone. Jiha coldly reassured, yes. Vlad, still scared, asked again, I won't lose my life here, will I? Jiha consoled, if the situation turns dire, I myself will intervene. Vlad sighed in relief, but still wanted reassurance. But what if the situation doesn't turn dire, but just a bit bad? Jiha had heard enough by now, and didn't answer further, leaving Vlad, filled with doubt, thinking to himself. Vlad's thought, hey, why aren't you saying anything? Sir Joseph then rushed over to Vlad. Then he hugged Vlad, making Vlad stammer in surprise. Oh, Sir Joseph, you don't have to go this far. Vlad was startled and flustered by Joseph's action. Sir Joseph then whispered into Vlad's ear, just stall for 10 minutes, that'll be enough. I already have a plan. I've already given orders to Warden. You just need to buy us time. Vlad understood, but still asked, will 10 minutes be enough, sir? Sir Joseph replied decisively, longer is better. Vlad agreed, understood, sir. I will do my best to hold out there. His eyes were filled with determination. With that, he released Sir Joseph and walked towards the dueling platform. Sir Joseph wished, good luck. Be careful. Vlad, determined, stepped forward and replied firmly, yes, Sir Joseph. Vlad approached and bowed respectfully to Queen Alicia, who also seemed a little apprehensive, but she just nodded in response. At this moment, the duel between the two began, right in front of Queen Alicia. Blue light streamed in through the window frames, making the scene even colder and more desolate. Vlad introduced himself. I am Vlad of Sarah. With that, he got into a fighting stance. gripping his sword tightly, looking towards his opponent. Pablo, hearing those words, quickly scowled and discarded his shield and armor. His gaze filled with hatred towards Vlad. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are not worthy of me stating my name. The moment a worthless brat like you appeared in this place, this duel no longer holds any honor." Hearing those words, Vlad thought with disgust, "Value. I hate that word." A scene appeared in his mind. The glittering high-rise buildings of the capital, a place enveloped in electric lights. Meanwhile, Vlad's life was in dark cellars, filled with coldness and desolation. He continued to think, why do people always cherish beautiful and shiny things? I may have come from a place with little value, he thought, gripping his sword tightly, preparing for the fight, and said, "What is it that I'm lacking?" Vlad continued to think, "But I have no intention whatsoever of ending up here as a nobody." His eyes were now fixed straight on his opponent in front, asking, "What makes you and I so different, huh?" Pablo, hearing the question, frowned, shot a scornful look at Vlad, and spoke. "The standards of the Baez clan have truly hit rock bottom," he said, gripping his sword tightly, ready to end the battle quickly. "You can ignore the rules of this duel if you wish. Fight me with everything you've got. As for me, I will eradicate trash like you, root and stem." With that, he drew his sword and looked scornfully at Vlad. Vlad, in turn, scowled with determination. Thoughts appeared from somewhere. Today, this kid deserves to shine. Instantly, Vlad sprang forward, lunging, his body agile, weaving, hand gripping the sword firmly. Ready for a decisive clash, he charged towards Pablo. Pablo immediately responded, his gaze intense, as the two lunged at each other. The two swords seemed to spark. Vlad gritted his teeth, determined to win. However, Vlad's strength was still weak, unable to match Pablo. Just Pablo's parry made Vlad's sword tremble weakly. Pablo, seeing this, unleashed a move that sent Vlad staggering backward. A voice continued to echo, because for the first time in his life, he raised his sword, not for himself, but for someone else. Vlad was knocked back, but he immediately regained his footing and pushed forward again. His face was more tense than before, his forehead furrowed. Instructions continued to appear. Aim for the left, where he just used his shield to protect himself. Habit is a fearsome thing. His movements were swift, so fast that onlookers couldn't keep up. The two swords clashed and then recoiled. Their fighting stances changed constantly. The surrounding spectators also tensed up, shouting, oh, he's fast. It seems this isn't just an ordinary brat. Ender, watching the fight, also tensed up, crossing his arms angrily. As for Pablo, he was now countering Vlad's moves, thinking, he's a talented kid. This kid has the necessary ferocity. As he thought, he looked at Vlad, but this time, there was no previous contempt, like a starved wolf. Pablo's attitude towards Vlad had also changed. Vlad now exuded the aura of a wolf, his blue eyes, staring straight ahead, sword held firmly in his hand. Pablo scowled, his attitude changed, and he said, "You have good spirit." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched a counterattack. His eyes glinted with killing intent as he pressed forward with increased strength. Pablo lunged, saying, "You still haven't reached my level yet." The powerful blow forced Vlad to his knees. Bracing himself with his entire body, Vlad trembled violently under Pablo's strike. At this moment, smoke billowed around them. Vlad used all his strength to defend, thinking, it feels like being hit by a boulder. Pablo, seeing Vlad in a vulnerable position, wanted to deliver the finishing blow. He swung his sword powerfully into the air, gathering strength, then asked a final question. "Are you done with your act?" With that, he brought his sword down. A powerful strike forced Vlad to strain to defend. Then he was sent flying. The sounds of the two swords clashing rang out. Vlad could only use his own strength to defend. At this moment, a voice rang out again. "Try to find a way to redirect the attack. Then there will be a chance to counterattack." Vlad, hearing this, seemed to have an epiphany. He adjusted his fighting stance, stood up, and lunged back into the fight, but his strength was limited. Pablo continuously delivered vicious strikes, sending Vlad flying. He slammed hard against the wall, crying out in pain. Pablo, seeing this, triumphantly stepped closer, looking at Vlad out of the corner of his eye, and said, "Impressive kid." He paused, then continued, "Although it's still very early, you're still a kid, worthy of my respect in this place. How sad that we have to end it here. Enough." With that, he raised his sword powerfully, intending to finish Vlad. Vlad knelt on one knee, biting his lip, gritting his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, and said, "This is your choice." At this moment, a comforting voice said, "You did your best." Suddenly, Pablo's sword, with all its might, swung down. But Vlad powerfully countered, startling everyone in the room, including the queen. Pablo now scowled, realizing in his thoughts, is this a counterattack technique? Vlad had almost perfectly mimicked Joseph's move, one hand parrying the attack, the other hand wielding the sword, ready to advance and strike back at the opponent. The battle had now reached a critical point. People around began to whisper and murmur. How could that have happened? Just an ordinary guard blocking a knight's sword? The two opponents had now regained their composure, beginning a real fight. But Ender scowled, not believing the truth, and replied, "It must have been a coincidence. Look at him. He can't even hold his sword." You yell and curse at Vladimir. Pablo shot Ender a contemptuous look, silently cursing pathetic bastard. Right after seeing a beautiful flower before your eyes, is all you can think about picking it? At this moment, Duke Joseph and G stepped forward. Duke Joseph called Sir Pablo's name, who respectfully bowed. Thank you, sir, for fulfilling your duty as a knight. Pablo also bowed respectfully in return. I only did what I had to do. It was an honor for me. Then, Duke Joseph turned to ask the priest, was that an aura? The priest stammered in reply. Yes, Duke Joseph. At this, Duke Joseph continued. So, between the sacred rules of this duel and the joys or abilities of swordsman, which is more important? The priest, realizing, exclaimed, Ah, the Swordmaster, the only person in human history to possess such extraordinary ability. He had actions and commandments that came with the aforementioned noble title. Duke Joseph continued. He also said, a swordsman must give his all. It is both an honor and a duty, and it also relates to royal authority and the sanctity of battle. Joseph's voice deepened as he continued. Ender Hino, the rules and honor in this battle are contradictory. Does a swordsman's honor come first or his duty? No one here can say which is right, which is wrong. I believe what happened here must be reported to the swordsman's council and the royal palace. Hearing those words, Ender was startled. Duke Joseph continued. Until we have a definitive answer from them, the result of the duel will be postponed. A voice then rang out. All the young people, with strength and conviction throughout this kingdom, deserve the right to let their flowers bloom. Ability and effort are always something beautiful, and young swordsmen, who can demonstrate those good things, are even more to be cherished. And therefore all of you must seriously protect those wonderful moments. All who wield a sword and respect that honor must perform their tasks and duties. As a swordsman, follow my words. The Swordmaster, our founding king, Frausens, left that commandment for you. The scene shifts to the emperor sitting on his throne. Below him, tens of thousands of generals and soldiers kneeling respectfully, bowing their heads before the king. The next day, the sky had returned to its peaceful, clear blue, with birds flying and chasing each other merrily. At the magnificent mansion, in a small room, Vlad, with both hands heavily bandaged, having lost a lot of blood in yesterday's battle, groaned uncomfortably a few times, his eyes still tightly shut, muttering a name, Gogi Wuter. Immediately after, a glass of water was filled by someone. Vlad's face was still contorted in a grimace as he groaned, Ugh! His whole body ached. At this moment, a voice spoke. Here, a glass of water was brought over, startling Vlad awake. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, Oh, Sir Joseph. Joseph calmly held the glass of water and handed it to Vlad, replying, Seeing your health recover, I'm also relieved. The comforting words made Vlad flustered. He quickly sat up and stammered, My apologies, Your Grace. Duke Joseph gently said, It's all right. Make yourself comfortable. Saying so, the Duke placed the glass of water in Vlad's hand and kindly asked, Where does it hurt? Vlad replied, It's nothing, Duke Joseph led the conversation. Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be able to do that much. The Duke's eyes showed sincerity. Thanks to you, the duel has been postponed. Hearing this, Vlad asked in confusion, Postponed? What do you mean, sir? Duke Joseph gently explained. It means the match will be temporarily stopped without a result. The situation is complicated because the rules of holy war and the swordsman's code got all tangled up in an instant. Joseph's eyes suddenly turned. Serious. Vlad suddenly remembered the swordsman's code. The voice had mentioned it once before. Duke Joseph continued. To become a knight, one must take an oath to follow the rules of a swordsman. If all goes well, one day you too will have to perform this ritual. Vlad was utterly astonished. His jade-green eyes widened. For a moment, an image of him in armor, riding a war horse, appeared. As a knight, Joseph slowly stood up to say goodbye. Take good care of yourself. If I stay here longer, I'll disturb your rest. Vlad hurriedly replied. I'm Fine. Now I can. Before he could finish, Joseph interrupted. I can't let that happen, because I'm the type of person who knows how to cherish things that are precious to me. Joseph turned to look at him with a determined gaze, then left the room. The scene changes to Queen Alicia's location. She asked, What about the guests? Duncan, injured and bandaged around the head, stood beside her and replied, They've all left one by one. Queen Alicia, Her face now, contorted in a grimace, looked out the window and said, "Damn it, I haven't even worn them properly yet." Her face, somewhat sorrowful, continued to inquire, "Has Aang left too?" Duncan beside her replied, "It was postponed anyway. I've requested the church, through the priest, to arrange a personal guard." Alicia's eyebrows furrowed. "Unbelievable that I have to let those who pushed me into the mud leave so peacefully. It feels like my heart has been trampled on." Duncan slowly analyzed. "There will be a next time. It was a matter of circumstance. The important thing is that you now have Daruma completely in your hands." Queen Alicia, a complex expression in her eyes, replied vaguely, "I had to." She asked further, "What's the situation with the reed forest?" Duncan replied awkwardly, "Not very good." Alicia, carefully considering, turned and asked again, "If production continues to decline, should we switch to growing barley?" Duncan, upon hearing this, immediately objected. "Or perhaps we should wait a while longer and see." Changing the industrial structure is not an easy matter to decide immediately. Queen Alicia agreed, "You're right. Actually, it's very difficult to decide right now." After thinking it over carefully, she couldn't help but sigh. Her head was still buzzing a little. After completing a mountain of trials, it seems there's another mountain ahead of me. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Alicia hurriedly asked, "Sir Duncan, most knights know how to ride a horse, right?" The question, though slightly surprising to Duncan, he quickly replied, "Huh, of course. If you don't know how to ride a horse, you can't consider yourself a knight, because this skill is as important as wielding a sword." Looking towards the garden, Alicia smiled and said, "I think it's true that heaven doesn't give anyone everything." The casual remark made Duncan curious enough to look. He immediately understood and exclaimed, "Ah, I understand Sir Jagger's miserable feeling." Vlad was currently struggling on horseback. He couldn't stay on for long. He was thrown off, landing sprawled on the ground. He tried to get up, his back aching, and cried out, "Oh, heavens!" Jagger also couldn't help but lose patience and speak up. "You said switching to an expensive horse would work." Vlad lamented mournfully, "Maybe I still need an even more expensive and better horse." Jagger, behind him, fuming with killing intent, clenched his fist and punched Vlad straight in the head. "Not forgetting to lecture. Think before you speak." Vlad, cradling his head, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Last time, I actually managed to get on the horse's back, although Gogi was the one holding the reins of that horse." His friend, who had run over, also quickly explained, "Yes, Sir Jagger, he really did get on the horse's back." Hearing those words, Jagger's face turned serious. "This is a serious thought now. I thought teaching him personally would have an effect. Could the problem really be with the horse? Even my own horse despises him, as if it's afraid of the person standing before it." An image of Vlad with a cold, icy aura appeared. Jagger could only say helplessly, "That's enough for today." Vlad asked in surprise, "Shall we continue training tomorrow?" Jagger replied coldly, "Take tomorrow off too." Those words left Vlad speechless. He looked at Jagger with contempt. "Then when will I ever learn to ride a horse?" Jagger didn't rush to answer. "Postponed for now. Making." Vlad replied helplessly, "I've heard that a billion times before I even got here." Jagger couldn't be bothered. "Is there a problem?" Vlad replied sulkily, "A little." Jagger sighed and said, "This can't be resolved quickly. Let's deal with it when we get back to Storma. I have other things to do today." Saying so, Jagger turned and left. Gigi looked at Vlad and wondered, "Why do horses dislike you more and more?" The question left Vlad at a loss. What if the more expensive ones are the same? Gogi suggested, "How about trying to ride a cow? They're surely much dumber than horses." Vlad, hearing this, scolded angrily, "What nonsense are you talking? Think carefully before you open your mouth." Gogi, not to be outdone, retorted, "And you think you're so great? Riding a horse around the stable all day? Sir Jagger must love it." After saying that, he smirked and, not forgetting, added, "Well, I'm off then. I'll take this outstanding young man to the nobles." Vlad couldn't help but swear, "Damn it, what the hell is the problem?" As he said that, the voice of the sword rang out offering advice. "I wonder if it's because you move too quickly. Animals are usually more sensitive to movement." Vlad asked in surprise. Solution? "What should I do now?" "You need to learn to control your inertia. It's one of the ways to control the mind. If you can freely use your aura, you will be able to master your own inertia." Vlad pondered, "I still can't quite picture it. And besides, my own aura, I only feel it very vaguely." The sword continued to speak. "Using aura during actual combat requires training and hardship to master. It's also quite common. Remember Jagger's words. Don't try to run before you can walk. Vlad, having heard it so many times, finally sighed and relented. All right, they said we'll return to Choma after tomorrow's closing ceremony. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the distance, and thought to himself, should I go back one last time? Elsewhere, light streamed down through the window frames. Sajat was walking carefully, deep in thought. The mission failed, but surely, upon hearing the situation, Master will understand. But how can one stop the wave from hitting the shore, right? It's beyond one's control. The majestic image of Vlad once again appeared in his mind. In the end, it was just bad luck, heavens. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. That lowly vassal, his face contorted in annoyance. The steady rhythm of his footsteps echoed. Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes showed no surprise, but he calmly said, "Oh, that greeting is too aggressive." Ignoring Jagger's sword already at his throat, he continued with that same lifeless gaze. "You don't need to do this." Jagger, not to be outdone, immediately retorted, "I feel I really have to go this far, so don't underestimate me." Sajat inquired, "How long have you been waiting?" "Nothing better to do." Jagger, unconcerned, replied dismissively, "I'm off today." The conversation, with neither willing to back down, continued. Sajat threw a cold glance at his opponent and said, "Isn't that a waste of your day off then?" His disdainful attitude only further irritated the other person. Jagger's eyes now clearly showed hostility. "A day off is for dealing with unfinished business." "Right," Sajat said calmly. "I know you're dissatisfied, but I'm also out of options." "You're not out of options. Coincidentally, I don't have many choices either." He slowly placed his hand on his sword's hilt. Jagger had no intention of backing down. "It's sad. Our jobs are similar. You should at least understand this. What can you do? If your master tells you to bark, you bark too, don't you?" Jagger wouldn't be outdone. A murderous aura emanated from him. His hand gripped the sword tightly, his eyes cold and chilling. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped them. Sajad directed his murderous, purple-tinged gaze toward Jagger, making the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Neither was willing to yield. Jagger fixed his sharp gaze on him. Suddenly, Sajad flashed a bizarre smile. "I think that warning is enough." As he spoke, he raised his hand as if to make peace, but every word was grating. "Others call you a swordsman, but that's not quite right. You're just a dog. When your master tells you to bite, you bite. If you're done barking, go rest. If even a single drop of my blood is shed, it means war with Sajad will erupt." Not letting him run his mouth any longer, Jagger decisively punched Sajad straight in the face, causing him to lose his balance, stagger backward, and slam his face into the door. "That's enough," Jagger said. "My master's a good person, so being his dog is fine by me." Sajad retorted bluntly, "You're quite lucky, aren't you? Is that enough?" As he spoke, he struggled to raise a hand to wipe the blood from his face. Jagger gave a resounding reply, "Not yet," accompanied by a punch straight to Sajad's stomach, making him wide-eyed. His guts churned. Then he collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, a prolonged cough. Jagger then calmly turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn his head and say, "As fellow swordsman, surely you understand." His eyes showed contempt for his opponent. Sajad was still clutching his stomach, sitting motionless on the floor, not yet recovered from his injuries. He groaned, I think we can stop now." The misery was still evident on his face. Jagger looked at Sajad with disdain and bid farewell. "I hope we meet again, because here I still haven't made you pay enough for mocking my master." Sajad slowly stood up, clutching his stomach, and said, "I'm sure we'll meet again somehow. The Empire is in decline. This isn't a time for people to be forming factions at will." A sinister look was clear on his face. Having said that, he also turned and slowly walked away, saying goodbye. "I'm leaving now," leaving Jagger standing there alone. Sajad didn't forget to wave goodbye. Jagger watched him go, thinking to himself, the time has come. His eyes were filled with contemplation. A time when people need a sword more than ever. Scene of chaotic warfare. Thousands of bloodied soldiers. Scene changes to evening. The sun is gradually setting. Vlad stood silently before a large, solitary tree, bare-branched. He said, "Looks like an old friend. Try talking to it." The sword replied, "Honestly, I can't believe that spirit recognized me. I'm also very surprised." Vlad suddenly knelt down, clutching the sword tightly with both hands. He said, "Let's just take a look and get out of here, before we bump into Miss Alicia like last time. I'm here now." As he spoke, he plunged the sword into the ground, activating its aura. a blue light flashed. The spirit, a large, white serpent with blue eyes, immediately appeared before him. Vlad was momentarily flustered, sweating nervously, and asked, "Is this your friend, sir?" The sword also replied dreamily, "I hope so." The serpent then slowly approached him, then coiled around him a few times, making Vlad awkward. He comforted himself, it's probably greeting you. The sword, arrogantly, "It should indeed." Just then, the serpent's spirit raised its head, stared intently at Vlad, then seemed to smile cheerfully, wagging its tail in welcome. This surprised Vlad, who asked, "Why is it suddenly acting like this?" The sword was also bewildered. Don't try to understand spirits. They come from another world. The frail souls of mortals, indeed, cannot comprehend everything, including this world. The serpent's spirit raised its head high, swaying back and forth continuously. Suddenly, it reared up and surged toward the nearby bushes. Emerald green magical energy continuously rose from the ground, coursing up the tree trunk, illuminating the entire area. Vlad, dazed, received the fragment of magical energy, marveling silently, "Oh, so warm." Suddenly, he realized something. These were tiny particles of magical energy everywhere, enveloping him. The sword immediately explained, "Amazing. I never expected to witness that forgotten mystery here. The spirit's blessing." The serpent spirit looked gently at Vlad. The scene was incredibly warm. A few days later, at a magnificent castle, on a bright, beautiful day, Alicia was seeing off someone from the clan, saying, "I'm so sorry to see you off like this, sir. I should have held a grand feast." And Joseph politely replied, "Your sincerity is enough, my lady. Now you still have to mend the rifts within the family. Quite a task." Lady Alicia gently bowed her head and slowly replied, "Thank you, Joseph." The people behind Joseph also slowly bowed. "We'll be going now." Suddenly, Duncan spoke up, stopping them. Please wait." "Vlad, vassal of House Bayos, who has come from afar, please step forward." Vlad, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Joseph turned his head and signaled to him, "Go over there." Vlad obediently complied, "Yes, sir." Jagger, behind, watched him step forward and whispered to Joseph, "They must have prepared a ceremony, haven't they?" Duke Joseph, understanding, replied, "Perhaps. I told them to keep it simple." Vlad, heeding Duncan's words, knelt. Lady Alicia responded, "I am truly, immensely grateful to you, Vlad. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here today." Alicia gently expressed her gratitude. "You protected our honor, and you guided us in the contest of wits. With that despicable swindler, no words can express this gratitude. So," she slowly offered a purple handkerchief towards Vlad, "even though you are not a knight, today I wish to bestow this upon you." Alicia, with a sincere gaze, wished for Vlad to accept the purple handkerchief. Joseph, observing, seemed to see through it all, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought. She is very clever." To demonstrate her relationship with Bayos, she chose Vlad as common ground. It both expresses her gratitude and conveniently benefits her as well. Vlad was a bit bewildered, pondering, it's truly valuable. I should just accept it, right? Vlad silently recalled Jagger's lesson. Whatever a noble gives you, you must accept. This is basic etiquette. He couldn't help but sweat, thinking to himself, "Last time, I refused Rudiger's peanuts, and I paid dearly for it. I don't want to get hit again." After thinking, he tentatively extended both hands and gratefully accepted the purple handkerchief. "Thank you, Lady Alicia." Everyone around was utterly astonished. Jagger watched, his head throbbing, his face darkening, exclaiming, I didn't think of this." Joseph had to speak up. He grew up in the poor back alleys. He wouldn't know anything about nobility. Joseph was somewhat more understanding of him. Duncan, beside them, hesitated and tried to intervene. "That's not the way either." Vlad remained clueless. Narrator explains, when a young lady bestows her handkerchief, a symbol of her honor, there are two ways to receive it. First, to tie it to the pommel of one's sword. Vlad still didn't get it, bewildered. So what? Second, to accept it by hand. One is to express reverence, and the other is for love. A blush-pink scene of the reluctant lovebirds suddenly appeared. Alicia momentarily blushed, but clueless young Vlad still didn't understand what was happening. The onlookers were once again frozen stiff. Everyone was frozen. "I will definitely use it well." This concluding remark from Vlad left the crowd behind speechless, and yet he still didn't understand what was wrong with them. On the way back, Vlad managed a few words. It's been a long time since I felt so fluttery. Even Joseph was exasperated, though I'm also somewhat to blame, I guess. The minstrels here won't have to worry about earning money when they retell your story anymore. Vlad, being teased, deflated and mumbled, "I'm sorry, Jagger." Jagger didn't let him off easily, shouting, "From now on, whenever a noble gives you something, look at me, understand?" "I'll remember, sir," Vlad replied quietly. Joseph suddenly spoke up. "Congratulations." He looked at Vlad with a profound gaze. "Now that you've been favored by a high noblewoman, from now on, you've been promoted to honorary knight." Hearing this, Vlad couldn't help but be astonished. Vlad, surprised, asked again, "Honorary knight? Me?" Joseph rested his chin on his hand and said with a smile, "Not entirely. At least, wherever she is, you will receive the treatment of a knight." Vlad was dumbfounded by that answer. He couldn't help but doubt, his mind bewildered. "This a knight? Me? A knight?" Joseph slowly explained. "Of course, only in Derma, because she has only just become a baroness." But as if understanding everything, Vlad thought to himself, "Ah, so that's why it's called an honorary knight." Clutching the purple handkerchief, he told himself, "It makes sense. There's no way becoming a knight is that easy." Seeing Vlad fall into contemplation, Joseph quickly interjected, "You only received it by chance. But don't lose it. That's not just a handkerchief. It's also Alicia's honor." Vlad, a bit uncomfortable, carefully asked again, "What if I accidentally lose it? You'll have to take responsibility yourself." Joseph glanced at him warningly. "This happened because you accepted it with both hands." This made Vlad's skin crawl. I can tell from his eyes. This isn't something Joseph can handle. Vlad clutched the handkerchief tightly and replied meekly, "I definitely won't lose it, sir." Then Joseph held up a contract, chuckled, and said, "A very absurd ending. But thanks to you, I don't have to use this anymore." Vlad asked doubtfully, "A contract? Is that right?" Joseph nodded. "This is proof that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold." Vlad's jaw dropped, stammering, 10,000 gold." Joseph continued, "To take care of the soldiers, in case she lost the duel. If she lost her position, Alicia would have had to surrender herself. This was the only way to save her from under G." Joseph mused. Of course, she didn't really borrow. This made Vlad wonder. Why did you choose for Lady Alicia to lose the duel? That meant losing the right to win, didn't it? Joseph's expression darkened as he spoke vaguely. Motivation is like an ember in ashes. Just a gust of wind and the fire will flare up again when Alicia is in Bayas' hands. Under G will definitely feel the pressure. I understand now. Vlad swallowed, thinking to himself, I think I somewhat understand how nobles live their lives to prove themselves. Suddenly, Vlad detected movement. He darted his gaze behind them. Joseph asked him, "What is it?" Vlad replied cautiously, "I hear a sound from the west." The forest beyond the lush green plains appears. A cloud of dust billowed into the sky, heading this way. The sound of horse hooves grew closer, making Vlad even more alarmed. A herd of horses was heading straight for their convoy. Vlad was about to draw his sword to engage, announcing, "Bandits," but was stopped by Joseph. He signaled for Vlad to sheath his sword. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, "I made preparations before the duel took place." After saying this, they both dismounted. A group of people dismounted from their horses and knelt before them. The commander then spoke. "Sir Joseph, my apologies for being late." Joseph looked down coldly. Is that so? In the end, I had to ask you to handle a different matter." Then he changed his tone. "You've worked hard. Stand up." The captain of the Vigilantes' swords looked to the side, towards Vlad. "Is that him?" The Marquis extended his hand to receive Lady Alicia's handkerchief. "The rumors have spread throughout the region." Joseph sighed. "Yes, it's only been a short while. You'll grow to like him eventually." At this moment, Vlad suddenly realized the captain was looking at him like a predator, stalking its prey. He thought to himself, the aura emanating from this man is completely different from other knights. He broke out in a cold sweat, frightened. It's like the dangerous scent emanating from dark alleys. My intuition tells me not to get involved with this man. Joseph made an offer. "Since you're heading back to Shuma anyway, why don't you accompany us?" But the captain politely declined. "We must return quickly." Joseph expressed regret. What a pity. Thank you. The captain placed a hand on his heart and said reverently, I was merely fulfilling my duty as one of the secret swords of Bayless, sir. Hearing the phrase, secret swords of Bayless, Vlad was surprised in his thoughts. Who are those people? And what's with that black bag? His eyes turned towards a large, blood-stained black sack. Joseph noticed his unusual state. He raised an eyebrow. Are you curious about what's inside? Vlad, startled, replied, Ah, yes, a little. Joseph said, It contains the world of the nobility. A cold, cruel, and unforgiving world. Inside the large sack was the bloodied head of Alder G. At the Bayless family mansion, Ramos spoke up. A group of female pilgrims is passing through Storma territory. Should I receive them? The Count, sitting beside him, replied indifferently. It seems they don't wish to be disturbed. Rakhmu, standing beside him, reported. They said they just want to silently observe the sacred dragon's mark and then leave. The Count pondered deeply. This tone of not asking for anything. It's been a long time since I've met such a sincere group of pilgrims. Thinking this, he spoke, silently looking after them. That should be fine, right? Ramos, understanding his master's intention, replied, I knew you would say that. The Count smiled smugly. We have a right to enjoy what we deserve. Ramos agreed gently. Then I will make the arrangements. The Count suddenly hesitated, then spoke of another matter. About my second son and Vlad. I heard they performed a miracle this time, Mentioning this, Rakhmu frowned and replied, Yes, there was a word written in the report. That made even an old man like me's heart pound. The Count drifted into reminiscence. Swordsman's rule number 1. It's been a long time since I heard that term. How nostalgic. Training elite soldiers begins by selecting those with clear bloodlines and natural talent. From the very beginning, these raw gems are cherished, treasured. That's why it's rare to have cases extreme enough to require rule number 1. He nodded and said, Swordsmen are so valued these days. That's why we see it less. Ramos spoke comfortingly. If you had been there, you would have been very happy, sir. The Count replied nonchalantly. Not just me. There are definitely a few others. The golden generation of Bayless. At this rate, the old veterans will soon have to coddle the young ones. Sir Joseph must be delighted. The Count closed his eyes, pondering. He was barely hanging on, so I thought he might have given up. I didn't expect him to crawl out of that golden mire and bring back something precious. I must consider carefully. In the end, I can only choose one of the two. The Count and Joseph faced each other in the dining hall. The soldiers were murmuring. Have you heard the news? They say Vlad has returned from completing his mission. Hearing this news, the entire dining hall immediately buzzed. Really? It seems he challenged a knight. I even heard a rumor. He has his own faction. No way. Ridiculous. A street urchin using aura. Their comrades heard these things, making them inevitably tense. At this moment, the dining hall door opened. Starving. How long has it been? A month? Not yet. Vlad, head held high, strode confidently into the dining hall. The room suddenly fell silent. No one dared to speak, whether from a wealthy family or a lowly one. Whether the gap in status was large or small, none of it mattered much anymore. Because the battle of the children born in the alleys had ended with the appearance of a single individual who had stepped 1 foot into another world. On the table was a plate of fried dough twists and broth. Vlad picked one up with his hand and took a large bite. His cheeks puffed out as he chewed noisily. He said while chewing, Really, it's so annoying to eat with all this attention. Bocce, sitting opposite him, said, I think it will be like this for a while longer. Everyone has heard about what happened in Dioma. Vlad licked the finger he had used to hold the pastry. His gaze lowered as if in thought. Then he said, Rumors spread fast. Bocce, as if remembering something, then asked, By the way, what are you planning to do this holiday? Vlad asked, Holiday? Bocce, seeing this, knew he wasn't aware yet. So he explained, You don't know. We get a break twice a year. This week, all the initiates have received their days off. Vlad rubbed his chin and said, I get a break too. I'm not a disciple of a prestigious family. Besides, I don't have anywhere to go. Bocce, hearing this, quickly asked, So, would you like to come to my house? My father said he wants to formally invite you. Actually, I've never brought a friend home before. After saying this, he scratched his head shyly. Vlad said bluntly, It seems you've been striking out all this time, huh? Bocce said, My place is very hospitable to guests. We even offer unlimited fresh grilled meat. Vlad, hearing this, still pondered, just humming noncommittally. Bocce suddenly remembered, his eyes shining. He raised a finger and said, Didn't you say you were looking for a horse? I told you before what my family does, right? Didn't I? We can arrange a horse for you from anywhere nearby. I think we even have some thoroughbreds that are even better than Sir Jean's horse. After Vlad heard Bocce speak, his hands suddenly tensed. He was no longer stroking his chin. Instead, his eyes gleamed. He clenched his fist and said, "Are you sure about that? I need to make sure I get a break." Bocce, seeing Vlad's excited demeanor, instinctively replied, Yeah. After finishing the meal, Vlad was now at the training ground. He was currently holding a wooden sword, sparring with Jean. Both were using wooden swords, but the sharp sword strokes displayed their formidable strength. Jean, holding his wooden sword high, slashed towards Vlad. At this moment, Vlad squinted one eye, clenching his teeth. Drops of sweat uncontrollably fell. The two wooden swords clashed. Jean, seeing his action, was silent for a moment, then said, "Focus." As he finished speaking, the force Jean exerted on his wooden sword increased, making Vlad involuntarily groan. Vlad used his strength on his sword to push Jean's sword away. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, then took a stance, intending to thrust at him. But Jean seemed to have anticipated his move. He swung his wooden sword hard. The sword stroke created a perfect arc, aiming precisely at Vlad's chest, making him splutter. He instinctively let out a sound. Jean, seeing Vlad clutching his chest in pain, said, "I told you, don't do things you can't handle." After dueling with a knight in Dioma, do you think you've become so skilled? Have my words become a joke for you to ignore? Vlad let out a soft. Then he turned his head, making eye contact with Jean. He seemed to realize he had been too confident. He bowed his head to Jean. "No, sir, I apologize." Seeing him like this, Jean said, "If you're forcing yourself, then don't come here. And if you think you can do it without me, then don't seek me out. That's enough for today. You may leave." Jean turned his back on Vlad. Vlad then replied to Jean's words, "Yes, sir." After speaking, Vlad gloomily descended the steps of the training ground. Then Jean watched his retreating figure descending the steps, silently assessing Vlad's current strength. He couldn't help but think, the achievements he has accumulated are brilliant, and I'm proud of them. But they are still very crude, like sand on the seashore. He is still so weak that he could be swept away by a large wave at any moment. It's still very dangerous. The image of Vlad, in Jean's mind, now those successes were like a sandcastle before the terrifying power of the ocean waves. No matter how beautiful and magnificent that sandcastle was, it would be extremely difficult to withstand a fierce wave. Vlad strode forward. Then the voice in his head spoke up. "I told you to focus on the basics. If it were me, I'd be angry too." Vlad frowned. His eyes squeezed shut as he replied, "I just wanted to make it appear one more time." The voice continued, "Not every knight can use aura, but that doesn't mean a knight who can't use. Aura is weak. Aura only reveals a person's potential to become stronger. You should remember that you've only been holding a sword for a short time. A beautiful white flower will bloom when it has a strong foundation. If you weren't worth his consideration, that person wouldn't have scolded you." Think about what Jean said again. Vlad closed his eyes and sighed. "All right," he said. He couldn't help but think about Jean. "I'm used to contempt and ridicule. What I felt just now was damn disappointment. That expression hurt me more than being hit with a wooden sword." Seeing him pensive and thoughtful, the voice reminded him, "In the end, you couldn't even ask about the holiday." Vlad remembered, startled, and exclaimed, "That's right, the holiday." Then Vlad sighed again and said, "Oh, forget it. In this situation, how can I even mention a holiday? I should practice swinging my sword until I can't think anymore." In the empty lot, the sound of his sword's swings echoed through the dark night. He gripped the sword tightly. Despite the fatigue, sweat dripped on the ground. He wiped his brow lightly and panted. The voice spoke up. "That's enough for today." Vlad asked, "Is it time already?" The voice replied, "You reached your daily quota a while ago. If you exert too much energy, you'll only exhaust yourself. If you get injured or something, then all your efforts up to now will be for nothing." Vlad chuckled lightly and said, "All right." He looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Looking at the light in the late night, he thought, "That's right. I've only just managed to achieve something that emits an aura." In the distance, Jean watched Vlad's figure. Then he looked in the direction Vlad was looking, towards the bright moon in the sky. He said, "A wolf chasing the moon, huh?" Elsewhere, Flames engulfing a castle blazed in the dark night. This was the fiefdom of Wrath Namakinova. Screams echoed throughout the castle. Corpses lay scattered on the ground in the darkness, where the dim moonlight shone. A figure with a billowing cloak advanced step by step inside. He spoke. I was wondering where you were. You're carrying out your final mission. As he approached, the sword in his hand was illuminated by moonlight passing through the glass, making it gleam with a cold light. The sword was still stained with the fresh blood of some unfortunate soul, not yet dry, dripping onto the ground. Hero, you are gravely injured. Sitting on the ground, trembling, he spoke. So you finally come this far. Godwin, they all say that. The master's reputation is paramount. One's own honor always comes second. But that doesn't mean you should follow orders blindly. The knights of the former Count Gaeta were not like that. Godwin, opposite him, his face dark and menacing, said in an extremely grim tone. That's why they're all dead. The warrior's voice trembled, but he continued. Godwin, your light will also fade. Convey my words to Count Gaeta. I will be waiting in hell. Godwin raised his sword high. He prepared to swing the sword forward. Along with that, he replied, very well. A sword strike fell. The warrior's blood spurted out like water, splashing everywhere, as if to speak of the horror of the one who had harmed this place. Vlad was wearing a suit of armor. He stood in a room. He asked a vacation. Opposite him was Sir Joseph, who said, yes. House Kano invited you, didn't they? Vlad asked. How did you know, sir? Joseph, resting his chin on his hand, looking interested, said, rumors spread fast. Sir Gregory's aide has been spreading the news everywhere. Vlad visualized the chain of information from Pochi to Joseph. He uttered a sound. Joseph continued. Anyway, I had already decided to give you some rest. Since you've decided where you want to go, I won't stop you. Vlad replied. Thank you, sir. Vlad, seeing Joseph had finished speaking, couldn't help but shift his gaze towards Jiha. He only saw Jiha with his eyes tightly closed. Sir Joseph, seeing the scene between the two of them, curiously thought, it seems something is going on. If I interfere, perhaps this silence will disappear. But some relationships need to be respected. Vlad, seeing Jiha didn't react to him, thought, it's even difficult just to breathe. Maybe I should just greet him and leave? Jiha's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Even on vacation, a knight is not allowed to put down his sword. Vlad was startled for a moment, then replied, yes. Jiha looked at Vlad and added, skip practice for just one day, and you'll know immediately. But if you skip for a week, everyone will know. Jiha couldn't help but think. Even without any reminders, he wouldn't be lazy. But always stay diligent, so you don't lose your way. Very well. Jiha looked at Vlad and said, farewell. Until we meet again, then. Vlad happily received Jiha's admonition and replied, yes, I'll remember. Joseph, resting his hand on his chin, looked at him with a serious gaze and said, but don't expect too much. Because your problem, even House Kano would find it difficult to solve. Find out how hard those horses are to tame. If one listens, investigate which region it's from. Vlad bowed his head slightly and replied, yes, sir. Joseph also said farewell. You may go. See you next week. Vlad replied, understood. As he was approaching the door, Sir Joseph's voice rang out again. You don't need to bring back any gifts. Hearing this, Vlad turned his head back and replied, I understand. Seeing Joseph say that, he thought, he probably means he wants me to buy a gift, right? It seems he really liked the jam Pochi bought for him last time. Seeing Vlad had left the room, and the door was closed, Joseph said, House Kano. Jiha continued, if they're lucky, they might even meet each other. Joseph said, it's possible, as both are noteworthy individuals. Jiha, looking worried, asked, what if someone takes an interest in them? Joseph replied firmly, then they will come and ask directly, even though I have no intention of allowing it. Meanwhile, with Vlad, a servant was helping him put on the final layer of his cloak. He stood stiffly, thinking, why am I here? Lady Oksana, gracefully placing her hand on her lap, said, this color suits you very well. You look good in leather armor. With such a strong physique, anything looks good on you. You should try on a few more outfits. Vlad blushed, bowed his head, and said, thank you, Lady Oksana. The lady asked him, are you going to House Kano for your vacation? When invited to someone else's house, you must present yourself impeccably. This is basic etiquette. Don't embarrass your parents. So, Vlad was saddened upon hearing about his parents. Meanwhile, Lady Oksana had approached and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, saying with a gentle face, you won't embarrass me, will you? but as his eyes now looked at her face, he saw affection. His entire face flushed red. He bowed his head to hide his embarrassment and said, "Yes, my lady." Lady Oksana told him, "When a vacation ends, I will invite a tutor. Making a mistake with your hands once is enough, right?" Vlad looked up and said, "Please forgive me, my lady." Lady Oksana instructed, "The title of knight is considered half noble, so you must learn to behave appropriately." Vlad replied, "Yes, my lady, I understand." Seeing this, Lady Oksana waved to a servant behind her, who brought up a gift basket. She said, "Take this. When visiting someone else's house, it's not good to go empty-handed." Vlad couldn't help but be moved and said, "You are too thoughtful, my lady." Looking at him like that, the lady smiled and said, "All right then, have a wonderful vacation." Vlad left the room with the gift basket in hand. In front of the room's door was a window frame, the glass reflecting his image in the leather clothes and cloak. Looking at himself now and before, he couldn't help but think, "This feels so strange. It's as if I'm wearing clothes that are too big for me." Then he remembered a girl, and at this moment he thought of Kemina. They said she's in a convent, right? I hope she's doing well. She too probably has to wear clothes that don't suit her. Meanwhile, with Kemina, voices were chattering in the small kitchen. They were saying to each other, "It seems the aide from House Bays is about to become famous." Another voice spoke up. "Did he perform well in Dioma?" Another voice chimed in. "Not really, just incredibly handsome. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Must be of noble birth." Three nuns continued talking. "So young and already has an aura when using a sword. He might even become the representative knight of the North." Unlike the three who were engrossed in conversation, a red-haired nun was diligently scrubbing the floor. In her thoughts, upon hearing blue eyes, blonde hair, whatever. That guy can't do that yet. It's good enough that he's alive and well. The three who were talking, seeing she had paused for a moment, said, "Hey, redhead, what are your hands for? You don't pay to stay here, and you still work sloppily. You should work your whole life to pay back that money. Hurry up and wash the dishes. Don't blame us if the eldest sister scolds you." They turned their backs and, while walking away, talked about her. If she went outside, she wouldn't know what to do and would just starve to death. One of the three covered her mouth, laughed, and added, "It's good for her to get used to serving here first." Having said that, they quickly walked out, not forgetting to say, "Let's go. Remember to finish before lunch." Kemina bowed her head and said to herself, "Luckily, seeing that smile, I'd already guessed." Kemina seemed to remember that night in front of the convent. Three nuns had blocked the door, regardless of who was in front of them, the pitiful children and women. The three nuns began to argue. "This place is not for everyone. This place is one of the closest to the divine. We cannot accommodate girls who have been in filthy places." Miss Marcella pointed towards the little girls and shouted at the nun, "What are you talking about? These children are all virgins. They are children looked after by the bishop." Hearing this, the three nuns found another excuse to refuse. "Even so, we cannot suddenly take them in." Marcella, hearing this, angrily said, "Why not? How much money have I donated to you all? Raising them for 15 years. There'd still be money left over for my donations." The nun hesitated and replied, "About that." Kemina beside her realized that Marcella was only thinking of them and not of herself, and asked, "What about you, milady?" Marcella said, "You all should worry about yourselves more." Having said that, she gestured to the girls and said, "Over there, go inside." After the girls had gone towards the nun, Marcella, as she lifted her foot, the nun waved her hand and said, "You cannot." Marcella, seeing this, said, "I don't want to go in either. Please take care of the children. They're capable of work." As soon as she finished speaking, from afar, behind them, the angry voices of vicious men were heard. They pointed in this direction and shouted, "There they are!" Marcella shouted loudly at the nun, "Quick, go inside!" But at that moment, a hand grabbed her hair. A crazed man rushed forward, pressed his face close to hers, and said, "Got you, you bitch." He grabbed her hair with one hand, and with the other, gripped her arm tightly and dragged her away. Kemina reached out, tears streaming down her face, and shouted loudly, "No!" Marcella, held tightly by two nuns, she was still pulled inside the convent doors. Kemina, at this moment, could do nothing but scream Marcella's name and watch her being dragged by the savage crowd across the snow. They were so ruthless that one of Marcella's shoes fell off as she was dragged. When the convent door closed, it was as if she had closed off that line of thought. Now, Kemina, Our girl was still kneeling, scrubbing the dirty floor. As that memory surfaced, she couldn't help but sob. Sobs echoed. And then, in that moment, she called out a name. That name was Vlad. Currently, Vlad stood in awe before the house of Kano. He couldn't help but think. Although he is not a nobleman, people say that he has considerable influence in Storma. But looking at a mansion like this, his wealth is truly insane. Vlad and Boki. As soon as they entered the house, a house servant bowed in greeting, saying, "Welcome, young master." Boki Sauvu had come to greet him, and he happily spread his arms, rushing forward and exclaiming, "Butler Bobo!" Pochi hugged the man tightly and said, "It's been too long. I missed you so much." The butler, seeing the young master like this, also smiled happily and said, "I'm also very happy to see you again." Pochi took his hand and asked, "Where's my father?" The butler replied to him, "He is currently receiving some unexpected guests." Having said that, he turned to look at Vlad and said, "If it's all right with you, we could take a look around the lawn first. It is our pride and joy." Vlad, seeing his thoughtfulness, said, "Yes, that's fine with me." The butler nodded and said, "Thank you for your understanding." Vlad said, regarding what he'd been curious about before coming, "But I want to see the horses first. I've been looking forward to seeing those horses very much." Pochi replied, "Of course. Let's do as you say." The butler said to Vlad, "The master said he would personally introduce the prize horses to you, but it's also fine to see the rest now. This way, please." The butler led the way to where the horses were kept. As soon as Vlad arrived, the horses, upon seeing him, lifted their heads and stopped eating grass. Then, surprisingly, they all ran away. Vlad was stunned. The three of them went to the cattle pen, but the result was the same. The cattle still ran. When they reached the sheep pen, the sheep also turned tail and ran. All three were silent for a moment. Vlad, now embarrassed, thought, "Can I just die right now? This is completely not okay. Not only horses. I see. What's this? They're bolting? But why like a whole flock of sheep, too?" The butler, seeing this, spoke up. "This seems a bit serious. Have you visited the church?" Vlad said, "It's not a curse. My guarantor, Priest Andrea, said so." The butler apologized. "Forgive me." Vlad looked towards the horses grazing in the distance and thought, "Man, I'm going crazy. So what if I can use Aura? I can't even ride a horse." He said to Pochi in a miserable tone, while others are galloping coolly, "I guess I'll have to eat dust and chase after them." But Pochi, seeing his friend like this, said, "Look at the horses. We still have more in our pastures. Whether for fighting, riding, working, or slaughter, I'll show you all of it. Surely there must be one that suits you." Vlad, with a sad face, said, "There will be, right?" "Of course," Pochi replied. "There are also beautiful and valuable horses you haven't seen yet. The ones with good bloodlines that my father bought at a high price. I'll try to persuade father to let you see them." "All right, let's see the rest tomorrow. Let's just enjoy dinner first and let things be." Pochi patted Vlad's back comfortingly, and they both headed to the dining hall. In the kitchen, there were many cooks, preparing dishes for dinner. Seeing this, Vlad couldn't help but say, "Wow, this is really impressive. Is there anything moderate in your house? Everything is so extravagant." A surprised voice rang out, "Oh, here they are. Welcome. I am a master of this house, Ozan Kano. My apologies for not personally welcoming our esteemed guest." Vlad, realizing who was speaking to him, immediately bowed his head and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Vlad, Sir George's guard." Ozan smiled brightly at him and said, I know. Rumors about you have reached all the way to Storma. Welcome, welcome." Ozan said, patting Vlad's back in a warm welcome, while assessing Vlad and his thoughts. This is the boy who is said to have shown outstanding performance in the sword fight at the Duchess's domain. The birth of a new star is the pride of Storma. Pochi has made a good friend. The more he assessed, the more pleased he became, smiled. Then he made a welcoming gesture and said, "Please come in. Let's chat while dinner is being prepared." As the host, I am very happy to have such distinguished guests visit today. Vlad remembered, all right. He also said there were other guests. Will we be sitting together? Ozan's voice continued, and everyone here is Byrus. Isn't that something to celebrate? Vlad followed behind Ozan, thinking, who could these Byrus be? When Ozan opened the door, all three of them looked inside. Vlad saw the person in the room and couldn't help but think, why is this person here? He only saw the person sitting in front, hands clasped, saying, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Quite a surprise. When he turned around, both Vlad and Pochi immediately placed their hands on their chests and bowed. Lord Ratiger, Vlad said, I didn't think you would be here. Ratiger said, I wonder if you'd be all right with dining with me today? The food is being prepared. It looks too tempting to refuse, wouldn't you say, Vlad? Vlad thinks, damn it, sitting here, the atmosphere is completely off. He looked towards the people accompanying Ratiger. Their gazes towards him were all like they were gritting their teeth, glaring. He thought, it seems they really hate me. Lord Rudiger's goodwill. There's no way I can agree to this. But I have no choice but to go along with it. His guards look at me like they want to eat me. Alive right now. I'll gain nothing by just sitting here like this. After thinking, Vlad said, today is fine. After all, I was looking forward to it. Ratiger swept his gaze towards him and let out an "oh." Then he said, I hear you're on vacation. Are you free tomorrow? Vlad asked, what do you mean, sir? Ratiger replied, let's go somewhere tomorrow. The next day, Vlad went out with Rudiger's group. Because no horse would let him ride, he had to sit in the supply cart. Just then, someone spoke up. Why do you keep staring at me? First time seeing a beastkin. A person with 2 golden ears, that was. Dorothy, a Lu tribe beastkin. Vlad, resting his chin on his hand, replied, there's a first time for everything. Dorothy said, anyway, it would be weirder if you had seen us before. I heard you're from the back alleys of Sarah, huh? How did you become a Virus? Vlad said, why is that so fascinating to you? Considering Lord Rudiger's mage is a beastkin that's stranger than my origins. Hearing him say that, Dorothy got angry and retorted, have you really ever used aura? How can you not ride a horse when you can already use aura? Even that useless fatty knows how to ride a horse. Vlad replied, well, anything can happen in life. Dorothy, unconvinced, said, isn't this still a bit much? Seriously? To think a knight like you doesn't know how to ride a horse. Vlad, exasperated, turned his head and thought, does she know anything besides rambling? This vacation of mine is going to be a complete mess. How did it come to this? So tiring. Dorothy spoke up. Are you even listening to me? Vlad, annoyed, said, are all beastkin as talkative as you? Dorothy said, isn't that racist of you? Vlad continued, or are all mages this talkative? Dorothy continued, that's job discrimination, you understand? Ratiger, riding ahead, overheard their conversation and spoke up. Dorothy, don't tease him too much. It was hard enough to get him to come here. Dorothy said indignantly, that jerk keeps making ugly faces every time he looks at me. Ratiger said bluntly, anyone would if you keep bothering them like that. Dorothy, annoyed, drooped her ears sadly. Oh dear. A guard in the group approached Ratiger, pointed ahead, and said, Lord Ratiger, how about around here? Ratiger looked around and said, looks good. We'll have a better view, because it's very open all around. Pochi, seeing this, said, looks like they're going to hunt here. Vlad, chin in hand, thought, they don't look like they're about to hunt, and they haven't even released the falcons from their cages to scout yet. A guard pointed ahead and said, Sir Ratiger, over there. Ratiger looked in that direction and said, we're in luck. I didn't think we'd encounter a group of pilgrims here. Raise the flag and show them our intentions, so they don't feel uneasy. Now, we should start looking for prey, shouldn't we? On a lush green meadow, there was a beautiful prairie hill. Here, a herd of horses was engrossed in grazing. Among them, a jet black horse, the most distinct in the herd, was standing on high ground, looking over the vast prairie. And then it sensed a strangeness beneath its feet. The ground was shaking violently. It neighed shrilly, warning the entire herd. Rudiger's group moved parallel to the pilgrim caravan, one on the highlands, one below. The two groups moved in perfect accord, not disturbing each other. Vlad saw this scene and thought, hunting? What hunting? This is clearly an escort mission. From the very beginning, he never intended to come here to train falcons. His train of thought was cut short when the cart carrying him just went over a rock. The whole cart jolted violently. He said dejectedly, ugh, I'm getting cart sick. Maybe walking would be better. Pochi, riding beside him, asked worriedly, are you okay? Do you want to throw up? Vlad said, it's not that bad. He lowered his head, placed a hand on his chest, and said, but my heart keeps pounding. Pochi, riding beside him, asked, is it because the cart is shaking too much? Vlad got out of the cart and walked beside the horses. He walked inside. What can I complain about? I'll be fine after walking a bit. Vlad observed his surroundings and said, the scenery here is beautiful. Pochi smiled and added, isn't it? I really wanted to show you this view. The grasslands stretch all the way to Van. Sometimes monsters appear, but thanks to Sir Joseph, we have less to worry about this year. Vlad asked, Sir Joseph? Pochi said, Yes, it's thanks to the expedition last winter. You participated in that too. Vlad remembered and said, "Oh, that time, huh? So I also contributed somewhat to creating this scenery." In the distance, dust billowed like a moving cloud. Vlad saw it and asked him, "What is that?" As the dust cloud got a bit closer, it turned out to be a herd of horses running wildly. Seeing this spectacle, Vlad couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa!" But immediately after, it was as if an electric current shot through him, making him freeze. He could only think, what is this? What's happening? Ahead of the group, one of Lord Rudiger's guards, seeing it, said, "It's a herd of wild horses. They're all fine, fat horses. Now, they're just uninvited guests." Rutiger, hearing his guards, noticed something strange. "But why are they moving south?" A guard replied, "That's right. It's indeed strange. They should be heading north, where the new chutes will be." Rutiger mused. Their movements are also unusually urgent. It's as if they're being chased by something. Meanwhile, Vlad was clutching his chest, looking at the herd of horses. A thought suddenly struck him. What are they afraid of? At the same time, the ground beneath everyone's feet shook violently. Since everyone was on horseback, they just thought it was an earthquake. A guard shouted, "Lord Rutiger, an earthquake." Vlad, being on foot, was closest to the ground. A thought flashed through his mind. This isn't an earthquake. This tremor, I remember it clearly. This is, while his mind was recalling, from the direction of the horses, a section of ground erupted. From beneath, a massive monster emerged. It launched its huge body out of the ground. Seeing this sight, Vlad was certain. One of the remnants of the severed dragon, the death worm, a giant monster, dragged its body across the ground. Dust flew everywhere it passed. It opened its huge mouth towards the horses. Its mouth snapped shut. A horse was completely devoured in its maw. Dorothy shouted, "Something strange. Aren't death worms carnivorous? Why is it like this?" "That's a strange aura emanating from the death worm's head." A guard said, "Lord Rutiger, the wild horses have changed direction and are heading towards the pilgrims." Rutiger said, "No, the death worm is chasing the pilgrims." Rutiger turned his head and shouted, "Dorothy, what are death worms attracted to?" Dorothy, hearing this, replied, trembling, "Death worms have no ears or eyes, so they can only sense vibrations in the ground." Rutiger yelled, "Snap out of it, and quickly find a way to lure that thing over here." Dorothy, now serious, replied, "Yes, Lord Rutiger." Rutiger continued to give orders. "Vlad, take Dorothy to a high vantage point and protect her. As soon as you find a way to attract its attention, send me a signal, Vlad." "Yes, sir. I obey." Rutiger raised his sword and shouted, "Everyone listen. Whether this makes sense or not doesn't matter. What's important is to be where we need to be and do what we must do. Our duty is to fulfill the mission entrusted to us by the Count, to protect the pilgrims. Advance." All the guards, after hearing Rutiger speak, drew their swords in unison. Then they said, "Follow Sir Rutiger." At this moment, Rutiger was looking towards the monster and thinking, this worm isn't behaving normally. And this whole situation is very strange. So that means someone is behind this. A voice rang out as if in warning. "You're brave indeed. This is bearish territory. How dare you?" Rutiger saw nothing, so he didn't bother to respond. Only his actions showed his answer. His sword swung up, accompanied by a flame that enveloped the blade. He rode his horse towards the worm. On a high place, 3 people were standing, Vlad, Pochi, and Dorothy, who was emptying a bag of strange items. She picked up each item, speaking urgently. "Vibration, vibration. What color is the vibrational seal's vibration?" Vlad stood guard to one side, thinking, "Vibrational seal?" The voice from within him answered, "It's a type of mystery. Together with divine power and mysterious aura, they form a trinity." Hearing that, he thought, "Oh, there must be a reason why she's Sir Rudiger's mage." From the direction of the death worm, a large flame shot up, like twisting tornadoes coiling around it. 2 people standing afar saw this and asked in amazement, "What is that?" Pochi saw the flaming sword and shouted, "It's Sir Rutiger." Seeing this, Vlad couldn't help but exclaim in his thoughts, "He's amazing. His level is completely different." The voice from within him said, "The sword technique is still shallow." He didn't have time to prepare thoroughly. Rutiger, looking at the worm, grew angrier the more he looked. He thought, "Damn it. So you think you're the toughest thing out here, huh?" The death worm lunged towards him. At this critical moment, he quickly spurred his horse hard to escape its bloodthirsty maw. But then, seeing it missed its prey, It also used its momentum to burrow into the ground. It burrowed so fast that in an instant, only its tail remained above ground. But not long after, a large hole was left in the ground. The guards called out, "Sir Rutiger, are you all right?" Rutiger shouted, "Don't let your guard down. This death worm is not easy to deal with." Standing on high, observing everything, the voice within, Vlad spoke up again. "It's truly too difficult. No matter how skilled he is, he can't fight an opponent underground." Rutiger ordered all the guards, "Find it quickly. It's just somewhere around here." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, Sir Rutiger." Then Rutiger turned his head to look at the large hole in the ground, thinking, where on earth is it? A guard, in a panicked voice, pointed forward. "Sir Rutiger, look over there. It's the pilgrims." The death worm is heading straight for the group of pilgrims. Rutiger spurred his horse, shouting, "Damn it, chase after it." Even the guards, hearing the order, quickly turned their horses and galloped forward. From above, the scene was urgent and chaotic. Vlad, seeing this, couldn't help but urge Dorothy. "Dorothy, I think we need to hurry." Vlad just looked toward Dorothy, and he almost choked on his words. Original meaning. Almost swallowed the word up back into his mouth. She was now half kneeling, holding her own tail, drawing a strange symbol on a piece of paper. Seeing this, Vlad's face darkened, and he said, "Is this the time to be playing games?" Dorothy angrily shouted at Vlad, "What are you talking about? I'm not playing around. This is an exclusive werewolf method. If you hadn't disturbed me, I would have been done by now." The paper with the strange drawing glowed faintly, then nothing more. At this moment, Dorothy said, "Pochi, quickly take this to Sir Rutiger. Just rub it or cut the paper in half to use it." Pochi, bewildered, pointed at himself and said, "Huh? You're calling me?" Dorothy shouted angrily, "Making the positioning seal has completely exhausted me. If you make me walk to him now, how will I make it in time? And this blondie here doesn't even have a horse." "Right." The voice from within Vlad rang out. "Even if you had a horse, you might not catch up. The death worm moves faster underground than on the surface. Sir Rutiger's night squad doesn't even have a chance to catch it," Vlad thought. "Then it will escape." He reached out his hand towards the paper Dorothy was holding, thinking, this is the last resort. The two behind him were stunned by his action. Dorothy said, "Blondie, where are you going, you fool? There's a cliff there." Ignoring Dorothy's words, he jumped down without hesitation. At this moment, he thought, from the beginning, Sir Rutiger and Sir Joseph have had conflicts over inheritance already. Above all, his knights are the elite of Bayerish, so I don't really need to act. However, the thought of those animals keeps lingering in my mind. I still remember everything vividly, deep in my bones. The feeling of having your home taken away by the vast world and being unable to do anything. That voice rang out, "Focus your strength in your toes. Watch out." Vlad slipped. He let out Then followed a chain of instinctive reactions, but he still slammed into the rocks on the cliff face. The deep voice rang out, "Roll." The impacts made him cry out, "Ah," as he hit the rocks. When he landed on the ground, he yelled, "Ah." His whole body hit the ground in pain. Dust billowed up, and he fumbled to get up, trembling and crying out, "Ow." Above, Pochi, with tears streaming down his face, looked down. He did it. Dorothy looked down, cold sweat pouring, and said, "Falling from such a height, how is he not hurt at all?" Vlad panted, "Oh, I can't believe I'm still alive. I thought I'd broken one or two bones for sure." A blue light enveloped him. In the distance, the black horse saw this. It stared at him intently, without blinking. The voice rang out, "That's a blessing. Without the blessing of the serpent's spirit, you would be dead." Vlad said, "That's amazing." The voice agreed. So let's go there again later, okay?" Vlad stood up and said, "Surely, we still have a chance. Now, we must go this way first." He looked into the distance, thinking the pilgrims. As he got closer, he saw a familiar figure. He thought of a priest, Andreas. Is he the leader of the pilgrim group? Where is Sir Rutiger? He looked towards Rudiger's group and thought, they're too far away. The death worm will harm these pilgrims first. If this continues, the priest will be in danger. Then, the positioning seal. The voice rang out. Sometimes, coincidence appears in the guise of fate and forces you to make a choice. Vlad gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. He raised the positioning seal and thought, I don't have time to hesitate anymore. His hand went to his sword and drew it. It was as if he was saying, I need to act now. More precisely, I must act. No more hesitation. He used his sword to slash the positioning seal paper. The positioning seal, after glowing, its symbols gathered to one side. Seeing this, he gripped his sword, thrust it forcefully towards that spot, and said, Take this, you bastard. After stabbing into the ground, the earth beneath his feet seemed to tremble. But that voice said again, Still not enough. Amplify it quickly. The vibration frequency, to the point where you can summon your own personal realm. As he was amplifying, the frequency grew larger and larger. It was as if he wanted to use the frequency to communicate with it. Look at me, remnant of the fallen dragons. His eyes flashed with danger, and he continued to increase the frequency. The death worm writhed in pain, causing large pits to erupt. Everyone who saw this looked at him with astonished eyes. The death worm, knowing it couldn't hide underground anymore, launched itself onto the surface. Greeting. It was Vlad, gripping his sword tightly. He spoke through sound waves. I am right here. The deathworm opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, as if trying to threaten him. Then it moved, and instantly, earth, stones, and sand flew wildly around. Vlad was hit by a barrage of dirt. He was thrown back by the recent impact. Angry, he was about to strike back, when a voice in his head rang out. Don't even think about fighting it anymore. Retreat. Indeed, this deathworm looked truly disgusting. Its body was covered in scales. And not only that, these scales also had sharp spines. Its mouth was full of razor-sharp spikes, allowing it to easily drain its prey's blood. Perhaps because of this, the voice in Vlad's head continued. Your current strength is not enough to fight that thing. The monster at this moment looked truly horrifying. Drool dripped incessantly from its mouth. Perhaps aware that if he continued, Vlad might die. The voice advised him, You've done very well just by holding it here. Something blazed in Vlad's eyes at this moment. He glanced back at the night squadron of Sir Rutiger, his face grimacing. He thought to himself, Are they still not ready? While Vlad was distracted, the death worm seized the opportunity, opened wide its mouth full of small teeth, intended to finish him off with this sneak attack. Then, the death worm's head slammed hard into the ground. Dust and sand filled the air. Then, from that cloud of dust and sand, Vlad nimbly spun around, narrowly escaping death. When he looked back at the death worm's position, it had already burrowed halfway back into the ground. Unable to hide his anger, he said regretfully, Damn it, it burrowed underground again. Quickly regaining his composure, Vlad's eyes darted around. Wanted to find that wretched death worm. Where is it? Left or right? Then, as if realizing the death worm's intention, this was also what Vlad feared. Don't tell me, is it heading towards the pilgrims? Then suddenly, the ground where he stood cracked. That voice rang out again. Get out of the way, quick! As soon as the words were spoken from the ground, the death worm's large, sharp mouth opened wide and snapped at Vlad, who still hadn't understood what was happening to him. Not despairing, that voice continued. Too late. From afar, Rutiger witnessed the scene of Vlad being swallowed by that death worm, and shouted helplessly, No! Suddenly, at this moment, from the cloud of dust beneath that monster, something was charging out. It was someone riding a horse, escaping from that hellish place. And that person was Vlad. By some miracle, he had survived. Even he himself was still astonished. A horse. A real horse. I'm riding on a horse's back. Knowing Vlad was very curious about what had happened. The voice in Vlad's head rang out, as if opening a way for him. Use your soul world to observe its forehead. Following the voice's words, Vlad discovered something. This is a spirit. This horse carries the bloodline of a unicorn. The scenery at this moment was very beautiful. Added to that was the steady sound of hooves. Vlad said excitedly, The view from a horse's back is amazing. This is crazy. At this moment, Rudiger's night squadron had arrived. Seeing Vlad, Rutiger called out his name loudly, then asked with concern, Are you all right? Hearing Rudiger's question, Vlad replied, Yes, Sir Rutiger. I'm fine, very, very fine right now. Rutiger looked at Vlad, then at Vlad's sword and thought. He always carved story sigils onto his own sword. He charged into that ferocious attack, without any hesitation. Then Rudiger's eyes seemed to hold something profound. He thought, a spirit ready to sacrifice oneself for others. This young man has already charged into action, with the disciplined spirit of a swordsman. While thinking, Rutiger voiced his thoughts aloud. Truly a great and courageous decision. You've carried out your duty more nobly than any knight. Here, Vlad looked at Rutiger with a somewhat strange expression, asking sir. Then he realized Sir Rutiger was praising him. He politely replied, "Ah, thank you, sir." Then Rutiger continued, "What do you think? Can you control that horse as you wish?" Vlad didn't understand what Rutiger was saying. He showed a confused expression. Seeing Vlad didn't understand, Rutiger switched to talking about the upcoming strategy. Only when that corpse worm is destroyed will the pilgrims be safe. Now we have to make a bet. Hearing Rudiger's somewhat bold idea, Vlad hesitated and replied, "But that thing is a fallen dragon." However, with a determined look, Rutiger confidently replied, "You and I can do it." Knowing Vlad was a bit worried, Rudiger's gaze tensed slightly. He looked at Vlad and said, "You have Dorothy's story sigil, and are riding an excellent horse." Meanwhile, the corpse worm was still thrashing wildly. It kept struggling, dust and sand flying, its mouth wide open ferociously. Then Rutiger continued, "So you can also lure that thing out of range of the pilgrims' attacks, and then attack it." Hearing Rudiger's plan, Vlad hesitated, looked at the horse, and wondered, "Can I really ride this horse?" Then, something flashed in the horse's eyes, as if it understood what Vlad was saying. "So, you're also here to save your herd." After a moment's thought, Vlad agreed. "All right, let's try our best together." Vlad's eyes were resolute. He had made up his mind. "Yes, sir, I can do it." Hearing this from Vlad, Rutiger elaborated on the plan to defeat the corpse worm. "Very well, ride around that hill and come back to me. I'll be waiting on the other side." As soon as Sir Rutiger finished speaking, both Vlad and the horse sped off like the wind, leaving only a few words in reply to Sir Rutiger. "Yes, Sir Rutiger." Then Vlad split off from Sir Rudiger's group. The corpse worm frantically chased after him, and it had chosen him as its target. Seeing partial success, Vlad thought to himself, "That's right, you just obediently chase after me." Then man and horse continued to gallop like the wind, to the place they had agreed upon. "Let's go." At this moment, some people in Rudiger's group, witnessing Vlad's incredible speed, gasped in surprise, their mouths agape. How can he accelerate so quickly? Both man and horse are very skilled. At this moment, a very faint smile appeared on the corner of Rudiger's lips. Now, on the hill, there were only the corpse worm, Vlad, and his horse. Then, the voice echoed again. "Lower that sword to the ground. You must let your very existence experience the vibration of the story sigil." Hearing this, Vlad lowered the sword, heavily inlaid with story sigils. An aura emanated from his sword. This was what the voice wanted him to do. Then it continued, "Look, boy, there's a dragon chasing you. It's following the light you're emitting." Indeed, behind him, the corpse worm was following the light emitted by Vlad. The scene shifted to Rudiger's group. He was currently guiding and assisting the people to evacuate. "You all evacuate the pilgrims to safety. The remaining soldiers will prepare for emergencies." Hearing the order, the others replied, "Yes, Sir Rutiger." Vlad was still alone on the vast field. Behind him, the corpse worm relentlessly pursued him. Seeing this, Rutiger squinted one eye and said softly, "It's coming." Then he raised his sword high, looking majestic. Red flames appeared with each touch of his sword. Then followed a whole sea of molten lava that could incinerate everything. Though running at full speed, Vlad still noticed something was about to happen. He looked toward Sir Rutiger and wondered, "What is that?" Seeing Vlad's curiosity, the voice seemed to explain to him, "He is temporarily expanding his world of perception. This is a method only knights capable of deep self-reflection can use." Rudiger's Bayes. The flames grew larger and larger, as if speaking of the power possessed by that calm-looking man. Then the voice continued, "Is a much stronger knight than I thought." Even without the voice saying more, Vlad also realized that the other person was truly formidable. He thought, "Sir Rutiger is so fierce and can easily incinerate his world." At this moment, the battle between the corpse worm and Vlad continued. The corpse worm became increasingly aggressive. It relentlessly aimed dangerous blows at Vlad. Seeing that the advantage was not with Vlad, the voice continued to instruct Vlad, "Not good. The dragon's remnant has detected the threat from Sir Rudiger's soul world. Already, furious, Vlad couldn't hold back a curse. "Damn it, I can't let this go on like this. My soul world is too weak to draw that monster's attention again, to give him more time to gather more power." As soon as he finished speaking, the horse Vlad was riding suddenly behaved strangely. It abruptly changed direction. Surprised, Vlad exclaimed, "Huh, what's wrong?" Where are you running off to, kid? At this moment, Vlad had completely lost control of this special horse. It ran in a circle and then headed straight towards the corpse worm. Fearfully, Vlad lost his composure and yelled, Hey, running like this is getting too close to that monster. Then suddenly, it was as if some connection formed between Vlad and the horse. The voice echoed again. Excellent. Truly wonderful. This is your soul world. And the blessing of the white serpent is resonating with this horse. A long-forgotten sacred secret is awakening from the memories of the soul world within you. The corpse worm, as if realizing its prey had changed somehow, paused for a few seconds, then continued to thrash and growl, as if both man and horse were ready. Vlad and the horse charged forward together, heroically. Advance, hornless unicorn and knight without a steed. At some horizon where you and I meet, I becomes with, in that pitch-black night sky, a white star coincidentally appeared. Back to reality, Sir Rutiger was still motionless. It seemed the expansion of his domain was not yet complete. Seeing this, the voice inside Vlad's head continued to speak. Still not enough. Need a little more time. Rutiger's soul world is gradually getting stronger, but it needs to be faster, because it's only a matter of time until this monster no longer pays attention to us. But at the same time, Vlad's face changed color. His eyes looked tired. He thought, I'm about to reach my limit. I can't wring out another bit of strength. Then from behind, Sir Rutiger's group had now caught up with Vlad. They were always there, always supporting Vlad. Don't give up, kid. Keep going. And so, the group fought together to protect what they needed and ought to protect. Everything seemed to merge. Their eyes were a mixture of different colors, but now they were one team. This is fine. Everything has merged, allowing the resonating soul world to expand. Then a comrade fighting alongside Vlad said to him, Hey kid, just keep moving forward like this, and pass Sir Rutiger. Hearing that, Vlad replied, Yes. Then he quickly advanced towards the light, which was also the place that held all hope now. At this moment, the flames emitted by Rutiger had grown even larger. At the same time, Vlad had reached Sir Rutiger. He called out anxiously, Sir Rutiger, as if having waited for what his comrades brought. Rutiger now gripped his sword tightly and said, Good job. Now it's my turn. As he finished, the hideous monster caught up. Then, in an instant, the ground beneath Rutiger's feet turned into a field full of lava. Everything seemed to have caught fire due to his spiritual power. Then he spoke sternly, as if warning the corpse worm. This is Bay S's domain, a place where monsters like you are not allowed to cause any chaos. Veins now appeared in his eyes. Behind those eyes, it was as if a fire was burning. Then a vortex of lava appeared. He growled, Begone. Then from the sky, something full of light appeared in Rutiger's hand. The ground now seemed to be burning. Of course, that corpse worm was now writhing and screaming from the power that Rutiger unleashed. Witnessing such a scene, everyone wore expressions of surprise. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and their eyes were wide, as if they were afraid that if they blinked, the monster would die without anyone witnessing it. At this moment, Vlad had also witnessed Rutiger's spiritual power. Then he said to himself, So, this is the world of a knight, with the ability for deep self-reflection. A true and incredibly powerful soul world. This is far from ordinary. The feeling of seeing the knight's soul world is like seeing an infinitely tall mountain. I wonder if Godin can do something like this. Then memories of his old comrades surfaced. Sir Joker and Sir Pablo. Then he also asked himself, Can I do it too? Hearing this question from Vlad, the voice confidently replied to him, Of course you can. If your soul world is stable enough that nothing in this world can make it waver. A moment later, that huge monster was reduced to a pile of ashes beneath the crackling flames. After the recent battle, Rutiger was so exhausted he had to lean on his sword to keep himself from collapsing. Then, from a distance, Vlad approached and asked softly, Are you all right, sir? Hearing Vlad's voice, Rutiger turned around, trying to force a smile. Welcome back. You did well. Then Vlad approached Rutiger. He looked at the still burning fires and asked worriedly, With the fire burning this much, won't it burn down all the grasslands? Though a bit tired, Rutiger still tried to answer Vlad's question. The grass here is quite damp, so it'll be fine. It'll just burn a little and then go out on its own. After speaking, Rutiger pushed himself to stand up and said, More importantly, I'd like to quench my thirst with a beer now. Then his whole body swayed, and he collapsed, Helplessly, Ratiger said, "Oh dear." At this moment, inside Vlad's head, the voice spoke. "It seems that's the price for expanding the soul world to its limit." Like that. Seeing Vlad standing there stunned, Ratiger reached out his hand and said, "Will you hold me up?" Hearing this, Vlad suddenly sat down and replied, "I'd rather sit with you." Then he sat next to Ratiger. Sensing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Ratiger spoke up again and asked, "You're quite good at riding that horse. Not like the rumors that you don't know how to ride." Hearing these words, Vlad replied dismissively, "You see, sir, the problem isn't with me." Then they both laughed. Both looked simultaneously towards the strange horse, resting over there. Then Ratiger said, "That horse is quite special." Agreeing with Rudiger's words, Vlad replied, "That's right." He hadn't finished speaking when a strong push from behind shoved Vlad, making him stumble forward. Much to Rudiger's bewilderment, it turned out to be a comrade. There were a few other people around as well. This comrade had a somewhat untrustworthy look on his face, and his beard only made him seem even more unreliable. Then he said, "Well, look at you, kid. Pretty impressive, huh? Good enough to break through our ranks of vassals." It seemed those words were just to tease Vlad a bit. Then this person continued, "Well done, kid. See you next time." At this, Vlad clutched the back of his head, forced a polite smile, and replied, "Thank you, sir." Then a familiar voice called his name. Vlad recognized the acquaintance. Vlad looked joyfully at the priest whose hair was completely white, but whose demeanor was still very composed, and said, "Priest Andreas." Then Vlad placed his hand on his chest, showing special respect for this priest. "I'm glad you're safe." Then the old priest suddenly said joyfully, "Oh, I understand. Now I understand. I knew I had seen that light before." The priest's memory then returned to some time in his past, when he had seen that faint blue light. It was the light that pierced the deep darkness. Saying this, the priest tightly gripped Vlad's hand. He knelt down in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Vlad of Sarah." But not quite understanding, Vlad started to ask the priest. But before he could speak, "Priest," Andreas respectfully continued, "O Lord, the boy has received your will. He acts solely upon your will." Then at that moment, dozens of other priests also knelt down and prayed, following priest Andreas's words. "Please comfort the child who protected his spiritual world, and bless this radiant boy with your mercy and compassion." Today, countless hearts have merged into a single ray of light. His spiritual world has expanded. The fiery red sunset enveloped the magnificent castle. The last rays of sunlight of the day streamed through the window panes. In the Count's hand was a letter. He read it and then asked Ramos, "Are you sure this is true?" Ramos, standing behind him, replied, "Yes, your lordship." Dorothy reported it via the crystal ball. The Count was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He questioned Ramos. "I only sent them as a precaution. To think it would turn out to be dark magic now." Ramos replied, "It seems some of them stayed in the north. The Empire has always turned a blind eye to this. So ancient cursed creatures have gradually appeared." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Count's face darkened. Ramos continued, "But at least we still have good news." The Count replied, "You're right. Recently, that boy's name keeps popping up." Then he thought, last year's hunt, the duel of honor at Haino. Now he's involved in the traveler's matter. If it weren't for that boy, Bays would have suffered humiliation. Truly admirable. He then said, "Summon Joseph." Ramos was surprised. "Are you really going permitted, your lordship?" The Count turned to face Ramos. "Rights must be granted to those who deserve them." On the vast green highlands at night, 2 bonfires were crackling merrily. More than 10 people sat together. In contrast to that crowded scene, Vlad sat alone, his hand sharpening his sword. He thought, "Looking at you like this, you must have been through a lot, haven't you?" Ratiger walked over to him, holding a wineskin, took a large gulp, and asked Vlad, "Why are you sitting all alone like this?" Vlad was startled. "Sir Ratiger." Ratiger asked Vlad, "Where's that fat guy?" He replied, "Dorothy dragged him off to do something, I think." Ratiger asked further, "And Priest Andreas?" Vlad answered immediately, "He's praying with his flock now." Odious sight. Everyone's busy, huh? He offered the wineskin to Vlad, asking, "Want a sip?" But he refused immediately. "I'm cleaning my sword, so..." Ratiger interrupted, looking dejected. "You refuse me again. I offered you peanuts, and you didn't take them. I offer my hand to help you up, and you brushed it aside. Thinking back, every time I've interacted with you, you've refused me. Did Joseph tell you to do that? Vlad quickly replied. No, it's not like that. Then he reached out and took the wineskin. He held the wineskin in his hand. Vlad was surprised. It's whiskey, Rutiger said proudly. It's Noble's liquor. Then he thought to himself as he saw Vlad tilt his head back to drink. They're still brothers, after all, huh? Their personalities may differ, but their tastes are identical. Rutiger looked down at the sword Vlad was in the middle of cleaning. You'll have to keep an eye on that sword until you return. Vlad stopped drinking, wiped his mouth with his hand, and replied, I dropped by the smithy a few days ago. He said the hilt needs to be removed. Rutiger was a little surprised. Huh, it seems fine. Why remove it? Vlad answered, because he said the connection between the hilt and the blade is too dangerous. Unless we can find the person who forged it. Otherwise, the hilt must be removed. Rutiger said, that sword is like its owner, isn't it? He replied, that's why I refused. You know, I don't want to lose it. Everything contained within this sword is a memory for me. And Rutiger couldn't say anything more. He then asked again, even so, you still have to fix it, right? It looks a bit rusty. Vlad replied, yes, that's why I need to find the person who forged it. Rutiger asked, where is that person? Vlad suddenly became serious. Sarah. Rutiger replied, ah, I see. You always said you came from Sarah. Then he thought to himself, Sarah, the shining land. Vlad of Sarah, a fitting nickname, because today is also the day this young man shone brightest. So that's the reason. The reason why my younger brother had to run all over the place to secure his service. Then Rutiger took the wineskin, stood up, and asked Vlad, you can't get it fixed right away, can you? Vlad, not understanding, asked, huh? But Rutiger paid no attention to his question. He continued, if you're that eager to prove yourself, someone will acknowledge you sooner or later. Rutiger's words left Vlad bewildered. A large question mark appeared above his head. Rutiger placed a hand on his shoulder and explained, I mean, you did very well. That's my sincere commendation. Now the sword will find someone to repair it. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we head straight for Storma. Then he waved goodbye to Vlad, turned, and walked away, leaving Vlad to look up at his retreating figure. He thought to himself, he was right. Someday, I will definitely be able to fix it, because this sword and I have a place to return to. A black horse ran up to a high point, looking down at where Vlad was sitting. Its eyes, looking at Vlad, flashed with a strange blue light. Its very posture exuded an indescribable, mysterious air. In a grand mansion, the lady sat with her maidservant, embroidering a handkerchief. She showed her work to the maidservant. What do you think? Does it look like the crest of the Haino clan? The maidservant smiled until her eyes crinkled and replied, yes, my lady. It looks exactly like the drawing in the book. She placed the handkerchief on the table and asked, perhaps I should embroider another one? A maidservant turned to a new page, pointed to a picture, and said, this one, my lady? She replied, you don't need to show me. I've already memorized every stitch in my mind, and this is the first time I've done this. When I was little, I only ever saw my mother do it. The maidservant smiled and replied, then it's all the more precious, my lady. She looked down at her hands and replied, that's true. After all, this tradition has been gradually forgotten. Knights these days are all coddled in silk and velvet. They are not worthy to hold that banner. Only they, true knights, are permitted to raise this banner. The knights, mounted on horseback, set out, leaving the vast green highlands. The knight riding with Rutiger exclaimed excitedly, oh, what a magnificent sight. I've never seen anything like this before. Rutiger looked in the direction he was pointing. It turned out to be the truly majestic sight of a thundering herd of horses. He continued to exclaim, I can't believe it. A herd of horses. And humans are traveling together so harmoniously. Rutiger replied, you're right. This is indeed a rare sight. Perhaps this is the first and last time. He smiled, looking towards Vlad, who was sitting intently, watching the scene. He thought to himself, in this short time we've known each other, perhaps both have become very special to one another. I know, this is when we must say goodbye, because I have things I must do. And you also have the responsibility to lead your herd. The lead black horse neighed, as if signaling. It suddenly stopped mid-stride, reared up on its hind legs. Vlad looked at it, thinking to himself, it's time. We can only journey together this far. Then he said goodbye. Andreas appeared behind him and said, don't be too sad about saying farewell. Making Vlad turn to look behind him. He replied, it was just something said in the heat of the moment. Andreas chuckled. Haha, it's truly difficult for people to speak their true feelings. Our lives are a cycle of meetings and partings. Parting will bring you to tears, while meeting will bring happiness. Even I can't see that this was a wonderful encounter. I wonder when you and it will meet again. After all, the depth of a bond. How it feels isn't simply determined by the time two beings spend together. Vlad thought, that's right. Someday, we will meet again. Definitely. The horse watched the direction the group departed. Its back, lit by the early morning sun, looked truly solitary. In contrast to that scene was the image of a mansion, enveloped by heavy rain and the loud rumbling of thunder. In that mansion, the Count sat alone on a large chair, rubbing his forehead, and asked Ramos, "You said the Count Rafnoma's family has fallen?" Ramos quickly replied, "Yes, your lordship. We just received an urgent report." He wearily rubbed his forehead, thinking, for a long time now, the West's actions have indeed been somewhat strange. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? The Count asked Ramos further, "Is the Gaeta noble family that powerful?" It seems the families of the West have centered around Gaeta and formed an alliance. It appears even Rafnoma, the ruler of the West, lost due to being overwhelmed by numbers. Why isn't the royal family doing anything? He replied, "We haven't been able to find out what's happening in the capital." Before he could finish, the Count stood up, cutting off his troublesome words. "Understand," he thought, "the North has its own distinct identity, much more so than any other region, because it is not subject to the influence of the royal family and the power from the capital, thanks to the strong ramparts it has built. But because of that, it also cannot know about the events happening in other lands." He lamented, to think that a region's noble family could collapse so easily, not just an ordinary family, but a family that guarded the covenant. The Count frowned. The Count thought to himself, the laws and traditions of the past no longer held any meaning because of the new rulers. He continued, "This is a turbulent era." Ramos replied immediately, "Indeed, my Lord Count, no matter how loose imperial authority becomes, there must be limits." The Count thought again, the fall of Count Rafnoma's family is perhaps a sign of a new era. Then he looked down through the window and saw something else that surprised him. He realized, damn it, they are not pilgrims. They are refugees from Rafnoma, arriving here with the former indentured Vlad. Tired, his face contorted in discomfort, Vlad sighed inwardly. What should I do? Rescuing the pilgrims is a good thing, but I ended up helping Lord Tiger. Lord Joseph won't be happy about this. He imagined Jagger about to hit him, saying, "You brat, are you crazy?" sending a chill down Vlad's spine. Lord Jagger might beat me to death. He sighed, thinking, there's nothing I can do. Then he raised his hand, knocked on the door, and said, "I'm here, Lord Joseph." From inside, a voice called out, "Come in." When Vlad entered, Joseph was sitting at his desk. He asked, "You're back a day early, aren't you?" Vlad said, "Ah, yes, my lord. Things just turn out that way." Joseph replied, "Yes, I've heard about it. You weren't injured, were you?" Vlad replied, "No, I'm fine." Joseph said, "That's good. Even so, you should still take proper care of yourself." Vlad looked and replied, "Yes, my lord. I will follow your instructions." He seemed quite surprised, thinking to himself, so everything is still all right. He seems the same as always. But unfortunately for him, Joseph was trying to suppress his anger. Vlad thought, now I'm done for. I knew it, he's angry. Joseph began, "Sarah, but you see, I don't know much about your past dealings there." Vlad didn't understand what he was saying. Joseph continued, "I heard that conflicts between those gangs only end when all members of a gang are dead or surrender. Is that true?" Vlad thought to himself, why is he suddenly asking me about this? But he still replied, "Yes, my lord. Perhaps that's the case." And Joseph continued to ask, "So you're saying you can't even send a letter?" "There." Vlad said, What letter are you talking about, my lord?" Joseph replied, "I mean the letter to your lover at the convent there." Vlad replied, annoyed, "She's just a friend." Joseph replied, "Well, whatever she is to you, it's not like I only just learned about the situation there. I'm talking about not being able to send word to Sarah because you're afraid the people there will be harmed. I want to understand them too, but resolving this issue will take a lot of time and effort. That person named Jack, the one-handed, indeed has his own kind of value." Vlad thought to himself, perhaps that's true. Anyway, that money grubber must have used a large sum of money to establish connections with those in power in Sarah. Joseph leaned his hands on the table and stood up. He said, "But you have done very well. Proving your worth to me shows that you've been tested and endured many hardships. So I should also reward you, as per our promise. Vlad was surprised. Joseph walked towards Vlad. Understand, this is a flag representing a person. It's said that in his time, the Swiss always carried a flag like this. Joseph thought, this is something I could never obtain in my lifetime. So I was determined to let a knight carry it, and you were very willing to take it with both hands. Thinking this, he looked at Vlad, who had his head bowed low. Joseph took the flag from its container and said, you are worthy of carrying your own flag, and the Baji ID family will vouch for your worthiness. As I promised that day, the Baji ID family will support you completely. You have received your title from Lady Alicia and are a vassal of the Baji ID family. Vlad, hold your head high with pride under your own flag. Take it and return to your homeland. Go and sweep away the useless ones who bound you. Find your true freedom and return here to me once more. Vlad was moved to tears. He suddenly thought of the simple sword given to him by the girl and the old man, his identity papers authenticated by the priest, the handkerchief embroidered with a noble lady's name, even the flag with a family crest. All these things had formed the roots of a young man. All these things were the achievements he had attained. Vlad knelt, his face full of determination, and exclaimed, I obey, my lord. In a solemn palace, the count sat in the highest position. Below him stood Ramos, holding a red book. Opposite the two of them was a group of people in white cloaks, kneeling. Their leader was Andrea. In front of the white-robed group was a large coffin, locked with many iron chains. The count, looking down at the coffin from above, exclaimed, so that is the proof of the covenant. The coffin was carved with a serpent and countless intricate patterns. It was emitting a strange black and red aura. Andrea replied, yes, my lord count. A fragment of the dragon currently lies within. A fragment belonging to the true dragon of perfection, once defeated by the founding king. The count nodded. Andrea continued, it is regrettable to have to say this, but Count Rafnoma's family was the only family in the West capable of protecting the covenant. The count's face relaxed as he replied, I understand. I will send my cavalry to you. I will provide my full support in moving the proof of the covenant as safely as possible, to the best of my ability. Ramos added, please make yourselves comfortable here as guests until the preparations are complete. Andrea bowed. Thank you, my lord count. As soon as the words were spoken, the attendants stood up, covered the coffin with a white cloth, and then left the palace one by one. Seeing the count's troubled expression, Ramos spoke. Don't worry too much about it. My lord count, they have no other choice. The count replied, I know, from the perspective of Westerners, the only guardian family of the covenant whose strength could match theirs would be the ruler of the North, Iron Duke Timur Baronov. He worried inwardly. I know I can't do much to help them with that, but anyway my actions will at least lighten the burden on the shoulders of those pilgrims. He looked out the window and exclaimed, oh, I haven't seen that flag in a long time. Ramos asked, oh, and curiously walked to the window to see. I see it. It's been a very long time since I last saw that flag. Fly, the count asked. He could rest a bit before setting off, couldn't he? Ramos replied. Perhaps he cannot control his own eagerness and anticipation. The count thought, that's right. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to contain my feelings either. Returning to my homeland, a true knight is one who can master himself. Go to your homeland and fulfill your duty. Elsewhere, shrouded in the pitch black of night, a place full of dust and noisy men, they took turns shouting, when is she coming out? So tonight's my night. Come out and play with me. In your dreams, whoever has the most money gets to speak. Pour moi un drink. In contrast to that noisy scene, Marcella sat alone before a mirror, beautifying herself. The madam of the Black Rose brothel sat behind her, puffing on a water pipe she held in her hand. She said to Marcella, they're clamoring like a herd of pigs. If you're ready, hurry out there. She stared at Marcella. You have to serve as many men as possible today to be able to pay off your debt, you know. Work hard, you wench. Marcella glanced at her, feigning indifference, which angered the madam. The madam approached and grabbed Marcella's chin with her thin, bony hands, her nails painted purple, forcing her to look up. Let's see how long you can keep up this confident attitude. We have plenty of time. Eventually, you'll be stuck here until your body starts to rot. Marcella smirked contemptuously, glanced at her, and said sarcastically, live long, madam. The madam was visibly annoyed with Marcella, but couldn't find fault. She thought to herself, this insolent thing, no matter how much I beat her, she always resists just the same. The madam turned away, exclaiming, Mio mio, get ready and get out there quickly. Marcella put down her lipstick brush on the dressing table. She thought to herself, well, I've climbed to a rather good position for someone with a humiliating background like mine. Even so, life here isn't much different from before, but at least I'm still alive, better off than the other girls, who lost their lives in this chaotic kingdom. So be it. Then she stood up and walked towards the door where countless men were. The shouting immediately grew louder. She's out. I've been waiting for you, Marcella. She thought again. Is this the path leading to my own destruction? As those men, like craving beasts, looked at her with animalistic expressions, the madam exhaled a puff of smoke, letting her aged face be obscured by it. She announced, come now, have our patrons been waiting so long? Which of you gentlemen is eager to taste the sweet nectar of the black rose? Then quickly show me those shining gold coins. But their howls grew even more gruesome. Here, 1 gold coin. I have 2 gold coins. Can we pool our money? We'll pool 3 gold coins. You pig brain, you think that'll work? Then I'll pay 3 gold myself. You madman, that's my money too. The endless arguments. Marcella lowered her head. Seeing this, the madam thought, how promising. This filial flower is surprisingly good at making money. I'll gradually drain all that sweet nectar, then toss you aside like a wench. A bald, heavily bearded man shouted, holding up 4 fingers. For gold. My final offer. The madam flashed a very fake smile. Finally, I hear a price that's somewhat agreeable. She asked the man, hey, you have for gold? The remaining men were quite wary. Damn it. I could have fun for a whole month, with others for 5 gold coins. Seeing no one else bidding, she looked at Marcella with a meaningful gaze. Well then, before she could finish, a voice from the door echoed, 100 gold coins, making the men gasp in terror. The madam also choked on her saliva, exclaiming in surprise, what? That person stepped forward and repeated, I will pay 100 gold coins. Marcella's face changed color. Her hand dug in her arm with increasing force. She was terrified. This sound, it's that old, familiar sound, reminding me of the destruction of my family from before. It's the very sound that recalls those old days. The madam asked gently, sir, did you just say 100 gold? The other men were both bewildered and frightened, silently thinking, 100 gold pieces? Who the hell is that? His aura is no joke. The mysterious man in the black cloak offered, ma desitere. She silently assessed him. Everything he's wearing is expensive. Even if the 100 gold is a bluff, he could easily pay around 10 gold. She smiled brightly, holding a menu and offering it to him, saying, here's the menu, sir. He raised a hand, indicating he didn't need it. Even though I've been away from this place for so long, I still remember these dishes. Grilled sausages and black pudding. Add to that a potato cake and bran bread. He lowered his hood. It was Vlad. He continued, for me, the usual menu, same as hers, will do. Marcella was trying to hold back her sobs, tears streaming down. She thought, that golden glow, it doesn't come from the corruption of lust and desire. The color of peace that he exudes. A reminder of the peaceful days before, when Marcella used to bathe him. The color that little boy carried then has now returned. Vlad placed a hand on his chest in a respectful gesture. I'm back, Marcella. It was a shimmering, golden color. She was deeply moved hearing Vlad's voice. She covered her mouth with both hands, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her beautiful face. She stood stunned for a moment. He just stood there silently, his striking blue eyes filled with affection. Upon seeing a familiar face, suddenly, something made Marcella's eyes widen. She covered one side of her mouth with her hand and whispered to him, get out of here, quickly. This place is controlled by Jack the One-Handed's men now. While she was still talking to Vlad, in the distance, an old woman was watching the 2 of them. Her face was scowling. She seemed like a difficult person. She silently wondered, what's this? Do they know each other? There's something unusual between them. Having thought this, she turned around, her eyes sharp. I have to separate them, just in case something undesirable happens. She beckoned with her hand, signaling to the group of men sitting on the other side. One of them, with red hair, and the scar-faced man also noticed her. His cold, unchanging eyes showed he understood. They all stood up. The sound of many heavy footsteps thudded on the floor. They advanced towards Vlad and Marcella. she saw the menacing group of men approaching. She trembled, and Vlad also seemed to sense the killing intent. He glanced over. Before they got close, he quickly said to her, "Before I pay, we need to settle a score." Marcella, surprised by his words, asked settle what. He said loudly, "Jack the One-Handed," making Marcella jump. He turned around. His blue eyes seemed to glow, his face emotionless. There's something I need to take from him. The sight before them startled the scar-faced men. Scowling, Scarface was furious, his hand poised to draw his sword. "This madman is ridiculous. How dare you call the boss by his real name?" Before he could finish his sentence, something slashed across his neck. Something red spurted out. Then a black shadow darted past like lightning. Another slash from the sharp sword, and Vlad had taken down Scarface. Vlad's face remained unmoved, cold, and ruthless. A few drops of blood splattered onto his handsome face. He, Scarface, died before he even knew what happened. Without even a gasp, he collapsed to the floor before the stunned eyes of his comrades. They all couldn't believe what they had just seen, staring at him, frozen. Even Marcella was surprised by his recent actions. Scarface's blood spread across the floor. The madam was the first to react, screaming in terror. Vlad spoke up. "All of you, be quiet, shut up, and wait here." In his hand, he still held the sharp, bloody dagger. The madam on the other side was still terrified. A few drops of sweat rolled down her face. He pointed the bloody dagger towards the other men and said coldly, "If that bastard doesn't pay up in full, I'll take your lives to make up for it." The madam was scared out of her wits. The remaining men, however, did not back down. They all raised their swords and shouted, "What nonsense is he spouting? Who the hell are you? Who sent you here?" Vlad's eyes glinted, his face darkened. Before him were swords pointed at him. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Joker, I am Joker's last blade." The other men were stunned, their faces blank as they echoed, "Joker's blade." One of them, with a sharply pointed nose, suddenly shouted, "I remember now. Blonde hair, blue eyes. That bastard is Vlad." The man next to him asked in disbelief, "What? That brat? Wasn't he dealt with already?" That man replied with a cunning smile, "How would I know? The important thing is his bounty. If we can just get his head, the boss will surely reward us with tons of gold and silver. If you're still alive, you should have known better and lived in hiding. Now you've walked right into your own death." Vlad remained calm. He stepped forward resolutely. "Enough nonsense. Come on, just like that day. Come and try to kill me." His powerful words and fierce expression made the whole group sweat in fear. Vlad appeared imposing and truly terrifying. They asked nervously, "Is he really the same person as that brat from before?" This is more like a bloodthirsty wolf." The image of a powerful, blue-eyed wolf appeared in their eyes, full of fierce majesty, ready to tear a man apart at any moment. Vlad said, annoyed, "Are you just going to stand there?" Finishing his words, he rushed forward like a gust of wind. His small but deadly blade took down the first man in one strike. As he moved, he said, "Then I'll attack first." Suddenly, a man rushed up from behind him, his sword raised high, intending a sneak attack. Instantly, Vlad spun around and blocked the man's move. A stab to the stomach left the man stunned on the spot. Another one dead at his hands. The remaining men still didn't falter, charging straight at him. A chaotic scene. Alone in their midst, Vlad targeted another man, his cold, sharp gaze fixed on him. The blade pierced through this man's head. Every slash of the blade was met with a scream. Every scream, a life extinguished. Another one fell before him. "I won't spare any of you." His short blade whizzed through the air. One man, two men, three men. One by one, they departed this life before Vlad's cold, blood-splattered handsome face. Until your blood equals the tears Marcella has shed. Marcella witnessed the bloody scene before her. She trembled, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her sounds, her face still wet with tears. Elsewhere, a framed picture of a beautiful woman, wearing a red rose. A burly, drunk man was chugging one bottle of alcohol after another. Thud! Something was slammed onto the table. Jack, the one-handed, sat slumped in his chair. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking, Joker. Since he disappeared, Sarah's back alleys have pretty much become my territory. I need to go further. I'm not the type to stay put. He raised his hook hand into the air, looking at it, so I don't hesitate to seize all the wealth and territory of others, using the corpses of enemies as rungs to climb higher. Only when I reach my limit do I realize that life in the back alleys is still dictated by those up there. He picked up the bottle again, drinking and cursing. This damn life I believed that victory meant getting everything. But even so, I have failed before. And yet, here I am, still in this position. The previous winner was Joker. But the one who lost his life was also Joker. He lowered his head sullenly. Maybe one day my fate will be the same. A single word uttered by someone up there, and my fate will be sealed as well. Damn it all. He wiped a few drops of alcohol from his lips. Suddenly, a bald-headed underling of his burst through the door, shouting, "Boss, we're in trouble." Jack looked up and asked, "What is it?" The man's face, covered in sweat, replied, "We're surrounded." Hearing this, Jack pressed, "Huh? Where? By whom?" The bald man quickly pointed outside the door. "The entire back alley. Soldiers have surrounded us." Another man in the room rushed to open the window and looked down, exclaiming in shock, "Boss, it's true. There are soldiers at the back door, too. Those are Sora's security forces." The other men in the room also started to panic. "What the hell are you talking about? Why are the security forces here? We already paid this month. What's going on? Aren't they just on a normal patrol? Look at all the severed heads out there. This is all real. It's too dangerous." Ignoring the panicked underlings in the room, Jack sat there silently, his head bowed as if in thought. Then he let out a scoff, thinking, "I had a feeling this day would come. So it's today, huh?" He gave a dangerous smile. His face radiated a terrifying, killing intent. All the better. Instead of racking my brains, deciding where to fight, killing them right here is much easier. In the darkness, an image of Vlad appeared, holding his short blade. Thousands of corpses at his feet. His blue eyes glowed on his face. At the barracks, a group of soldiers was gathered with Sora's town mayor and Vorden. The mayor, standing behind Vorden, spoke. "We have received orders regarding the completion of soldier deployment." And Vorden glanced at the mayor and asked, "Have the other alleys also been completely blocked off?" The mayor, worried, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face and replied, "Of course, sir. We have done our best." And Vorden looked straight at him and asked again, "Oh, you say you've done your best? Then why did you let things escalate to this point? You know, the Count has also found out." The mayor, could only stand there, frightened, wiping his sweat. "I have no more excuses. Jack the One-Handed is very resourceful, so..." Vorden glanced at him and cleared his throat. The mayor could only wipe his sweat. Avoiding Vorden's gaze, the mayor looked at him, Vorden, and wondered, "Who is this person? How can a knight know the situation in Sarah's dark alleys so well?" Then, the mayor changed his expression, fawning over Vorden. "Be that as it may, now that you are here, sir, I'm very glad that the people making Sora rotten will be eliminated." Vorden shot the mayor a sharp glance, thinking to himself, "You're the rotten one. How could a petty leader of the dark alleys control such a large system?" And Vorden figured it out himself. The mayor with a pile of gold, his eyes gleaming, Vorden silently cursed. "You are the one behind all of this, secretly allowing everything to happen under the title of mayor. And of course the price you receive is a huge sum of compensation." Vorden sighed as if he knew it all too well, just as anyone who has ever eaten meat knows. Someone who has taken bribes also knows it very clearly. One glance is all it takes. "But I also know..." The mayor, seeing this, hesitated and then asked, "When will the knights who are to come inside actually get here? The one sent by the Bayes family, that is." While the mayor was hesitating, unsure what to say, Votrin spoke up. "He has already arrived." A pair of feet in blood-soaked shoes was slowly approaching. Vorden looked towards the door, and seeing the silhouette of an approaching figure, he added, "That is the person right there." The mayor, unable to believe it, his face contorted, asked again, "Just one person?" He asked anxiously, gesturing frantically, "Sir Vorden, will he truly be all right? I have gathered all the knights dispatched to Sarah. We should really leave this matter to them." And Vorden shook his head and shot him a contemptuous glance. "That won't do." The mayor, bewildered, asked in return, "Huh? Why is that?" Vorden merely glanced at him and answered in his own mind, "Because Mr. Joseph has poured so much effort into preparing for this." That large, dark figure was Vlad. He approached, his clothes blood-soaked and his body riddled with crisscrossing wounds. Vorden thought to himself, Vlad's official debut bat. Vorden asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you'll be all right? Don't go on like this anymore, or let the soldiers go with you. I heard there are more than 50 men there. If you get hurt in there, how could I possibly face Mr. Joseph?" Vlad replied, "Even if I get injured, I'll ensure you don't face any trouble." And Vorden looked at him dismissively. "I told you, I can't let that happen." Vorden looked at him, speechless with exasperation. Vlad looked ahead seriously. He finally relented and said, "You promised, remember?" He held out the flag to him and began to speak. Vlad looked at the flag in the man's hand and listened as he continued. "Sir Joseph instructed me to give it to you in front of everyone." He handed the flag to Vlad and continued. "Now let's begin." Vlad took the flag and replied, "All right, Sir Vorden." He held the flag and thrust it forcefully into the ground. The flagpole plunged hard into the earth, sending dirt and stones flying. The banner was unfurled. He stood beside it, grasping the flagpole, his expression somber, lending an air of mystery to the scene. A soldier in the ranks immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is that the banner? All this time, I thought this tradition was long forgotten." No text. Part of previous line. Another soldier added, "Just who is he, anyway? He's so young. How could he have received that banner?" Another soldier continued, "They say House Baith personally sent that knight here." His figure appeared before them, looking solitary. His gaze turned ruthless. He stood there alone, like a solitary king, silently declaring, "Right now, this land is my domain. Under the honorable names that vouch for me, I shall exercise my authority over your lives." Then, his face turned serious. Vorden pulled out a scroll and shouted loudly, "Jack the One-Handed, you dark alley scoundrel. Listen here. You have defied the order and laws of House Baith and preyed upon the lives of the people. Therefore I, Peter Baith, the rightful Lord of Sarah, can no longer tolerate your wickedness and have dispatched my representative." He stood coldly under the banner, listening as Vorden continued to read. "And from now on, all the authority he exercises is authority granted by myself and the Church of Faith. Bestowed upon him," he shouted loudly. "Jack the One-Handed and your subordinates, open the door immediately, right now, and let my lawful representative in." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers immediately slammed their spears onto the ground, creating an incredibly grand spectacle. All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Bayes! Bayes! Bayes! Bayes!" The thugs in the dark alley seethed, grinding their teeth. Jack, meanwhile, was sitting on a cushioned chair, with a pile of wine bottles scattered around him, a bottle of wine in his hand. He clearly heard every shout from the soldiers. "God protect the representative. Kill Jack the One-Handed." Vorden closed the scroll, glanced at him, and spoke. "Now, both justice and the people are on your side. There's no need to hesitate anymore. Go ahead and fight as you please," he said, swinging his sword. "Thank you, sir," the old man instructed him. "Remember to be careful." He stood before the ruined building, holding his sword. "Understood," he replied. The reminding voice of the swordsman spirit rang out. "He's probably preparing now. Widen your perception. He will attack from all directions to take your life. This battle will be completely different from all the fights you've had up until now." He closed his eyes to calm his mind. One of the fundamentals in battle is to seize the initiative with an impressive opening. He stood calmly, holding the sword, as if entering another world. He thought to himself, on that day, if I hadn't called Godwin, would Joker have survived until today? He wondered again. He stood before them, holding the blood-stained sword. Joker and his underlings. Today, or even before that, he remembered Joker, Jack, and thought, if Jack the One-Handed hadn't threatened Joker from the very beginning, he continued to be lost in his own thoughts, then perhaps I wouldn't have needed to call Godwin. And countless ifs and maybes have continuously haunted me. So, in the end, only one solution remained. He opened his eyes, his gaze turning murderous. He resolved, I must kill Jack the One-Handed. He gathered his strength and brought the sword back. He swung the sword forward powerfully. The force from him made everyone around collapse. The men nearby, struck by his power, immediately retreated. The crowd continuously lunged at each other, punching and kicking chaotically. He stood looking at the crowd, covered in wounds. He reminded himself, his world is eroding my world. He gripped the sword tightly. So, I must end this right here. His legs found a firm stance to sever this chaotic bond and move forward. He broke through the wall and stepped in, raising his voice to the people in front. I am Vlad of Sarah. He looked down from above. Besides being a lawful representative, I am also a righteous avenger. Subtitle 149 is merged with 148 for natural English flow. He slowly stepped inside. He spoke as he walked. I came here to end our conflict. He stood alone amidst his foes. He took a deep breath, then shouted loudly, Jack the One-Handed. He raised his sword towards the sky, continuing his call. I have returned. Jack was sitting in a room, drinking. He thought to himself, this voice. He slowly stood up, He raised his hand to his mouth and let out a savage laugh. He stared wide-eyed, thinking to himself, "So you're the rightful representative. Come and take my head, are you?" The promising star, Vlad, was waiting for him. A fierce-faced man, holding a sword, pointed forward and shouted loudly, "Kill him!" After that powerful command, a group of soldiers, armed with swords or daggers, charged forward in unison towards Vlad. Vlad, also holding his sword, rushed swiftly towards them. Vlad charged into their midst. With one sweep of his sword, he made them all collapse. The slashes from his blade flashed by, too fast to follow with the eyes. They couldn't believe it and shouted, "What?" Vlad's eyes glowed jade green. He held his sword, decisively cutting down every enemy rushing towards him. His body agile. His face was cold. He paid no attention to the agonizing screams. Suddenly, from behind, a man lunged, intending to fight dirty by attacking from the rear. With both hands gripping his sword tightly, he swung it powerfully towards Vlad, shooting loudly. Vlad gathered momentum, spun around, and swung his sword behind him, slashing at the attacker's neck, severing it and sending it flying into the air. Blood spurted out, splattering everywhere. The man's head fell beside Vlad's feet, causing the remaining men to become terrified. They asked each other in horror, "Is that really Vlad?" A bald-headed man, standing at the back of the group, gripping his sword tightly, roared, "Don't just stand there like fools. Surround." Hearing this, everyone tightened their grip on their swords, each man's face grim and furious. They surrounded Vlad. However, they still felt a sense of fear. What are they doing, just shoving each other forward like that? If you're ready, then attack him already. The group, terrified, thought to themselves, "He's extremely skilled with a sword. If we recklessly step forward, we'll be the ones to die." Thinking this, they could only stare at Vlad, who stood in the center of their circle, their eyes filled with tension. Everyone trembled, pushing each other. Someone, "Hurry up and go first." Vlad, seeing them so fearful, spoke softly, "You don't need to overthink it." His eyes blazed as he roared, "Because in the end, I will cut every last one of you into 100 pieces." A flash of white light radiated out, leaving the surrounding men dazed, not knowing what was about to happen to them. Flash's eyes blazed. He gripped his sword and swept through the crowd. One by one, they screamed loudly and fell backward. The men who had formed a circle were all wiped out. Loud cries of pain rang out. The others, terrified by the sight before them, spoke in trembling voices. "How can we possibly stop someone like him?" Suddenly, someone from upstairs yelled, "The net! Throw the iron net at him!" The one holding the iron net yelled, "Quick, get out of the way!" An iron net dropped right over Vlad's head, but he, quick and vigilant, swiftly dodged out for where the iron net fell. Iron nets were continuously dropped down. The furious men yelled, "Damn it, just throw everything at him." Vlad easily dodged all the iron nets. The men upstairs angrily shouted down, "Stop him, quick! How is he so fast?" Vlad stopped behind a pillar. The men above yelled, "He's hiding behind the pillar. Drag him out. We can't reach him from here." Then, another voice from elsewhere cried out in protest, "No, don't worry about him. Just block the stairs. As long as the stairs are blocked, he won't be able to get upstairs." Then, someone ordered, "Upstairs, prepare. Once he comes out of there, immediately throw knives at him." At this moment, a group of people holding swords were waiting. Vlad looked at the group ambushing him and thought to himself, "This is troublesome." He calculated, "If I run straight through them, it would be too reckless." Someone then started to provoke him. "Hey, brat, if you're so confident, then hurry up and come here." Vlad still gripped the sword tightly in his hand, slowly considering what to do. "I can't just keep using this aura sword like this." He suddenly noticed a rope tied ahead. "Gimina always complains about this," he thought. He looked at the curtain hanging high up, smiled, and thought, "The curtain is so heavy it even makes it difficult for her to move around." The men waiting didn't understand what he was doing. They wondered amongst themselves what nonsense he was up to. "What?" Vlad suddenly swung his sword, severing the curtain rope. The rope snapped with a loud, ear-splitting sound, and quickly fell. Vlad then gathered momentum and leaped up. He grabbed the rope that was rapidly descending and rode it down. He began to swing with the rope's momentum. The people below could only stare at him, dumbfounded. Vlad shot a sharp glance back at them, then let go and dropped down. He landed nimbly on the second floor, causing the people on the second floor, upon seeing him, to scream in fear. He actually flew up here. The group cried out for help. "Hey, first floor, everyone, get up here quickly." Vlad angrily looked at the group before him. He asked, genuinely surprised, Are these guys all you have to fight me? He shouted loudly. You bastards! Then he charged into the group standing before him. The other group also, in unison, raised their swords and surged forward. Their side shouted loudly, Kill him! Vlad nimbly dodged the leader's attack. He swung his sword, slashing at his neck, making him cough up blood. After that, a series of men behind him were continuously struck down. He skillfully dodged, while swiftly taking care of these grunts. As he fought, he thought to himself, they possess sharp blades, but the way they move, approaching me, is unbelievably stupid. He easily dealt with them one by one. They can't even touch me. Even Mr. George's wooden sword is far more dangerous and terrifying. After dealing with the group, Vlad was drenched in sweat. He stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly leaned back and dodged an approaching arrow. The remaining men were holding bows and arrows, continuously shooting towards him. They shouted, Shoot this cowardly rat. The men on the first floor holding swords shouted up, Keep shooting. We'll block the stairs. Hearing that, the archers all shot their arrows at Vlad in unison. Vlad quickly dodged each arrow. He glanced, then stomped his foot to gain momentum. He leaped and lunged downwards, towards where the archers were standing. He grabbed onto the chandelier above as a pivot point. He lunged down at the men below. His eyes shone brightly. He swung his sword continuously at the group, sending blood flying everywhere. The remaining group saw him and cursed. Damn it! Vlad stepped forward and spoke. This is so troublesome. He looked at the men in front of him and continued. Just wait, I'll come to you myself. Hearing him say that, the group's eyes widened in fear. They gripped their swords tightly. He picked up a nearby jug of water and chugged it down. Then he smashed the jug on the ground, splashing water everywhere. Vlad, in his all-red outfit with a fresh blood-soaked sword, casually wiped his mouth and asked, Now what? Should I come over there, or will you drag your asses over here? He sneered, glancing at the men. Looks like I'll have to go first. After all, you've been staying in my house all this time. It's time to collect the rent from you. Hearing this, the men stared wide-eyed in fear. Meanwhile, he thought, Jack's minions must have thought this was their territory. He walked towards them, sword in hand. But that was a fatal mistake. This place is the Rose Smile. He slowly advanced, causing the terrified men to back away. Vlad's sanctuary, his eyes blazed in the darkness, radiating a main character's aura. Haben sat writing a report, resting his head on his hand. He couldn't help but exclaim, Jack the One-Handed has gone mad. Even the market thugs don't go this far. He's robbing people so blatantly. What am I supposed to do? He thought. After Joker's death, he's like a different person. He used to torment debtors, but he never pushed them to the brink. At this rate, it's not good. In just a few months, the economy of the dark alley will collapse. He was furious inside, but couldn't vent. He exclaimed, I'm going to go crazy. How am I supposed to report someone robbing smuggled goods? While he was racking his brain, someone pushed the door open and announced, Haben, have you heard? The dark alley has been sealed off. He looked up at the person in front of him, who was panting heavily, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Haben asked again to confirm. What did you say? Who sealed off the dark alley? The man immediately replied, The people from Sturma, of course. They've come to arrest Jack, the One-Handed. All the Sturma guard are surrounding us from all sides. Haben rested his forehead on his hand, thinking irritably, so Jack the One-Handed finally crossed the line. I can't be happy about this. Even if Jack is gone, this whole alley will turn into a sea of blood. The man spoke up again, wondering, but I thought you were close with him, which made Haben wonder who the man was talking about. He asked who. The man replied, Vlad. Haben, a little confused, asked, Why bring him up all of a sudden? The man scratched the back of his neck and explained honestly, I didn't see it with my own eyes. But there's a blonde-haired kid in the group from Sturma. Haben was diligently writing something, his expression unhappy. He glanced at the man. Good grief, he's not the only blonde-haired person in the world. The man tried to explain further. It's not just that. He also called himself Vlad of Sturma. Haben stopped writing and looked up at him, his face filled with disbelief. What? Really? The man confirmed yes. They say he's come back to purge Jack. Seeing Haben trembling all over, the man asked worriedly, Are you all right, sir? Haben clenched his fists, ignoring him and thinking to himself, Lately, I've heard all sorts of rumors. In Dima's honor duel, his aura appeared. The young Marquis of Baeth contributed to the corpse worm hunt, the brand of Sturma. But perhaps the rumors are true. I have to verify it. No sooner said than done. Haben grabbed his cane and stood up resolutely and headed outside, leaving the man standing there, watching in astonishment. Vlad, covered in blood, with frenzied blue eyes, attacked the other man. He looked terrifying. While he wasn't looking, from behind, a man with a knife lunged towards him. A fierce expression on his face, shouting die. He had just slashed the leg of the man in front of him when he spun around and threw a knife, hitting the man behind him square in the forehead, sending him flying to his death. Then, the remaining men charged forward to attack all at once, but he decisively cut them down with a single slash, felling the men. In no time, he had finished them off. Behind him, a shadowy figure of a man appeared. He couldn't help but marvel. His speed leaves one speechless. Talent and relentless effort, and a strong will deep inside. This kid is a natural-born butcher. Vlad paid no mind to the other man. He pinned a surviving man with his foot and plunged his sword into his chest. His eyes lit up with a provocative smile. I've given you all this time. You've probably had your teeth fixed by now. The man, terrified, trembled violently, his eyes rolling back. Tears welled in his eyes as he stammered, unable to form words. He raised his sword, his eyes cold as he enunciated every word. Looks like you don't need them anymore, do you? The opponent's trembling arm rose, as if to stop the sword. But he showed no mercy and thrust the sword down, killing the opponent, who died with his eyes open. At this moment, the voice from the sword spoke. That's enough. He stood up and looked around. Bodies were strewn everywhere. Blood flowed in streams. He replied, this is more than enough. I can't perfectly recreate the scene from that day, but it's time to put an end to all of this. He turned and walked up the stairs, step by step. Drops of blood trickled down from the tip of his sword. In another room, a man was sitting with his back to the door. Vlad pushed the door open and entered. His eyes glowing blue, he announced his arrival. I'm here, the boss in the cluttered room. Jack still sat calmly at the bar and replied nonchalantly, so it's you, the new star. Welcome. Care for a drink? With that, he slid a glass of liquor to the side, seeing Vlad still standing there. He gave a faint smile. You no fun at all. Then he looked at his reflection in the glass and asked, are you really Vlad of Sturma? I heard the rumors, but I didn't believe them. He raised the glass in his hand, drained it in one gulp, and continued, I should have dealt with you sooner. Should have told the overseer to give you a beating. Probably not. You've probably already killed him. Vlad, but you will go even further than me." Seeing that mocking expression of his, he attacked furiously, shouting, "I told you to shut up." When they both lunged forward, they were blocked by the sword, sending them both staggering backward. He used that expression to provoke him, causing him to attack in anger. He also lunged forward and a spray of blood shot out. Blood flowed onto the floor, forming a large puddle. The shadow of Vlad's sword, piercing through his chest, was reflected on the floor. His mouth full of blood, he managed a satisfied smile. "This is better. Instead of being cut down by Joker back then, it's much better to die at the hands of a kid trying to climb to the peak of glory." He calmly spoke his last words to him. "Do you have any last words?" He lowered the iron hook in his hand and said with a laugh, "You did well, kid. Rest up a bit before you go." He looked at him warily and then pulled the sword from his body. Blood flowed ceaselessly onto the floor, but he still managed to prop up his body and reply, "That's enough." Inside, he thought, "I've lived a wicked life, but it was a fiery one, wasn't it? Even though in the end, I was miserably defeated by a world that shines brighter than mine." He was still smiling, his voice trembling slightly. I've done my job well enough. I've had a lot of fun. Now, I'll go see Mr. Joker." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hook hand and let himself fall from the high place. He stood still, gazing into that silent space. Sweet revenge was supposed to be a natural course of action. But what is this bitter taste? He turned and noticed the glass of wine that Jack had offered him earlier. He walked over, picked up the glass, and drank it in one go. He remembered Jack's dying words. "You will go even further than me." He placed the glass on the table, his expression filled with sorrow. He placed a blood-stained gold coin on the table next to the glass. "Take it back. A knight does not accept free things." He walked away without looking back. He dragged his heavy feet step by step away from that place. This place is the alley of sin, a place of stagnant puddles that hold people with tragic fates. But today, a single drop of water has left this dark world, leaving a void that is hard to fill. In the young man's heart, Warden stood waiting outside, feeling an uneasy and strange anxiety. Why is it so quiet? I wonder what happened. Then, slowly, from the darkness, Vlad emerged, his body covered in blood. This made everyone standing nearby get goosebumps. Covered in blood? It was just a fleeting thought, but did he really kill 50 men by himself? Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe. I can't even get close. More than respect. This is more like fear. Vlad sighed, looking at everyone with eyes colder than ice, then turned his head away. It seemed like he was planning to go somewhere. Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. Vlad, it's me over here, Haben." Vlad heard that familiar call. He slowly turned his head and recognized Haben, who was trying to call him over despite being blocked by the guards. Warden, seeing that the two seemed to know each other, told the guards to let him pass. Haben slowly approached Vlad and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Vlad smiled, dropped his sword, walked over to him, and leaned on him. "Ah, damn it, it hurts like hell. My whole body aches." When Haben asked him what was wrong, he just smiled, closed his eyes, and leaned against him with an incredibly peaceful expression, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Perhaps he had been waiting for that feeling for a very long time. Sunlight shone down on the entire city, creating a beautiful, brilliant golden scene. But Vlad still wasn't used to this place. Perhaps it was because it wasn't like that dark alley. He was lost in thought when suddenly someone entered his room. "Oh, Commander, you're awake? You should rest some more." It was Jerry. Hearing him, Vlad refused immediately because he found lying in bed even more uncomfortable. He asked what the thing he was holding was. He immediately flashed a smile brighter than any flower and said, "It's water for you to wash your face, sir." Noticing something was off, Vlad looked at him with an incredibly confused expression. "What's wrong with you?" Although he replied that everything was normal, in reality, deep down, he was thinking about something else. The commander's old acquaintances are starting to show up. At this rate, it'll be hard for me to keep my position. I've followed the commander for so long. I can't go back to being a guard for Baze. But how could these thoughts of his escape Vlad's notice? He reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as you do your job well, I won't abandon you." Hearing him say that made Jerry's eyes light up. "Really? You promise?" He was so excited that the water in the basin he was carrying splashed everywhere. In his excitement, he suddenly remembered that Warden wanted to see Vlad, so he informed him. Perfect timing, because at that moment, he himself also had a few things to say to him. So he went to his room and saw a table full of pastries. He sighed. If he ate all of this, he would probably die from clogged arteries due to too much sugar in his system. But it seemed Warden didn't care. For him, not eating this pile was the real danger. He held a pastry in his hand, chewing loudly, while turning his head toward the pile of documents he had. Take a look at these documents. I have to go through them, but there's no end to it. The shadow of Jack the One-Handed has covered even the deepest parts of the dark alley. Vlad, however, didn't seem surprised by this. It makes sense. He grew up here. He controlled everything. And Warden bit his nails. It'll probably take a while to find out the exact cause. So, what are you planning to do? I have to deal with the aftermath, but your job is done. Hearing this, he just gave a very vague reply. I don't know. Hearing this, Warden suggested that he occasionally help him out with a few things before Joseph arrives. Vlad seemed a bit hesitant about this offer. What can I help you with? I don't know anything about these documents. He handed him a piece of paper, and he read aloud. What was written on it? Commander of the Guard Unit, acting representative. Warden explained to him that it's the authority to make arrests. Basically, it allows you to use a certain degree of force. Lord Joseph wants to take this opportunity to clean up the dark alley, wipe out the remnants, and replace them with something more suitable. That's his next step. You are the representative for this mission. After all, you're the one who knows the dark alley best, Vlad. He immediately understood what his next mission was. Warden told him to rest and meet his old friends and girlfriend before starting the mission. He did. Hearing the word girlfriend made Vlad sigh wearily. I told you, she's my friend. But it seemed he didn't care about what he said. Oh, I've already requested a visit to the convent. I thought they would approve it right away. But who knew? They told us to wait a few days. I'll let you know when there's news. Seeing the man was more thoughtful than he had imagined, even though he hadn't asked him for anything, made Vlad feel very happy. But it seemed he remembered something else. Lord Warden, are all of Jack the One-Handed's remaining men in prison? He confirmed that was correct. Yes, we've arrested all of them. Their hideouts are scattered all over the place. Knowing this, Vlad expressed his wish to go to the prison where they were being held because he wanted to find someone. If he couldn't find that person here, he would turn the entire dark alley upside down to find it. Vlad went to the prison where Jack the One-Handed and his gang were being held. He asked the prison guard where his subordinates were being held, and they replied that they were in the innermost section. Knowing the location, he went to their cell. Seeing his figure, they whispered amongst themselves. Is that him? George's nephew? No way. How could the representative of Lord Bays be him? If not, then why is he here? Don't tell me. He's here to hunt down those who participated in the attack on the Rose Smile. Hearing this, they scattered in fear, causing a commotion in the room. But among them, there was one who was unusually calm. He sat silently in a corner of the room, saying nothing. Perhaps that was the person Vlad wanted to see most. Found you. It's hard to recognize you in the dark, especially looking so grimy. Just give me 40 silver, and I'll get you out of here. Otha, you know how much you owe me? The young man named Otha looked at him with eyes. That clearly showed his surprise, because people like him were often cast aside by this society like a dirty rat. So having someone offer to help was truly an incredible luxury. The next morning, he went to the convent. The nuns here were all swooning over his handsome appearance. There he is. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome. He has blonde hair and blue eyes. He must be a subordinate of one of Lord Bays's knights. I heard a knight is coming today. Could that be him? It's very possible. It's wonderful to see such a young knight. Look at the way the sister is guiding him. It's so admirable. And the people walking behind him, too. They all hold positions of authority. If he weren't a knight, why would they be following him? They must have paid a large sum of money just to cling to the coattails of Lord Bays through that night, right? No doubt. He must be incredibly important. That's why the sister bought so much wine for the cellar. As the three of them were chatting cheerfully, suddenly another nun burst in, shattering the lively atmosphere. Why are you still gathered there? Didn't you hear that we have an important welcoming ceremony today? Hearing that powerful voice, the three nuns bowed their heads in fear and apologized. Yes, Mother Superior. We'll get to it right away. The woman ordered them to hurry up, then stormed out of the room in a huff. As soon as she left, the three nuns shot a sideways glance at a girl sitting in the corner of the room. Redhead, we got scolded because of your slowness. You heard her say to hurry up, didn't you? We're going ahead. You'd better wash those dishes quickly. The red-haired girl heard this, but could do nothing more than endure it. As for the three of them, after giving their orders, they left the room. Let's go. We'll get front row seats. A short while later, the prayer service began. The head priest introduced. We have a special guest today. He comes from the family of Count Bays, and is his personal knight. And he is also the one who was blessed and acknowledged by Father Andrea. The three of them, upon hearing that introduction, became even more excited. The one acknowledged by Father Andrea. And what's more, he's the pride of Count Bays. He's like a knight straight out of a fairy tale. Vlad glanced from side to side. That very glance made the hearts of the nuns here, which were already fluttering, flutter even more. Oh my gosh, he looked over here. I think I made eye contact. He's fallen out of favor with the Lord. But he seemed to pay no mind to those whispers, because the person he was looking for wasn't there. Even though he had requested all the nuns to be present, his expression darkened. But the prayer service continued. And of course, he couldn't let his personal feelings interfere with such a solemn occasion. So, despite a slight feeling of disappointment, he still knelt down to pray. Seeing him kneel, the nuns blushed even more. Then at that moment, he heard the sound of someone's approaching footsteps, and a faint smile touched his lips. It seemed to be the person he was waiting for. The red-haired girl who had been bullied had made it in time for the prayer service. She tiptoed in, careful not to disrupt the ceremony, and he saw her. He involuntarily clicked his tongue. The head monk, hearing this, asked him if something was wrong, but his reply was completely unrelated. She's too thin. Have you people been starving her? Hearing this, the head monk and those around him flinched. Excuse me, but what are you talking about? Angered, he slowly walked down towards the nuns standing below. His actions sparked their curiosity, as they had no idea where he was headed. He moved closer and closer to the red-haired girl, and she recognized him. Huh, is that Vlad? I don't think so. It can't possibly be Vlad. As she was lost in thought, he suddenly appeared before her and knelt down, wiping her dress. Hey, why are you so dirty? This action of his left everyone else utterly stunned. Huh, what? They know each other? But he seemed to pay it no mind, and continued to clean her dress. So, they haven't been feeding you properly. They even let you walk around in these filthy clothes. The girl said nothing, her trembling hand reaching out to touch his shining golden hair. As for him, seeing she remained silent, he grew impatient and looked up, only to realize she was crying. Perhaps not wanting to see her cry, he told her to take care of all the paperwork. We're leaving this place today. Then he said, let's go home. Gamina. Just those 3 words were enough to make Gamina burst into tears like a child. Because now, she no longer had a home to return to. She had lived for days without a home, without family, and often without even a bite to eat. They had once lived in miserable poverty in the back alleys, but that was a story of the past. Now they had found each other, and found the home they had both longed for. Gamina sat, clutching her bag tightly. Her face was shy, her lips pressed together. Her timid gaze slowly lifted to Vlad, who sat opposite her. Why the long face? Vlad asked, propping his chin on his hand. What do you mean? She asked slowly. Why do you keep staring at me like that? Well, because, she stammered, looking at the handsome Vlad, so strong and radiant in the sunlight, and blushed. It's because you've changed so much. She hugged her bag tighter, burying her face in it. Vlad saw and realized immediately, letting out a soft sigh. We've only been apart for 6 months, and you're already shy. He fell silent, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed out the carriage window. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. Only the clatter of the carriage wheels could be heard. Gamina looked at his face, which seemed to sparkle with an aura of a handsome man, and sighed in admiration. He's like a nobleman. Her expression was tense. Gamina, Vlad called. She looked up, and he popped something in her mouth. Hey, you've been spacing out. Eat this and snap out of it. In her mouth was something incredibly sweet. What is this? Caramel. A knight I know gave it to me. Normally, only nobles can afford something like this. She asked again, how did you get something so expensive? You didn't steal it, did you? Vlad, looking weary, put his hands behind his head. Think whatever you want. Suddenly, a warmth spread through Gamina, and a gentle smile touched her lips. Her eyes, she hadn't realized, had turned red from welling up. Vlad noticed her trembling. Why are you crying again? He asked, confused. Gamina quickly covered her tear-filled eyes. You're too late. With that, she turned her face away. Vlad was flustered, not knowing what to do. He could only turn away and awkwardly change the subject. Gosh, what beautiful weather. Outside the window, warm sunlight flooded the scene. The sky was clear and blue. No matter where in the world you are born, everyone deserves to cherish a star in their heart. But Releasing that star back into the night sky is another matter entirely. In a dark alley, a light still burned in the blacksmith shop. The gray-haired blacksmith sat before the forge, which blazed with smoke and fire. Watching the charcoal slowly burn away, he thought, just like me, being uselessly worn down, unable to do anything. He stood up and walked to the door. Time to close up. These days, not a soul looks up at the sky. He suddenly thought of a certain young man. I hope he's doing well. He's both admirable and pitiful. The image of the boy's miserable state appeared in his mind. It was Vlad. Just hope that kid doesn't die. As he was about to close the door and go inside, a voice rang out from behind him. Are you closed? You'll have to come back tomorrow. A youthful voice replied, I can't. I'm busy tomorrow. I need it done today. The blacksmith sighed softly. What could someone from the back alleys be busy with? This sword needs repairing. It's been a long time since I last had it repaired. Hearing the mention of the sword, the blacksmith stopped in his tracks. That voice was all too familiar. Vlad raised his sword. The other blacksmiths said they couldn't do it. Only you have the skill. The blacksmith was too surprised to speak. The boy had changed so much. Can you do it? Wait. Yes, of course I can. He hurriedly invited the young man inside. Come in, sit down and talk. Vlad handed his sword to the old man. Holding it in his hands, he could only marvel. Wonderful. I see you've truly put it to good use. He examined each nick and scar on the blade, asking, where did this one come from? Vlad, standing behind him, answered, from the goblin hunt last winter. I still wasn't used to a sword back then. And this one, in an honor duel with Derma. And this one, recently, I had to act as bait to catch a deathworm. While I was luring it, the sword scraped against the ground. The old man looked at the sword and marveled. Monster hunting and honor duels. Even hunting a deathworm, a remnant of the broken dragon. He looked at the boy with admiration and pride. I'm truly proud of you. Unlike someone like me, who just wastes his time away in the back alleys. You've always been diligently carrying out your mission. He suddenly became incredibly energized, brimming with vigor. I'm even more excited than when I was forging my masterpiece. Wait right here. I'll fix it up right now, he said, then frantically stoked the forge. The flickering flames burned a brilliant red. The sword, in his masterful hands, would surely become a masterpiece once more. In the smithy, with its suffocating, burning flame, the old man's passion, long dormant, flared to life once more, because a star that had lost its light was shining brightly once again. The next morning, by a shack on the river van, Vlad was drinking with a man he considered a close brother. The man spoke up. The IOU for the rose smile, that Jack. The one-handed held. You're saying you have it? He asked in disbelief. That's right. It was a fair transaction. So, you're going to run the place now? Vlad explained. I wish, but I return it to Marcella right away. She can't get started right away, but the place will be sorted out soon enough. The man replied, that makes sense. After all, the place was a bloodbath after the fight. He asked, what are you going to do now? Going back to Stoma? I'll be here for a while. I'm on vacation. The man laughed in response. It's good to have you around. As someone who follows the orders of nobles, Vlad continued. They also told me to look into something in my spare time. Look into what? Vlad's face grew serious. The secret assets hidden by Jack the One-Handed, or whatever else we still don't know about. Anyway, Jack's remaining followers are still causing trouble all over the place. The man suggested, I can help you. Vlad readily agreed. Of course you should help me. That glass of wine wasn't free, you know. The man looked at the bottle in his hand, speechless. Look at you. And Marcella seems to be looking for other girls to keep the tavern running. But they must have all been sold off. We should be able to find them somewhere around here. The man rubbed his chin. Gold coins and women. Those two things must be connected somehow. Vlad frowned. Sounds troublesome. I investigated a few names, but they left almost no trace. Who? The man asked again. There are people like that. Her name is Anna, and a few others with her. You're right. It's too strange. There should have been some trace of them here. Jack the One-Handed did a lot of things while ruling the back alleys, but this is completely different. He offered to Vlad. I'll look into it too. But the intelligence network in the back alleys collapsed recently, so I can't help much. Just then, a voice called out, Vlad. I've checked it out. There's a suspicious place, just like you said. Vlad stood up, ready to leave. Great. Let's go check it out now. He then said his goodbyes. I'm off. All right. If I find anything, I'll let you know right away. Lumin sighed. He just got back and already has no time to rest. In a back alley, at a butcher shop, she stood guard outside the door. While Vlad went inside, he handed the owner a piece of paper with a list of names written on it. The owner spoke. So what about these people? Vlad replied, let's just say you've met them. Why are you looking for people in a butcher shop? We don't deal in human trafficking here. So, this place is suspicious after all. Vlad saw right through him. Is that so? I'm busy as hell, and first thing in the morning, I have to deal with this trouble. Once you're done looking, get lost. The man tried to shoo him away, to the sound of a cleaver thudding against the wooden block. The man's face was ashen. Vlad's eyes scanned the room. But has this place always been a butcher shop? I remember it wasn't like this 6 months ago. The man continued chopping without turning around. He replied, ask Black Bear. I got permission to sell meat here. Vlad replayed the information in his head. One of the 5 leaders of the back alleys, Black Bear, the pig butcher. It seems he's deliberately using his superior's name to threaten me. How pathetic. He smirked and said, I'll just have to ask him myself. But this is interesting. A powerful, threatening aura radiated from him. How did you know whose name was on that paper? Without even reacting, his cold voice made the man's hand stop, trembling uncontrollably. Vlad glared and continued, exposing the man's identity in the back alleys. When you show someone a piece of written paper, they'll get angry first. After all, learning to read isn't easy for the people here. Since you're an outsider, you probably don't understand the etiquette here, do you? The butcher broke out in a cold sweat, having been exposed. Vlad pressed his interrogation. Instead of pork, you're trafficking people here, aren't you? The man's hand, holding the cleaver, froze. Then he suddenly spun around and swung at Vlad. Vlad deftly dodged and took a step back. The butcher furiously demanded, who are you? Where did you come from? Vlad just answered disdainfully, that's the question I should be asking you. Cooperate, or blood will be shed. TSK. He's got a vein popping. Damn, Vlad said sarcastically. Of course, that's a man in my alley for you. He pulled out his dagger and called to the door. Oda, close the door. Business here is done for the day. His gaze looked like it could kill the other man on the spot. Vlad wiped the blood from his dagger and asked. Oda was eating beside him. When did people like that start coming in here? Lately, many people like that have been coming and going. Jack the one-handed can't possibly manage them all. It's that chaotic, huh? After that day, he changed a lot. Looking at the blood-stained dagger in his hand, Vlad recalled the scene from last night. He had pinned the fake butcher down on the table and stabbed the dagger into his hand. The man shrieked in terror, spilling all the information he had. I'm just a middleman. Only the slave traders know the details. He frowned and thought, why would that group be trafficking people from the dark alley so brazenly? And I don't have any legitimate reason to start investigating this. Where does the root of this problem lie? Vlad continued, speaking to Oda, we're just looking into the matter. I'm sure it's the right thing to do. Of course, but the other high-ranking knights, they'll investigate the details themselves. Just then, a child ran up, calling out, Brother Vlad. I went and asked around about the things you asked. Some kid saw her. Vlad, pleased, praised him, and handed the kid a skewer of grilled meat. Great job. Here, take this. The child's face lit up with happiness. A meat skewer. Oda turned and asked, who were the kids that saw her? It was a brown-haired girl named Anna. My friend said he saw her getting into a strange carriage. About a month ago, Vlad thought to himself, just as I suspected, was she sold off somewhere else? The child, chewing with his mouth full, suddenly seemed to remember something. But there was something strange. What was it? He said, all the women in that carriage were pregnant. Vlad was shocked. What? All of them? That's right. He was sure their bellies were all quite large. Oda spoke up. That's strange. Why would they be trading pregnant women? They can't work. Is something wrong? Is that a problem? He asked, looking over at Vlad, whose face had darkened in thought. The idea of Anna being pregnant is already hard to believe. Why would anyone be buying and selling pregnant women, even in the dark alley? Those women can't do anything. This shouldn't be happening. Suddenly, an image of a monster flashed in his mind. Disheveled and crazed, it rushed forward. Mad women locked in cages. It was as if he'd realized something. Could it be that we'll turn into those women who lost their children and became monsters? Could that be it? Heeding the warnings from his own thoughts, a bad premonition began to take hold. His face went pale. Damn it, I hope what I'm thinking isn't true. But there's no harm in preparing for the worst. With that thought, he stood up in a panic and left. In some office, a lavish spread of food was laid out. A voice asked, you've detected unusual movements? Vlad replied, that's right, Lord Veridia. The man, who was eating, asked Vlad seriously, what? You work without taking a break. You're the one who told me to keep an eye on Jack the one-handed. Veridia said with a lazy air. I didn't think you'd investigate everything so quickly. He groaned in frustration. How can I rest? If you don't stop and keep investigating even more, I just finished all the paperwork here. Is it so serious that you can't stay here for a day or two? It seems so, Vlad replied indifferently. Think about it carefully. It's not a problem we can just solve, is it? Vlad replied seriously. If this is beyond your authority, I can report it to the mayor. Veridia, with no other choice, could only say, that's not, I just didn't want to do this work. On my day off. He stood by the window, looking down at the main street. A troop of soldiers was approaching. They carried the golden flag of the Bayos clan. Veridia sighed. Are you people trying to force me to work from all sides? He said he wouldn't arrive for another 2 days. Leading the troop was Jagger, Joseph's confidant, advancing toward the mayor's hall. Joseph stepped down from his carriage. The mayor was already standing at the door, rubbing his hands together warmly. Lord Joseph, I am truly honored by your visit. He walked straight past the mayor, heading directly for Vlad and Veridia. Is everyone doing their jobs well? He asked. Of course, my lord. I hope your journey was smooth. Lord Joseph. Did anything happen here? Veridia replied with a smile. Of course, my lord. This remark didn't seem very credible. Joseph looked straight at Vlad, who guiltily averted his gaze. Finally, he spoke up. It looks like something has happened. Joseph walked straight inside. I want to hear about it. The mayor led everyone into the office. This way, my lord. This is the mayor's office. Jagger stepped inside first. Allow me to check it first, my lord. The mayor spoke up, disgruntled. Look here. This is a bit unpleasant. Are you suggesting I've hidden something dangerous inside to harm Lord Joseph? Jagger turned his head, shooting a razor-sharp glare. I'll be looking into that closely. The mayor, startled, quickly bowed and scraped. There's really nothing suspicious. If you don't believe me, please, check for yourself. Joseph spoke to Vlad. Kid, you did well. Ah, yes. Thank you, my lord. He realized it immediately. So, is there something you wish to tell me now? Vlad replied. I was just hoping not to complicate matters unnecessarily. It's fine, go ahead. Vlad glanced at the mayor. I need assistance for a few reasons. It would be better if I could discuss this privately with the mayor. Joseph thought with satisfaction. The harsh education and training are finally paying off. You can now handle things on your own, can't you? After all, even with my family's backing, I can't guarantee your safety forever. You have to handle things yourself. He spoke aloud. You've made the right decision. Inside the room, Jagger reported, Lord Joseph, everything is clear. He said as he entered, his eyes scanning the room. You have a wonderful office. Mr. Mayor. Joseph approached the glass window and looked down. The view from here is excellent. Yes, my lord. You can see all of Sarah from here. The mayor immediately chimed in. But this chair should be replaced. Joseph touched the mayor's chair next to him. It looks too large and unsuitable. The mayor stammered, completely baffled. Why, my lord? Is there a problem with the chair? He immediately understood. Lord Joseph, you can't, you mean. Joseph had already swiftly sat down in the chair. He propped his arm on the armrest and ordered, Now, Vlad, you can speak freely without worry. He continued, speaking to the new mayor of Sarah. All 3 people in the room gaped in astonishment. Joseph had just become a mayor so Vlad could report everything. Vlad walked along the bumpy path, thick with the stench of blood and muck. He lamented, this smell is driving me crazy. It's so hard to move around this place. Otis said wearily. They were walking through the poorest and most complex part of the dark alleys. A chaotic place with all sorts of strange smells mixed with the scent of blood. Vlad glanced into a nearby cold cellar. And above all, the intense stares from the people living here. When death is always near due to poverty, they always reject outsiders. There's a good reason why Jack the One-Handed doesn't touch this area. They arrived in front of an old, dark building. As expected, this is the alley the butcher mentioned. Vlad stepped forward and knocked on the door. A burly man peered through a slot in the door and called out, Who is it? Vlad replied with a cold expression. You must have heard from the alley entrance. Everyone is on edge. After hearing this, the man slammed the small slot shut. Wait, they're playing psychological games. Vlad pressed his lips together. Perhaps I shouldn't let myself be ignored like this. The me of the past would have had to endure this often, but he remembered what he had been through. Since swearing loyalty to Joseph, meeting Jagger, kneeling before Elisa, he had gone through so much. Vlad looked up at the sky, his resolve hardened. I can't let this go. He frowned wearily as the sunlight began to fade. Vlad stood firmly before the slowly moving door. A man told him, Come in. He remained standing there, eyes closed, saying nothing. The men inside asked, What are you doing? Aren't you coming in? Oda stood to one side, unsure of what to do. The men clicked their tongues and were about to turn back inside. "If you're not coming in, then get lost." Only then did Vlad speak. "If you close that door now, you won't be able to take responsibility for what happens today." His blue eyes seemed ablaze with a raging, killing intent. The men were skeptical. "What?" He took the flagpole from Oda's hands. "You're the ones who started this, aren't you?" He slammed it forcefully onto the ground and declared, "I am Vlad of Sera." The flag flew, bearing two powerful family crests. "Under the honorable names that have vouched for me, I will exercise my given authority." His terrifying gaze overwhelmed them. He threatened, "Remember to relay this message to Black Bear. Come out yourself to meet the legal representative of Beos." His voice was like a sharp blade to their necks. His aura was enough to make one tremble. He declared, "You've surely heard the rumors, haven't you, about what happens if I plant this flag? What will happen? There will be a bloodbath. Do not take my words lightly. This is my final advice to you." At the mayor's hall, the mayor, no, it's more accurate to say the former mayor, dejectedly shuffled away from the place that, just moments ago, was still his. A regretful glance back from the upper floor. Joseph looked down and said, "I didn't mean to do that earlier, so I feel a little guilty." Jagger replied, "He is only reaping what he sowed. The consequences of his own actions. Countless corruptions of the ruling class in this city have been exposed, so he won't be able to escape his punishment in Stura." "That's true," Joseph continued. "Because of me, his time of punishment has come sooner, so I feel a bit guilty." With that, he glanced at Vlad through the glass. "By the way, what did Black Bear say?" He reported the situation to Joseph. He said he would do his best to cooperate. It seems things went rather easily. "I thought he was a stubborn man," Vlad continued. "Perhaps the fact that he and I both come from the dark alley helped us." Joseph chuckled slightly, a mix of disbelief in his expression. "No way. No matter what, he's still a leader who rules an entire district. He's not used to this kind of work, so he should have run into trouble. But he completed the mission brilliantly." He watched Vlad's rapid progress, extremely pleased with him. The plan to train him to become a perfect knight, instead of just an ordinary swordsman. The training drill was a great success. Joseph turned back and praised, "All right, well done." At this moment, Joseph sheathed his sword. A sharp sound rang out. The army immediately stood in a dignified, imposing formation before Joseph. He counted them one by one. 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 officials, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 personal guard, who is Vlad. These are the subordinates who will share my fate. If I become the next head of the family, they will be granted special privileges. If I am eliminated from the competition for the headship, then we will fall together. It's all or nothing. This battle will only have one victor. Sarah will be the stepping stone for everyone." Joseph declared resoundingly, "From now on, I will begin to rule Sarah smoothly." His face looked more trustworthy than ever. He told himself, "I will do my utmost, but I won't have time to worry about anything else." He thought, although we still can't fight against the darkness that has enveloped the street corners of Sarah, we also can't be prepared for everything. If until now we have only been taking baby steps, then from now on, we must truly start striding forward. This moment is probably the last chance I've been given." Joseph turned back and said to everyone, "Therefore, this task will be entrusted to Sir Gregory. Please select the members of the investigation team right here." Gregory placed a hand on his chest, bowed his head, and accepted the order. "Thank you, my lord, for entrusting me with this important task." As expected, Joseph had already planned for these things. There must be a reason why he chose him. A knight who has always remained neutral, even within the family. He is not someone who would be blinded by the battle between brothers. Although he is not completely my subordinate, he is capable enough to be responsible for these matters. Gregory continued, "Due to the nature of the mission, there will be many instances where we must pursue others. I want to work with young Cade, who has excellent tracking abilities." The one mentioned was a handsome young man with prominent curly hair. He smiled, extended a hand towards Vlad, and said, "And I hope we will cooperate well together." The promising star. Late at night, it was pouring rain in Mosiah. At the residence of Baron Utman, lightning coldly illuminated the room in the mansion. A child lay on the bed, their face pale and pained. The Baron stood by the bed, his fists clenched. "If I do this, will it really save the boy?" "Of course, my Lord Baron." A bewitching female voice spoke up. Looking at his son struggling on the sickbed, the Baron made a pained decision. Then I'm counting on you. His face was crumpled, tears streaming down. As long as you can save my son, I will pay any price. Don't be so heartbroken, the voice said again. A woman set her foot on the floor and slowly opened her purple glowing eyes. She continued, because the gods cannot see everything. She wore an outfit resembling that of a dark mage. Her cloak covered her face. She clasped her hands as if preparing for a ritual. Dark magic radiated throughout the room. Her evil eyes flashed, her smile turning crazed. They could never know that someone like me exists. Dark magic enveloped her body. In the gloomy night, heavy rain fell everywhere. A group of people in hooded raincoats stood in the rain. An old man with a thick beard and hair looked at the weather and said, "What terrible weather." Vlad stood beside him, gazing into the distance, and replied, "Yes, a pity. We almost made it in time." Gregory also replied, "That's life. Things don't always go as planned." Gregory took a bottle of liquor from his coat. He uncapped it and offered it to him. "It's quite cold. A little drink wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? Want a sip?" However, Vlad didn't take it and turned away. He changed the subject. "Let me go gather some branches." Gregory watched his retreating figure and replied, "They're all wet. They won't be easy to burn." Vlad replied dejectedly, "Still, we should try." Gregory took a sip of liquor and glanced at him. "You're just like him, truly Jagger's guard." Then Vlad went deeper into the forest. He sat down, picked up a branch, and sighed. "These are all useless. At this rate, we'll freeze to death in this cold rain." Cade brought some branches wrapped in a cloth. He spoke from behind him. "These branches might be usable. They're hollow inside." Vlad stood up and reached out to take them. "Thank you, Sir Cade. I'll take them." He took the branches from Cade's hands. As he was about to leave, the young man hesitated, unsure how to start. But finally he spoke up. "On the road, I couldn't find a chance to say, thank you for last time." Vlad turned, smiled, and replied, "I was just doing my job. Don't mention it. How are you now, sir?" Cade bowed, scratched his head shyly, and replied, "I'm fine, thanks to you." At that time, I thought I would have to lose a limb, seeing that Vlad had been gone for a while. Gregory went into the forest to look for him. He saw the two of them talking. He smiled and spoke up. "Seeing you two makes me think I've chosen the right people. Many have refused this job, simply because they are knights. From now on, we will go under this identity. No longer knights, but mercenaries. From here on, we are in the territory of Baron Upman. Luckily, the Black Bears cooperate. We have a lead on them. But we have no evidence. Although we are in the north now, this place is outside of the Bees' territory. Joseph could only get us this far. Our mission is to remain undetected and investigate the village." "Understood." The two of them listened silently to his words. Then they replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then he and Cade returned to the camp together. He instructed, "All right, let's head back now. Rest up and prepare for tomorrow." However, Vlad didn't follow them. He turned his head and looked in another direction, thinking that mournful winter cry. "I hope I never have to hear it again." Then he also followed in the direction the two had just left. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the whole group had packed up and mounted their horses, continuing their journey. Gregory gripped the reins, feeling uneasy and restless. "Well, I have a feeling we're about to be ambushed." The bald man driving the carriage also grimaced and added, "I suddenly have a bad feeling." "There's no one around." Vlad, riding behind and observing the surroundings, replied, "Perhaps it's just because it's early morning." Cade pointed in a direction and said, "I see an up ahead." Gregory looked in the direction he pointed and exclaimed happily, "Oh, that's really good news. Let's go." An innkeeper stood at the counter, sighing with an annoyed expression. "Heavens, customers at this hour?" Gregory led the way, followed by Vlad, Cade, and a few others. He smiled and raised a hand in greeting. "Because of the heavy rain yesterday, we couldn't make it to the village. Could you give each of us a bowl of soup?" The innkeeper looked at them annoyed and asked, "Are you mercenaries? Things have been chaotic around here lately, so we can't just let anyone in." By the counter, a little girl was hiding and watching them. Seeing they were being turned away, Gregory frowned, feeling annoyed. But he smiled and pleaded, "We just want to stay for a few days because of the weather. Are you really going to turn us away? We'll eat here as well." Vlad waved and smiled at the little girl, while thinking to himself, she looked so much like Gamina when she was little. This made the little girl blush. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, calling his name, Vlad. He was slightly startled, but walked to a secluded spot and spoke in a low voice to that man. "What's wrong? This isn't like you." The voice replied, "I think this is the place. I will lend you the soul world." Look at that girl. He used the soul world to look at the girl. Her entire body was surrounded by gloomy black streams of light emanated from the cross-shaped necklace on her neck. He realized it was a curse. Children are often so innocent, and yet they're always the first to be sacrificed. I've gotten used to seeing this. Adults just take from the hands of children. The only thing that awaits these empty-handed kids is death. They loud enough as if intentionally letting him hear and protect our children, the children of God. He left the church and, spotting an old man clearing hay, approached to inquire. The old man was surprised by his question. An epidemic? Where did you hear that rumor? He honestly recounted, when I was praying at the shrine. The priest told me. The old man replied, while continuing his work. If the priest said so, seeing the old man trail off, as if implicitly confirming what the priest had said, he smiled with a worried expression and replied, according to our plan, we have to stay in this town for a few days, and hearing about an epidemic here worries me. The old man stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a cloth, and reassured him, well, you don't have to worry, because it's an epidemic that only harms children. He asked, puzzled, only children? But how? The old man put a hand on his hip and turned to look at it. How would I know? I heard it's an epidemic that's spreading across most of Baron Yuman's territory. Maybe God is angry. It's hard to believe, but that's the situation. Having gotten the answer he wanted, he said thank you and left. All right, thank you, sir, he thought. Women disappearing in Sarah, and here, only children dying from a disease. It seems these things are related. This is definitely not a normal epidemic, but I still don't have any clues. Should I go back to Sarah and borrow some holy relics to bring here? The man's voice rang out again. The holy relics they'd lend you won't work. I think it's a curse cast by some dark mage. Only a highly trained, high-ranking priest would be able to detect this. He asked, puzzled, "How do you know such important things?" The voice replied, "I'm not sure either. It's just a guess." His expression was pensive, truly perplexed. "I'm pretty sure my feeling is right, but I still have no clues." The sound of children talking to a person in a black, hooded cloak. "The priest gave it to us, sir," caught his attention, and he hid in a corner to observe. A slender little girl smiled and explained, "The priest also gave one to my friend." The person in the black, hooded cloak was holding a necklace with a cross in their hand. They examined it for a moment, then gave it back to the children and left. He, standing behind a wall, saw the whole scene. He surmised, "This person is suspicious. If I'm lucky, I might find a clue here." The man's voice rang out again, warning him, "Be careful with your actions. That person gives off a strange aura. They won't be easy to deal with." His voice was firm as he replied, "It's fine. I've been a robber and a thief, but the job I did the longest was pickpocketing." The voice mocked, "I don't think that's something to be proud of." He followed the person in black, thinking, confused, "Why do I get the feeling I'm being lured out of town?" The man's voice rang out again, reminding him, "Hey, Mr. Pickpocket, it seems they've noticed you." He leaned against a tree trunk, thinking hard. "Since I've already memorized their appearance, I should go back and report to Sir Gregory." The voice detected something unusual and announced, "Well, it seems they're not letting you go. Here they come." They rushed towards him with a sword, attacking. Warned in advance, he drew his sword to block, but their strength was immense. Forcing him back, he angrily gritted his teeth. "What is this?" The voice advised, "Don't just stand there. Move, dodge to the left." Heeding the advice, he dodged the attack and retreated. With just those few sword strikes, I can tell that person is a knight. Whether they're a knight stripped of their title or a current one, I can't accurately gauge their abilities. If that's the case, the secret to a fatal blow that can send an opponent to their death comes from surprise. Snapping out of his thoughts, a murderous intent emanated from his eyes. He unleashed an attack on his opponent. "I only have one chance, just one moment." His sword, as if sensing its master's thoughts, glowed with a brilliant blue light as it struck. The sword in their hand and their left eye emitted a yellow light. He realized in shock, "Aura." The mysterious man spoke again, stopping Vlad. "Stop, we heard this." He also realized it was too late. Their weapons clashed. A loud explosion rang out, emitting a brilliant, colorful light. Dust and smoke filled the air. He retreated far back, kneeling and using his sword to support his body. The voice's words rang out, "We've faced someone like this before." The figure slowly advanced towards him. He discovered the opponent was a girl with white hair. The voice recognized, "That's a holy knight." He whispered in response, "A holy knight. Does that mean I should resolve this misunderstanding with her?" "Right." The voice replied, I think it's too late for talking. The faster the sword, the fewer the words. She has probably already decided to defeat you." Before talking, the two of them, having just approached, charged at each other, without saying a word. He was a little worried. This is heavy. The nature of this attack is completely different from Pablo's. How could she suddenly emit such a terrifying aura? The voice explained, "That's what's called a blessing." As the girl attacked, a yellow cross appeared, with a circle in the middle, similar to the one the little girl at the inn was wearing around her neck. The voice analyzed, "She doesn't need to create her own world, because the word of God is higher than this world." He struggled to block her blow, thinking, "This is so unfair. She gets this incredible power just by following God's will." But even though this blessing is overwhelming, a Templar Knight still has openings. Here it comes. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward ferociously to attack. However, she was no pushover and blocked the attack. "I've got you figured out." Then the two continued to attack each other. One attacked, the other parried, and vice versa. Neither was willing to yield. Seeing him lose focus, the voice reminded him, "Focus. Regain your balance, quickly." The two fought fiercely, but a victor had yet to be decided. Finally, at a disadvantage, he was struck down, collapsing to the ground. She pressed her advantage, pointing her sword at his face, giving him no chance to fight back. Drenched in sweat, he wondered, what was that just now? How is that possible? The voice's words echoed, explaining to him, "Armor arts. It's a technique using the special armor of a Templar Knight to control the sword's tip." He recalled the fight with the girl, thinking, a combination of blessing and armor arts. That's just cheating. Moreover, she hasn't even broken a sweat. She deliberately showed me an opening to bait me into attacking. I've been played. She asked coldly, who are you? He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and replied, I'm from Sarah. I have something to investigate here. She frowned and said, someone from Sarah? After clearing up the misunderstanding, he led her to the inn. She bowed and introduced herself. I am Yuscha of the Northern Archdiocese of San Logino. It must be Providence that I should meet the Knights of Sarah in this place. Gregory also bowed in return. I think so too. Please have a seat at the table, Lady Yuscha. Yuscha also agreed in response. Very well. The two sat down at a nearby table. Standing behind them were Alast and Cade. Yuscha began the story. I'm investigating the strange happenings here. At first, I assumed it was some kind of plague, but it seems to be a curse. I have discovered traces of an ancient holy relic. Gregory asked with a shocked expression, a curse? But doesn't this place have a church? Evil spirits shouldn't be able to cause trouble. She leaned forward and voiced her suspicion. I suspect the church itself is the source of this curse, which startled everyone. They were shocked and couldn't believe it. The man's voice remarked, she's sharp. Gregory frowned, clenching his fists. Then the situation seems more serious than I thought. A Templar Knight, a follower of God, also believes the church is the culprit. But this is not Baze's territory. This matter is beyond my authority. Yesja spoke up, interrupting Gregory's train of thought. Please convey my thanks to the new mayor of Sarah. He is truly a man of foresight, to have grasped clues that we did not have. He pondered Yesja's words, wondering to himself, is this a request for us to stay away from this matter? Or is she just being considerate? Matters related to dark magic are for the church to handle. I have no reason to dig any deeper. He then replied, understood. I understand. Vlad, standing behind them, looked like he wanted to say something, but held back. He thought the line has been drawn. In the face of the weight of power and responsibility, night fell. Vlad sat in the inn, chin in hand, looking out the window. His gaze was pensive, lost in thought. It seems I won't be able to find Anna. The innkeeper's little daughter stood looking at it. Her two index fingers touched as she timidly asked, are you leaving soon? Still looking out the window, he replied nonchalantly, I guess we'll have to leave soon. The little girl, her eyes sad, asked again, why so soon? He replied, because our work is done. Hearing that answer, the little girl unhappily retorted, in this world, is there really any job that's ever truly done? He turned to look at the little girl, his expression complex, thinking without speaking. This little girl actually hit the nail on the head. He crossed his arms, sat up straight, and seriously asked, don't you have any friends, kid? How come I always see you here? The little girl answered honestly, my father told me not to go outside. He nodded, thinking that makes sense. It's not normal around here at all. The little girl, with big, sparkling, innocent eyes, said, can you stay a little longer? The church said they're going to give out presents soon. He exclaimed in surprise, presents? The innkeeper, who was wiping a cup, saw his expression and smiled as he explained, they're planning to gather the children for a celebration. In difficult times like these, that's something I'm very grateful for. He asked the innkeeper, when is it being held? He replied, I heard it's in 3 or 4 days. They said the priest himself will come to call the children. The little girl also wheedled, can you stay until then, please? He didn't answer right away, but picked up his mug of beer and took a sip, musing thoughtfully. Lady Yesja has already sent a carrier pigeon for reinforcements. The Templar Knights will arrive in 4 days. I wonder if that's enough time. He replied, I think so. This made the little girl light up with joy. Really? She then fumbled in her pocket for something. Here, hold this. He asked curiously, what is it? The little girl beamed like a flower, showing him a flower ring with both hands. He took the ring and looked it over. He wondered, there's no flower, so how can it be called a flower ring? He looked closer and realized it must be made from the grapevines climbing the inn's wall, a town where even a small flower is hard to find. The innkeeper called out irritably, Marion, upstairs. It's time for bed. Hurry up. The girl, startled and not yet wanting to leave, stammered, but, seeing her father urge her, the girl reluctantly complied, replying dejectedly, yes, sir. She turned to him and asked, you'll be here tomorrow too, right? He rested his chin on his hand and smiled. He smiled and replied, I suppose so. The little girl's eyes lit up as she waved goodbye. You have to stay here, okay? Promise, she said as she walked towards her room. Suddenly, the little girl's whole body trembled. She staggered and fell backward. Her father, seeing this, reached out to catch her, his helpless voice shouting loudly, "Marion!" Vlad was startled and looked over. The girl's father ran to her, holding the convulsing child in his arms, screaming in tears. "No, Marion! Marion!" Vlad also rushed over, muttering a curse. "Damn it." The man's voice rang out. "I have lent you my world. Just looking might not be enough for you to solve this, but at least you must grasp the situation." As the voice finished, Vlad's eyes turned blue. Tragic scenes flashed through his mind. The curse has taken effect. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Gregory led the way, with Justia rushing in behind him. He asked anxiously, "What's happening?" Nearby, the innkeeper was crying nonstop, tears falling like rain. "No, Marion, wake up, my child." The little girl's body convulsed continuously. Her limbs were turning purple, her eyes rolling back. The two of them were utterly shocked by the scene, rendered speechless. Gregory, in a hurried tone, asked, "Miss Justia, is this?" At that moment, the man's voice echoed in Vlad's head again. "The child's life force is slipping away. It's definitely a curse, draining her of her vitality." Hearing this, Vlad cursed angrily in his mind. "Damn, that white smoke is flowing toward the church. How can I explain? Well, I'm seeing to them." Justia now stood behind him, her expression unreadable, as she voiced her suspicion. "It seems they detected my presence." She blamed herself for being too careless. "I thought I had suppressed it enough. I didn't expect they could still sense that much divine power." Then she turned and left the inn. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give instructions. "If I don't return, explain the situation to my colleague who arrives later." Gregory, helpless, lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and agreed. Vlad, furious, his eyes turning blue again, somehow managed to growl a question at the mysterious man. "Why? Why are you just watching? Is it just because of the constraints of responsibility and authority?" Suddenly, a shrill scream from the house next door cut through everyone's thoughts. "Honey, our child, it's happening again." The houses with children were all experiencing the same thing as Mary, their bodies convulsing, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, their limbs turning completely purple. The parents all cried out in screams. "Breathe, just breathe, my child," or something similar like, "No, wake up, son, no." The shrill screams grew more frequent. The houses with children were in total chaos. Seeing this, Vlad could only stand and watch. He gritted his teeth in anger, his face full of resentment. He thought, "I escaped the dark alley, not just to survive. I wield my sword not just out of admiration for knights. If I just stand and watch, it's no different from choosing to stay in that filthy dark alley. I must move forward." He was about to draw his sword to fight the people from a church. However, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when Gregory placed a hand over his sword hilt to stop him. "I understand how you feel, kid, but listen to me, kid. Prospect, a knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. You will surely become a knight, so you must remember this. Our sword demands justice and responsibility." Vlad, silent and annoyed, replied, "If you can't protect what needs protecting, then what good are justice and responsibility?" Gregory glanced at him and said seriously, "Exactly. You understand, kid. Now, repeat what I said." Vlad asked, confused, "Huh? Repeat what?" Gregory explained, "Right now, this is the only justice we can rely on. It is the knight's sword." Justia left the inn and went to stand before the church. She saw the dark curses enveloping the church grounds. No matter how much dark energy surrounds this place, this is still a land created by the gods. Nothing can oppose the will of the gods. She opened the door and stepped inside the church. As soon as the door opened, she was startled to discover a symbol of blasphemy. She held her sword tightly, aiming it at the standing priest. He stood with his back to her, smirking as he spoke. "You're earlier than I expected, but why did you come alone? Just you and me. How can we possibly offer prayers to the people here, right?" he said, turning his head to look at her. She fell into thought. "The people here. This place is filled with a strange energy, but there's no one here." Suddenly, she frowned as she saw what was surrounded by the curses. "This is—" The priest spread his arms wide, joyfully welcoming the light that emanated from within the curses. "Let the ceremony begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he released a swarm of souls, not quite human, not quite demon, trapped in another room. They rushed towards the door, as if they wanted to escape. However, that room was locked tight. They couldn't get out. Using their long hands and sharp nails, they clawed at the door, tearing it apart. One by one, their arms reached out, a terrifying sight. They screamed, "It's so dark. I can't see anything. My child, where's my child? Find my child for me." Seeing the scene, she looked at him with indignation and shouted in his face, "How dare you do this? Do you not fear the gods?" Hearing this, he took off his glasses. He smirked and replied, "Indeed, the gods are fearsome. But what has that to do with me? For I no longer need to return to God's embrace." He threw his glasses and the holy book he was holding to the floor. His face was also deforming, his whole body radiating a gloomy purple light. With a hideous grin, the crowd from the next room broke free and rushed madly towards her. She was surrounded on all sides. She used all her strength to plunge her sword into the ground, reciting an incantation to the glorious commander of the heavenly hosts, Saint Rosino, who stands beside God in the face of the oppression of evil. In exchange for a great price, release these unfortunate souls. I will be the one to pay. Her gaze was resolute. As she finished speaking, her entire body radiated a golden light. A pair of huge white wings also appeared behind her, slowly spreading throughout the entire building. A sound of crumbling rock was heard. That light prevented the souls from getting closer. Terrified, they shielded themselves, screaming in pain upon contact. The priest was also frightened by this power. He crouched down, raising his hand to shield himself. He guessed, this is an exorcism of Solemia, a light that can be seen even without eyes, and illuminates even the darkest places. He had avoided that light. He narrowed his eyes, smiled contemptuously, and said, "To summon that light without any preparatory ritual, you're more impressive than I thought. However, no matter how bright that torch is, it has its limits. That magic will cause a powerful backlash, right? It's a miracle exchanged for the user's lifespan. You of all people should know best that at the end of that glorious light, there is only an endless, encroaching darkness." He had discovered her weakness. Exploiting it, he made his sword appear, radiating a murderous aura that suppressed the golden light that she had exchanged her own lifespan for. Once again, the room was filled with darkness. He flashed a triumphant, wicked grin. The golden light enveloped the entire church, causing the souls within it to burn, lying strewn across the floor. However, behind them, many more souls were still rushing forward, but they were also terrified by the sight before them and didn't dare to advance. She, nearly exhausted, looked at the remaining souls and thought, there are still so many. Just how many people have been sacrificed? The priest, seeing her exhausted and with little strength left to resist, slowly approached and stood before her. Now, it's time for darkness to take over. Although she was quite tired, she refused to give in and began to recite the incantation again. "O glorious commander of the heavenly host, O Saint Rosino, who sits beside God, may your church vanquish all enemies." He said disdainfully, a futile act. However, he couldn't laugh for long. Her eyes turned golden. She raised her sword to the sky, causing the room to be filled with light once more. Feathers rained down. He couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment, stammering, "Teach this. This is..." She gripped her sword tightly, her will resolute. "I must at least take this one with me, even if it costs me my life." The entire room burst into flames. She decided to perish together with him. Just then, Vlad rushed in, attacking him. She and the priest were both shocked by his appearance. A burning room that had reached its limit was about to explode. She quickly ran outside. Gregory stood outside, observing the situation. He shouted, "Get back!" The priest was surrounded by flames, but he was completely unharmed. How ridiculous! He swung his sword, slashing at the burning flames. At the same time, Vlad also charged forward to attack him. "You touched the children. That crossed the line of my tolerance." However, the priest parried the blow. The two fought fiercely amidst the blazing light. Neither would give an inch. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes turned sapphire blue. His entire being changed, as if he was reborn. His body radiated a blue light. The priest seemed to have discovered something interesting. "Now I realize. To meet you here again." Seeing that he wasn't focused on the fight, Vlad coldly replied, "Cut the crap and die," putting all his strength into a sword strike that forced the priest to retreat to dodge. Gregory and the others ran over to Justia. He asked anxiously, "Lady Justia, are you all right?" She was nearly exhausted, having to use her sword to support her body from falling. Anxiously, she replied, Sir Gregory, you shouldn't have come here. He closed his eyes, his expression helpless. There was no other way. The children are dying. Then he turned to look in another direction. She asked, puzzled, by the way, what's happening? She looked up and declared, we must get to the bell tower. The source of the curse is there. Gregory, understanding the situation, replied, I understand. He analyzed the current situation. There's no time to handle this slowly. Going up there means we have to risk splitting our forces. The kid can't use aura, so we have to separate him first. Seemingly having formulated a battle plan, he readied his attack stance. His right eye seemed to be glowing. He shouted, here I come. Then he charged in, attacking the priest, causing Vlad to pause his own attack, somewhat stunned. But he also stepped back, yielding the position. The two fought furiously. A loud explosion, boom, echoed, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Gregory paused for a moment to instruct the promising young man. There seems to be something in the bell tower. I don't know what it is. Just go up there and destroy it. Vlad replied without hesitation, yes, sir. Then he ran in the opposite direction, towards the bell tower. The priest noticed this as well. He pointed his index finger, and a stream of purple light shot out, ordering the souls to attack Vlad. They charged forward ferociously in unison. This made Vlad curse in annoyance. Damn it, he easily struck them down, but because they were so but it was far from weak. A golden arrow flew and struck, right between the eyes of a spirit, making it scream out, tears streaming down. He looked over and saw that his allies had arrived. Lord Ket, holding a bow in his hand, had just fired the arrow. His voice boomed, I'll cover you, just run straight ahead. He replied, yes, Lord Ket, and hurriedly ran towards the bell. That voice rang out again, hurry up, while dodging those evil spirits. He charged forward. His eyes glowed as he attacked them, his mouth ceaselessly shouting, out of the way. After getting past all those obstacles, old memories began to flood back. A distant voice appeared in his head. Everything in this world is precious. However, not everyone can protect themselves. But you, the knights who have sworn an oath, will protect them. If you are in a difficult place where evil reigns, if the moment comes when you must act, do not hesitate. Light yourself to become a torch, to banish the darkness. That is my second teaching. The ghouls, baring their terrifying teeth, continuously attacked everyone. Just then, a ghost attacked Gregory from behind. He spun around, sword in hand, and stabbed straight at him. Then another one approached, but with a thwack. It was sent flying, screaming in pain. Gregory turned to see it was Ket's arrow that had saved him. His face was now slick with sweat, and fresh red blood was dripping from his fingertips. Gregory chuckled, wiping away sweat. Damn it, normally, he's a pain. But isn't this better? Another ghost reached out for his leg. He cursed in annoyance. My eyes have had to see enough terrible things today, and that includes your face. From beginning to end, he was still laughing like an idiot. A priest was leaning against the wall, laughing. Whatever, but I am not one who can be destroyed by death. Gregory snapped angrily. Let's see if your head is severed from your neck, if you can still keep spouting nonsense. With that, he raised his sword threateningly, but the priest just sat there laughing. Gregory cursed in frustration. Fine, keep laughing until you die. And then slash, as a spark lit up in his eyes. The priest's head was severed from his body. At that moment, the ghouls froze. Ket was surprised. They're not moving anymore. Yeshua spoke up, defeat the general, and the army will fall. Sir Gregory's tactic was a success. She glanced over at him as he was sheathing his sword. He swore, damn it, that was too close. I'm getting wasted tonight. With that, he took a swig from his flask. Just then, a voice rang out, making all three of them stare with wide eyes. Ah, but there's no wine at today's service. If you don't mind, could I have a sip? At that moment, the priest's severed head was staring at them with wide eyes. He cursed, what the hell? Surprised, Ket yelled, Sir Gregory. He felt something behind him. The priest's body stood up. His distant head, as if enveloped in a green aura, flew back towards his body. Yeshua said wearily, the headless knight. He let out a ghastly, loud laugh. Meanwhile, Vlad had reached the bell. This is it. Suddenly, his sword's voice rang out. This is the curse of a powerful mage. Do your best to break the spell immediately. His eyes narrowed. All right. Then he raised his sword. Create your own world. But the sword yelled, be careful. Suddenly, the ground around him trembled, creating many cracks. He quickly moved down below to avoid the large rocks that could crush him. Damn it, he cursed, kneeling on the ground. What's happening? Lifting his head, he saw the crumbling, ruined tower before him. A voice came from behind him. Commendable. He turned his head, his eyes widening. "Give it to me." The man laughed and said, "If you have the ability, then come and take it from my hands." Vlad charged forward angrily. I said, "Give it here." The two clashed. The man said, "Don't test your luck. I won't know when to stop." Showing mercy to an equal. Vlad shouted in annoyance, "How am I your equal? I wasn't talking about you." Vlad's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Then the man relentlessly attacked Vlad. "He's getting faster. At this speed, I can't fight back." The priest looked at him tauntingly. "Nice landing." Refusing to give up, he raised his sword. "You bastard. I knew you weren't human. What happened to the others?" The man laughed and said, To me their lives are worthless. I only want one thing." Then he raised his glowing hand. A voice whispered in Vlad's ear, "Don't guess. A human can't move like that." Then Vlad and the priest clashed. The priest appeared before him, taunting, "You're too slow, aren't you?" As he was about to get angry, the sword's voice reminded him, Vlad. But still frustrated, he charged forward, his eyes shooting sparks. As he dashed past the man, he realized something. Armor skill. How can he do that with just his leather armor? Just then, his body emitted a blue aura. The man was surprised. To think you're even protected by a spirit. Rolling thunder and lightning surrounded them. The two faced off and then charged at each other again. He thought wearily, "Damn it. I can't believe this is all I can do after the injury. I'm too weak to handle the responsibilities of this mission. I can only attack 2 or 3 more times." Just then, the man spoke in annoyance. "I've been letting you get away with it because you are an ally." He looked at him in shock. "Huh? What was that?" Just then, his body gained another layer of steel armor. A voice boomed, "Get out of the way quick." Before he could react, he was sent flying. The man thought to himself, he can strike in the blink of an eye. By concentrating all his remaining mana, his potential is no small matter. If I let him develop further, he will become what people see in the present. It seems a little different from what I imagined. However, it is still necessary to eliminate all potential future risks that I cannot foresee. He walked to where he lay motionless. He said, "Didn't I tell you that you would regret confronting me?" Then he took his sword and stabbed down at him. But a hand caught the blade. It was him. He looked at him and said, "What you've done has crossed the line. This kid has said it once, hasn't he? Don't lay your filthy hands on the children." His eyes widened and a brilliant aura appeared. The man cried out in pain as he slowly sat up. He thought to himself, "I don't know who I am anymore, but I know what I must do. In this chaotic world, the memories of this body have long vanished, but my spirit still exists. What I must protect is deeply engraved in this soul. I live simply for this reason." A voice rang out, "Now fight like a true knight." At this moment, he looked more powerful than ever. His aura flared like fire as he relentlessly attacked him. What? He couldn't defend himself and was continuously attacked. He pinned him to the ground. "You think you can defeat me with that pathetic power?" He cried out in pain. "Who are you really?" He spoke in an icy tone. "I have no reason to talk to a disgusting, blood-sucking parasite like you. So now, it's time for you to atone." He writhed in pain as he was surrounded by beams of light. "How can this be? I can't believe I'm afraid to face him. That thing will surely defeat me." A monster charged bearing its sharp fangs. It's rushing at me as if it wants to devour me whole. Then suddenly, he vanished. "That bastard, he's gone. Where is he? Left or right?" Suddenly, he appeared behind him. With such a slow reaction, "You can still boast about your power?" He frantically swung at him, but missed every time. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. "To think a lowly creature like you would dare to mock my disciple like that." In the battle with Vlad, the transformed priest was at a disadvantage. He was much weaker than Vlad. He screamed in pain. This is a body that has escaped death and has rejected even pain. Then what is this feeling? What is this vivid pain that's draining my soul? Vladimir delivered one lethal blow after another. He looked utterly wretched. The blows, like lightning strikes, flashed brightly, exploding like fireworks. The earth shook. The ground shattered. A loud explosion boom. He was sent flying far away, slamming his body into the hard stone. He was terrified. How can there be such a powerful being in this world? Vlad approached, using his glowing sword, and with all his might, stabbed straight into his heart. His face was ferocious as he ordered, "Give it to me, all the souls you have stolen. Give them to me now." Vlad's anger had reached its peak. He roared, threatening him and once again slashing at the priest's body. White light exploded continuously, illuminating the entire sky, accompanied by Vlad's fury. He didn't answer, for he was completely exhausted. Vlad used his hand to rip open his chest, pulling out a heart that emitted a hideous light. It was a gloomy, dark purple color. He paused, overjoyed. "Here is your soul. Now, everyone can return." Vlad stood up and plunged his sword into the ground. It once again emitted a blinding white light that enveloped the entire blade. Lightning appeared again. The priest used all his strength to scream in despair. No, but Vlad ignored his pleas. He smashed the heart against the hard, dry stone. It shattered, releasing new, sparkling, pure white lights, which obscured the gloomy colors. The wind blew, kicking up dust. That brilliant light illuminated the entire region, despite the dark sky and heavy rain. Marion was held in his father's arms, with deep hollows under his eyes. His face gaunt, he lay in his father's arms in agony. Suddenly, a stream of pure light entered the boy's body, merging with him. His face contorted in pain, mouth agape, eyes showing only the whites. The priest groaned. Vlad was also exhausted. He thought, "I'm sure that I know, but right now I can't remember how to destroy. You bastards." Vlad sat squarely on top of the other man. He panicked. "He's not on my side. I thought. He was also one who escaped death and pain like me." Vlad spoke. "I can't remember how to destroy you, but that doesn't mean I don't have other ways to do it." Vlad stood up and raised his sword. "I just need to chop off all your limbs." The priest tried to flee, despite having no legs, to avoid the downward blow, but failed. The swinging blade took one of his arms. Vlad said, "One arm left," then brought his sword down a chop. However, it wasn't over. That priest raised his remaining arm to the sky and screamed, "Lamastu! Lamastu!" That hideous dark purple energy sought him out again, swirling around him, an endless current pouring into his body. He screamed, "I'm here! My lord, save me!" Shadowy arms appeared. The priest tried to reach for Vlad, who was surprised. Lamashtu, hundreds of arms grabbed the priest, giving him the power of darkness, which entered his body. Vlad thought to himself, that power is taking away his immortality. The darkness was extinguishing his life, forcing him to disappear, swallowing him whole. He screamed in despair. "No, Lamashtu, Lamashtu." In front of Vlad now, only a dark, gloomy purple aura remained. The priest was gone. Vlad thought, "Lamashtu, I don't have any memory of that being, but I have a vague feeling about this. What is that existence? Oh my, it seems I've pushed this body to its limit. Even so, your growth is clearly outstanding. I'm proud that you could endure me borrowing your body. I'll have to apologize when you wake up." The presence disappeared. Vlad collapsed into a deep sleep. The sun's rays had risen high, shining down on the desolate aftermath of the battle. Vlad was still lying there, not yet awake, in the domain of Utman Mozayam. It was a place covered by a gloomy sky. Lamashtu sat on a large throne in the highest place. She thought to herself, that was a strangely bright soul, but the traces left by the battle are so cruel. He used a kind of ancient magic that has existed for a very long time to destroy my servant. Things from the past are starting to move. I see. The time for action has come. The time when cracks in space-time appear. An era of chaos that I have waited for all this time. A dreadful, dark aura enveloped the room. She was immersed in a formidable evil. As she commanded, "My immortal knights, take any life before you that you see." Those were the knights of Baron Utman. Therefore, the combat prowess of these men had been honed over a long time. Baron Utman must have paid a very high price for this deal. After all, his only son was able to return from the dead. But now, darkness has been nurtured in his body. We will stay in this land until the time is right. The minions granted power by Lamashtu knelt, bowed their heads, and said in unison, "We will do as you command." Lamashtu, sitting high above, looked down at her minions with a satisfied smile. In a peaceful village, countless people walked back and forth. The sun shone down with gentle rays. Vlad woke up in a bed, his hair a mess. He looked dazed. "I was out cold for 3 whole days?" Gigi stood before him and replied, "Yeah, luckily, the battle is over. When I found you, you looked like a tattered rat. Do you know why I had to go through to drag you back?" Vlad scratched his head, imagining Gigi dragging him across the ground. Then he asked Gigi, "The Night Order, are they okay?" Gigi grimaced and replied, "Among them, the captain's condition is the worst. Stop worrying about others. Just rest. I'll go report that you're awake. Call me if you need anything." As soon as he finished, Gigi turned, walked to the door, and opened it. Vlad called after him. All right, thank you. Sunlight shone on the bed where Vlad lay. He stretched and smiled. Good thing everyone is still alive. A voice suddenly rang in Vlad's head. Yes, that's the most important thing. The barrier that Justia created was strong enough to hold until the end. She's strong. Vlad replied, It feels strange, talking to you without holding a sword. The voice chimed in again. Because our consciousnesses have been connected, even if only for a moment, they were shared. Now you can talk to me through your mind. Vlad thought to himself, like this. Immediately, a voice sounded in his head. Yes. Vlad continued, Oh, now I don't have to whisper while worrying. If others are looking at me anymore, you no longer need to pretend to pray. Right, Vlad thought. Thinking back, I've never told you this. Even though this is a secret only we know, you're the one who saved everyone. Not just me and the knights, but the children in the village too. Thank you. The voice didn't reply, leaving him at a loss for words. He looked very awkward. After a long pause, he was about to ask, but then the voice spoke. You also tried very hard. That praise made Vlad happy. He smiled and gazed at the life outside the window. A knight held out his hand, gesturing to stop. Halt! Vlad stood opposite him, hands clasped respectfully. I've come from Sarah. Lady Justia will know who I am. The knight, suspicious, thought for a moment, then said, Wait there. Then he turned and left Vlad, standing silently. He looked around and assessed the situation. They're late, but the holy knights finally arrived. Now the villagers can rest easy. The knight returned and told Vlad, You may enter. Vlad replied, Thank you. As soon as he stepped inside, he was horrified by the long rows of people covered in white cloths. He told himself, I was in such a panic then, I didn't notice, but I didn't expect so many victims. Justia, holding a red book, glanced at Vlad and asked, What are you doing here? Vlad bowed. Lady Justia, may I search in this area? Justia replied, Sir Gregory has already identified the missing women. Vlad said sadly, There is someone I need to find. Justia said, Remnants of the curse may still linger. Come and receive my blessing after you're done. Vlad bowed his head reverently. Understand. Thank you. He went to the people covered in white cloths, uncovering their faces one by one. Suddenly, he saw familiar long hair. He stepped forward and lifted the cloth. He confirmed it was indeed Marcella. He thought to himself, I had hoped I wouldn't find her here. He remembered a day when she was alive, when they had spoken. He had said, Your eye is bruised. You should rest for a few days. She had replied, It's nothing. It's not like I have a broken bone. Vlad, back then, had handed her an egg. Marcella replied, Thanks. Vlad had said, I'm just doing what I should. Just keep it. Roll it over the bruised area. Marcella, with her swollen, red, bruised eye, smiled and replied, Is this a bribe? Hope you'll help me next time. And yet now, that face was pitifully ravaged, lifeless. Vlad whispered, This world is disgusting, isn't it? Next time, don't do dangerous things like this. Be born as the daughter of a good family, and grow up being loved. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. At the field mortuary, Justia stirred a cup of tea and placed it on her desk. She asked Vlad, who was sitting before her. He was suddenly sucked into a black hole. Vlad answered, No. She pushed the steaming cup of tea towards him. More details. Vlad took the cup and replied, That's all I know. I was too busy fighting. Just parrying his attacks was troublesome enough. The voice chimed in Vlad's head again. A good lie, because it mixes truth with falsehoods. The story sounds credible. He replied to the voice with his thoughts. Well, I used to work with prostitutes. You have to use your words to make a living, and my words are very persuasive. Justia thought to herself, The aftermath of the battle is just a pile of rubble. It shows signs of a weak resistance against an overwhelming power. However, I can't tell what the true ending was. Vlad's words interrupted her train of thought. Ah, I think he said a name at the end. Justia exclaimed, A name? Vlad pretended to scratch his head wearily and replied, I can't seem to remember. My mind wasn't clear at the time. Justia pulled out an apple and a knife from somewhere. She said, Wait, will eating an apple help you remember anything? Vlad replied, I think it sounded like llama. Justia looked up and asked, Lamish too? Vlad answered, Yes, that's it. I think that's what he called out. The apple in Justia's hand was crushed, its juice running out, because she had squeezed it unconsciously. She said to Vlad, All right. Thank you for your cooperation. Vlad looked surprised, but Justia had already stood up. She said, San Rosino will not forget your service. Go home and rest. Having said that, Justia turned and left, leaving Vlad in the room. Vlad said, "All right." The voice sounded again, relieved. "It's a good thing she didn't suspect you." Vlad said, "Never mind that. Did you see her expression? It was like she became a completely different person." At a large mansion, gentle sunlight shone down. Joseph poured tea and offered it to the person opposite him. He asked, "When did you arrive from Sarah Laman?" The man took it and answered, "Actually, it's been a while." Joseph said, "If you had told me, I would have come to welcome you." The old man sipped his tea and replied, "Currently, I am but the lowliest of the low. Why would I trouble someone like you, sir?" "Young master," he put down the cup and said, "Most importantly, where is the boy?" In the city hall study, Joseph was sitting with Laman. The two were talking about Vlad. "He is currently out on a mission. He is in the territory of Baron Utman. We should be hearing from him soon." Laman seemed surprised by this information. "Oh, he's just a servant, but he's already being sent on missions." Laman suddenly became serious. "Actually, I met the clan head before coming here. I only have 1 ducat left, so I'll be brief." Hearing this, Joseph understood a little. 1 ducat, I see. So he didn't come here for Vlad. Laman added, "The servants in Storma are all idiots. I can't believe those who carry the name BAS are such a useless bunch." He looked up and directly asked about Vlad with a sarcastic tone. "I wonder if the servant that you're raising is like that." Jag smiled and replied, "He's completely different. He's more the type to do whatever he wants." The old man didn't let him finish before starting to tease. "Although, for a difficult guy like you to praise him wholeheartedly, then he must be something special. No need to be so surprised. When you were a child, I already saw all of your shameful sides. You were always grumbling back then." Laman jumped back to old stories, leaving Jag speechless. His posture was still serious, but his expression was awkward. He really didn't know how to react to the old man's teasing. Even Joseph didn't know what to do. He just quietly looked towards where Jag was standing behind the couch, with a smile that was both mocking and helpless. Laman closed his eyes, becoming serious again. "I hope we will succeed. He'll find that kid interesting." He thought of the black-hearted boy with a bowl cut, slanted eyes, an arrogant face at the sword training grounds, and his voice deepened into a warning. "If he's anything like that Swordsman fellow, who's always acting high and mighty because his parents back him up, then I'll personally beat your servant to a pulp." Joseph spoke up to defend Vlad, insisting that the boy had no one to rely on, and wouldn't be as arrogant as the one law. Mundus mentioned, "My servant is an orphan." Joseph thought to himself, after discerning Laman's intentions, "I have to pique his interest as much as possible." Joseph continued speaking. He grew up in a back alley without parents, and he made it here on his own strength. Joseph frowned slightly. "I have my reasons for mentioning his origins. I can evoke his own difficult times in the past, that he also climbed his way up here on his own." "Oh." Laman spoke up, seemingly a little interested in this servant. Joseph, seeing he had partially achieved his goal, made a request to Laman. "You don't necessarily have to give him that ducat, but I hope you can teach him a thing or two." Laman replied, I'm not fond of today's youth, but since you've asked, I will test him myself." Laman stroked his long, white beard. His words were spoken gently, but his intentions seemed otherwise. Seeing his fearsome appearance as he said this, it seems that soon Vlad will face no small difficulty in passing this old Laman's trial. On a peaceful day with blue skies and white clouds, in a village within the domain of Baron Utman, all the villagers gathered in one place, sincerely expressing their gratitude to the departing knights. Yeshua stepped forward, representing the San Rosino Knights, and bowed respectfully, saying, "We, the San Rosino, will not forget your brave actions." Gregory smiled and replied to Yeshua, "I hope you'll speak well of us. Our Lord is not the meticulous type." Yeshua remained bowed respectfully, but did not forget to speak frankly to Gregory. "I cannot lie in my report, but I will do my best to repay Sir Gregory's service." Hearing Yeshua's honest words, Gregory felt a pang of guilt. A few beads of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his face. "Then it would be better not to mention us at all." Yeshua suddenly noticed the person by the carriage over there. Vlad, a flag in his hand, was leisurely rolling it up. Yeshua asked Gregory, puzzled, "Vlad has a banner?" Gregory nodded. "It's been a while since the House of Bayes has found someone to keep an eye on. He's being treated very well." He thought to himself, the marks of a fierce battle. A servant with the will to defeat a dun line. Those two things alone are enough to prove he's different. Gregory bowed slightly. Well then, we'll take our leave. Yesha also nodded in return. May the blessings of Saint Rosino always be with you. The knights mounted their horses and departed. Amidst the grateful farewells of the villagers, Vlad turned his head and waved. Behind them, the villagers waved and bowed in gratitude. The clear sunlight illuminated their radiant faces. With the smiles and the dissipating fog, the village looked much better. Gregory said, "This place was always meant to be full of sunshine. Everything that happened in the village was because of him." Vlad looked ahead, a satisfied and relieved smile on his face. So different from me. Buried deep in the dark alleys of Sarah. Anna wanted to live in a sunny village like this. I hope she finds warmth in a place like this. Even after recalling his own unhappy childhood, a pure smile still appeared on his face. Perhaps he felt a sense of peace in his heart as he looked at this sun-drenched village. Soon night fell. The night stopped in a forest on a hillside. The flickering fire provided a cozy warmth in the dim, sleepy darkness. The other knights had already wrapped themselves in blankets and gone to sleep. Only Vlad remained awake, keeping watch. He sat leaning against a tree trunk, a look of indescribable sadness and resentment on his face. I failed completely, Vlad thought dejectedly. If it weren't for the voice, I doubt I would have survived. Just like Georgia and Anna, I was almost crushed by this vast world, unable to fight back. Gregory sat up. He asked, wondering, "What has you so deep in thought, kid?" Vlad's surprised expression faded as he suddenly heard the man's voice. His face grew even more sorrowful. "It's just some trivial things." Gregory could tell that wasn't it. "But your face looks far more serious than that, kid." Questioned, Vlad didn't know what to say next. After a moment of thought, he spoke. "There are so many amazing people in this world. I don't know if I can even exist alongside them." Gregory understood his feelings. "Well, everyone thinks that at least once in their life. There's no definitive answer. But I found an answer for myself." Vlad looked at Gregory curiously and asked, "What is it?" Gregory replied seriously, "We must keep burning. There's no easy way to stop a flame from flickering in the wind. But as long as the flame is alive, it can keep burning, rising again and burning forever." Vlad looked at the flickering fire in front of him. Just as Gregory had said, it faced countless gusts of wind, but it kept on burning. It even burned brighter. That's right. There's no shortcut to instantly become strong, to catch up to someone right away. I have to stand firm and keep burning. I have to focus on the present, because if I want to fight back against this vast world that suddenly confronts me, I'll need to become a great flame. From a distance, a pair of eyes, sparkling with hope, was looking towards Vlad. A beautiful sunny morning at the town hall. Joseph sat sternly at his desk. He began to praise the returning knights. "Well done. I wish to commend you for your efforts in completing the mission, and dealing with the root of the problem is highly commendable." Suddenly, his face grew grim, and his voice held a hint of disappointment. "However, the fact that a sword of the House of Bayes was drawn without permission on the territory of another local lord is unforgivable." The atmosphere grew heavy. Gregory, as the senior officer, stepped forward to apologize. "As the one responsible for the investigation team, I will accept any punishment for this incident." From behind, Laman criticized, "Tisk, times have changed. How could you act so carelessly? On another's territory? What's worse is that you knew full well what the consequences would be. Your actions were even worse." Vlad, hearing the voice, turned his head towards Laman. "Who is he?" The atmosphere around him is not normal. Joseph looked at the knights before him. "He is right. You touched upon a sensitive issue. In these chaotic times, the empire is gradually collapsing. Because the imperial family cannot fully control the empire, all the remaining problems are slowly spinning out of control. Territorial wars, both large and small, are happening every day, in every region. There is no guarantee that the North will not suffer the same fate." Gregory bowed his head. "I sincerely apologize." Joseph continued sternly. "At this time, when we are encountering this curse from the past, the Duke Iron is also paying attention to the situation in that village." Gregory asked in disbelief. "The Duke is—" Joseph continued. "I understand your good intentions, but the fire you just started is too big." Vlad stood behind, while Gregory was still frowning, accepting blame, unsure of what to do. He was suddenly stunned by Laman's words. "You should have left sooner. I heard the San Rosino Knights were there too. You should have let them handle the problem." Annoyed, Vlad gritted his teeth and looked at Laman. He thought, "What do you know about it?" You weren't even there. Laman continued with his earlier judgment. Kids these days only know how to act without thinking of the consequences. Vlad couldn't stand him anymore. He spoke out, to the surprise of his two seniors. If I hadn't acted, the children would have died. Vlad growled, confronting Laman. Ignoring Joseph's displeased expression, Laman looked into the angry eyes of the young knight and thought with delight. Oh, look at this. What did Sir Joseph find? I thought he was just a snot-nosed kid. But it turns out he's a beast. In the large cold room, Vlad directed a cold gaze at Laman. Gregory did what was best for those children. The San Rosinos saw what we did and said that our actions deserve praise more than reprimand. And as Vlad was about to say more, Joseph cut in. Do not test my patience any further. Joseph stood up, his somber expression and steady gaze instilling a degree of fear in everyone. Vlad turned and bowed his head low, apologizing. At this, Joseph's gaze shifted to Laman, but seeing the old man's calm demeanor, Joseph stopped himself from speaking. He turned and walked towards the window, instructing Gregory. Sir Gregory, I trust you will understand me. The second rule of swordsmen is an extremely sensitive matter. Gregory bowed his head and replied, Why yes, Sir Joseph, we were too careless. Although Gregory had admitted fault, Joseph continued to press the issue. Sensitive issues are constantly piling up. Before Baron Upman sends a complaint himself, we should act first and show him our sincerity. He stopped by the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and said sternly, Knight Gregory, you are suspended indefinitely. This decision left Vlad utterly astonished. Joseph continued, You will not receive any remuneration, and you will not enjoy the privileges granted by the House of Bayes. Knight Cade will receive the same punishment. Joseph delivered the punishment without even bothering to glance at them. Reflected in the window pane was the bowed head of Gregory and the silent form of Cade. The two bowed their heads in obedience. Yes, Master Joseph. And Joseph turned his head and continued. As for Vlad, unlike the remorseful and obedient demeanor of the other two, Vlad seemed defiant, staring fixedly at Joseph. Seeing this look, Joseph couldn't help but lament. I have treated you very well, fed you and clothed you, but it seems I cannot tame you, because your expression now is just as it was before. I'm truly disappointed, because you spoke without my permission, and have upset me. Joseph turned his back to Vlad. The two stood not too far apart, but the distance between them felt terrifyingly vast. Joseph wondered if he was angry because he couldn't tame Vlad, but then he clenched his hands behind his back. No, I'm just disappointed. Joseph turned back and coldly declared, You are also suspended indefinitely. He thought, because this matter is truly troublesome, I should have been stricter with Vlad. And so, the second order is issued. You are not permitted to see me, unless you are summoned. These words made Vlad freeze, utterly unable to believe what he was hearing. Vlad walked alone He walked down the hallway. The only light source in the hallway seemed to follow him, but no matter how brightly it shone, his heart remained just as gloomy. His emotions were a mess right now. Recalling the looks that the one-eyed man and Joseph had given him earlier made him feel deeply uneasy. He never thought he would one day have to face those kinds of strange looks again. He hadn't gone far before he ran into Laman. The old man's words startled him. Even though you're just a lowly subordinate, you've really upset Master Joseph. So, your name is Vlad, huh? Vlad didn't bother to look up. He just silently shifted his gaze towards the old man who was leaning against a pillar. Catching his uncomfortable gaze, the old man began to lecture him. My, look at you. You don't even answer when an elder is speaking to you. I suppose you were never taught any social etiquette, were you? The old man's words made the already unhappy Vlad even more irritated. He clenched his hand into a fist, gritting his teeth, wanting to retort. I was taught more than enough of that by the lady who looked at me with the eyes of a gentle mother. An image of that lady gradually appeared in his mind, a middle-aged woman, but still possessing a youthful, noble air. Her green hair was neatly tied in a bun. Her attire was carefully chosen, adorned with sparkling, elegant jewelry, and especially her gentle, golden eyes. Vlad placed a hand on his chest and bowed to the old man. Yes, I am Vlad. May I be so bold as to ask your name? He used the most reserved, most polite words, but his eyes retained a fearsome gravity, which made the old man shudder, because that look in his eyes was like someone asking for an opponent's name before a duel. The old man smiled with delight. My belligerent blood is starting to stir again. It's been a long time since I felt such a powerful presence. The old man stood up. All right then. You want to know my name? Unfortunately, I don't have a name I can tell you. Right now. The old man tapped his staff on the ground. To Vlad's astonishment, different emblems quickly appeared on the staff he was carrying. I'm simply one who walks the lowliest of paths. I have not yet completed my duty. An image of a ruined empire gradually appeared. The sky was as red as fresh blood. The ground was stained black with the blood of the fallen. The ancient city was burning in a sea of fire. Houses were destroyed, unrecognizable from their original forms. The ground was littered with corpses, along with the footprints of the resilient. Amidst the desolate ruins, there was still the figure of an unknown knight. His hand still tightly gripped a gleaming sword. There are old knights who walk but never tire because they could not fall honorably on the battlefield, so they wander the 6 continents to the lowliest of places and reclaim the honor they lost along their path, just like the kings who founded the kingdoms on these 6 continents. A swordsman also has duties to fulfill until the very last moments of his life. A magnificent white building against a clear blue sky. Inside a room in that building, Duncan and Alicia were discussing matters of state. The map was divided into 2 sides. On the left was the citadel of Chinova. On the right was the city of Derma. Chinova's strongholds are distributed quite reasonably, surrounding almost their entire territory, whereas Derma's strongholds are concentrated in the north. Duncan looked at the map and remarked, "So Count Gaeta has finally prepared a bridge to the north. More precisely, has taken the nearby area to deploy his forces." Alicia, standing opposite, continued, "To get to the north, he will certainly have to pass through us. He will come to us, won't he?" she asked Duncan, her face tinged with a gentle sadness. The old man kept his eyes on the map. "We should prepare for it." Alicia focused more intently on the map. "The central region is closed off, and before we know it, the west will soon be closed off. In a similar fashion, we need to write a letter to Count Bays. I believe they will help us, because they have a reason and a duty to do so." Duncan pointed to the southern citadel of the Derma region. "You are right, my lady. Once they pass through Derma, clearly, their next destination will be the Bays County." Alicia's gaze finally softened a little. "I'm glad I gave him my handkerchief. Indeed, we keep hearing rumors about him. These days, he has grown up to be a handsome young man." Alicia nodded. "It seems he visited San Rosino this time. Having a closer relationship with the church is not a bad thing." Duncan seemed to catch on to her feelings. He teased her gleefully. "Oh my, you seem very proud of him." Teased, Alicia stiffened, her face blushing as she pretended to cough a few times and clarified, "I've also done many things for his sake." Duncan just played along. "That's right. I also agree it was a very good move. Thanks to your monitoring of his movements, our spy network has grown stronger." But he still didn't forget to tease his lady. "At this rate, I'm sure people will say the famous specialty of Derma isn't lemons, but spies." Alicia blushed and turned away, looking both shy and peeved. "Since our spy network has grown stronger, let's expand the surveillance area. If we can detect unusual movements early, it will buy us a little more time, because our troop numbers are insufficient to deal with surprises." She stopped by the window, gazing intently at the town before her. "I hope they will just pass us by, without doing anything." Duncan seemed to share her thoughts, unable to help but sigh internally. The world is changing too quickly, so fast that, even I, cannot guess what will happen next. But that change isn't entirely bad. Like those flowers that began to bloom after that young man left. It might bring us hope and peace. Night had fallen. Every house in town had extinguished its lights, settled under warm blankets for a good night's sleep. Amidst that silence, a smithy was still hard at work. That old fogey. If I could, I would have punched him right there. Vlad sat with his arms crossed in a corner of the smithy, complaining about the earlier encounter. The blacksmith, diligently hammering his sword, still managed to chat with him. "Is that so? But what did you do to this sword?" "I just fixed it not long ago." "How did it end up like this again?" "A headless one. He was a very strong opponent," Vlad said casually. But that little bit of information was too little for the blacksmith to understand the reason. why he had to repair the sword so frequently. Vlad rubbed his chin, thinking of how to explain it to the old man. The deeper I get into this world, the more I have to fight enemies I've never even seen or heard of before. I think it's my destiny. The blacksmith plunged the sword into a large basin of water, then suddenly paused and said, "Hey, isn't it time you replaced this sword?" The blacksmith brought the sword in front of Vlad. Even with diligent repairs, the nicks and scratches on the blade just won't go away. According to the blacksmith, this sword, it's only slightly better than the dull swords of those mercenaries. You're lucky it can still cut down monsters. It's just made of iron, and the one who made it was an average blacksmith. But Vlad didn't fully understand and asked again. The blacksmith held the sword in his hand, gently running his hand over the blade, then replied with a frown, "If you keep using it, it won't be long before it shatters." The blacksmith recalled last winter, a rather mature-looking knight with brown hair and a long scar over his right eye came to this smithy. He asked the blacksmith to forge him a dragon-slaying sword, which left the blacksmith stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Slaying what now?" The blacksmith recounted thoughtfully. "I wondered what he was talking about. He clearly knew your name. I remember he said that. Vlad Sora could cut down some types of vampires." Vlad clasped his hands. "Ah, I remember now. I met that knight during the goblin raid. But he just insisted on finding the person who forged that sword." The blacksmith caressed the sword in his hand. Right. Because he couldn't control his aura. He asked me if this blade had any special abilities, although back then, I was just thinking about the fact you were still alive. The truth is, achieving such incredible feats also means coming close to death. Vlad looked at him, confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" The blacksmith looked at the young man's face and thought to himself, "You've surely overcome extremely difficult obstacles, becoming stronger as a result." Then he looked again at the blade, covered in countless nicks. This blade has held its shape through all that. If the blade breaks, it won't be the only thing that shatters. The blacksmith seemed to see an image of Vlad breaking down. As the sword snapped, an utterly black sky enveloped the young man. That shattered image of him was both dim and desperate. One just hopes it doesn't hold you back any more than it has. Surely, he wouldn't want that either. The blacksmith faced Vlad and said in a serious tone, "I'm not saying you have to change it right now, but from now on, start considering it." Vlad looked at the sword, then back at the blacksmith. "Are you still taking commissions?" The blacksmith closed his eyes and touched the blade. "This is my final work. Go find another blacksmith." Vlad fell silent and looked away. His eyes were sad, as if he had just lost something very important. The blacksmith saw it all. No matter how much he's grown, seeing him like this makes me realize he's still the same. He looked at Vlad's pouting face and couldn't help but reflect that it's natural for the young to feel sad when parting with something they hold dear. To an old man like me, old things are just external possessions. The blacksmith continued, "Besides that, are you planning to take it with you today? It's not that urgent, but never mind. I'll use it later." The blacksmith took the sword back to the whetstone, sharpening it a bit more for Vlad. The blade's friction with the whetstone shot out small sparks, illuminating a corner of the room. The finished product after sharpening was a polished, gleaming sword. Vlad looked at his reflection in the blade and exclaimed, "Wow, it looks brand new, maybe even sharper than when I first held it." He chuckled and thanked the blacksmith, telling him he'd be relying on him for a long time to come. The blacksmith saw this gesture and couldn't help but point at the sword. "Just stop by once in a while. Stop exploiting an old man like me." Vlad sheathed the sword. "Next time, I'll bring some good meat." But opposite him, the blacksmith stood with his arms akimbo, looking displeased. "This damn kid. What good is just meat?" Vlad smiled brightly and waved to him. "All right, I'll bring some good wine too." The blacksmith also raised a hand to bid him farewell. "That's more like it. I'll be waiting. Remember to come back safely." And with that, Vlad walked out of the alley. From behind, the blacksmith watched the boy's figure disappear. As his figure faded into the distance, the old man's illness flared up again. The blacksmith crumpled over, coughing a long, weary spell. "I'll have to close up shop for today. I've done all I can." Then he turned, looking in the direction Vlad had gone. Those steps so confident and sure. Confident and sure. Surely, he'll escape this harsh place with ease. He hoped the young boy wouldn't have to walk in darkness anymore. May you walk towards the light. He surely hopes for that. The blacksmith went inside and firmly shut the door to his forge. It must have been midnight. A pitch-black sky enveloped the town. On the deserted road, only Vlad walked on. Suddenly, he noticed something. For a while now, he'd had the feeling someone was following him. And he wasn't wrong. Not far from where he stood, a figure lurked behind a small house, watching him. He was carrying a long wooden staff and was wrapped in a cloak. Perhaps he's a knight, too. Vlad kept walking. The man followed him. Vlad deliberately ducked into a hidden corner. Behind the town's largest shop, the man slowly came into view. It was actually Lamon who had been following him. His eyes glinted. Suddenly, he realized something. In a flash, he had lost sight of Vlad. Lamon chuckled in amusement. The kid's got good instincts, he praised. From behind him, the rustle of a cloak appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Vlad was standing right behind Lamon. This turn of events made Lamon understand, at least in part, why this young man could wear the leather armor of the BS. Vlad looked at the man before him. "Why are you following me?" he asked cautiously. Lamon didn't turn around. He merely tilted his head, glancing back to question him. "What are you talking about? I'm just on my way." Vlad's voice was stern. "I know you've been tailing me since I left the town hall." Lamon, with the same attitude as before, retorted, "Is that so?" This only irritated Vlad further. "It feels like you've been looking for a fight since the moment we met." Lamon grinned. "That's right. I like that sharpness you have. A little more force. Don't let your anger control you. Learn to master it." He thought, "He has more potential than I imagined." Suddenly, he paused, thinking about the boy's performance so far. Not bad. So why was he suspended? But seeing those eyes, both determined and fierce, he found his answer. The way the boy bowed to him in the town hall corridor came to mind. His eyes and posture were just as defiant then. He looked at Vlad. "It seems you deliberately disobey and only do as you please." Lamon turned around. "You should have restrained your reckless behavior from the beginning." "Did I say something wrong back then?" Vlad answered frankly. "If something is bothering you, please tell me. Don't be evasive." Another thing about Vlad intrigued Lamon. "It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of spirit. It's as nostalgic as it is welcome." Lamon put his hand on his sword. "I suppose you'd rather duel than talk." Seeing Lamon's arrogance, Vlad grew wary. A well-trained BS knight. I don't know who he is, or why he's acting this way. But regardless, he's an acquaintance of Sir Joseph. There's something more to this. Vlad frowned, his grip tightening on his sword. "You started this." With that, the two rushed at each other. Blades clashed. Steel flashed between the two swords, like lightning tearing through the night. The air crackled as they faced off. Eyes as cold as ice. Spirits blazing like fire. No words. No hesitation. The battle began with lightning speed. "This will all be over if I can just break through." They remained locked for a few seconds. "So you know a few tricks, Seth?" Lamon's taunt only irritated Vlad more. He glared and gritted his teeth. He swung his sword, sparks flying like lightning once more. Vlad advanced, unleashing a flurry of strikes at Lamon. His next slashes came down like a torrential storm. Neither side gave an inch. Steel blades clashed relentlessly, sending brilliant sparks through the air thick with killing intent. The screech of metal echoed like a scream. But his advantage was short-lived. His attack was parried by Lamon's blade. He braced himself, parrying the man's strike, trying to counter and break free. Vlad suddenly realized, he's deflecting all my attacks with the tip of his blade. It's not random. He's reading my movements. After only a few exchanges, I can tell from the way he fights that he's been in countless duels. The Lamon before him was no ordinary knight. His age was just a number for his experience. His strength and will were still formidable. Lamon smirked. "Is that all you've got?" "Not by a long shot," Vlad replied, much to Lamon's surprise. He stepped back, lowering his center of gravity. His gaze, fixed on the man, grew even more determined. The sword, though it had seen many battles, still gleamed, and even began to emit a special light. This is just the beginning. Vlad truly was special. In just one night, he had made Lamon marvel time and time again. And yet again, Lamon looked at Vlad in amazement, thinking, in this day and age, in these chaotic times, there aren't many who can use aura this powerfully. Especially at his age. It makes me feel alive again. Lamon's eyes began to shine, as if he truly had come back to life. Quick as a flash, Vlad lunged at Lamon. Lamon calmly leaped back. One hand held his sword, the other was placed behind his back. As their blades met, their auras clashed. The friction between the two swords was immense, creating sparks that mingled with their two auras. One green, one sea blue, illuminating the night. Vlad struck decisively, pressing forward. He relentlessly attacked Lamon, but Lamon remained calm. His feet were planted firmly, one hand clasped behind his back, his other hand moving with unhurried yet decisive grace. He didn't let Vlad's sword pass the towering wall that he had erected. The two swords clashed again and again, the clanging growing louder and louder. The two opposing auras formed a beautiful arc along the path of the blades. Vlad raised his sword high, the green aura from his eyes wrapping around the blade. Vlad swung, his blade tracing a beautiful arc. Then he brought it crashing down, creating a beautiful stream of light. The strike slammed into the wooden wall of the house. The wall splintered, sending shards of wood scattering across the ground. But not a single piece hit Lamon. With quick feet and sharp eyes, he had dodged Vlad's powerful strike. In an instant, he had retreated, calmly watching Vlad smash the wall to pieces. "I like your spirit." Lamon leaped back about 3 paces. Vlad brought his sword back to his side, his feet pointing toward where Lamon had just landed. Then he charged. His eyes were not only burning with aura, but also flashing with resolve. "I won't let him get away. Even if my experience and technique can't match his, I can overwhelm him with sheer power because I'm younger." The two blades clashed once more. This time, Vlad's strike was far sharper, as if he had poured all his strength and aura into it. But Lamon merely had a turn, using his elbow to brace his sword, and he could block the boy's attack. Vlad's blade scraped along Lamon's. A white light emanated, a shock wave that existed alongside the aura from Vlad. The force from both sides was immense. The two swords were locked in a cross. On the soft ground, their footprints sank deeper due to the immense force of their stances. Lamon began to slide backward under Vlad's power. The ground showed the long skid marks from his feet, but Lamon still wore a proud expression, looking straight into Vlad's eyes. "Time is cruel, isn't it?" Vlad frowned, perhaps provoked once again by that arrogant look. "Let's see how long you can keep smiling." Lamon closed his eyes. "Your strategy is a good one, but you've chosen the wrong opponent to use it against." With that, Lamon opened his eyes, and from them flashed a silver-white light. An aura, a silver aura similar to Vlad's from before, began to appear. The two blades began to vibrate. Vlad's body was suddenly forced back bit by bit. Lamon watched him calmly, explaining without any rush. "This is physical enhancement." Vlad gritted his teeth, trying to resist the power that had suddenly surged from Lamon. This power, it's nothing like before. The white power enveloped Lamon's hand. "Surprise, it's still too early. Once you get used to it, you can even use it like this." He grabbed the blade with his bare hand. "No!" To Vlad's astonishment. "That's insane." He gritted his teeth, trying to wrench his sword from Lamon's grasp, but it was completely useless. "My sword is locked." Without hesitation, he let go of the sword. This move was not something Lamon had anticipated. It caught him off guard. From his back, he drew a short sword. He responded in a flash. Vlad slashed across Lamon's face. Though still startled by the boy's move, Lamon was still able to dodge with incredible speed. It was as if his body's reflexes were hardwired. Lamon, delighted, silently praised him. "Now, what a clever kid. A smart decision, abandoning the sword. That's not something a trained knight would think to do. That kind of boldness belongs only to someone with the heart of a beast." Lamon followed suit, letting go of the sword. Vlad, who was charging forward, was stunned by Lamon's next move. His hand was enveloped in a dazzling aura, clenched into a fist. Lamon gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Brat! He unleashed a massive wave of power, striking straight at Vlad. The young, inexperienced knight never expected his opponent to use such a move. Unable to dodge in time, Vlad was immediately sent flying by the immense force. Several yards away, his body was out of control, sent flying straight back into the wooden wall. The wall shattered, pieces of wood scattering across the ground. Lamon's punch was so powerful it created a gust of wind, gouging a long trench in the earth. Witnessing this, Lamon suddenly realized, damn it, I suddenly got too serious. Lamon rushed over to where Vlad lay motionless. Hey, are you okay? Vlad lay on the ground amidst the splinters. Is he out cold? His defense is a little weak. Lamon suddenly remembered what Joseph had once said. He had been sitting in the town hall, his face unable to hide his pride and affection. The boy is precious to me. Please don't hurt him. Lamon squeezed his eyes shut, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. What am I going to tell him now? He raised a hand to rub his chin, not noticing Vlad's fingers twitching. Gregory once said that in any situation, as long as the fire isn't out, it's fine. Vlad's eyes opened. His eyes burned with determination and defiance. He sprang up, once again using his aura to charge at Lamont, much to the man's astonishment. This kid still hasn't given up. He grabbed Lamont by the collar of his cloak and slammed his forehead into the man's. Suddenly, everything seemed to freeze. The tension shattered in an instant. His hands. He was losing strength, his eyes growing dim. My hands are going limp. That's cheating. With that, he collapsed to the ground, looking completely exhausted. Laman rubbed his own shiny forehead. Phew, that was close. Just now, Vlad had seemingly put all his strength into headbutting Laman. Luckily, he had managed to use his aura in time to resist, but you were definitely talented. You passed. On a beautiful morning at the Count's estate, beautiful sunlight streamed through the clear glass panes into the study, where the Count was speaking with Rasmus Ramos. Ramos entered to inform the Count that Laman was in Sarah, and he seems to be very interested in Vlad. The Count leaned his head, resting it against the back of his chair. With his other hand holding a document, he said, "I know. That's very fortunate," Ramos replied. Laman was a knight of the former dynasty, the Count said with his eyes closed. Even I would have a hard time dealing with him. He recalled the past, when Laman had just left, disregarding everything. Ever since he sighed, and left after seeing my subordinates. I haven't had a good feeling about it. I don't know if I should say we've regained our pride, or sigh, because all we have is his interest. Ramos continued his thought. Times have changed. Laman is a living witness to the cruelty of time. Remembering back then, Laman was a brilliant knight, leading hundreds of elite soldiers, Ramos said. Because in his time, he became a knight, starting out as a common soldier. He wouldn't be interested in the pampered soldiers of today. The Count placed the paper down on the desk. No matter how times change, some things stay the same. When he sighed, it wasn't simply disgust or complaint. It felt like there was some deep sadness. The Count rubbed his hands, looking thoughtfully ahead at the suit of armor, displayed resplendently and proudly. Ramos. He's the man who made San Rosino personally gift a suit of armor. Their recognition makes him even more special. The Count continued, "Perhaps I should send a set to Sarah as well." He closed his eyes, seeming to smile. Fortunately, the ties haven't been completely severed. The tradition of House Bays continues, all thanks to a certain soldier. Vlad woke up. He was wearing his familiar pajamas, sitting on the bed. His head was throbbing, and a large red mark was left on his forehead. He rubbed his head. Damn it, that old man, my head still hurts. I've never seen that move before. I can't believe he used aura on his body instead of his sword. Remembering Laman's appearance last night, a phrase echoed in Vlad's head. He is someone you can learn a lot from. A true master doesn't show his skills, huh? Maybe people respect him so much, precisely because he's that strong. Suddenly, the door to his room was kicked open. To his astonishment, Gamina walked in, a large pile of clothes in her arms. "You're awake? I thought you were—" Vlad looked at her with a helpless expression. "You really should knock before entering." Gamina showed Vlad the pile of clothes in her arms. She retorted, "Do I look like I have a free hand to knock?" Vlad asked her, confused, "Why are you washing my clothes? Just leave them. I can wash them myself." Gamina suddenly spoke seriously with a surprisingly sweet voice. "This is a service at our tavern. I'm just doing my duty. After all, you're a guest on the 4th floor, the most expensive one." Vlad, sitting on the bed, felt a strange feeling. "Formalities, huh? She sounds serious. I don't have that much money to pay you." Gamina placed the neatly folded clothes on the table. "For you, it's free, because your being here is already helping us. The Rose and Thorn Tavern, right now, has quite a few bastards coming here who don't know their place." Vlad asked, puzzled. "My being here is enough?" Gamina replied. "Marcelo said your name alone has value. You have a mayor of Sarah, and the 2 young masters of House Bays backing you. And besides, you're an omnipotent knight." Vlad rested a hand on his thigh. "Not yet. Don't go telling other people that." Gamina took a purple handkerchief from the pile of clothes, a dark purple with a prominent yellow pattern on the edge. "From what I've seen, you are a knight. Lady Alicia's knight." Vlad's face fell. Oh, right, that did happen." Gamina's face darkened, her voice growing even more serious. "I was very pleased to cut your hair and help you with your sword. You really did something great." Vlad frowned, not understanding what was going on. But he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He hesitated for a moment before managing to say, "Thanks," but his reply was met with a loud slam. Gamina had already left the room. Vlad sat alone in the spacious, Beautiful room with lovely sunlight and neat furniture. He scratched his head in confusion. But I've always been grateful for that. Talented individuals can shine anywhere. In the silent night, on a deserted hill, there were still hurried footsteps. A jet black horse galloped straight ahead, so fast it kicked up sand behind it. It was a herd of horses controlled by commoners, and people always crave such individuals. This solitary black horse was more beautiful than all the horses chasing. A beautiful jet black coat, a smooth mane, sleek and shiny, and especially its beautiful bright eyes. A mysterious horse, strangely beautiful. It tried to run as fast as it could from them. Always remembering that day, and always searching for that boy, the horsemen swung their ropes, aiming for the mysterious black horse. Wanted to tighten around its head and make it submit. It was often hindered by those who craved talented individuals. The ropes were thrown with great accuracy, but unfortunately, its reflexes were too fast. The black horse jumped to the side, lightly avoiding the ropes that sought to tame it. The men, failing to catch it, grew more frustrated. Damn it, after it, don't let it escape. They whipped their horses' rumps, forcing them to run faster. These men were perhaps possessed by greed and pride. They furiously gave chase, getting closer. The horse seemed to remember something. Amidst the deep green highlands, a color of hope, it and a knight had freely roamed many places together, advancing together. The boy who rode it that day was not here. It had to overcome this challenge on its own. Its eyes grew more determined as it ran straight ahead, getting further and further away from the men. But perhaps it hadn't realized yet that its beauty was coveted by more than just one group of people. From above, a muscular, long-haired man led an army, looking even more ferocious than those chasing. Now they rode towards the mysterious black horse. We have to catch it. A long night at the inn where Vlad was staying. It was probably midnight. The other rooms were dark. Only Vlad's room on the 4th floor was still lit. Hot food was neatly placed on the table. Not just hot soup and bread, but also sausages. Vlad held a fork in one hand, a knife in the other, cutting one of the 2 sausages, while listening to Laman keep mentioning how he had already apologized to him. Let me make it up to you, kid. This is great. Don't be mad at me anymore, okay? Vlad didn't even bother to look at him. There are some things that even money can't buy. Laman looked at Vlad's sulking expression and sat there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. I really like that suit of armor, Vlad said seriously, then put a piece of sausage in his mouth. It's not wrong for you to be angry. Your favorite suit of armor was shattered in yesterday's fight. The armor on the left arm was no longer intact. It was considered unusable. Laman waved his hand as if it were no big deal and said, I know that. Armor is only given to logistics members with potential. He said empathetically, when I first got my armor, I hugged it for days and couldn't let go. Vlad heard that and got even more annoyed. You knew that, and you still smashed it. Laman tried to make peace with the young man. Let's move past that. I want you to go on a trip with me. Vlad didn't seem interested but still asked, Go where? We need to show the young master how useful you are. If you just wander around during your suspension, people will just see you as a troublemaker. Vlad turned his face away, chewing his food while thinking. That sounds reasonable. That's right. After all, Joseph treats this old man with great respect. Vlad swallowed the food in his mouth and turned his head back, continuing the conversation with Laman. What do I have to do to prove that I'm useful? Laman, seeing the boy finally pay attention to his proposal, chuckled. He answered, I want you to do me a favor. We'll report it later. What is it? Vlad asked. Laman stroked his beard and asked Vlad a very strange question. Do you like horses? In a certain highland region, the blue sky and white clouds harmonized, with vast forests and mountains. Amidst the picturesque scenery was a convoy of horse-drawn wagons. Vlad and Laman were among them. The 2 of them sat on an uncovered wagon. Above them was the high sky. Below their feet was soft grass. Laman leisurely lay stretched out on the wagon, while Vlad sat properly in the back corner. Laman then explained more about what they were about to do. They say there's a black horse wandering all over Sarah, but one day it suddenly disappeared. It's as if it was possessed. The driver's face turned pale. I've heard about this too. The guards often call it the spirit horse. The spirit horse? Vlad asked. The young driver replied, Yes, I have a bad feeling about this. What if it's related to the headless horseman? I heard he can control women like a ghost. If the rumors about the spirit horse are true, then it's possible the 2 are related. Vlad lowered his head in thought. But what he noticed was not the story the driver told. But Laman's relaxed posture. Is it really okay to just lie around like this? Although Vlad's words carried a hint of warning, Laman didn't seem to care much. Right now, we just have to follow the merchants. So there's nothing else to do. But Vlad retorted, at least we should be on guard, shouldn't we? But Laman remained very relaxed. He closed both eyes, a smile on his lips, enjoying the fresh air of the highlands. Just rest. That horse will find its own way to us. Vlad just took his words as a joke, but still asked curiously, what? It will find its way to us? How do you know? Laman calmly explained further. The horse people call the spirit horse is not only fast, but according to rumors, it also has unusual behavior. Vlad looked at Laman, confused. What? It often stands at a distance and observes. If it sees people riding horses or in carts, it knows exactly what it's doing. It's not an ordinary horse. Vlad rubbed his chin and thought, I'm starting to feel uneasy. If it really is a horse controlled by an evil person, then an investigation team will have to come to Sarah to examine the traces it left behind. Laman, seeing his sudden silence, could somewhat guess what was going through his mind. There's nothing. I know what you're thinking, kid. But racking your brain, trying to figure it out won't do you any good. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. What's meant to happen will happen. Laman lay leisurely on the straw, smiling. He thought to himself, the horse was never important from the start. I just wanted to observe you up close for the next few days. If I take a liking to you, maybe I'll teach you a thing or two. Laman opened one eye and cheerfully asked Vlad, how long have you been able to use aura, kid? Vlad tried to recall. About 3 months. Or was it 4? Laman closed his eyes again. If it's only been 3 or 4 months, that's fast. Vlad asked back, what's fast? Your progress with aura from the moment you first learned how to use it. But even so, the fact that you don't have your own color yet is quite interesting. Vlad was surprised by this new information. My own color? Laman explained that aura is an expression of the heart. The fact that you don't have a color means your world hasn't been decided yet. Curious, Vlad lunged towards where Laman was lying. Suddenly, the two were face to face, startling Laman. What do I have to do to find my own color? His face was filled with eagerness. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, like a child being offered candy. Laman immediately sat up, also pushing Vlad back into a sitting position. Don't get so close to me. Honestly, kid, weren't you taught anything about aura? Vlad replied, yes, I was. I was taught that the basics are very important. Laman stroked his beard, thinking, I see. That nagging fellow must already have his own way of teaching you. I shouldn't teach you too much. He continued, show the world your true self. Don't hide it. Vlad asked, confused. What do you mean? Laman explained. Create something that can help you bring your inner world to the outside. Knights call it a key. You've seen knights use aura, haven't you? Do they just use aura by itself? Vlad rubbed his chin, thinking, do they use it differently? Think carefully. Do they have any special gestures? I'm not sure. I'm always stuck in emergency situations. Suddenly, Vlad realized Sir Pablo places his sword on his shield. Sir Gregory swings his sword as he advances. Ratiger taps his finger on his sword. Seeing the look on Vlad's face, Laman realized. Looks like you've remembered something, haven't you? That's the key. It's both a tool and a ritual to expand the world within your heart. Vlad continued to ask, but I just use it. Whatever situation I'm in, I just go by my instincts at the time. Laman added, that's why I said you haven't found your own color yet. Jagger will tell you when the time is right. But thinking about it beforehand isn't a bad idea. Suddenly, Laman sensed something. He immediately lunged towards Vlad, forcing his head down onto the carriage floor. An arrow whizzed by, embedding itself in the carriage where Vlad had been sitting. The driver panicked. What was that? What just happened? Something just flew past. It seems things won't be going smoothly. Laman shouted, ambush! Everyone on high alert! People heard his warning. But before they could process what was happening, one was struck by an arrow straight through the head. The horses panicked at the noise and began to bolt wildly. A knight in the convoy spotted the ambushers. Sir, bandits over there. Seeing the situation, Laman said to the driver, Molly, make the horses gallop. Hold the reins tight. Don't let go. The driver, though still not grasping the situation, had seen Laman's abilities and obediently followed his command. Yes, sir. Vlad looked at the distant figures and asked in wonder, bandits here? Laman stared grimly in the same direction. They're no ordinary band of bandits. They're much tougher than bandits. This tribe usually has a burly build, with a distinctive tattoo on their upper quarter, extending from the chest to the left arm. On horseback, wielding sickles, they're the Manji. A volley of arrows shot out from the Manji, flying toward the convoy. The mercenaries in the convoy raised their shields in unison to block the arrows. Damn it, hold the line, maintain formation. The Manji continued to loose their arrows. Just as expected, they're targeting the mercenaries first. Good thing we're at the back of the convoy. We have more time. Vlad looked at the fiercely fighting Manji and wondered. The Manji live beyond the northern border. Why are they here? Laman replied. That's right. This is the first time I've seen the Manji venture this deep into the kingdom's territory, and I thought this was going to be a relaxing trip. Laman drew his sword from its scabbard and said to the driver, Driver, get the saddle out. The driver was confused. But this is a draft horse. Laman said seriously, running on foot is worse. To deal with them, we need a horse. It said the Manji are born on horseback, so whether they are old or young, man or woman, they are all excellent cavalry. But, except for a few of their warriors, they're no match for a knight. Laman reminded Vlad, remember this well. When facing the Manji, you must neutralize their mobility. Suddenly, one of the Manji shouted, Listen up, we have no intention of killing you. Just pay the passage fee, and we'll spare your lives. Hearing this, the mercenaries let their guard down a bit. Passage fee, you'll let us go? A traveler in the group jumped to his feet and said hastily, All right, we'll pay the fee. Just name your price. Anything but our lives. A proud figure stood under the sun. His presence overwhelming and arrogantly declared, Leave with empty hands. Anyone who keeps anything, that will be their toll to the underworld. The traveler who had just spoken suddenly thought, We don't stand a chance with these cheap mercenaries. Who would have thought we'd run into bandits in Bay's territory? And the Manji, of all people, just staying alive is the best we can hope for now. But can we really trust them? The Manji leader looked at his comrades and gave a nod. As if on cue, they began to move. Vlad noticed this. They're on the move. They must be planning to loot. As Laman mounted his horse, he said, I don't like them. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I can't. They're coming. Get ready. You can't ride, so you only have one chance. Vlad regulated his breathing. Suddenly, the Manji's horses panicked and tried to bolt. It turned out, even from a distance, they could still feel the overwhelming presence of Vlad. Ack, what's wrong with his horse? The horse is scared of something. Stop. Something's wrong. Damn it. That damn presence keeps clinging to me. Suddenly, Laman shouted, Get out of the way. The old man had mounted his horse and was charging forward, but the horse's blindfold was still on. Vlad cursed, Damn it, and jumped to the side, charging forward alongside the old man. The close-range attack distance wasn't ideal, and they hadn't dismounted while their horses were panicking. But this was the only chance. Laman drew his sword, ready to fight. The Manji, still arrogant, charged forward. Who are these reckless fools? An old man and a kid? Take them out. With that, a horde of them charged straight ahead on horseback. Laman awakened his aura, his eyes flashing. You bastards, daring to come here and harm people. Laman unleashed a sword strike, creating two beautiful arcs, slashing through the Manji. Whoa, aura, there's a knight here. Turn back. Retreat. Death was staring them in the face. They couldn't help but be afraid, pulling back to widen the distance and escape. But it was too late. Vlad had already appeared behind them. Try to run, you damn dogs. He struck one down, and the man's head fell straight to the ground. The others saw this and were terrified. They wanted to attack, but were too scared to do anything but flee. Laman called out a reminder. Vlad, their ambush is already half failed. We have to reduce their numbers before they can regroup. Vlad noticed someone trying to sneak up from behind. He yelled, Behind you. Laman turned, swiftly drawing his sword to block the man's sickle. Well now, where did this one come from? Only then did this Manji notice the aura on the old man's hand. You're a knight of the kingdom? Laman thought to himself, Look at that. He dares to look me in the eye without blinking. This won't be an easy opponent. The old man shouted, Go, Vlad. Those mercenaries will run at the first chance. You go and protect everyone. Although the situation was critical, Vlad decided to leave, following the old man's orders. A horseman charged towards him. He swung his sickle, but Vlad quickly blocked. So strong. The horse's speed adds so much force to the strike. Calm down. I have to slowly gain an advantageous position. Damn, if only I could ride a horse. Just as Vlad had that thought, he suddenly felt something strange. From a distance, swift footsteps approached. Its speed kicked up the dust, making the wind blow stronger. leading the Manji to believe it was an entire troop. Vlad suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This neigh, a pitch-black horse, suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of the Manji. It's that horse, the son of the plains. The entire troop galloped forward on command, weapons in hand. Everyone assemble. That is the son of the plains. A group of men twirled lassos, facing the wild horse. Its eyes shining, it charged fearlessly towards the men. This time we have to catch it. They threw their lassos one by one towards the black horse. A large, sturdy lasso was spinning in the air, ready to tighten around its target. The cold gazes and swinging arms of the men were focused with all their might to catch the charging horse. With its agile body, the intelligent, bright-eyed black horse dodged every lasso. In a flash, it had passed the pursuing men. They shouted, "Damn it! It got away! Don't just stand there! After it!" The black horse galloped, leaving the men with swords and lassos far behind. In the background, someone's foot appeared. A swordsman stood proudly on a cliff's edge, raising his sword to the sky. Suddenly, Vlad's shout was heard, "Draymond, I'm here." Hearing the familiar voice, the black horse started. It skidded to a halt, turned towards a voice on the cliff top, and, without hesitation, charged towards him. The men behind continued their pursuit. They shouted, "He's right behind you. You're not getting away." The distance was closing. They were about to strike him. It was time. He planted his foot and leaped. How fortunate! The blade missed by a hair, striking the ground, while he managed to jump in time. The cliff was a full 10 meters high. But the brave Vlad Draymond didn't hesitate to leap. One of his eyes lit up, just like the black horse's. The sound of thundering hooves drew closer. He knew exactly what was below. He trusted that his horse would be there to catch him. As if by telepathy, he landed perfectly on the horse, witnessing the scene right before their eyes. The pursuer was speechless in amazement. Impossible. The child of the steppe, who carries holy blood, is letting someone who doesn't belong to the steppe ride him. The powerful Vlad Draymond looked magnificent riding the fine steed. They charged forward together. He laughed heartily. "Haha, yes, this is it. This is the feeling from back then. It's telling me I don't need to hold back anymore." He reached a hand towards the sun. "Now I can go wherever I want." Man and horse moved as one, advancing forward. However, the men behind wouldn't let them escape. A fierce-looking man pointed his sword at him and called to his comrades, "Get him! Don't let the child of the steppe fall into the hands of that damn imperial bastard." He didn't flee. He turned to face the troops head-on. The eyes of both man and horse lit up, and with that, a glowing horn appeared on the horse's head. The light caused the crowd to be somewhat surprised and afraid. That light pierced straight through the long line of the crowd, faster than the speed of light, before a person could react. The light, like a blade, sliced through their necks one by one. It was so fast they could only let out a gasp. Wherever Vlad Draymond rode, the light and his sword slashed through. Countless enemy soldiers were defeated. Now they were terrified. "Damn it, that bastard is a knight too." They turned to ask each other, "How many has he killed? Don't fight him head on. Keep your distance and attack from afar." Both man and horse had weapons to face the enemy. They did a 180-degree turn, heading for the enemy's rear. "The tables have turned. Damn it, he's gotten behind us." The leader ordered, "Split to both sides. We'll circle around and surround him." The child of the steppe, with a sharp sword on its head, neighed fiercely, startling the other horses. The neigh of the black steed made the other horses feel threatened and terrified. They began to lose control. The crowd asked each other in confusion, "What's wrong with my horse? It won't turn." The horse is terrified. They all wondered what could frighten them so much. He turned his head to look behind for the cause, but his eyes became even more terrified than the horse's. A current of energy coiled around his body like a snake, constantly transforming into whips and spearheads. In a moment, the light flared. His eyes opened, cold and sharp as a knife. White light pierced through his hair and cloak, as if preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Man and horse combined, creating the image of a supernatural predator, wielding overwhelming and threatening power, as if he were the very incarnation of death, leaping from the underworld to chase the people ahead. He said coldly, "Now, you're the one being hunted." Cutting to AK's location, his face darkened, only his cold, sharp eyes glowing. He raised his blade, preparing to strike. The old man's agile body parried his blow. The clash of weapons and the sparks that flew from them as the two battled on horseback. The rider still had strength, but the horse did not. The old man's horse was so tired it was foaming at the mouth. AK, seeing his horse was exhausted, scowled and cursed under his breath. Damn it. My horse won't hold out. This is too much for a pack horse. AK coldly raised his sword and looked at the old man. He brought his blade down. The old man parried it with his sword, but the horse's strength couldn't hold. It staggered and fell to one side. AK stopped his horse. The pack horse, its strength drained, trembled all over. Tears streamed down its face, its tongue lolling out to one side, looking miserable. The old man stood up and got into a stance, preparing to fight AK. Well, I didn't expect to find another one who could make my blood boil. AK was a little annoyed that the old man could stand up after that last blow. This old man is tough, but it's over for him now. As the two prepare to fight, something was rushing towards them from a distance, kicking up dirt and rocks into the sky. As the thing got closer, the old man began to hear something. Isn't that the horn of the barbarians? No doubt about it. It's the same group from before, but they're being slaughtered by Vlad from behind. The old man also recognized Vlad. Man and horse were madly chasing down the crowd ahead. AK suddenly became enraged. He cursed furiously. You bastard. He rode on, still cursing. How dare you? Seeing himself ignored, the old man also shouted, Stop right there, you bastard. AK saw Vlad riding the black steed and couldn't help but say jealously, How could the child of the steppe, who rejected even me? As he was riding, he heard a voice call out, Get off that horse now. He turned his head and saw AK galloping towards him. What is he doing here? Could the old man have? While he was worrying, he saw the old man running after them from a distance. He'd been overthinking. When he saw the old man with his own eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he's not dead yet. AK was still shouting. I said, Get off that horse now. That's not a horse someone like you can ride. He shouted back angrily, Don't be ridiculous. Who are you to order me around? Just like him. Instead of a blue light, AK emitted a red light. He roared in anger, Shut up. Vlad saw him surprised. It was the entire bodies of both man and horse were glowing with a fiery red light. Their eyes, too. Magic. Some barbarians can use magic to manifest their own domain. Without thinking, Vlad immediately raised his sword, preparing for a fight. He's at least at the level of a knight, able to control aura. Neither would back down, shouting taunts at each other. I'll take your life for daring to defile the holy steed. Just you try. In that fateful moment, the two mounted warriors charged at each other like two falling stars, colliding in a faded sky. On one side, wild, muscular strength. On the other, supernatural darkness wrapped in sparkling magic. AK, bare-chested with rippling muscles, a red glow flaring from his arm like purgatorial fire. He raised his enormous weapon, a great curved blade like a demon's claw, preparing to bring down all his primal power. His long hair flew, his face cold and fierce, as if he were born only to kill on horseback. Vlad was the complete opposite. His black cloak billowed, covering a body as lean and sharp as a blade. His eyes glowed. His white hair flew back, as if pulled into a storm of blue-green energy. A current of magical power twisted around the sword as it slashed down from above. His black horse reared up, seeming also a creature born of darkness, roaring, reflecting its master's fury. There was no time for words, no room for hesitation. Blue and red light tore through space, creating a surreal shockwave. Everything seemed to stand still for a split second before blade and war scythe met in a thunderous explosion. AK seemed to go berserk. His eyes flashed with fire, veins bulging on his face as he screamed, And you dare ride the divine steed? He spurred his horse in pursuit of Vlad. Vlad glanced back with a smile and continued the chase. He said, I heard you people are born on horseback. Well, I have always lived in the mud beneath horses' hooves. Seemingly not understanding why Vlad would say that, he angrily asked back, What nonsense are you talking? Vlad remained calm. He gently turned his head and said, If I've done this much for you, then it's time for you to do something I want. With that, he reached for the clasp of his cloak to take it off. Vlad threw his cloak backwards to block AK's view, but he could handle things like this. He caught the cloak, threw it behind him, and said, Your petty tricks won't work on me. But it wasn't as he thought. He thought he knew his opponent's intention, but Vlad was already one step ahead of him. He leaped off his horse, sword in hand, and flew straight at AK. Vlad wrapped his arm around AK's neck, pushing him backwards. Surprised and breathless, he let out a cough. Vlad stated his purpose. Let's fight in the mud. AK Shock replied, What the hell? A hard landing sent the two of them tumbling several times, leaving a long trail. With nothing to stop their rolling momentum, The two just kept rolling right off the cliff. An unexpected situation for everyone. Both fell at high speed. The crowd yelled, "Sire." The old man, seeing this, also stammered, "Damn it." He rushed to where the two had fallen with a bad feeling. No matter how strong a knight is, a fall from here. With that, he looked down the bottomless cliff. But then he noticed something. He stood on one leg, his face no longer worried. He chuckled lightly, This brat is so devious." A light emanated from below. Vlad grabbed AK's neck. He was in complete control of the situation. His sword was pressed right against AK's neck as he said, "Unbelievable. You learned it before I could teach you." Despite being choked, he managed to say, "I am a Jin of the Budapest tribe." Vlad's face was cold, but smudged with dirt from the recent fall. His eyes never stopped glowing. He lifted his sword and asked AK, "So what?" Cut to the castle. A voice speaks up. "I understand you wish to train that servant, my lord, but I think you should be careful." Joseph Bade sat on his chair, listening to the nun's words. He asked back, "Careful of what?" Unhappy with being questioned like that. The nun frowned. She recalled a past day. A shout, "Please stop. What is going on here?" When she saw Vlad leading a red-haired woman away, she asked, "How can you take a nun away without any procedure?" Seeing no reaction from him, she continued to speak. "Even if you belong to the Bade family, you can't just do whatever you want." Seeing this wasn't working, he turned his head and asked, "Is that so?" He continued, "It's thanks to the Bade name." Just that one sentence startled the nuns. Terrified, his face filled with murderous intent as he threatened, "That you even have it tomorrow." Unable to accept Vlad's attitude, she immediately reported it to Joseph. To say such a thing is truly blasphemous. Someone born of the lower class is so impatient and vicious. Perhaps looking down on his background, she continued, "I am certain he will cause trouble in the near future." Yes. Joseph just sat there, listening in silence. The nun hadn't finished yet. "I worry he may bring dishonor upon you, my lord." He just replied softly, "Is that so?" But in his mind, he was thinking deeply. "I know he acted disrespectfully in the convent. It's been a long time since that incident. She could have complained about him at any time, but she only chooses to do this now, when I'm being warned about him." He thought back to the past, just when San Rosino gave a servant born in an alley like him recognition, and the venerable priest Andrea approved. Connecting all the pieces, he guessed that there was certainly a hidden agenda. Joseph continued to reason in his head. There's only one person who could manipulate the head of the convent. Finally, he deduced it was Bishop Pierre. He presented himself as a symbol of absolute divine authority. Absolute divine authority. But he also held a terrifying darkness. Dressed in dark red ceremonial robes, symbolizing the holy bloodline, or the blood of heretics spilled for their faith. Pierre had a solemn and overwhelming appearance. The hat, the tall mitre, along with the enormous cross he held in his hand, made him look like a medieval pontiff. It not only represents divine authority, but can also decide life and death. Joseph continued to think Sarah is controlled by two figures. Joseph, the one recognized by this bloodline, and the Bishop of Sarah, who follows God's word and cares for the people. The current balance of power is maintained. But if there's even a slight influence, however, that fragile balance is now wavering. The vassals of my enemy will eventually give him more influence. After a moment of clear thought, he understood. Now I see their intentions clearly. Joseph thoughtfully came to a final conclusion in his head. It turns out I was their target from the beginning. Joseph was having a meeting in his office with a nun. He frowned and thought. While it's true that Vlad gave them a reason to do this, certain boundaries must still be kept. They must know that we are not obligated to do anything just because of a subordinate's misconduct. Is there some other hidden intention? Just then, a hurried knock came from the door. "Lord Joseph, my apologies for interrupting your meeting." Jagger led in a subordinate. "This is the stable hand who went with Lord Lawman. He has returned." He had a bad feeling about this. "It seems I'm about to hear some bad news." The person brought in was Gigi. He reported frantically, "Lord Joseph, the Manzi have appeared." Joseph remained calm, assessing the situation. "Where are they?" Gigi replied. "On the roads connecting Sarah and Vanna. They're attacking the people there." Suddenly, Joseph's glare turned fearsome. "Did you run away by yourself?" "No, sir. Lord Lawman ordered me to call for reinforcements." Gigi quickly explained. "Vlad has captured the leader of the Manzi and is guarding them there." Joseph asked coldly, What happened to the mercenaries protecting the merchants? The nun sitting beside him turned pale with worry. Joseph reconfirmed the situation. So, it's just the two of them, protecting those who were ambushed? Yes, sir. He ordered Jagger. I want you to personally lead the cavalry. Gigi, I need you to guide them. Move quickly. Both subordinates replied in unison. Yes, Lord Joseph. Joseph spoke to the nun. Isn't he quite something? She asked. Pardon me? He continued. Despite his lowly origins and impatient nature, he still follows God's will and protects the fledglings. The nun replied nervously, Yes, Bishop Pri, if we are to have one last meeting. His sharp, completely overwhelming voice cut in. Please convey my words to him. I am truly grateful for his concern for me. The nun felt a shiver of fear. Those blazing eyes seemed to forbid any disobedience. I will personally visit him soon. I will face you directly. Under the scorching hot sun, a procession of old and young, with horses and goods, trudged wearily. Vlad glanced at the horses running for their lives nearby. I think more and more people are gathering. Laman replied, Yes, many of them are heading south. He was guarding a tall, heavily tattooed man, who was tied up securely. If they were just ordinary bandits, they would have fled as soon as their leader was captured. It seems he is a high-ranking warrior, but the situation is gradually getting worse. If this continues, we'll be in big trouble before we reach Sarah. Hasn't the stable hand returned yet? He worried. It seems the Manzi are dispersing for now. Vlad detected the sound of powerful horse hooves nearby. He alerted Laman. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the army's flag. Sora's flag was held high. It seems I worried for nothing. The people in the caravan wept with joy. It's the Sora cavalry. We're saved. The tattooed man who was tied up, seeing the situation, worried. Damn it, they came too fast. He opened his mouth and said to Laman, That was an impressive plan, old man. If you had tried to stay without abandoning the goods, the situation would be different. Laman laughed and replied, That's the advantage of being old. Now that our reinforcements have arrived, it's time for me to ask a few questions. Suddenly, his expression turned icy. Why did you come here? Why did you advance so deep into our territory? We children of the steppe just needed. AC replied. You could just capture horses. Why are you robbing people? AC sneered back. Because we also need to make some money to survive. Oh, how practical, Laman said sarcastically. AC glanced towards Vlad. We no longer have any reason to go south. I didn't expect the child of the steppe to choose a boy from the empire. A voice echoed. I guess time truly is a cruel master. It was Jagger. I can't believe you had trouble with just a few Manzi. Laman scowled and retorted, What did you just say? If I had a war horse, these bastards would have already fled back to Vanna. Jagger just said casually, Anyway, I'm glad you're safe. I will escort you back to Sora. The two looked towards the troops galloping nearby. What will you do with them? It seems they have their own problems. We're in a chaotic time, so we should stay away from the frightened Manzi. He turned and walked forward. At that moment, suddenly, the eye covered by Jagger's patch flashed with a blue light. AC was startled. A powerful, overwhelming aura enveloped Jagger. I will persuade them to leave in a civilized manner. AC's eyes widened in shock. That's a completely different world. If he really wanted to. He looked at Jagger's back, which resembled that of a death god. He could really kill us all. AC suddenly shouted, Turn back. Everyone turn back. The men looked on, confused, but he yelled agitatedly, Fools! Can't you see the situation? Stop talking and leave now. They looked at the swarm of troops, advancing towards them, and trembled. What should we do? If we leave him behind and return, the chieftain will. But this is Sarah's front yard. Someone spoke up. We don't know when more reinforcements will arrive. They looked towards Jagger. Besides, there's another night now. We had a hard enough time dealing with the old man and the boy. A rational one made a decision. Let's turn back for now. I don't think they'll harm him, since they don't want to start a war with us either. Right. Let's do as he says. They immediately left, leaving behind only one sentence. Please survive. We will meet again. Civilized? What nonsense. Laman said sarcastically. Isn't the end result very clean? Jagger was satisfied. They've left. The Manzi have retreated. The people cheered excitedly. They rushed to Vlad, hailing him. Thank you, Sir Knight. Thank you so much for protecting us. The black horse Vlad was riding reacted to the cheers. It neighed excitedly and reared up on its hind legs, making Vlad wobble. That's dangerous. Everyone quickly backed away. Goodness, that horse is so fierce. Probably because it's a wild horse. Let's stand back a bit. Vlad quickly stroked it, asking, "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" Calm down, calm down." Jagger approached and asked, "Whose horse is this?" "Oh, this one." Vlad introduced it with a hint of pride. "It's the horse I met while fighting the death worm last time. Somehow, it found its way to me." Jagger was just indifferent. "So, this is the wild horse you were talking about?" "That's right," Vlad said proudly about his companion. "It's bigger than most other horses, and seems special right from the first glance. I'll have to make a saddle for it when we get back." Jagger smiled, satisfied. "Looks like you'll finally be useful." As night fell, and they reached the city of Sarah, Jagger noticed Vlad wasn't entering the city. "What are you doing?" "Not coming in." Vlad was struggling with the horse. It just stood there, tossing its head without budging. "It's not moving at all," Vlad replied miserably. "Why is it acting like this again?" Jagger was officially speechless. After a long moment, he said, "I see. It seems it was quite unhappy when the merchants came near. Its rider is disliked by other horses, and the one being ridden dislikes other people. They're like a bizarre pair, made for each other." Jagger held his forehead, exasperated. "I really never know what to do with you. You've definitely met your match." Vlad's face was blank, and the horse was as haughty as ever. One man and one horse had to make a fire and stay outside tonight. Vlad let out a long, mournful sigh. Laman looked at Vlad with an extremely judgmental gaze as he struggled with the wild horse he had just acquired. He sighed. "That horse is really something. So did that work?" He turned and asked a little, "I guess those barbarians weren't just spouting nonsense at us." Vlad recalled what AC had told him. "That horse likes the color red. Wild horses often move to places with rose vines, because on the frozen steppe, they can't provide food for them. Rose vines require a certain warm temperature, which is a signal for survival, that there is food." Only now did he notice Vlad was holding a bouquet of bright red roses in his hand. "But looking at this should be enough." Laman also took some interest in this. "If you know what the horse likes, you'll find a solution quickly." As if an idea struck him, Vlad rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I guess the more red, the better, right?" "Probably," Laman chimed in. "Bigger is better. Bigger is usually better. Moves better, too." As he spoke, he glanced up to the second floor, where Gamina's bright red hair was visible as she carried a pile of blankets to her room. Laman seemed to have understood his intention and chuckled. "That hair, it certainly deserves to be called a rose." But he was worried about another issue. "Are you sure you'll be okay? The relationship between you two doesn't look very good." Vlad replied with great confidence. "She's been nagging me since we were kids. Our relationship goes beyond whether we like each other or not." Clearly, however confident Vlad was just a moment ago, he was now getting a painful slap of reality. Gamina threw him a look of utter disgust along with two words. "Get lost." Vlad froze solid. "I haven't even said anything yet." She, busy with the pile of blankets and bedding, snapped, "I'm working. Stop getting in the way." "Just a moment, just listen to me," he pleaded. Suddenly, Gamina got irritable. "Go tell that Alicia. I'm busy." Vlad whined. "I need your help." She flared up, turning to yell in his face. "I said I'm busy. Can't you see I'm working?" As she turned, her eyes fell upon the huge bouquet of roses Vlad was holding. She stammered, "What is this?" Vlad held out the bouquet and said, "I want to give this to you and have you help me." Gamina still refused. "I told you to go ask Miss Alicia for help." Vlad replied with a smile so brilliant it sparkled in Gamina's eyes. Like a handsome filter with a dazzling aura, she couldn't refuse. "No, this is something only Miss Gamina can do." Gamina's face flushed bright red. Her head felt like a steam engine about to let off smoke. She shyly asked, "W? What is it?" Vlad naively asked again, "Are you hot? Why is your face so red?" "Shut up." In a deep, dark prison, Joseph and Jagger arrived before a cell door. He spoke. "I am Joseph Bade, mayor of Sarah, of the Buddha's tribe. I have something to ask you." AC just sneered sarcastically. "So the mayor of this city has personally come to visit and question me. What an honor." Joseph's face darkened. "I truly hope this trip of mine is not a waste of time." AC was extremely wary. "I've seen many people try to act cold or noble, but I've seen very few who are truly like him. What is this man really thinking?" Joseph spoke again. "At first, I thought this was just a traditional ceremony in your tribe. But in reality, capturing wild horses is forbidden. Quite interesting. All creatures should be left in peace, so they can shine freely in their own way. Therefore, wild horses only shine when running on the green steppes. It seems you are people who cherish such principles." His voice was cold as he continued. "Yet to break that principle, you risked your life to cross the Iron Duke's territory, to come to this place. What is the real reason? AC fell silent, slowly getting up. He walked step by step towards the iron bars. I've been thinking about this while locked up in here. It seems this will be better for me. I am the one responsible for the future of the Buddhist tribe. There is only one reason why I would defy my tribe's taboo and try to capture the son of the steppes. It's because we need the fastest creature that we know of. Joseph was momentarily surprised. AC, agitated, violently yanked the chain attached to the back wall, causing it to make a piercing sound. He yelled angrily, "What the hell have you people done?" Jagger, standing behind, pointed his sword through the bars, the tip just inches from AC's face. Jagger's cold gaze served as a warning to him. "What are you talking about?" Joseph asked again. AC was utterly furious, radiating an overwhelming aura. He yelled, What have you done to make the dragons go mad?" Joseph was stunned. The dragons, who have been silent for so many years, are becoming aggressive? That scenario would be a future worse than ever before. The dragons possess unrivaled power. AC shouted, "What did you do with the dragon fragments?" Joseph was momentarily troubled. The dragon fragments, proof of the Western Oath. The thing that was safely delivered to the Iron Duke. He broke into a cold sweat. Is that related to the dragon's rage? "Bring the blonde-haired young man who defeated me," AC proposed. "What for?" "Because there's only one creature that can keep up with the dragon, the fastest creature, and that is the son of the steppes. The son of the steppes will surely choose either me or him. For a just cause, I will think about what you've requested." Joseph replied. AC gritted his teeth. "You should hurry. You probably know this as well. The remnants of the fallen dragon have inherited the bloodline of the true dragon. They have lived without realizing they are dragons until now. But something has definitely changed. Once they realize that they are dragons, they will recklessly invade our territory." Joseph was shocked. "Will it really go that far?" AC coldly asked back. "So I ask you again, what did you do with the dragon fragments?" In a blizzard-covered region, the Duchy of Baranov, the capital city, Vaderpon, around the ancient mansion, the wind howled, the cries of some creature echoing. Duke Satimir Baranov stood on a balcony, looking down. The fallen dragons are weeping. At that moment, a subordinate ran up, panicked, and said, "Duke Baranov, the dragon fragments." The Duke closed his eyes, weary, and turned to leave. "They're starting again. What are the mages doing?" he asked. "It seems it's not going well this time. They can't be soothed with magic." The Duke immediately ordered, "Summon the bishops who can break curses. Bring them here." "Yes, my Lord Duke." "Yes." Everyone rushed to prepare a response. "Haven't the holy knights arrived yet?" "Knight Captain Gon is on his way here now. Bring him to me as soon as he arrives." "Yes, my Lord Duke." The Duke arrived before the room where the dragon fragments were stored. From within came a terrifying sound. "I can feel it. That energy is different from anything in the past." He pushed the door open. A blast of magical energy washed over him, giving him goosebumps. The dragon fragments, they are resonating with each other. Two chests, bound by iron chains, were vibrating violently. Anna stood before everyone, hesitant. "Sir Vlad has gone out on a mission." Hearing this, everyone's spirits sank. They turned and began to blame each other. "Oh my goodness, it seems we're a little late. That's why I said we had to hurry. I couldn't greet him at the monastery, so I prepared a gift for him." Looking at their attitudes, she couldn't stop thinking, "Perhaps I don't need to add Sir to his name anymore. I got carried away by the atmosphere, but no, this is an opportunity." The rumor that Vlad saved merchants from the Manzi is spreading quickly. If possible, I want to spread his name even further. Putting thought into action, Anna immediately shifted her tone. "He's been quite busy lately. After all, he is a very promising talent in the Bay's family." As if their souls were soothed, the crowd's murmuring ceased. "That's right, that must be it. He is destined to do great things." She pointed behind her. "Since we don't know when he'll be back, would you like to leave your names?" A very clever solution. Everyone agreed. "Yes, that would be wonderful." Gamina, watching everything from upstairs, sighed. "This is something I should be happy about, but it feels like he's getting further and further away from me." Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. "Gamina." "Yes, my lady." Anna beckoned her to the kitchen. Gamina was surprised. "My lady, you want me to take care of the guests who came for Vlad?" One urged her on, but the other kept refusing. "Yes, from now on, they will meet with Vlad only through you. But they seem to be very important people. I think it would be better if you did it yourself, my lady." If I make a mistake, it will cause trouble for Vlad. Anna looked completely speechless. If we're talking about someone capable of receiving Vlad's guests, is there anyone in Joseph's smile more suitable than you? The Vlad of today probably wouldn't survive without you. Gamina, you need to be more confident. Me? Really? Honestly, the young girl had too little confidence in herself. Yes, you do it. But how? Telling someone with no confidence. To be brave and confident is truly a difficult task, but I'm sure I'll make a mistake. I don't even know what to do. Anna cupped her cheeks and burst out laughing. So what if you make a few mistakes? Vlad should be willing to take that risk for you. I heard. He asked for your help to attract a horse's attention. See? He still needs you. Come to my room now. It's not just men who go to the battlefield. Even women have their own battlefields. Just as Joker gave Vlad a dagger. I will also help you grasp your own weapon. Like the light of the early morning. Always gentle, making everyone feel more at ease. Returning to the room with Jagger, Joseph and Laman. Laman spoke first. Expansion requires stability. Count Gaeta currently cannot come to the north, although he has a powerful army. The remnants of Rapth Noma, the former alliance leader, still exist in many parts of the west, and the dwarf campaign front is supporting them. Before choosing to move to the north, you'll have to deal with the source of that concern behind him. However, I am worried, Joseph replied. I agree about what? What was making Laman think so hard? The ducat I have. There is a reason I think my final mission should be for a servant of the Bayes family. You might feel insulted if you think it's a cold judgment, but if I must give honest advice to the Bayes family, I would say the Western Knights have already surpassed the Northern Knights, he said with a grim face. Joseph seemed to agree. I understand. Laman lowered his head. It seems I was too complacent when I walked the lowest path and looked at the Western Knights. Thoughts such as, I haven't fulfilled my duty, crossed my mind. Back then, the North was stronger and more honorable than any other region. A monster that relentlessly drove away the Mansi. What was colder than the cold wind was the unfeeling discrimination from the central government. The Knights of the North were those who struggled and fought against everything. But now, the once mighty strength of the North is fading as we have gained stability. On the other hand, the West's progress is slowly strengthening them. You must not take Baron Haino's request lightly. We need to prepare before it's too late. Joseph clasped his hands and nodded. I completely agree with you, including the part where you said the North of today is different from the North of the past. Even so, the North continues to produce mighty new talents. As he said this, they both looked out the window. That's right. A new generation will always rise to replace the old. Vlad led the horse, standing under the bright sun. What is this? Why are there so many people? Something interesting is happening here. Of course, they have to come out and see what's so interesting. Just think about what you've done so far. You try to blindfold the horse to lead it. You try to pull it with pure strength. You try to trick it with food. You even bowed your head and begged. Yes, I did all of those things. The young master, who is becoming more and more famous, is helpless before a single horse. How could that not be interesting? I don't think that's the reason. So many people have gathered. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Hey, how long are you going to make me wait? Vlad scowled, his face twisting into a grimace. Why are you wearing a skirt? It's a woman's combat uniform. I'm very impressed with her thorough preparation. The hood was lifted. It's time. When Gamina unveiled herself, many eyes were captivated by her beauty. You really were well hidden, little miss. Even the horse turned its head. The horse is reacting. Gamina looked. It's even more intimidating seeing it with my own eyes. It's so much pressure having so many eyes on me like this. But if I hesitate because of this small fear, then I'm not worthy to stand beside Vlad, putting thought into action. She held a bouquet of vibrant red roses before the horse. Come here now. Be good. As soon as she finished speaking, the horse moved. Everyone started murmuring excitedly. It's moving. Did it work? It's going in. Good. Keep pulling it in. Vlad followed, musing. Looks like it knows its own preferences quite well, huh? Standing before her, the horse's eyes sparkled. Gamina reached out and stroked its head. Suddenly, someone burst from the crowd. Miss Gamina, that woman is the Rose Maiden, the Rose of Sarah. Like a domino effect, everyone began to shout her name. Gamina, Miss Gamina, she's the Rose Maiden, the Rose of Sarah. The lady and her servant watched from above. My lady, when did you prepare that? Anna spoke softly. Everyone, watch very closely. This is a sight that no amount of money can buy. People can't see it. Have you ever seen someone from the back alleys receive this much attention? Has anyone from the back alleys received applause and cheers outside the back alleys? Not until today, at least. It's happening. Sora was watching the two of them. Amidst the white snow, there were only two lonely figures, not another soul in sight. Deep footprints were imprinted on the snow. Nearby, patches of blood stretched out. Severed arms and legs were scattered everywhere. Rutiger and Dorothy stared at the scene before them, speechless. In front of them was a long line of brutally slaughtered monster corpses. Dark red blood stained the entire area. The whistling wind of the blizzard, combined with the scene, created a sense of complete annihilation. Dorothy spoke up. They were killed instantly. There were more than 50 of them. Rutiger replied, yes. So fast that they probably didn't even realize they were dead. The monster corpses were scattered on the snow, having died without even closing their eyes. Their faces still held the expression of shock from before their death. Joseph's report was correct, wasn't it? Dorothy's expression turned serious. She said yes. They realized it. The most perfect existence was torn apart by a swordsman, and as it fell to the earth, its blood spread across the world. In her mind, an image of a large, bloody dragon falling from the sky appeared. That is how the dragon remnants came to be. Some dragons lost their wings. Some lost their scales. Some lost their eyes. They were severed and forgot their origins. There was one that, for some unknown reason, realized it was not a dragon. Yes. They turned and continued walking towards where the blood trail led. A giant footprint was imprinted in the snow, likely belonging to the perpetrator of this massacre. Night fell on the coast. Scattered soldiers and refugees from the ships stopped on an island. The gloomy weather added to the chill. Life is an endless cycle of choices, because no one can decide for you. There are times you must face the situation yourself, and in that moment of decision, that is when they truly realize what kind of being they are. Reflected on a gleaming sword was a burly figure. It was Sigismund, fully armed and armored. He spoke. Do you intend to ignore my command, Joseph? Joseph's face showed anger and hostility. He replied, you are not my lord. The two stared daggers at each other. He held up a scroll and said, execute all remnants of the dwarven front. This order bears the seal of my uncle, Count Gaeta. Joseph became even more furious. If you have eyes, look closely. They're just refugees. Behind Joseph were people cowering in fear on the ground. The elderly, children, women, and adults were all there. Sigismund simply retorted, perhaps he has decided that these people are all the same. Joseph argued back. There's no way the Count would make such a decision. Sigismund's face was dark and sharp. To doubt the decision is disloyalty. Have you renounced the oath of loyalty that you swore under the Gaeta flag? Joseph gritted his teeth. I'm a human. I cannot obey such an unreasonable order. Sigismund said in a low voice, I see. He turned to the soldiers beside him. Joseph, and what about you all? Do you intend to keep following Joseph? The soldiers were silent, but cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. One by one, they spoke up, sorry, Joker. It was as if all their courage had been drained. They all turned and left. Sorry. I'm truly sorry. No matter how unreasonable the order, a knight is never allowed to betray their master's command. Joseph stood alone, watching the soldiers who were by his side, leave one by one, turning their backs on him. Just then, a third person appeared, stepping between the two. It's all right, Godwin. Just go, Joker said. Go to a world where you can shine even brighter. Godwin entered the meeting room. In the middle was a long table where the members were already seated. He spoke up regarding the North. We need to pay attention to the Knights of the Iron Duke and Bayard. We have received information that Baron Upman has been making suspicious moves recently. Saying so, he took a list that was handed to him. This is the list of knights from the Iron Duke and House Bayard. He fell silent, then spoke. The list from Bayard is the same as the report from a few years ago. A member explained. It seems they haven't been able to train a new generation, except for the eldest son, Rudder. There have been no new knights worth mentioning recently. Godwin's gaze was sharp. Don't jump to conclusions. The others were intimidated. No one dared to say anything. He spoke again, his voice cold but full of pressure. The weight of the name Bayard cannot be judged by a simple report. Just as I was once the hidden sword of Gaeta, House Bayard must surely have a hidden sword of their own. The members lowered their heads, only daring to apologize. Just then, another person spoke up. Now that you mention, I heard there's someone from my hometown in the Bayard family who is quite special. Godwin rested his chin on his hand and asked, how special? The person hesitated. I'm not sure if I should tell you, my lord. Godwin kept his eyes closed. It's fine. Go on. I heard that a male servant of the Bayard family is showing formidable potential. He asked again, what is his name? He is Vlad from Sarah. Hearing this name, Godwin's eyes snapped open in surprise, as if he had realized something. Another person continued. He first appeared in a duel of honor with Daima. It's said that he used an aura there. The people in the hall broke into a clamor. A servant using an aura? How ridiculous. It seems Bayard is just making things up. Yeah, since they can't train a new generation, right? That's right. At this rate, they'll be saying they can kill a dragon soon. The laughter and chatter grew livelier. Godwin sat again with his hand on his chin, lost in thought. He remembered that name. Vlad. Sarah. Vlad. He recalled the image of a kid with a crazed, gutsy look from before. That kid was Vlad. He was about to say something, but thought, no way. It can't be him. In my memory, I only remember a name and a face. Godwin closed his eyes, reminiscing. But he really did shine, so much so that I wanted to take him with me. The memory of a boy covered in injuries, but with eyes burning brighter than ever, reappeared. I don't know if he's even still alive. The scene shifts. Vlad was like a withered corpse, slumped over a table. I think I'm going to die. A voice rang out. Stop whining like a child and finish your food. Vlad recounted. This morning, I had combat guidance with Sir Joseph and practiced reinforcement techniques for my body and aura with the old man. In the afternoon, a mocking voice rang out as Vlad spoke as if he were on his deathbed. And then, I also have a training progress discussion in the evening. I really think I'm going to die. You don't know how lucky you are. You should be thankful to have someone teaching you. He looked clearly dejected. I know. That's why I'm gritting my teeth and doing it. Just then, Georgie approached, beaming, with an oversized luggage pack on his back. Hey, Captain, how are you doing? Vlad wondered. Why are you carrying luggage? Sir Joseph told me to stay here from now on. He replied nonchalantly. What? Why so sudden? Georgie looked excited and puffed out his chest. I heard you've taken over the stable in the backyard for your horse. Where the horse is, the groom must be. Can you handle it? Come on, what's so hard about it? I'm a groom of the Bayard family. Vlad just replied. Good luck. Georgie looked confused. Luck for what? If you're done, just go. I don't have the energy to talk anymore. I'm not done, Georgie announced. What now? Sir Joseph told you to come back. Vlad immediately opened his eyes and forced himself to sit up. For what? Maybe he's calling you back to lift that punishment. A while later, in a mansion, Vlad was resentful for having believed Georgie. I was a fool to believe his lies. In a room were others who looked like him. Everyone's face tense. In front of him were two men sitting on chairs with stern faces. It was like a trial. This is not the atmosphere where he'd lift my punishment. In front of Vlad sat Joseph Bayard, his face cold and emotionless. He said, one day, in one of the villages of Baron Upman, you defied my orders and saved the children. Is that correct? It seemed like a normal question, but it placed an invisible pressure on Vlad. He broke out in a cold sweat and replied, yes, that is correct. If a similar situation were to happen again, what would you do? Would you still defy my orders? Vlad felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his shoulders. He braced himself as he looked into his lordship's deep, bottomless eyes. He felt a tremor of fear. I swore to be honest before him. Therefore, I cannot lie. His hands, clasped behind his back, clenched slightly. He pressed his lips together, then answered, yes, I would still do it. Joseph was silent, but thought, that's right. This is why I chose you. He stood up from the table. Others are those who can only shine thanks to honor. But you shine because of your conscience. Joseph walked over to a cloth covering something and go forward only to get lost. It becomes a compass that helps you find the right way, since you have found your own path. Saying so, he pulled off the cloth. I hope this armor will help you protect that conscience. Behind the cloth was a gleaming suit of armor. Vlad was stunned. It was armor made by San Rosino, an organization that creates the most exquisite suits of armor. This armor was created using many different and varied techniques. Vlad hesitantly touched the armor he was wearing. This armor? Yes. Joseph understood immediately. I know you cannot take it off. Every scratch on it is a testament to the person you have been until now. However, this armor is proof of the path you have found. Vlad asked again, Yes, Joseph continued. Come closer. Confused, he approached, looked at the armor, and read the words on it. The knight who protected the children's lives. The other people in the room smiled with satisfaction. Joseph declared, That's right. That is the path you will walk from now on. Vlad looked at his reflection with the armor. In a pane of glass, a blizzard covered a region with faint glimpses of the fires of some expeditionary force. Volkov Baranov, successor to the Iron Duke, looked into the distance. There were shadows of another army. There they are. The sound grew closer. The sound of horses galloping on the snow, mixed with the whistling of the blizzard. A tremor occurred. A white dragon with blue eyes, glowing brightly, chased after them. Damn it! We're about to be caught. Someone shouted. They frantically spurred their horses forward. A little more, just a little more. Ahead of them, on that high mountain peak, Volkov, with a magic arrow, was taking careful aim at the rampaging white dragon. Roaring, his eyes blazed with killing intent. An arrow shot down from the mountaintop. The knights shouted to each other to spread out. The white dragon had spotted the arrow. It seemed as if he had succeeded in taking it down. Volkov thought smugly, Got you now. But in the final split second, before the arrow could strike true, it dodged. So close, and it still dodged my arrow? Volkov was shocked. He knew it was fast, but he never imagined it would be this fast. It's the fastest dragon. The lindworm. Volkov shouted an order. Don't let it get away. The knights heard the order, turned, and shouted, Surround it! Cut off its retreat. The lindworm, seeing it was surrounded, became enraged. It opened its mouth, gathering a massive ball of magic, about to blast them all away. The knights noticed and reacted immediately. It's dragon's breath. Scatter. Volkov, angry. Do you think we'd let you use that attack? He once again fired an arrow at it. The lindworm noticed in time, hastily dodged, and stopped its other attack. Its eyes, seething with killing intent, glared at Volkov. The two stared each other down. Finally, it turned and fled. The knights reacted instantly. It's trying to run again. After it. But it had already used its top speed, quickly leaving them behind. Damn it. We can't catch it. It shot off like a blur. Volkov stood on the mountaintop, furious. Damn it. In a certain tea room, Rutiger leisurely took a sip of tea. As expected, he truly has a refined taste for tea. There's no place with tea as good as this. Opposite him was Joseph Bayas. He asked, What brings you here? Are you so free you came here just to drink tea? Rutiger was unfazed. Why are you so uptight, brother? Do I need a reason to visit my own brother? He said, then put down his teacup. Getting serious, he continued. It seems the Manzi were right. Joseph immediately tensed up, guessing what this was about. So, it was the problem they had been worrying about. Rudiger's face grew cold. That's right. A dragon is heading this way. They began talking about the strongest dragons. If the west has the purple WYRM, the north has the lindworm. Living in the cold, snowy winds. The coldest place. The coldest and fastest of dragons. Joseph looked concerned. But it's not their migration season yet. Rutiger explained. They don't just migrate every winter. It seems some incident has occurred. The purple WYRM was also unusual last time. The lindworm has tasted the blood of a great Oros. We must eliminate it before it goes berserk. Joseph asked, Which direction is it heading? Unclear. It moves too fast, making it difficult to track. Joseph's expression turned grim. But we can't just stand by and do nothing. Rutiger agreed. Of course. That is why His Grace has given me the mission to eliminate the lindworm. How can I help? Sarah's division will provide full support, along with thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding area. I request the dispatch of knights. Joseph fully supported this request. How many knights do you need? Rudiger's expression was completely serious. 1. Joseph thought to himself. Just 1. You need powerful swords to fight a dragon. Even if I brought all the knights under my command, none of them could stop it. Joseph asked his brother doubtfully. Really, just one person? Rutiger explained. Unlike the purple WYRM, the lindworm can be pierced by a sword. Of course, that's if a sword can even touch it. His expression turned serious again. So, who should I send? Joseph asked. Finally, Rutiger smiled. I'm sure you've already chosen someone who will carry out this difficult mission. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lord Joseph, I've come as summoned. Is it this person? Joseph asked as Vlad entered and bowed. Rutiger spoke up. My apologies. It was urgent, so I summoned you without asking permission first. Long time no see, the North's best dragon herder. At night, in an inn room, under the flickering light, Vlad sat cleaning his sword. He spoke to Gamina, who was sitting on the bed. It will take over a month. Gamina, mending his shirt, replied, It's good that you're busy. You're doing so well, Vlad. She pursed her lips. If only Anne could see you now. The hand cleaning the sword paused. Vlad asked, Why bring that up all of a sudden? It's nothing, just a passing thought. He lowered his voice. It's been 15 years. Gamina's eyes filled with sadness. I don't remember anything about my mother, but I remember yours. Even in that desperate situation, she didn't abandon her child like my mother did. Vlad was silent for a moment. Me too. I don't remember my mother very well. They both fell silent, continuing their tasks. Gamina cut the final thread. She had finished embroidering the cross of the 3 counts. She held it up for Vlad to see. This isn't too conspicuous, is it? The 3 counts cross is beautifully embroidered. Vlad replied sarcastically, Yeah, not conspicuous at all, while his eyes were extremely judgmental. She then asked, Dragons seem very dangerous, don't they? She looked slightly worried. They're called living calamities. Vlad stood up, sheathing his sword. It'll take over a month to see any results. Autumn passes by so quickly, and then winter will be here. Gamina spoke, then walked over and handed Vlad a handkerchief. Then take this with you, too. What's this? Can't you tell? He asked, feigning ignorance. It's a handkerchief. He looked at the handkerchief for a moment. He guessed hastily, still bothered by that, huh? She angrily threw the handkerchief at Vlad's face. What do you mean? I felt sorry for you always carrying that silk handkerchief that you can't even use, so I made you one. She blushed and shouted, This one is cotton, so just use it freely. She said, then dashed off. Anyway, be careful. Vlad, holding it, mused, What a stubborn girl. He held the handkerchief. He smiled faintly. Well, I'll use it then. But why embroider your name on it? On the handkerchief was the name Gamina in soft stitching, along with a rose. In a vast, majestic, mountainous wilderness, blanketed in white snow and shrouded in fog, a group of men and horses were on the march. Vlad had set out on his mission. Ratiger said, I only requested 1 person, but his lordship sent 3. What does this mean? Vlad guessed. Perhaps for more security, sir? Ratiger retorted with a hint of annoyance. No, I know him well. He's definitely dissatisfied with me about something. Otherwise, he said, then turned to look behind him at the 2 men having a stare down. Sparks flying. Why give me such a ragtag team? Ratiger thought to himself. A Manzi warrior and an old knight from Bayos. If used well, they could be very useful. But right now, they're completely unable to cooperate. He said, then turned to Vlad. From now on, you're in charge of these 2. Vlad was taken aback. I don't have the authority to do that, sir. Ratiger continued, even setting aside the Manzi. How can I command a knight of the former head of the house? You have a way with words. He held his head in exasperation. Just give it a try. I'm getting a headache just talking about it. Vlad's face darkened. Try? What does that even mean? I don't have a way either. Looking behind him, the 2 still hadn't stopped. It felt like sparks were about to fly. Laman taunted, Didn't the old man die in prison yet? Agi, not to be outdone, retorted, And you're still not dead either? Just standing next to you, I can smell the grave. Death doesn't have an order. Agi chuckled. Want me to bury you with the proper rites? Can you even do it? Give me back my confiscated weapon. To fight an old man, my bare hands are enough. Vlad looked at them, weary. How can I possibly manage this? I want to go home. Suddenly, a light breeze blew past, carrying the faint scent of blood. He looked in the direction the wind came from. The smell of blood. Laman remarked sarcastically, You're not a dog. How can you smell blood in all this snow? But seeing Vlad's serious expression, perhaps it was true. Ratiger thought for a moment, then gave an order. Lead the way. He chose to trust him. After walking for a while, a bloody battlefield appeared before their eyes. Dozens of slaughtered corpses lay scattered about. An entire area had collapsed into a deep ravine. Ratiger said, As expected, they've rampaged violently. He turned to Agi. Is this your tribe? The man shook his head and replied, A neighboring tribe. We knew them. But for them to come this far south means our own tribe has also moved. Laman spoke up, strange. These are sword wounds, but they weren't caused by northerners. Ratiger agreed. I think so too. They have no reason to commit such a brutal massacre. The long war of blood for blood ended long ago. He concluded, It seems this place has had some uninvited guests. His expression turned dangerous, seething with killing intent. The group continued to move forward. Ratiger said, Luckily, we arrived before a blizzard. That is the Northern Legion of Bayezid Berenim Fortress. What they were referring to was an ancient structure, standing tall amidst the wind and snow, surrounded by mountain ranges and large trees. Vlad looked and said, "There are 2 flags." Rutiger was startled. "What?" Looking up at the fortress wall. Indeed, there were 2 flags, one blue and one red, flying. When he saw the red flag with a black dragon, Rutiger was shocked. "What are those people doing here?" Vlad wondered, "Whose flag is that?" "It belongs to the Central Command," Laman explained. Vlad asked again, "Not the capital, but the Central Command?" "Yes, Central Command. The knights under the direct command of the Blood Dragon Duke. That is the emblem of the Dragon Slayer Knight Order." The group entered the fortress. Someone reported, "The Dragon Slayer Knight Order, dispatched by the Central Command, arrived here 2 days ago." "What are they here for?" Rutiger asked. "They say they've come to eliminate the Lindworm." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. "They get their information fast." He turned to the person next to him. "Vice Captain." "Yes, Lord Rutiger." The other man answered. Rutiger said nothing, but gave him a sharp look. The Vice Captain understood immediately. He quickly replied, "Understood, my lord." Vlad watched some knights leave, then turned and asked Laman, "What is the Dragon Slayer Knight Order?" Just as the name implies, they are knights whose purpose is to slay dragons. They are recognized by the Emperor and are under the management of one of the central nobles, the Blood Dragon Duke. In other words, in any matter related to dragons, they are certain to be present according to imperial law. Vlad was impressed. "So, very strong knights have come here." Passing a scorched tower, it caught his attention. "It seems this place once suffered a great fire." Laman said, "This fortress is essentially a signal tower. Berenim Fortress is also known as the Beacon of Bayezid." "What is that?" Vlad asked. "To be raided and then retaken. To rebuild the fortress that was burned down. This is the giant wall against the Manzi and monsters, but it is the fortress of Bayezid's indomitable will." The 2 of them, unplanned, looked towards Rutiger together, thinking, the fact that they dared to raise their flag without permission at the pride of... No wonder he was so angry. As Rutiger threw open the door and stepped inside, a voice rang out. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for quite some time." Standing on the platform was a commanding man, with golden hair and blue eyes. Lined up in front of Rutiger was a troop of knights, standing in neat rows. The man introduced himself. "I am Messi, captain of the Dragon Slayer Corps." Messi is also of the direct bloodline of the Duke of the Blood Dragon. Messi Dragolia. Rutiger's face darkened. "Looks like another important figure. Has arrived without my knowledge." He shot a piercing glare at Messi. "Rutiger von Beisch. I am the temporary commander of Berenim Fortress." Messi smirked, his gaze looking down on him contemptuously. As for Rutiger, he held a hostile gaze for the one who dared to be so smug. In his territory, Vlad, standing behind, could also feel the fiery animosity. Messi's eyes shifted to the person behind Rutiger. Immediately, Vlad felt an invisible pressure, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Vlad was shocked. "What is this? It feels just like when I saw the death worm. Why am I feeling that from him?" As the 2 looked at each other, Messi said, "It was a necessary measure. We were established with the permission of the founding king. We have accumulated experience and knowledge over centuries. The Lin Bloom is the fastest remnant of the fallen dragons. Because we can't catch it, we have to draw its attention. And the corpses of the Manji tribe were the bait for that." Akja, hearing this from behind, became enraged and shouted, "You damned Imperials! How despicable!" he said, rushing towards him. Laman quickly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. Akja screamed, "Get off me, old man!" Laman's face darkened with a threatening glare. "If you say another word, I will break your neck." Akja didn't dare to make a sound. Laman lowered his voice, speaking just loud enough for him to hear. "I understand your anger, but it only makes sense when you're strong enough. Calm down. Otherwise, you'll die for nothing but a hollow reputation." Messi just laughed upon seeing this scene. Rutiger asked him, was the Dragon Slayer Corps behind this, the attack on the Manji tribe? Messi didn't answer. He mocked. "It seems the Duke of House Beisch has raised an unruly dog, hasn't he?" Then, his eyes shifted to Dorothy, and a cat too. "It seems so, but have you tamed them well? There are lowborns who sometimes forget their place." Rutiger was silent for a moment, then spoke, "But they're still standing where they should be." Saying that, he stepped forward. "In that case, it's time you stood in your proper place, isn't it, Captain Messi?" Seeing Rutiger approach, the Dragon Slayers started to take an aggressive stance. their hands gripping their sword hilts, ready at any moment. Rudiger was thoroughly enraged. His eyes sparked with fire, as if carrying the heat of lava, intimidating the knights. They suddenly felt a wave of fear, and trembling, they made way for him to pass. Rudiger walked up the steps to where Messi was standing. They faced each other. A terrifying pressure spread through the air. Rudiger glared. "Who gave you permission to raise your flag?" Messi replied nonchalantly, "I sent a request, but no one acted, so I had my men raise the flag." "Who did you ask for permission before standing here?" He remained unfazed by those words. "Oh my, I don't think what you're saying is reasonable. According to Imperial law, the Dragon Slayer Corps has the right to use any personnel or facilities within the Empire at this time." Rudiger stepped up higher, looking down from where he now stood, forcing Messi to take a step back. He spoke up. "That's right. You have those rights. However, on the condition that you first ask permission from the masters of those places." His anger blazing, Rudiger stared at Messi. "So, does this mean you refuse to cooperate?" Messi asked. "No. In fact, I am willing to cooperate." His gaze was like he was looking at an insect. "However," he said, pointing to the window where 2 flags were flying, "you must first follow the necessary procedures." Messi looked where he was pointing. The red flag with the emblem of the Dragon Slayer Corps was flying. When it suddenly fell, his eyes widened in shock. The Corps drew their swords. "How dare you touch the flag of the Central Knights?" At that moment, Laman spoke, his voice cold and full of menace. "This is why. We don't want to get involved with you people." Behind him, the knights of House Beige stood imposingly, resting their swords on the floor. "No one is permitted to act rashly here. The master of this place has not yet given the order to engage." Rudiger's eyes were still filled with killing intent. "Captain Messi, if you wish to raise your flag, you can ask for our permission. You are on the lands of Beige. If you want to kill a dragon, then at least open your mouth and say so. That is the first thing that must be done. Then we can talk about other matters." The Dragon Slayer Corps was completely subdued by the aura of the Beige forces. No one dared to make a move. Messi glared at Rudiger. "You will regret this." But he just scoffed. "I don't know. But as for those central nobles, do they ever have regrets? No matter what decision is made, one could say that this life is already full of too many regrets." Rudiger walked past him, issuing a warning with an overwhelming presence. "If that's the case, then I will prioritize doing what needs to be done first." In another room with flickering lights, a person completely cloaked in black was presenting a magic orb to Messi. It emitted a sound as if someone was speaking. Vlad, 17 years old, born in a dark slum in Beige County. Messi rested his chin on his hand, contemplated. Sarah is also quite a troublesome place. He thought to himself, blonde hair, blue eyes. I can feel every beat of his heart. I think I'm certain now. Everything related to him has far exceeded my expectations. He has done too many things that are out of line. The voice in the orb replied, "Indeed. Furthermore, his status is low-born," he thought. "However, as it stands now, they always say that promising flowers can bloom anywhere. But can a precious seed really be sown in such a place? It's not like that information can lead to a firm conclusion yet. Find more information about him." The voice, likely Messi's subordinate, replied, "We can gather more information on what he has done, but his actions in Sarah are quite discreet." Messi asked, "How so?" "We've placed many more agents everywhere." "Well, about that, we haven't been able to contact our eyes and ears." In Sarah, after he became mayor, he has taken control and now dominates the entire city. Messi raised his wine glass and continued, "He only just became mayor not long ago." "That's right. But with the recent disappearances, he used that as a pretext to strengthen his power." Messi's eyes grew cold. Swordsmanship, as well as power, must be flexible and sharp. Along with that, one must act quickly and precisely. Joseph von Beige, I heard he can't even lift a sword, but no one understands his true strength better than I do. It seems the sons of Beige are noteworthy after all. Both are talented, but there is only one position of leader. He seemed to have thought of a scheme, smiling slyly. I can take advantage of this weakness. Meanwhile, at House Beige, a meeting was taking place. Laman said, "In my time, schemes and plots were less common. However, no one could have anticipated this. We found the village attackers right after. However, this is no different than the dragon slayers using the Manji as bait for the dragon." Rudiger continued, "Of course, we have no choice. That dragon is too fast, so we can't catch it. That's the only way. Dorothy said, if we can't kill that dragon, then those people will have an excuse to stay here. This was also within Rudiger's expectations. That's right, if we let the dragon slayers kill that dragon, they will use that opportunity to carry out their own agenda in this northern region. Rudiger turned to his vice captain. How long will it take to make the trap to lure the swift dragon? There don't seem to be any livestock farms nearby. The best way seems to be asking the Polly family for help. Rudiger clenched his fist. We have about half a month. Or should we go capture some Manji? We could just steal the Manji that the dragon slayers caught. Someone suggested. Laman immediately objected. Don't say that. The Manji in the dragon slayers' hands belong to the Age tribe. If you provoke their leader, it will be a huge headache. In any case, the Northerners and the Manji have lived together for a long time. If we use them as bait, what will become of the peace the two peoples have built for so long? Will this entire northern region be plunged into war just to catch a swift dragon? The two who suggested it realized their mistake. Please forgive me. We were being short-sighted. Laman sighed. How tiring. Rudiger thought deeply. Sir Laman is right. No matter what, whatever we decide, there will be consequences. But this might be the situation that the Central Knights want, because they want this northern region to destroy itself through war. He thought of something. I heard Vlad has a horse that runs quite fast. Hearing this, Laman broke into a cold sweat and quickly waved his hands. Ah, sir, don't even think about riding it. Everyone in Sarah knows that horse doesn't listen to anyone. Oh, is that so? It seems it hasn't been tamed yet. It's very stubborn. So that method won't work either. I wanted to borrow it to take down the swift dragon. A vein popped on his forehead. So it turns out what the great dragon slayers accomplished wasn't just for show. I don't want to admit it. But I must say, the way they hunt dragons is incredibly difficult and requires detailed calculation. This is not good. He gritted his teeth. So, will this challenge come to a halt, leaving us unable to do anything? However, if we knew the location the swift dragon frequents, that would be a different story. Just then, a knight rushed to him. Sir Rudiger, what is it? There's someone outside requesting the gate be opened. He rubbed his weary forehead. Who are they? But as soon as he heard that outside was the army bearing the flag of the Iron Fist, he immediately became alert. Those are the knights of the Iron Duke of the House of Varanov, the man carrying the magic arrows. On his back, somewhere in the snowy mountains, blood and bodies were strewn everywhere. A massacre had clearly just taken place. It was the swift dragon Lindblom on a frantic rampage. Its mouth was covered in blood, its crimson eyes growing even more frenzied. It let out a piercing, deafening roar, signaling this was no simple matter. In the misty silence, an ancient fortress appeared majestically. Horses grazed leisurely, their breath forming thin wisps of smoke. Vlad hesitated, then spoke. This spot is fine. Dorothy's sharp eyes narrowed, her tail held high. Your face isn't protected. This is a cold resistance sigil. Stop complaining and present your face. He tried to cling to a faint hope, justifying. Why is it just me like this? Everyone else just gets it carved on their armor. Dorothy remained bent over, resolute, because you'll be the one running until the very end. One of the three knights behind him burst out laughing. That's right, the best dragon bait of Beish. Run as enthusiastically this time as you did against the Deathwolf. Their words made Vlad feel utterly helpless. Sweat poured down like a stream. Dorothy, swift as a flash, frantically used her tail to draw a symbol. The sigil was formed with extraordinary speed. Vlad stood still as a stone statue. Amazement robbed him of his words. Soon, the sigil solidified, then faded and disappeared. Despite his struggle, his face still betrayed utter helplessness. She carefully instructed him, detailing every point. The magic resistance sigil isn't for invincibility. Remember to dodge its breath. He replied clearly, got it. Dorothy was about to turn and leave, but she didn't forget to turn back and say, I'll also remember what you said about that horse. Vlad's eyes still held an indescribable helplessness. Ah, be careful. Don't let it bite you. A contemptuous smile flickered across Dorothy's lips, not hiding the teasing look in her eyes. Is a horse a dog? What's there to bite? Suddenly, a horrifying memory flooded Vlad's mind. The image of a ferocious horse suddenly lunging, its sharp teeth clamping down on a young man's head. It does bite, he thought to himself. He was bitten by it when trying to mount the horse. At this moment, the figure of Old Man Lamun suddenly appeared from a distance. His slow footsteps approached. "Are you ready, Vlad?" Vlad stood up solemnly, bowed his head slightly, and replied, "Yes, old man." He began to report the situation in detail. "The scout team has returned. That dragon, it took the bait set by the Dragon Slayer Knights. However, the situation has become complicated again." The words that just reached his ears made Vlad's expression immediately turn serious. Old Man Lamun remained focused, continuing to speak about the matter. AG witnessed it firsthand, so he will testify that it wasn't the Northerners who caused the conflict with that dragon, but tensions with the Manji people will continue. Anyway, we must do our best now. His eyes flickered towards Vlad, hiding a hint of worry. "Do you understand your mission clearly?" Vlad looked over silently, the corners of his mouth curving into a knowing smile. "What's so difficult about it? I just need to lure the dragon line in to the designated location." Hearing the correct answer, Old Man Lamun immediately affirmed. He carefully instructed the tactics. "That's right. When you lure it to the eastern ravine, Ratiger, who is in ambush, will charge out. At the same time, Volkov's spears will also be launched towards it." After a thorough analysis of the strategy, he paused and turned. "All right, if you have any questions, ask them." With an incomprehensibly calm face, Vlad seemed to have no opinions or objections, nothing to ask. Hearing that, he paused for a moment in silence before speaking. "Go ahead and ask. You understand that you are the center of this dragon hunt, don't you? Remember, this is not an ordinary dragon hunt." Vlad was completely surprised by the words just spoken. Old Man Lamun lowered his face. The problem was perhaps extremely serious. The future of the North depends on this hunt. A feeling of shock mixed with anxiety welled up inside Vlad as he thought about what was about to happen. His voice deepened as he began to speak of the two most powerful, most steadfast people here. Baranov in the northeast, Bayat in the northwest, the two pillars supporting the north. The next generation of those two families are both directly participating in this dragon hunt. Furthermore, Old Man Lamun hesitated slightly. The eldest son of the Dragon Blood Duke from the Central Knights Order is also here, amidst the solemn scene. A tall figure, wearing a deep red cloak. The mere existence of one of these three powers is enough to threaten the empire. For the heirs of these families to gather in one place is not a normal occurrence. Heirs from these families, representing the next 3 generations, are here. If by chance the remnants of the dragon, which the two pillars of the north combined could not defeat, are destroyed by the Dragon Slayer Knights, the Central Knights Order will use the dragon as an excuse to interfere in the north. The image of the son of the dragon, Blood Duke defeating the white dragon. Remember, that dragon must be destroyed by the sword of the north. His cold expression darkened. Vlad was so angry that veins stood out on his face. He gritted his teeth. "Yes, we must do this to save AG's tribe, who are being held captive by them." Amidst the bustling knights, busily preparing for battle, a loud noise suddenly shattered the atmosphere. Old Man Lamun and Vlad, standing at a distance, also detected that terrifyingly loud noise. From the other side, they also heard it. Ratiger glanced over. "It has appeared." Without any hesitation, he immediately deployed his troops, ready for the ensuing melee. "Is the vanguard ready?" "The soldiers are ready to charge into battle and face the danger." "Yes, Ratiger." With fierce, powerful eyes, he ordered the soldiers, "Meet at the ravine." Without a moment's delay, the officers and soldiers unanimously obeyed the command. As the city gates swung wide open, the cavalry vanguard charged forward. Ratiger intently watched the troops moving below. The image of Vlad on horseback, majestic and imposing, riding behind the mighty army. Volkov couldn't help but feel concern, entrusting this heavy responsibility to someone so young. "Ratiger, can that kid do it? He looks so young." Seeing that worried expression, Ratiger spoke reassuringly. "Don't worry, Volkov. This is the best choice we could make. Although he looks that way, he once lured a death worm up from underground." Hearing those words, Volkov straightened up in disbelief. His eyes widened. Moreover, at that time, he didn't even have a horse. The image of the massive death worm, towering like a fortress. But Vlad bravely gripped his sword and faced it. Without flinching, Volkov exclaimed at his bravery. Volkov listened silently, listening to the whole story, exclaiming ceaselessly, "Unbelievable! Rutiger smiled faintly, a proud smile on his lips. That's right. That's Vlad for you. Everything about him is beyond prediction. After hearing everything, Volkov's expression became serious, and he fell silent in thought. Age doesn't say everything. Experience and skill. Achievements are the criteria that determine the success or failure of the mission. I thought in this generation of by it, only Rutiger was noteworthy, but it turns out there's another one. Volkov glanced at him. Meanwhile, Vlad spurred his horse, leading the soldiers away from the fortress. One of the knights pointed ahead. According to the information from the Angie soldiers and the direction we are pursuing, it should be ahead. Linen's current state can be called out of control. It has abandoned its territory, ignored its instincts, and is moving south in search of warmth, as if it has some purpose. You mean the dragon remnant has gained intelligence? The knight in blue armor wondered. Normally, they only have animalistic instincts, but the mages say that if they become self-aware as dragons, then it's possible. Vlad looked down, thinking, last time the death worm also relentlessly pursued the pilgrims. Did it really become self-aware? The knight in the blue cloak noticed large footprints clearly imprinted in the white snow. Those footprints also showed what kind of creature it was. It seems we've reached the place. With a cold expression, he decisively spoke with certainty. Last night's snowfall was indeed fortunate. Its footprints are clearly imprinted on the white snow. Large footprints are everywhere. It probably passed not long ago. Let's follow the tracks quietly. Together, they moved through the towering mountain range. The evening twilight shone down, the last rays of sun before setting. Vlad wondered inwardly, constantly looking back. It's strange. He kept examining everything with a skeptical gaze. They said it ignored its instincts and went south. But the footprints are indeed heading south. Moreover, it didn't cross the vast plains, but went into the forest. A sudden noise rang out, shattering Vlad's anxious atmosphere. His eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, cursing silently in anger. Damn it! It's a trap. The dragon from the cliff was approaching Vlad. It opened its wide blue, gem-like eyes at him. Almost instantly, he shouted, "Scatter!" Everyone heard his voice and immediately turned to look. The ferocious dragon leaped down towards Vlad. In that life-or-death moment, he quickly pulled the horse's reins, luckily escaping by a hair's breadth. Snow flew wildly into the air. It growled, exhaling cold breath at what happened. The knight commander acted quickly. Damn it! Secure the core. He immediately tore the inscribed paper on his staff. Flames erupted, turning the staff in his hand into a torch, blazing brightly. The knights charged forward together. Everyone, light your torches and attack. Like a storm, they surrounded the dragon, leaving no gaps, gradually forming an orange circle. The firelight sparkled under the night sky. The white dragon just stood there calmly, carefully observing its surroundings. It began to pinpoint the locations of a few soldiers holding torches. The dragon started to open its huge mouth, gathering a large amount of energy. The knight commander noticed and carefully instructed everyone thoroughly. Surround it and distract its attention. Watch out for its breath. Scatter. After accumulating enough magic, the dragon unleashed a terrifying stream of power. It roared and attacked, attacking all of them, sparing no one. A stream of blue light shot straight towards the soldiers there. The icy breath advanced without hesitation, causing one soldier to be frozen. Because he couldn't dodge the attack in time, he felt extremely cold, only able to resign himself to fate, immobilized by the ice. Suddenly, two dark figures leaped forward from above, bravely riding their horses straight towards the dragon. They were two other members of the vanguard. Both of them, riding from a distance, gained momentum and swung their swords, creating two sword auras aimed at the white dragon. Contrary to expectations, the white dragon seemed immune to the recent attack. Damn it, only a scratch. Realizing the situation wasn't optimistic, the commander immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" Immediately after, the dragon suddenly swung its enormous arm high, preparing to deliver a terrifying blow. A lone soldier, lagging behind, still looked back. The horrifying sight that met his eyes stunned him motionless. What? The moment that soldier hesitated, unsure what to decide, how to act. He took the full brunt of the white dragon's attack. He and his horse were both turned into minced meat. Witnessing that horrifying moment, The commander couldn't help but hesitate, unable to make a decision yet. Finally, an unusual power shone in his eyes, and then a brilliant purple stream of magic erupted. Suddenly sensing another source of magic besides its own, the dragon was startled and turned its head to look. It only saw the commander using his power and holding high the torch lit by the inscribed paper, luring the white dragon towards him. With a determined face, he took responsibility. "I will lead and lure it. You all maintain your distance." Proudly holding the blazing torch, the exceptionally brave commander spurred his horse and charged forward. The white dragon, intrigued, quickly chased after its prey. All the soldiers clearly heard what their commander said and immediately took action. He led, acting as bait, luring the white dragon to chase him. Behind him, the troop of knights also followed closely. The dragon realized there were troublesome pursuers behind, tailing it, not letting go. Then decisively, it launched itself into the air, quickly. The white dragon took advantage of the nearby cliff and leaped onto it, following closely behind the commander in front. He suddenly felt a shiver of fear. Waiting for the opportune moment, the dragon leaped down, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs. Its mouth watering at the sight of its prey, drool dripping. It was incredibly fast, appearing right in front of the commander. There was no time for hesitation. It opened its enormous mouth, preparing to give them a blast of icy breath. Terrified, the commander yelled, "Scatter!" But unfortunately, that power was so cold it froze the legs of the ill-fated horse. They were surprised by the white dragon's actions. The dragon's breath aimed at the ground, and suddenly the surface was riddled with sharp ice spikes. Vlad, with his quick agility, spurred his horse to leap high, avoiding the frozen area below. Just a little bit more, and he would have nearly touched death's door. Vlad gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat. Damn it, that dragon is quite intelligent. The other commander wasn't so lucky, because the horse he was riding had its legs completely frozen. The situation before them was no longer advantageous. The commander had to quickly come up with a solution. "The plan has failed. Everyone dismount. Now!" The soldiers simultaneously abandoned their horses and landed safely on the ground. "We must block at least one of its legs." Even though fear lingered in their hearts, the brave soldiers still stood firm before the colossal dragon. The white dragon's blue glowing eyes widened further, shining with impatience. Like a predator waiting to stalk its prey, the commander pursed his lips, silently considering his next move. He didn't know if it would work. Before the commander could finish thinking, the dragon suddenly took the initiative and attacked them first. The ferocious white dragon charged, opening its massive maw towards him. Thump! A splash of fresh blood appeared where no one expected. The strong, metallic scent of fresh blood suddenly wafted through the air, causing the white dragon to pause before its prey. The soldiers were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief at what they were seeing. Someone, unafraid of death, had cut his own arm, causing blood to flow ceaselessly here. "Hey, this is the blood you want." The brave one who, in a life or death situation, risked using his own blood to attract the white dragon. It was Vlad, the dragon. Detecting the scent of blood and the prey on the mountain above, could no longer control its instincts. It squinted, watching the drops of blood fall. The restraint caused red veins to appear in its eyes. Drop by drop, the blood from Vlad's hand continued to fall without stopping, making it impossible for the dragon to control its craving. When the next drop of blood fell onto the snow-covered ground, it was the moment it lost control of itself, its mouth drooling as it growled madly. Vlad witnessed its ferocity and exclaimed in amazement, "My God, that's incredibly effective." The sword spirit couldn't help but say, "But you didn't have to go that far." Quick as a starving tiger, it pounced towards where Vlad was standing, forgetting the prey it was about to pounce on earlier. A shocking explosion of snow erupted, obscuring everything. Vlad had acted one step faster, riding his horse down towards the group of knights to escape. The commander, without hesitation, threw the torch in his hand towards Vlad. As expected, Vlad caught the torch. He shouted, "Go!" Hearing the order, Vlad galloped away. Of course, that dragon would not let its plump prey escape its grasp. It chased closely behind the horse. Vlad had tried to turn the tables. His eyes emitted a blue light. It was clear that he had used some extraordinary power, along with his transformed horse. "Let's go." Between two towering colossal cliffs, An extremely cold and terrifying aura emanated. The figure of Volkov, carrying spears on his back, awaited the signal from his comrades. From the hillside ahead, a blazing and haunting red streak of light suddenly flashed. It was the unshakable signal. For the pivotal moment, the subordinate standing beside him, peering intently through binoculars, spotted the red signal, heralding the crucial moment. "It's coming." Volkov asked about the situation. "How much longer?" Through the binoculars, the emitted light could be seen. "It's right ahead. About 5 minutes." 4 minutes, 3 minutes. The signal was getting closer to them. The subordinate, terrified, shouted, "1 minute." Volkov was startled, unable to believe it would arrive so quickly. "What?" "It's right. In front of us already." The figure of Vlad in the binoculars, riding majestically, willingly acted as bait to lure the dragon into the predetermined plan. Volkov heard and hastily ordered those around him. "What the hell is this?" "Fire the signal." Another knight fired an arrow that produced a sound towards the important person. Vlad wasn't idle either. He had to ride very fast. "That's the signal." Just a little further to the ravine. Inside it, the figure of a man holding a sword stood majestically. Before them lay Lord Rudiger's domain. As he neared the destination, Vlad suddenly felt a pain like electric currents running through his body. The sword spirit worriedly asked, "Vlad, what's wrong?" The horse is also affected. Not only that, the white dragon behind them also felt fear and trembled. Vlad clutched his heart in pain. "My heart, it feels like someone is squeezing it." The sword spirit suddenly remembered what it was. "A curse." Vlad gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain. "A curse? What does that mean? Who on earth is it?" Suddenly, Vlad realized something. In the distance, behind Rudiger's men, there was another group of knights. Vlad slowly stared at their leader, a blond man with a sinister face. It was the eldest son of the Dragon Blood Duke, from the Central Knights Order. Vlad angrily cursed, "That damn bastard." Rutiger began to panic, not understanding why things weren't going according to the plan. "What's happening? Why are you suddenly standing there like that?" Large feet with sharp claws were approaching. The white dragon threw its head back, ready to pounce. Rutiger shouted loudly, "All knights charge." Hearing the command, Old Man Lamun gripped his sword firmly. "We should also go and cut off all its escape routes." With unwavering courage, the troop of soldiers on horseback charged straight ahead. With determination, 2 groups of knights were seen attacking simultaneously from the front. Rutiger worriedly called, "Lord Volkov!" From above, Volkov, holding spears, quickly ordered, "Launch them all forward." The spears, enveloped in a majestic purple aura of power, flew with immense force. One of the soldiers from the troop wondered, "Is it down yet?" Amidst the thick, white, misty snow, Old Man Lamun, as the smoke cleared, assessed the situation. The white dragon spewed cold blue power from its maw. He noticed that extraordinary attack spreading. The blue power surged relentlessly. Old Man Lamun rode his horse swiftly, thinking of a way to counter. "If the best option isn't available, then I'll have to use the second best." In the distance, Vlad was in pain, hunched over, his horse standing motionless. Old Man Lamun gradually unleashed terrifying magic. "You know, when old folks let me have to go out, in this weather, the cold seeps right into your bones." The soldiers were stunned by his words and the incredible power he emitted, a chance to shoulder responsibility for the future, the image of his cloak fluttering in the wind. At that moment, Vlad was in an extreme dilemma. The sword spirit relentlessly tried to reassure him. "Focus! Vlad! Vlad!" A clear voice repeatedly called his name, echoing. I dragged myself out of that dark pit in the back alley, his eyes filled with extreme sorrow. And now I'm stuck fast in this soft snow. Both his legs felt a spreading helplessness. The clear voice called Vlad. From the deep darkness, a glimmer of light shone. "Calm down, Vlad." The figure of the man struggled against that ray of light. "The world he spent his whole life building has reached your horizon. This is the moment. Break free from all shackles." Vlad began to regain his senses. After what he had endured, Vlad resiliently risked drawing his sword. A sparkling ray of light flashed out like a new truth, as if understanding the brilliant path of the sword. The ray of light gradually cracked under Vlad's superb strike. The one responsible for all of this was that eldest son of the Dragon Blood Duke. Vlad charged forward, breaking the defensive formation around Old Man Lamun. That bastard Messi paid the price with a magical backlash. Blood trickled from his eye sockets. He thought to himself, "He's got some talent, Old Man Lamun, now strangely calm, said, "Go on ahead. I fulfilled my duty. Now it's your turn, kid." Vlad was bewildered. Before they could ask each other, the hateful white dragon launched a new attack. That brave figure shot forward like a bird cutting through the wind, leaving behind a brilliant streak of light in the darkness. Vlad spurred his horse majestically forward. "Let's go." The cunning dragon refused to give up, once again launching its cold ice magic at the soldiers. Because of that attack, Rutiger, standing high above, could not determine their positions. Everyone has the mark, so they can withstand the cold. But it's still difficult for everyone to move right now. If I open my world now, then no one will be able to escape. Anxiety enveloped his mood now, preventing Rutiger from making a decision, clenching his teeth. Damn it, did we fail just because of one wrong step? Vlad, however, did not yield. In that moment, his power increased dramatically. The white dragon, enraged, growled and charged like an arrow. Vlad struggled to deal with it. Its scales are too hard. The spirit of the sword offered advice. That move is still effective. Look, you've chipped its scales. The two quickly engaged in an endless, chaotic battle, both nimbly dodging each other's attacks. Vlad tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and yelled loudly. The dragon was no less formidable as the sword neared. A bleeding, ragged wound appeared on its neck. Suddenly, Vlad noticed something unusual. He suddenly thought to himself, the sword. Drops of blood soaked the thick snow. The wound inflicted by Vlad enraged it even more, making it fiercer than before. The white dragon went berserk, disregarding everything, only wanted to charge and tear Vlad to pieces. His face contorted with tension, but his hand still gripped the sword hilt tightly, ready to face any challenge. His hands trembled unceasingly, but the sword in his hand still swung powerfully, as if its spirit was wondering if its master still had enough determination to fight to the end. Because of an unnecessary moment of hesitation, Vlad paid a heavy price when that mad dragon swung its sharp tail violently, flinging him far away like a leaf caught in a storm. Vlad, on his horse, stumbled, keeping balance for both of them so they wouldn't fall. The sword spirit finally couldn't hold back anymore. What are you hesitating for? Don't stop the sword. Keep attacking. On the contrary, he was still hesitating, but, of course, it would never spare such plump prey. The dragon lunged forward. It leaped high, preparing to swat at Vlad with its paw. From out of nowhere, a brilliant ray of light shot forward with terrifying speed, like an arrow piercing the silent night. A harbinger. That ray of light shot straight into the white dragon, like an arrow piercing the darkness. First, making the island nearly collapse without warning. That beam of light shot straight at the white dragon, like an arrow piercing the night, causing it to let out a painful shriek. Its colossal body swayed, almost collapsing. From the distant darkness, Von Kopp appeared like a phantom. His hand brandished spears that flew through the air, piercing the air, saving his life. In that hair's breadth moment, quickly, he moved to aid him. Without hesitation, he continued to launch sharp spears towards the enemy. Each throw carried determination and coldness, supporting his comrade from afar in the fierce battle. But this time, that white dragon was wiser, and with measured calm, dodged the incoming spear. Von Kopp stood on the mountaintop, about to use that special move again. Again, the dragon harbored indescribable anger, hissing out smoke. Meanwhile, Vlad was staring at his cracked sword, looking crestfallen. The spirit of the sword advised, let it do what it must do. He gritted his teeth, truly not wanting things to go awry like this. Damn it, in the end, it still has to bear everything. He spurred his warhorse forward. Let's go. A dragon, in utmost fury, realized the origin of the spear that had just pierced its steel-hard scales. With a resentful roar, it swung its colossal tail violently, charging straight towards the one who dared to injure it. Like an unstoppable, raging storm, with its gigantic body, the dragon shot through the thick ice and snow. Each footstep imprinted deeply on the cold ground, creating thunderous, cracking sounds. In the silent space, Vlad appeared like a phantom, his sword flashing in the darkness, silently pursuing the colossal dragon ahead. Each of his steps seemed to merge with the night, soundless, traceless. Only his menacing presence and determination remained. Suddenly, the white dragon felt a cold current of air whistle past its back. It turned its head, its bloodshot eyes flashing, and spotted a figure gliding as fast as a monster, sword glinting in the dark night. Although the colossal dragon's speed was incredibly fast, the pursuer did not slow down at all. As if tireless, Vlad, with cold and resolute eyes, gripped the sword in his hand tightly, as if it were his last breath. Each of his steps echoed with the sound of steel hitting the ground, creating a deadly rhythm in the silent night. He no longer cared about life or death. Only a single goal remained: to confront the colossal white dragon charging towards him. Vlad drew near the white dragon. The sword in his hand flashed like lightning, containing powerful mana. A powerful strike descended, cutting through space, carrying the power of nature itself, making the dragon shriek in pain. The white dragon let out a mournful roar, the sound echoing throughout the space, as if heaven and earth themselves trembled before its extreme pain. Vlad relentlessly unleashed a barrage of strikes, each blow filled with power and rock-solid determination. The sword flashed in the silent space, creating dazzling streaks of light. Each strike aimed at the dragon's weak points, as if he wanted to create a miracle, an indelible mark in history. The strikes, once again, from a void, a spear shot through an opening, like lightning piercing the night. It traced a deadly arc, giving the colossal dragon no chance to dodge. Continuously, like a storm, the sword flashed, its cold edge cut through the dragon's tough scales. Each slash contained power and determination, rock solid, creating dazzling streaks of light on its body. He stood stunned, his eyes panicked, hands trembling as he gripped his sword. A shout rang out, not out of fear, but laced with anxiety. "Stop! I said stop." The sword in his hand ground against the dragon's body. The sword in Vlad's hand had cracked, its tip bent, as if unable to withstand the pressure, but it still held strong. The steel glinted once more. He couldn't help but curse. "You bastard!" Innumerable wounds covered the dragon's massive body. Vlad's warhorse ran swiftly, tripping the dragon's legs to make it stop. Hindered by this, it stumbled and fell onto the pristine white snow. A cloud of mist rose from the fall, making its figure blurry. Again from the void, a spear shot out through an opening, like lightning piercing the night. It traced a deadly arc, giving the colossal dragon no chance to dodge. The white dragon could only stand still, its eyes staring fixedly at the approaching spear. The spear glinted, an eerie purple light piercing through space like a lightning bolt, as it plunged into the dragon's body. A roar of pain and resentment echoed. That spear pierced straight into its leg. A pool of blood spread, trembling unceasingly. The force of that throw was such that it had gravely injured Von Kopp. Yet that very spear saved Vlad's life once again. All thanks to you, Vlad of Sarah. Without a shred of hesitation or doubt about anything anymore, Vlad rode to the very end. Tears fell from his eyes, his gaze filled with pain and resentment. In silence, he braced himself, enduring, unable to utter a word. Only resentment smoldered in his eyes. The sword lay still in his hand. Its steel shimmered in the light, reflecting rays like myriad stars. Sharp blade, jewel-encrusted hilt. Every detail exuded perfect beauty and unshakable resilience. "This is truly the last time I can use you." He recalled the moments. He had journeyed with this sword. From someone who knew nothing, he had been guided by the sword's spirit to new truths. All of it flashed through his mind. "Thank you for bringing me this far." Vlad, resolute, rode forth on his jet-black horse. The image of him approaching the white dragon grew ever closer. It opened its mouth, gathering magic. Vlad paid it little mind. Now, he only wanted to end it all quickly. Its crimson eyes stared straight at that powerful strike. The dragon's full power gathered in one spot, ready to be unleashed. Anger made veins throb on Vlad's face. He endured, clenching his jaw tightly. The final strike, the fatal blow, it's no good. He bravely brought it down, ending the chase. The casualties and sorrow that White Dragon had caused. It fell, with no strength left to resist. Rutiger was astonished, unable to believe it. Both Von Kopp and the remaining soldiers were also stunned by the scene before their eyes. Michael's eyes widened, sword fragments scattered. It was also when his suppressed tears began to fall. Goodbye. The sword in Vlad's hand had broken in two, because the battle was too fierce. Although it wasn't the vast night sky, the sword still shone, because it was held in the hand of a youth who wished to shine himself. The sword from the dark alley was also qualified to become a star. The name of that star is Iron Dragon Sword, the valiant sword, had strived alongside its master to slay that white dragon. After the brutal battle ended, the soldiers dragged the dragon's carcass away together. The figure of a soldier slumped to the ground. It was Vlad, curled up, tightly hugging his sword to his chest. Suddenly, Rutiger appeared from behind, softly consoling him. "You've worked hard." Although the loss was immense for him, Vlad still cared enough to ask about the others. "Is everyone all right?" Rutiger looked. "Well, you did everything." He, with crestfallen eyes due to the loss. "Not really. I just did it for the mission." Then Rutiger slowly sat down beside him. "You'll surely be recognized soon." Just now, he noticed something different. "The sword is broken." "Huh?" The sword, cradled in his lap. "It did its best." Rutiger said, "That's right. You also did your best. Though I don't know if this will be any comfort. I'll prepare your next sword." He said kindly. Vlad, looking sad at this moment. "Can I ever find a sword like that again?" Rutiger explained that sharp swords are countless, and there's no lack of strong blades. But a sword that can bear your entire world is not easily found. Even the king of an empire would find it hard to find such a special sword. Don't grieve too much. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That sword will forever be with you, along with the title it left behind. Vlad questioned that statement. "Title," Rutiger clarified. "You can be proud of it. In this world of Baith, there's only you and me who are Dragon Slayers. That sword is the witness to the title. Dragonslayer Vlad of Sarah." He raised a broken sword high. "Yes, at the Baith family residence. Joseph received a letter sent from Dioma." "Oh, yes, sent by Baron Hinaud himself, sir." He opened the letter and read. "Any movement from the west? Gaeta's army remains inactive." Jagger replied. He pondered. When will Vlad return? The last I heard about him was his feat in the punitive expedition, but there's no new news. Joseph rubbed his chin. "At least a month. Do you need him, sir? It seems I don't have much time left. After the punitive force completes its mission, it seems they'll return to Storma, right?" "Perhaps. Then I'll go to Storma." He quickly made his decision. Jagger bowed. "I'll prepare immediately." As Jagger left, he thought tensely. Gaeta wants to play this game, huh? Although he doesn't threaten directly, that action is definitely intentional. Perhaps it's also coincidental. He sneered. "I never thought that moment would become a stepping stone to handle this issue." His mistake that day was the best move. He recalled the scene of Vlad kneeling to receive the handkerchief from Alicia. In a region covered by a snowstorm, an ancient mansion loomed in the mist. In the middle of the main hall, 2 chests were bound with iron chains. "Well done." A man, apparently the head of the Baronoff family, spoke. Von Kopp, standing behind, replied, "The Baith family contributed greatly. Fortunately, the dragon was slain by Northerners, so the Dragonslayer Knight Order couldn't find a pretext to interfere." "Where is he?" "Michael has left with the Dragonslayer Knight Order. Baith's knights will monitor them closely to the end." Von Kopp replied. The family head continued, "The White Dragon is dead. The Dragonslayer Knight Order has also departed. They no longer have any reason to be aggressive." He looked at the 2 tightly sealed chests, pondering for a long time. "But this is only temporary. Another dragon realizing their potential is only a matter of time. Currently, there's a very difficult problem. It's all because we're holding 2 dragon fragments at the same time. We must separate them. But who is trustworthy enough to undertake this task? Guardian of the Covenant. Whom should I entrust this to?" The next morning, Laman, with a dissatisfied and mournful expression, "Hey kid, do you think you're transporting a corpse or something?" While tightly wrapped in a thin layer of fur and ropes, Vlad replied, "The wind is very cold, and it's still very far from Storma." He couldn't understand this kid. Why go to such lengths? Northerners aren't afraid of the cold. "Didn't you say you're old, and your bones and joints ache?" he insisted. "I didn't expect you to remember. Don't do anything else. I'm about to suffocate." In a nearby tower, Michael and Rutiger were talking. "Looks like the preparations are complete." "Huh?" Rutiger spoke first. "Sir, aren't you planning to return to Storma with us? You are an esteemed guest from afar. Father will surely be very happy to meet you." Rutiger spoke first, although his words sounded very friendly. His expression was not comfortable at all. Michael's expression wasn't much different. It even had a hint of disdain. "It's indeed a rare opportunity, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to live peacefully there, letting an esteemed guest leave empty-handed. I feel quite embarrassed." But Von Kopp has taken the arrow stuck in Lynn Bloom's leg. "Would you like to take its tail with you?" He glanced elsewhere. Michael chuckled in agreement. Then I shall do as you wish, sir. Well, the road is still long. Carrying it would be too much. We will handle the Manzi people, captured as prisoners of war. Leave the matters of the North to the people of the North. Please take your time returning, sir, Ratiger said smugly. Michael's expression remained calm. All right, just one request. Can I say goodbye to the new Dragon Slayer? Rudiger's face darkened for a moment. All right, go. Michael brushed past him and walked off. He threatened, but if you try any tricks, I won't let you go anywhere. Michael feigned ignorance. What do you mean, sir? Ratiger immediately exposed him. You think I don't know? Memories of that day surfaced. Vlad was sitting on horseback. Suddenly, in pain, he clutched his chest, trembled, and slumped over. Ratiger was astonished. What's happening? Why did he suddenly stop? Through the reflection on his sword, he noticed Michael standing behind him, radiating a murderous aura since who knows when, as if performing some kind of manipulation magic. His Rudiger's face turned razor-sharp, his eyes glinting with extreme anger. Remember this. There will be no more warnings. Michael still smiled. I'll keep that in mind. The two of them went their separate ways without looking back. I acted rashly again. Not like my usual self at all. Michael told himself. That was a chance to know his world. Oh well, no need to be disappointed, because I'm about to see the most important thing. He looked towards Vlad, a scheme forming in his mind. Everyone was packing their luggage to return to Storma. I think the luggage is all packed. We haven't forgotten anything, have we? Anyway, the old man, and I didn't bring much. Well done. Vlad stood to one side. Suddenly, he froze. A chill ran down his spine. He had guessed who had just arrived. You surprised me, Michael said. Vlad didn't turn around. He just replied, if it weren't for someone, I probably would have done even better. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. Although it seems our feelings differ. Vlad turned his head. Hostility and disdain were clear on his face. Completely calm facing this person. No longer that chilling sensation from their first meeting. I have no reason to be happy to see you, but I have dozens of reasons not to want to see you. Both men's eyes were the same shade of blue. Both stared at each other with dagger-like glares, but Michael seemed more excited. He said, how sad. It seems you misunderstand my good intentions. I didn't want you to venture into danger. Vlad showed open disgust. Stop talking nonsense. If you're done talking, please leave. It seems Michael had noticed Vlad's change. Such a sharp yet composed aura in such a short time. Has he matured? Well, that's natural. No matter where you are, you must learn to hold your head high. Michael chuckled softly. You were born to be that kind of person. His eyes took in all of Vlad and his aura, as if wanting to devour him whole. All right, I'll ask a few more questions, then get out of your sight. His sharp blue eyes seemed to see through everything. He asked him, does your heart beat very fast whenever you see a dragon? Vlad was shocked. He had hit the nail on the head. How did he even know this? Well, Vlad remained silent, breaking out in a cold sweat. He recalled the feeling when he saw Lynn Bloom and the death WI ring. Michael continued, Lynn Bloom's pure blood. Didn't you crave it when you saw it? Vlad completely froze. He approached and whispered, his expression smug, as if toying with a puppet in his hands. I want to know, do you want to drink dragon's blood? Storma, the capital of Count Baith. Vlad sat silently in his room. With a troubled mind, he held his head, thinking. He gently lifted his head and looked up. Vlad recalled Michael Dragolia's question. Do you want to drink dragon's blood? That question angered him. He gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped out on his face. What nonsense are you talking about? Vlad frowned, thinking to himself. But I know that whenever I see a dragon, my heart beats faster. Even facing it, my heart is stirred. A question always echoed in his heart, with no answer. Who on earth are you? How do you know things about me that I don't even know myself? Suddenly, a knock on the door from outside interrupted Vlad's train of thought. Thought of Vlad. Annoyed, he rested his hand on his thigh and muttered, stop bothering me. Go away. Ratiger gently pushed the door ajar, peeked his head in, and said sadly, oh, how heartless. After all, we're comrades. We've hunted dragons together twice now. Seeing this, Vlad shot up, stood straight respectfully. Ratiger, my apologies, sir. Apologies, sir. Ratiger chuckled softly and continued. They keep asking about this hunt, so? Ratiger smiled lightly in response. I thought you had some issue with me. Ratiger walked in, carrying a large, mysterious suitcase. May I come in? Vlad quickly replied. Ah, yes. Ratiger looked around the room. So this is where the attendants stay, huh? My first time here. Vlad showed a worried and slightly puzzled expression. Why do you come here, sir? Ratiger put the large suitcase down and began to introduce. This is the sword I promised you. Inside the suitcase was a long, shiny, white sword. Ratiger added, forged by Baitha's master smith himself. Not only is it sturdy and sharp, but also light and well-balanced. Ratiger smiled, gesturing towards Vlad, and affirmed, but also light and well-balanced. So, it's definitely worthy of you. Vlad looked down hesitantly. This seems a bit too much. Ratiger tried to persuade him. Not at all. This sword isn't too much for a dragon select. This is a fitting reward that you should receive. A glimpse of Rudiger's sharp eyes was reflected on the shiny blade. I wanted to give you the best sword that I could find, but that might cause misunderstandings. Yes, Ratiger added quickly. I have no other intentions, don't worry. I know about the relationship between you and my younger brother. Hearing this, Vlad had to accept. Yes, then I'll accept it. Ratiger wondered, is Joseph here? Have you met him yet? Vlad replied coolly. Yes, we just greeted each other. It seems he's very busy. Ratiger bowed his head and smiled faintly. That's right, thanks to someone. Looking at you too. Sometimes I don't know who's serving whom. Vlad, confused, asked, huh? Facing Vlad's attitude, Ratiger couldn't hide his surprise. What's wrong? Haven't you heard anything yet? Vlad asked back. Heard what, sir? Ratiger replied. All knights of Baith have been summoned. Early winter morning outside. Laman and the Count were strolling together. Laman stroked his beard, smiled contentedly, and spoke. The pilgrimage has finally ended. The Count glanced over, concerned. Have you made your decision, sir? Laman stood on the rampart, looking down. That is my choice. But it was indeed a difficult time. The Count said gravely, I understand. He gently looked to the side attentively. So, the last ducat has finally been passed on. Laman said nothing, just smiled lightly and nodded. The Count gazed into the distance. He has received the price of honor. That boy's shoulders must bear a heavy weight. Laman gently continued. That's precisely why I gave it to him, that impudent brat. He looked ahead and spoke calmly. As a knight and a vassal of Baith, I feel relieved to have fulfilled all my duties. The Count gently turned his feet to the side. He bowed respectfully. Thank you for your dedication to Baith all this time. Laman also bowed, placing his hand on his chest, and replied, I apologize for having worried you for so long. The Count smiled and continued. Will you return to your homeland now? Laman replied, yes, I should. My domain, Dax, must have changed a lot. The Count advised, then please stay a few more days. Laman felt very puzzled. Strange. You're not one to be sentimental about partings. He wondered, is something the matter? The Count smiled gently and explained. When someone leaves, someone else must appear, no? Hearing this, Laman suddenly understood. So that's why you summon the knights. He calmly continued. Has the head of the house acknowledged him as well? The Count continued. Those who are worthy should enjoy their rights. He calmly bowed his head and spoke gently. The record for the youngest and fastest in Baitha's history will be broken. Laman suddenly laughed heartily. It doesn't matter if that record is broken. The Count continued. Hearing someone who always values tradition like you say that, I'm even more certain. Laman bowed his head slightly and replied softly. It's as if I'm receiving a farewell gift. I greatly look forward to the moment a new title is born. 3 days later, on a winter morning, sunlight shimmered across the rooftops. In the silent corridor, only the sound of hurried footsteps echoed periodically. The guard stood firm and solemn. That person strode past them. Suddenly, he heard footsteps from behind. Jagger turned to look. He spoke. Oh, hello. Did Oksana work her magic? Vlad replied. She's transformed you into someone else. Vlad, felt a bit embarrassed, looking down to avoid eye contact. Is that so? It feels a bit strange. Jagger wondered. Are you nervous? Vlad blushed and replied, a little, and surprised too, seeing his awkwardness. The man covering one eye suggested, I'll let you rest if you're a little nervous. He looked up at the large door. Today, this door opens only for you. He was about to say something more, then Jagger announced loudly, attendant of Baith. Vlad has arrived before the knight's gate. By order of the Count. Their cloaks billowed majestically. The man's voice rang out powerfully, requesting permission to enter. From within the quiet door, a soft voice spoke. Enter. The door creaked open. A white light pierced through. Vlad's face showed clear awe. This is inside. Tall knights stood in solemn rows. The knight's hall. There was the sound of someone's hurried footsteps approach. Vlad looked behind him, puzzled. Joseph watched them from a distance. Previously, because I couldn't grasp the power of the sword, I didn't dare stand before this gate. I thought I would never overcome this difficult boundary. But now I entrust my sword, trusting in him. Joseph urged, "Go!" Vlad's eyes widened, not believing his ears. Sunlight, streaming through the window, illuminated. Joseph smiled. "Congratulations." Vlad pressed his lips together and turned away. Vlad continued, step by step, onto the red carpet. The blood-red path was the path of honor. The boy had walked that path unknowingly, step by step, out of the dark, filthy alley, towards his dream, towards the brilliant stars shining high above. And now, finally, he had reached that star. The Count stood on the dais, looking down solemnly, and spoke. "Vlad, former squire of Bath, you performed admirably on your way here." He handed Vlad a scroll and instructed, "Uphold the Swordmaster's code, unchanging with your left hand." The Count raised the sword, as per tradition, and etched this into your heart. He gently placed the blade on Vlad's shoulder. A knight must always focus on developing their potential. That is the second rule of the Swordmaster. Knights are those willing to burn everything they have. At the Misty Village, if you find yourself where you are needed, you must act without hesitation. The sole criterion for your decision lies within your own conscience. Vlad remained silent, kneeling respectfully, attentively listening to the Count's teachings. A knight must always walk the path of honor. That is the final rule set forth by the Swordmaster. To preserve honor, one must always hold their head high and stride forward, committing no shameful act. That is the worthy price of becoming a knight. The Count spoke sternly. "Swear before my sword and the Swordmaster's code." As the scene shifted back to Vlad's past, the boy had always looked to the potential of his unadorned sword. The red-haired girl beside him could attest to it. Even in his life in the dark, filthy alley, the boy was ready to protect what needed protecting. The knight protected. The rose's smile could bear witness to his conscience. And earlier, looking at the starry sky, he had decided to keep walking so that one day he might enter it. It was a law he was unaware of. Yet he had always been its guardian. With everything he had, the unadorned sword, which had struggled alongside him for so long, could bear witness. Returning to the present, after hearing the Count's words, Vlad spoke. "I swear," he vowed, "that I will uphold the Swordmaster's law with all my strength." The Count spoke. "Tapter Bath, Lord of Bath, commands," he declared. "While kneeling, you were a lowly knight apprentice. You shall rise as an ordained knight." Vlad quietly stood up. He was Lady Alicia's knight, who had protected the breath of the children blessed by San Logino and the Dragon Slayer, the name born beneath the blue blood of the swift dragon. And other swords were raised in unison, as a sign of accord from the other knights witnessing, acknowledged by the knights of Bath and by King Sarah. Today the rootless boy had created his roots, by his own will. Everyone smiled, welcoming Vlad. Outside the door, a tall figure still silently witnessed. "All of these are the roots that all the stars here will be able to bear witness to." Joseph smiled gently. Vlad was surprised to hear a voice by his ear. "Well done, Sir Vlad." Meanwhile, in Gata Chinova, a banner with a black eagle, wings outstretched. "It's time to advance without hesitation. But those dwarves behind us are still making everything so irritating." A large hand toyed with a walnut. "So this time, I've decided to proceed slowly, bit by bit, like those other damn nobles." Simon Gata sat on his throne, hand on his chin, a cunning smile on his face. "I hear that the only one left in House Aenot. Alicia still has no spouse." Godwin replied, "That is correct." Simon continued, "Well, how can that be? How can she endure this difficult world with a woman's body, all alone?" Simon smirked. "Godwin, this time I'll need you to prove yourself." Godwin bowed his head and replied, "Please give your orders, Count." Simon ordered, "Go with my damned son to Dioma and secure a legitimate, fair pretext there." Godwin thought to himself, not violence or war, but a legitimate pretext. Simon's eyes were half closed, revealing his shrewdness. "But you've always been I hope you won't disappoint me." Godwin looked up and replied earnestly, "I will do my utmost." Scene changed to a sunlit castle, shining through the windows, further enhancing its majestic splendor. In the room, the Count with his hands clasped. "As you wished, that child has been granted rank." Joseph bowed respectfully. "Thank you, father." The Count continued, "Soon There will be a conference where all the northern lords will gather. Hearing this, Joseph asked the Grand Council. The Count glanced at him and replied. Indeed, Joseph's face showed a hint of worry. The Grand Council, which hasn't convened for over 15 years, suddenly, I sensed no prior indication at all. His eyes half closed, countless questions in his mind. Did they maintain security that tightly? Or was it arranged so hastily that no one noticed? What is the reason, ultimately? The Count voiced his proposal. At that conference, I intend to install Alicia Hino as the ruler of Dioma. Joseph was very surprised by his words. The Count spoke as he uncorked a wine bottle. For a long time, the Hino family has benefited from the border between the South and the Central lands. He poured wine into a glass. But now, they will have to decide. His voice grew solemn. To become the gateway to the South, or the forsaken wasteland of the Central lands. The Count quietly raised his wine glass. If they choose the latter, they will become prey for the Western Eagle. He set the glass down on the table. His voice held a hint of implication. The era of peace has ended. Now is the time for everyone to cling to each other to survive. It will be a difficult choice for Dioma, who have always maintained neutrality. Joseph asked coolly, will she choose the North? The Count paused for a moment, then spoke. I know you are working hard to make that choice possible. Joseph's eyes showed surprise. The Count fiddled with the cork. I will support you with everything I have. His face suddenly turned serious, his gaze stern and powerful, at least concerning Dioma. Joseph, with a calm face, listened intently to his father's words with a composed gaze. You yourself are Baith. The Count stood sternly by the window, looking down. His eyes followed Joseph's every step. Watching Joseph's receding back, he thought to himself, because you were born without sharp fangs, you must have your own way of fighting. His face was cold and expressionless. Truly worrisome. The Count's hand clenched, as if grasping his troubled thoughts. Within his heart, it's not just Hainaut standing at a crossroads. The longer I delay my decision, the more Baith's blood will be shed. His brows furrowed with determination. I must end it all in my generation. He seethed inwardly. This cursed cycle of fratricidal war. The sun dipped behind the jagged mountains. Vlad stood with Laman on the ramparts, gazing into the distance. He spoke. I finally get to see the view from up here. Laman replied, I wanted to show you this side at least once. Laman looked ahead. The wall, at this time of day, looks redder than ever. Sunlight shone through the high, sturdy fortress. The walls of Storm have endured countless trials of time. By drinking the blood of enemies and of the Baith family itself. Laman spoke gravely. If you want to protect something important, you must be prepared to shed blood. He affirmed, Knights are those who have sworn to offer their blood. When blood must be shed. Laman glanced at Vlad. When that day comes, you too will have to offer your blood. Vlad smiled and replied, Yes, I understand. Laman said softly, My name is Laman. Vlad, confused, asked, Pardon? He smiled and replied, From now on, call me Sir Laman. Laman extended his hand and said, Here, take this. Vlad looked at it curiously. What is it? A shiny coin lay nestled in Laman's palm. He spoke. It's compensation for your armor. Vlad took it, frowning as he observed it. What kind of compensation is this? Just one rusty coin. My armor was made of gray orc leather. Faced with his dissatisfaction, Laman explained, its value is far greater than anything you've ever possessed. When the time is right, you will realize the value of that coin. He turned and questioned, You've received your assignment after being knighted, correct? Vlad immediately replied, Yes, I set out tomorrow. Laman smiled gently and advised, If things settle down, be sure to visit my estate. Vlad smiled faintly and said, I'll definitely drop by. However, when I do, I'll collect the rest of the compensation money. Laman cordially extended his hand. I'm always ready to welcome you. He softly called Sir Vlad. Vlad, a bit flustered, yes. Laman offered a friendly smile. I've had a good time. The distant sun illuminated the two figures standing there. Though slightly hesitant, Vlad quickly smiled. He spoke. Me too, Sir Laman. Their handshake was bathed in sunlight, as if nature itself offered its support. Thank you for your guidance. Scene changed to a clear morning. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Alicia, dejected, rested her head on the table. It's been a month since I sent the letters. There's not even news about who might be coming. Duncan, seeing this, tried to console her. Please, my lady, be patient a little longer. He tried to persuade her further. We must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Only then can we do what needs to be done. Alicia sadly mumbled, "Worst-case scenario. Worst-case scenario." She asked helplessly for an opinion. Or should I do what Count Gaeta wrote in his letter and marry his eldest son? Duncan hesitated. Alicia sat bolt upright, frowning. "What do you think? Should I become a member of his family?" Duncan looked somewhat regretful. "Perhaps I used the wrong words when conveying my opinion." Alicia clenched her fists on the table. "I'm still trembling with anger. On the surface, it's a wedding invitation, but the tone is like an announcement of a foregone conclusion. They have no respect for us." She frowned, her anger evident, pouring out her frustrations. "They speak sweetly, but offer no promises for Hainaut's future. The only thing I see clearly is their greed." Her face fell, her expression darkening. "I'm surrounded by thieves." Duncan spoke soothingly. "Please, my lady, don't worry too much. Our chance to rise will eventually come." Hearing this, Alicia gradually calmed down. "You're right. We'll continue to hold out until that happens." She sighed, wondering, but why hasn't the Baith family reacted at all? Are they really hesitating over lending us just one attendant? Duncan speculated. They must have calculated everything. They clearly understand Dioma's geographical advantage. His gaze suddenly became serious. Inside, there was a quiet tension. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. A man rushed in, shouting an announcement. "Count, we've just been informed that the men of Count Gaeta have entered our territory." Alicia, slightly flustered, asked, "They've arrived?" Duncan suggested, "I will try to arrange for the meeting between our two parties to be moved to tomorrow. I will buy you some time, my lady." Worry was evident in Alicia's eyes. Duncan tried to comfort her. "Please stay calm. The banner of Gaeta is already flying outside before a hungry eagle. We should not expect to be treated with mercy." The heir of Count Gaeta, Isvan, had just arrived on horseback and was already making disdainful remarks. "This place is so backward." Godwin, from behind, added, "This is Dima. They've always been this way." He continued, "They prefer diplomacy over war. Given the choice, they'd rather be farmers than engage in trade." Isvan curled his lip in a contemptuous sneer. "In other words, a bunch of dull, boring folk." He wondered, "I don't have to do anything, do I?" Godwin replied, "At the very least, you must introduce yourself." He asked again, "So, I just have to introduce myself?" Godwin explained further, "You also have to pretend that you're interested in the other person and make some small talk." Isvan looked annoyed. "Ugh, I don't like doing that at all. I hate all forms of work." Godwin began to advise him, "You must fulfill the duties that come with your bloodline." But Isvan kept wondering, why is father complicating things this time? "Take what you want. Father has lived his whole life by that simple rule." He asked with a frown, "Can't we just take what we want from them?" Godwin replied in a low voice, "The North has never failed in protecting what they want to protect." He asserted, "We of the West are what we are today because we take, while they of the North are what they are today because they protect." Godwin continued, "Count Gaeta is currently the hegemon of the West and the commander of the entire Western Alliance. It is only natural that he acts cautiously after moving out of the West. It's only normal." Isvan looked up and added, "Of course, the fact that you're accompanying me on this trip proves that father is very serious." Suddenly, Godwin spoke up. "We've been told she is very beautiful. Among all the noble women in the region, none is as beautiful as she is." Isvan broke into a sly smile. "Is that so?" he continued. "Well then, that gives me the motivation to proceed. The imperial capital, Brigantes. Their banner depicts a dragon with outstretched wings." Michael knelt before the throne. "I have returned to the Duke of the Dragon's Blood, Sanos Dragolia." "Father," Sanos spoke softly, report. Michael bowed his head and replied, "Forgive me. The swift dragon was killed by a northern knight." Sanos gritted his teeth in anger. "Those northern barbarians? They truly don't know their place." Then Michael continued, "However, my journey did yield some results. I discovered a boy in the north." Sanos was quite surprised by his words. "He is a dragon hatchling who has not yet opened his eyes." Michael smiled and asked, "You have been to the north before, haven't you, father?" Sanos' voice trembled as he replied, "I have been everywhere. I've spent my life spreading my seed across the six lands." In the quiet room, only his voice continued to echo. "Each seed is a possibility. No one knows what they will become. Dedicating my entire life to that is completely worth it." Sanos began to ask, Did your heart and his pulse in unison when you two met? Michael immediately answered, yes. Sanos asked further, what color are they? He answered immediately without hesitation. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, just like us. That hair and eye color is only possessed by those with the blood of the Dragolia clan. Sanos looked down. I see, he uttered. He has not yet awakened his dragon aura. It is highly likely he has not yet opened his eyes, as you said. Outside the window, the sun seemed to have set. Sanos' hand rested on the armrest. Spreading the seed is a difficult task, and the wait is long. Sanos' face gradually became youthful, like that of a handsome young man. His hair also turned blonde. Even so, humans continue to repeat this act. His hands clasped together, his eyes revealing a frightening look. I have lived that way too. A sly expression crossed his face. I want to meet this child. Isfin was extremely surprised. Oh, so the rumors were just rumors after all. Before him was Alicia's beautiful and cold face. Before my eyes is a beauty that no words can describe. Isfin bowed. A pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Isfin of the House of Gaeta. Alicia, sitting above, replied with a frown. Welcome to your visit, Isfin Gaeta. Duncan's face showed his displeasure. He thought to himself, as expected, the characteristic arrogance of a Western pioneer, daring to call her my lady when her official title is Baroness. How audacious. He stepped forward, confusing Isfin. Isfin smirked slyly. Alicia spoke up. You've had a long and arduous journey. It would have been better if you had given us prior notice. Isfin waved it off, that. But before he could continue, Alicia interrupted him. Furthermore, she stated with a cold face, perhaps some changes are needed for this marriage proposal. Gaeta's attitude towards me is somewhat disappointing. Isfin smirked cunningly. This seems interesting. I thought she was a harmless lady, but who knew her tongue was so cold? Godwin bowed respectfully. As our count once said, relationships that begin with a precious encounter are invaluable. Alicia frowned and pressed. How can a meeting between our two houses proceed so quickly? Then Godwin replied, he must hold you in high regard, Lady Alicia, to have sent his own son. Hearing such words, Duncan trembled with anger, but still endured it. I must be patient. They surely have an ulterior motive, to be acting so arrogantly. Perhaps it's to build a justification for their actions. Lord Isfin bowed, placing a hand on his chest. I apologize for the lack of adherence to etiquette. Godwin stated confidently, Lord Isfin is the heir to the House of Gaeta. With his presence alone, those meaningless formalities can be replaced. Alicia's eyes were half closed. She remained silent, saying nothing more. Isfin laughed. Don't be angry. We bring good tidings. She continued. We will discuss the details in due time. First, please rest at the accommodations we have prepared. But he waved it off. Instead of resting, I'd rather have an intimate chat with you, Lady Alicia. Hearing that, Alicia jumped in fear. He continued. I should have greeted your parents first. That is the custom. But the situation is not favorable. Patience is a precious human virtue. However, there's also a limit to decency. If the other party crosses the line and one just endures it in silence, that is merely an act of demeaning oneself. Alicia bit her lip, trembling with anger, and spoke quietly. How dare you? Isfin sneered. So simple. He thought to himself. So, they had a scheme prepared all along. Suddenly, a loud voice announced, the Knights of Bays have arrived. Alicia's eyes widened as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. Isfin and Godwin glanced over as Duncan hastily gave an order. Let them in. The doors were thrown open, and a large group of people entered. Jagger, leading the troops, confidently stepped forward. He placed a hand on his chest and greeted. Long time no see, Baron Hino. All the other knights followed suit. The Knights of Bays pay their respects to the Master of Dima. Alicia smiled warmly. I warmly welcome the Knights of Bays. Vlad stepped forward. Apologies, I am late. He placed a hand on his chest, raised his head, and spoke. Lady Alicia, we have come in response to your call. She smiled, satisfied. Very well. Only you are worthy of calling me lady, because you are the only one I have permitted. Vlad declared. I have come to pay a worthy price for the handkerchief you bestowed upon me. Isfin was confused. A handkerchief, he thought. Vlad's gaze shifted. I will stake the honor of a knight, he declared, along with the name, guaranteed by Bays, as a worthy price. Struggling through the mud at last, the eyes of Vlad and Godwin met. He looked towards Godwin. My shadow has reached you. Look now, Knight of the Blue Page. I have finally earned the right to stand before you. Scene change, a beautiful morning. blue skies and sunlight shining over the rooftops. Istvin, sitting in his room, spoke with irritation. I thought things would proceed easily. Who knew Bays would make a move? That was unexpected. He scowled. Vlad of Sera. This is the first time I've heard that name. It felt as if I had met him, but I haven't. His sharp eyes looked towards Godwin, the man standing behind me. Istvin chuckled. How novel. This is the first time I've experienced such a humiliation. He asked, do you know him? He is such an arrogant fellow. Then Godwin replied coolly, a brief encounter. I never expected to meet him in a place like this. He recalled that day. I saved him, not just out of pity. He thought, the potential of that kid was the very attraction that made me want to support him, even though he might now become an unforeseen consequence. Godwin chuckled softly, but he is truly impressive. Who would have thought that the one I was reported to watch out for was him? Istvin placed a hand on his chin and pressed. What do we do now? Father told me to create a reason, to gain the upper hand in this meeting. Godwin hesitated. There is one way. His eyes lit up with a cunning glint. The winner takes all. That is a rule that applies anywhere. Scene change to Alicia's room. The teacup on the table was still steaming. Lord Joseph said he would prove the strong alliance between our two houses through action. Alicia spoke. Since the Duke's suitor himself has come all this way, I fear no further proof is needed. Jagger placed a letter on the table. He has sent a letter for you, my lady. Alicia picked up the letter and read it. Although Duke Vlad has Lady Alicia's handkerchief, with that alone, it will be difficult for you to refuse Gaida's proposal. She suddenly spoke, so there's a way. Jagger said, Lord Joseph is doing his utmost for Dima. Alicia continued, yes, this is a completely viable way. She revealed, my grandmother was from the house of Oscar, just like Oksana. I too carry the same blood as Lady Oksana. Jagger affirmed, that's right. Because of our shared blood in the previous match, Bays borrowed a sword from me without any hesitation. He continued, the Countess will agree to become your godmother. If you agree, my lady, then the current marriage proposal can be easily dismissed. If Gaida's firstborn son wishes to marry you, he must have the approval of the Countess. Alicia looked down, worried. I fear I will be a burden to the Countess. Jagger waved it off. Lady Oksana has said she would welcome you. Lady Alicia as family. Duncan also couldn't hide his fear, even though it is a well-intentioned offer. But this proposal will create a pretext for Bays's intervention. Into Hino, he frowned. Indeed, with this proposal, Bays isn't simply acting out of goodwill. Both Alicia and Dunman shared a similar unease. However, right now, we have no other choice. Could Lady Alicia have anticipated this situation and deliberately delayed that proposal? Lord Joseph Bays is truly a fearsome man. Currently, Hino has fallen into the trap he laid. Alicia pressed, do I need to make a decision right away? Jagger bluntly replied, no, we know this is a burden. For you, Lady Alicia. Alicia smiled lightly and bowed her head. Your thorough consideration is greatly appreciated. Although Dunman appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil, caught in a dilemma. Gaida is pressuring us with a marriage proposal, while Bays is luring us with an offer of protection. He wondered to himself, isn't there anyone worthy for Lady Alicia to place her complete trust in? Alicia gently raised her head, looked at Vlad, and smiled. Long time no see, Sir Vlad. She inquired, how have you been? Do you feel pressure in your role? Vlad coldly replied, for Lady Alicia, I will do everything I can. I was ordered to do so, and I also wish to do so. Upon hearing that, Dunman and Alicia were both very surprised. Vlad, with a serious expression, looked straight ahead. Dunman smiled, relieved. No, there's still one person. He thought to himself, only this young man, the only one who stands before Lady Alicia, without any ulterior motives. Alicia bowed her head and replied gently, your words make me very happy, Sir Vlad. She smiled brightly. Show me my handkerchief. You always carry it with you, so must need mending. Vlad hurriedly took out the handkerchief. All right. Alicia rejoiced inwardly. You wanted to keep it safe, so you kept it in your armor pouch? That, though small, still makes me feel strangely proud. He held it out. Here it is. Alicia suddenly noticed another white handkerchief placed on top of hers. Vlad looked bewildered. Wrong one. Quick as a flash, Alicia snatched the white handkerchief. This made him extremely flustered. Alicia's expression darkened. Jagger spoke up. Her movements. She was so fast, I didn't see a thing. Vlad thought the same. I didn't see it either. Alicia asked in a cold voice. This isn't the handkerchief I gave you. Is it? Vlad forced a smile and explained, it's just an ordinary handkerchief. A friend gave it to me. It's the handkerchief I usually use. She questioned, Gamina, is this friend a girl? Vlad replied without hesitation, ah yes. We've known each other since we were little and grew up together. She let out a frightening laugh, but Vlad remained oblivious. It's made of pure cotton, so it's very suitable for daily use. Dumman started to sweat, worried. Hey, you should have kept things like that hidden. Jagger cursed inwardly. Damn bastard, shut up. Suddenly, Vlad glanced to the side, confused. Alicia forced a smile, her hand crushing the handkerchief. Since when? Vlad wondered. Did I cause trouble again? Jagger reminded him. This time it's serious. Jagger said angrily, I really hate fools. He glared and gritted his teeth. And you're the biggest fool I've ever met. Jagger reproached. Lord Joseph put in so much effort to arrange everything perfectly. And yet you ruined it all with just one handkerchief. Your level of foolishness is genius level. Vlad trembled, bowed his head, and pleaded, please forgive me. I didn't know the situation would turn out like this. Jagger clenched his fists, trying to stay calm. All right, he sighed. After this winter, he'll be 18. I have to treat him like a man. After all, he is a knight. He waved his hand, shooing him out. Get out. Vlad, confused and silent, glanced up slightly. Jagger, annoyed. What are you still standing there for? Aren't you leaving? Or do you want to get beaten up like before? Vlad then replied, to be honest, that might actually be better. Instead of kicking me out, could you hit me instead? Jagger cracked his knuckles angrily and ordered, stop rambling and get out now. I'm afraid I'll have to get rough. There'll be no holding back today. Vlad, frightened, ran off immediately. Jagger held his head, wondering, what am I going to do with him? Vlad entered a room. He looked up. A group of men in black were sitting in a room. He frowned, puzzled. What's with me that everyone's staring so intensely? One person spoke up. A great man, like he doesn't appear every day. So we have to take a good look. Another continued, truly the aura of a hero. Another also spoke sarcastically. 2 girls, one in each arm. Another mocked. I really admire you. Yet another added, unsurprisingly, a shining talent. Vlad coldly dismissed them. I want to be alone. They laughed loudly, mocking him. Oh, in that case, we'll go out. To give you some quiet space, okay? It's only his first day on the job, and our rookie has already proven he's different. Vlad, helpless, turned to leave. Fine, I'll go. Behind him, they continued to laugh and jeer. I must warn the maidservants at High Knoll. Letting a stud like him wander around like that is extremely dangerous. He walked away quietly. Damn it, why do things always have to get so complicated? Walking alone in the corridor, he thought to himself, no, it just had to happen at this exact moment. This is my first mission, as a knight, so I wanted everything to go smoothly. He felt sad. The other knights are even ganging up to bully me. Instead of comforting me, they're just laughing. Suddenly, a voice rang out. From my perspective, everything's still fine. They're not looking down on you. They just want to tease you a bit for fun. The knights serving under Ludgear have accepted you as their comrade. Vlad coldly replied, I know. I've been through this situation before. From a back alley thug to a high-ranking knight. No matter where I am, the way people live is still similar. He sighed helplessly. Since things have turned out this way, there's nothing else that can be done. What's done is done. Vlad looked out the window. I don't have anywhere else to go either. A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. Perhaps I should pray. It's been a long time since I last did. Scene change. Alicia sat in her room, her head bowed in frustration. The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. Her eyes glared sharply. No matter how foolish he is, how could he keep my handkerchief and another woman's handkerchief in the same place? Dumman tried to soothe her, but he still kept it clean. She dismissed it. That's just normal. Dumman explained, it's not normal at all, milady, especially for a young man his age. Her eyes darkened. Why is that? Dumman began to clarify. He has undertaken many difficult missions, yet he still kept your handkerchief clean. That means it receives special attention and care from him. He added his action earlier was a mistake born of thoughtlessness. In a way, he is also innocent. Alicia listened attentively to his words. At least he doesn't have malicious intent like others. Isn't he training with his sword for you, milady? Alicia hesitated. That's also true. Dumman suddenly noticed something. He looked out the window. Look, outside, Vlad was silently thrusting his sword into the ground, next to a large tree. Every action of his has a reason. That's why Baze values him. Alicia smiled gently. He hasn't changed much at all. Suddenly, her demeanor changed. The figure of another man was approaching. Vlad. Who's that? Dunman showed clear fear. He shouted, "Someone's outside. Quickly inform Sir Jagger." Isfin, full of fighting spirit, advanced. "There's an emergency." The tail of the spirit. Serpent wagged a few times, looking very pleased. Its eyes were closed, very happy. It brought its head closer to Vlad. He was still kneeling on one knee, both hands holding his sword, the sword tip resting on the ground. Traces of blue light still lingered around his eyes. The sword asked, still no memories surfacing? He opened his eyes and replied, "That's right." The sword continued, its voice full of doubt. That person said that after seeing it, they remembered a few things. The serpent was still present in front of him. He said, "But it seems I am indeed connected to spirits." After saying that, he noticed a figure. He glanced behind him. Someone was approaching, still with that characteristic arrogant demeanor. Isfengeda looked down at the grave at his feet and asked, "There's a cemetery here? Is an acquaintance buried here?" Vlad stood up and sheathed his sword. His sharp gaze fell on Isfin as he said, "This place can only be entered with the owner's permission." Hearing this, Isfin looked straight at him and smiled. "You're allowed, but I'm not." Vlad looked him straight in the eye and replied, "I have permission." Isfin sneered, baring his bright white teeth. His eyes blazed. "So you finally deign to look at me? Back then, you only looked at Godwin. It made me feel like I was invisible." Vlad frowned, his eyes still fixed on Isfin, saying nothing. Isfin rested one hand on his hip. "Godwin told me to tell you. If you give up Baron Highnol's handkerchief, it will be considered the price for the second piece of dried meat." Vlad was both surprised and stunned. He remembered the image of himself that day, kneeling on one knee, bowing his head before Godwin. That day his eyes were wide with shock, his brows furrowed even more, so much that the wrinkles bunched together. In contrast, on the other side, Isfin calmly tilted his head to one side, a cunning smile still on his lips. "I don't understand. Anyway, I don't want to know about your relationship. Hand it over." Seeing Isfin hold out his calloused hand in front of him, Vlad said calmly, his voice so composed it surprised Isfin, "Take it, if you're capable enough." Vlad looked at him intently, his gaze resolute and full of confidence. The Western region does not hide its desires, because it is a world where only the greedy can survive. The Northern Territory never retreats, because it is a world where only those who can protect what is theirs can survive. The two of them faced each other for a moment, then spoke first. "I knew you wouldn't listen. There's no other way, but I don't intend to return empty-handed." As he spoke, he quickly drew the greatsword from his back. With a whoosh, he swung the greatsword down the tip, aimed straight at Vlad's face, still with that arrogant expression. Isfin growled, "Northern whelp, I challenge you. The wager is a Lish's handkerchief." Vlad's eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils flashing. He remained calm, crossed his arms, and said, "Say that again." The one opposite him didn't understand. "What for?" Isfin replied. Vlad said, "I'm a knight of Bays, and also Lady Alicia's knight. If you want to challenge me, call me by my proper name, Western Region Ruffian." Scene changed to Godwin's lounge. More stars appeared in the sky outside. The night was quiet. Godwin was sitting in the room on an armchair, propping his chin with one hand. His other held a piece of paper. He destroyed an organization in the city and wiped out the dark sorcerer's minions, lured out Detgom's worm and dealt with it directly. Spirit Dragon. After reading, he placed the paper on the table. His hand was covered in calluses. He continued to think to himself. It seems Bays was in quite a hurry. Normally, this kind of thing could be exaggerated. A possibility it was staged. Even if it wasn't to that extent, that kid seems to have matured quite well. His purple eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered Vlad. At that time, Vlad had also swung his sword at him. A single sword strike. It was merely a glimpse of his potential. Nowhere near the level to earn the title Dragon Spirit Slayer in just 1 year. Even so, awakening to aura at that age was quite astonishing. He chuckled softly, because that's not something that can be taught. Truly a pity. I should have found a way to bring him over. He heard the sound of a door sliding open. He turned his head and said directly, "So you've arrived. The handkerchief I told you to retrieve. It seems you couldn't get it back." As Isfin returned empty-handed, he seemed unharmed. He unslung the greatsword from his back and walked toward the armchair. As he sat down, he said, "Just as you said, he's a stubborn one. Doesn't listen to reason." Godwin clasped his hands, looked at him, and continued, "I thought you'd just take it back by force." Isfin replied, "I was going to, but I lost the mood. I don't know how they got wind of it. Those old Hino knights, along with Bays' one-eyed knight, rushed over. Anyway, I've already challenged him to a duel." Godwin asked, "When will it take place?" Isfin continued, 2 days from now. They said a priest must be invited to officiate the duel. Godwin chuckled. That's even better. If a priest bears witness, no one will dare to object. You can win both fame and benefits. Istvin's eyes blazed again with the fire of ambition for victory. His voice full of confidence, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He emphasized, one more thing, that detestable face of his, distorted in fear, will be an added bonus. In a corridor inside the mansion, 2 figures were standing. It was Butler Duncan and Jagger. The butler looked at Jagger. Jagger asked first, is there any chance of winning? Jagger replied, it won't be easy. Istvin is the eldest son of the Gaeta family, the overlords of the western region. Since childhood, he has received the best education and training. He is a top contender. Previously, Sir Raman also highly praised the strength of the western region knights. Currently, Vlad's chances of winning are not high at all. The butler pondered. Thank you for being frank. In that case, Lady Alicia's handkerchief. Jagger chuckled softly, consoling him. Don't worry too much. Hasn't he faced knights before, even if they were just retainers? Jagger stopped smiling. Instead, he spoke calmly. It's not just that anymore. Lord Joseph has been given full authority by the Count to handle this matter officially. He wouldn't have ordered us to come without a countermeasure. The butler's eyes lit up. He quickly glanced at Jagger. Could it be that there's a plan? Jagger looked at him and smiled. The duel is just one step in the plan. The butler relaxed and held out his hands. Oh, I didn't expect him to have prepared to this extent. If you need anything, I will offer my full support. Jagger then said, as it happens, I do have some requests. The butler asked, what are they? Jagger replied enthusiastically, I want to propose the dueling location to Lady Alicia. Istvin sat on a chair, and his retainers stood around him, looking blankly at the scene before them, the place where he would duel. Istvin tilted his head towards where Godwin was standing and asked, Godwin, aren't duels usually held in the Labina Hall? Godwin replied, Baron Heinol made a special request. Since this concerns the marriage contract, they want the deceased parents beneath the ground to witness it as well. Istvin looked into the distance. Where he was sitting was a vast green field. There were hills around it, where many graves of the deceased were located. At the foot of the hill, an arena had been set up, and to his left, a group of people were gathered. Istvin replied nonchalantly, Is that so? Then he thought, this reason isn't very convincing. What a strange field. It's been cleared to the point where there isn't a single pebble. He looked down at the grass beneath his feet. Did it rain this morning? Godwin, with one hand on the hilt of the sword at his hip, replied calmly, No, sir. Istvin voiced his suspicion to Godwin. If it didn't rain, why is the grass wet? Godwin glanced at him and reminded him. The duel is taking place in the unfamiliar environment of the Northern Territory. You must accept this. Preparing an advantageous battlefield before a fight is one of the basic principles of a commander. Seeing Istvin's group behind them, Jagger glanced at the two, Godwin and Istvin's retainers. All of them had glaring eyes, full of menace and confidence in victory. They didn't flinch at all. Jagger paused for a moment, then turned to Vlad, who was also sitting on a wooden chair, surrounded by his own men. Gaeta's presence is intimidating. We'll hold them off for a while. You take this time to regulate your breathing. Vlad took a breath. Looking at him like that, Jagger couldn't help but think, he's very good at enduring in front of the enemy. Indeed, the only reason he can do that is because he wants to keep his promise to Lord Joseph. It's truly admirable. After taking a breath, Vlad replied confidently, I'm ready. Jagger smiled. Good. Show those invaders what a sword of justice truly is. Vlad's hands were ready on his sword hilt. He strode forward confidently. The two dueling knights faced each other. On the stand of honor were Lady Alicia and the butler. Guards stood solemnly around them. The priest in the red hat spoke. Using aura is permissible in this duel. However, this is not a life or death match. If the combatants are in danger, we will intervene. Do you both agree to the current rules? They both said in unison, I agree. As soon as they finished speaking, the priest raised his hand high, then quickly lowered it, signaling the start. God is watching over us under today's sunny sky. Let the duel begin. Istvin, aggressive and brimming with fighting spirit, smirked and asked Vlad, Are you keeping that handkerchief safe? After a moment of silence, Vlad asked him back, What will you offer me? Standing opposite him, Istvin was surprised, not expecting Vlad to ask him that. Vlad chuckled, then spoke more clearly, his eyes on the great sword in Istvin's hand. I'm saying, if I win, what will you give me? Can I at least take your sword? Hearing this, Isfan's eyes widened, bloodshot in disbelief. Angrily, he gritted his teeth. Grind. You bastard. Vlad said, I hear Gaston's successor is quite familiar with thievery, aren't you? And is that what you're proud of? There's a place where thievery is a part of life, and taking something can lead to death. Vlad shifted his foot back, taking a ready stance. He raised his sword before him defensively. You, who steal out of desire, and I, who steal for survival. I don't know who is more greedy. Watching Vlad's actions, Isfan pondered, what is that stance of his? Vlad smiled at him, the hem of his cloak fluttering in the wind, glinting in the sunlight. I hope you like it, because this is what we prepared especially for you. Isfan continued to stare at where Vlad stood. Gawain stood right behind him. His eyes were also fixed on Vlad, thinking, Baze's knights have drawn their swords. Were they expecting a fight from the very beginning? Vlad maintained his stance, sword raised, ready to fight. His eyes sharp, with a smug smile, he continued, Fight me. Let me see how good Gaeta's successor is. Isfan was provoked. His eyes blazing red. He gripped his greatsword with both hands and raised it high, then brought it crashing down. Vlad leaped back. Isfan's left hand was on the spine of his greatsword, guiding it in a thrust, and Vlad parried it with his sword. The two blades clashed, with the sharp screech of metal. Vlad recoiled, his feet digging into the grassy earth. Immediately after, Isfan thrusted the tip of his greatsword forward again. Vlad saw it and dodged backward. Like this, whenever Isfan thrusted, Vlad would parry and dodge. Where the two clashed, mounds of earth and grass were churned up messily. The drag marks from Isfan's feet, as he advanced, would immediately be followed by Vlad's retreating drag marks imprinted on the grass. The spectators from the High Knoll family were all pleased. Excellent. He's doing very well. Just keep doing that. Gawain also pondered, his feet shuffling on the grass beneath him, avoiding attacks, using force to deflect powerful slashes. He has prepared very thoroughly for this battle. Moreover, this grassy terrain, it's easy to move quickly on, but it's not a good environment for swordsmanship. That requires agility and finesse. Who designed such a complex battlefield? Gawain immediately thought of Joseph. Isfan, gripping his greatsword hilt with both hands, used his strength to drive the blade's tip into the ground, carving a long line, and swung upwards toward Vlad, sending earth and grass flying. Vlad's face was drenched in sweat, but his eyes calmly watched Isfan. Conversely, Isfan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with anger. He roared, this cowardly rat bastard. He swung his greatsword back. Vlad saw the slash, planted his feet, raised his sword, and parried. He then used his strength to knock Isfan's greatsword away, causing Isfan to lose his balance. However, Isfan managed to plant his feet and steady himself. He was surprised. What? I heard he was just a novice, who's only wielded a sword for a year. How could he parry my sword? Seeing Vlad crouch and maintain his stance, Isfan once again swung his greatsword horizontally, aiming straight for Vlad's stomach. Vlad leaned and continued to dodge, the slash missing him. Isfan growled in anger, gripping the greatsword hilt tightly with both hands. He brought it down with force from an overhead stance. He looked like the striking hawk from his family crest, emblazoned on the iron armor. He wore a powerful slash. Around where he stood, a cloud of dust, and earth scattered, revealing chaotic ground. The grass was flattened to both sides, but Vlad had managed to retreat in time, completely unharmed. Isfan yelled, Fight properly. How long are you going to keep running away? Vlad took a few breaths, and then said, Who knows? Isfan looked at the mess around them, thinking this damn battlefield. It feels like we're fighting, on muddy ground. If I continue like this, I'll just hand him the victory. He clenched his teeth. What a disgrace, fighting an unknown knight. He looked back at Vlad and said calmly, Perhaps because you crawled your way up here, from some lowly place. Your way of fighting is also utterly disgusting. Vlad looked puzzled, not responding, but he continued to listen as Isfan spoke. If she saw that miserable face of yours, even a mother who bore you would look away in shame. After hearing Isfan, Vlad exhaled, then smiled mockingly. That's not going to happen. If you knew about life in the dark alleys, you wouldn't be able to say such things. I'm disappointed. I thought the nobility would have more eloquent taunts. What did you say? As soon as Isfan finished speaking, Vlad dashed forward. Bending his arm, he aimed his sword straight. As he lunged, he said, Just enough for a greeting in the dark alleys. The tip of his sword grazed a line on Isfan's cheek. Blood trickled down to his chin. Isfin tried to block with his greatsword, but it was too late. His blood had been drawn, the first to bleed. Vlad smirked arrogantly, saying, Chief Gata would jump for joy if he saw your face now, because you are his proud son, the one who embodies his noble bloodline, fighting an orphan from the dark alleys who just became a knight, and you're at a disadvantage. Isfin's eyes blazed. Gritting his teeth in anger, he yelled, You goddamn bastard. He instantly unleashed his energy. Pillars of fiery red light swirled around him. Vlad leaped back and landed safely, watching Isfin amidst that fiery red energy. Isfin's eyes were filled with deadly hatred. The sword in Vlad's hand trembled slightly. Isfin said, Don't even think about dying peacefully. Godwin, who had been observing, folded his arms and mused. He's putting up a good fight, but it'll end here. Jagger, likewise, was also watching the duel. Seeing this, he also raised his hand, ready to grip his sword hilt, and thought to himself, of course befitting Gata's successor, the depth of skill that Isfin demonstrates is on a different level from ordinary people. Then Vlad, he'll have to try harder from now on. Vlad was also strategizing. A prolonged fight, wielding a great sword will be self-destructive, and his stamina will deplete even faster if he uses more aura to fight. If I keep parrying his attacks like this, I can turn this into a war of attrition. Lord Joseph said it's okay if I lose this match. Sir Knight, Baze publicly created this opportunity to fight just for me. Master Z, my teacher, and Lady Alicia, she has entrusted her honor to me. Everyone doesn't rate my chances of victory highly. Vlad closed his eyes, because they don't expect someone from the dark alleys to be able to win against the son of a noble family, raised with the best education. Even if I lose, I can still gain my own benefits. But I want to break free from that thought now. I want to stop hiding, stop running away, and stop promising that next time I'll try to fight better. At least, not in front of this bastard, the knight who once intended to destroy my dream. Vlad took a stance, raising his sword to the sky. Watch closely. I, who now possess the experience and strength of a knight, what I needed to achieve to reach you. This is what I have accumulated. It will be shown in this battle. Vlad saw Isfin approaching, swinging his sword with rapid speed. The true terror of the great sword technique isn't a single powerful blow, but be wary of the continuous chain of attacks. Indeed, Isfin was maneuvering his great sword and moving, striking continuously towards Vlad. The red energy followed his eyes, and his greatsword swept from one move to another. Yet, Vlad kept using his sword to parry Isfin's move after move. The fierce clash of swords resounded. The two swords clashed, ringing out in deafening bursts. Isfin's greatsword chopped down from above. He roared, Die, you filthy bastard. To parry this move, Vlad swung his sword to block. This blow seemed very powerful, making Vlad grit his teeth. He was thrown back. He dug his sword tip hard into the ground, but was still dragged a fair distance before stopping. A long gash was gouged into the grass. Vlad's blue aura still lingered, flashing from his eyes and hands. He's too strong. I've never faced such crude swordsmanship. So heavy, where every move uses such brute force. Within the greatsword's reach, I'm completely at a disadvantage. In that case, there's only one way out of this fight. Vlad took a wide stance, lunged forward, his sword tip pointing straight ahead. At the same time, Isfin also raised his greatsword high and roared, swinging it down. Vlad bent his knees and ducked, dodging the slash. Staring intently at his opponent, he advanced. Isfin brought his greatsword down. Vlad leaped up to dodge, then lunged down again, thinking to himself, Get closer, even closer. He had entered the greatsword's dead zone. That was the distance from Isfin's hand to the greatsword's hilt. When he swung and lowered the sword, it would create an empty space around him. Now is the time, facing danger, to cross the boundary of death and enter the enemy's weak spot. Vlad bent his knees and crouched low. He seemed to be only as high as his opponent's waist. Isfin was surprised to see him so close. Vlad's eyes were ice cold. He swept his sword, but Isfin quickly bent both hands to block with his greatsword. Vlad was pushed back. Quick as a flash, Isfin lunged again. I won't let you escape. He used the tip of his great sword to steady himself. Seeing Vlad rushing towards him, Isfin scowled and snapped, Impudent bastard. The aura energy kicked up a cloud of dust. The two engaged in a direct sword confrontation, clashing head-on. Isfin grinned sinisterly and thrusted with his greatsword. With his blue aura, Vlad saw the path of the sword, planted his feet, and tilted his shoulder. The great sword struck, the armor he was wearing deflecting it, but not completely. A sword cut had gashed Vlad's forehead, and blood was seeping out. Once again, Isfin was surprised and didn't know what it was. But Godwin, who had been watching from the sidelines, knew. Armor break. How? Does he know a Holy Knight's combat technique? Vlad thought to himself, his sword is too heavy. I couldn't deflect it completely. Isfin said, loudly, as he drew back one hand into a fist, what kind of trick is this, bastard? Vlad also shouted back, you think that's enough to beat me? They both charged at each other. Isfin threw a punch at Vlad's face, but his hand throbbed with immense pain. His fingers were contorted. Arg! One of Vlad's eyes, which took the full force of the punch, was bruised. However, Vlad remained calm and even smirked. Right now, both shouted, took their sword stances, and slashed at each other. Blue and red aura energy. The sword and the great sword clashed. A loud sound erupted. Lady Alicia jumped up from her seat. Before her eyes was a thick cloud of dust, obscuring everything. A moment later, a blue light flashed. It was Vlad, standing still holding his sword. His sword was blocked by another sword, and Isfin was kneeling on both knees. Vlad's eyes, full of determination, asked, I have won honorably, haven't I? The one who blocked his sword was Godwin. He had jumped in a fight to save Isfin. Next to Vlad lay Isfin's greatsword. Vlad continued, after this battle, I will gain my renown. Right? Godwin looked at him and remained silent. Vlad angrily shouted, answer me. Godwin said, all right, although one of his eyes was bruised. Vlad's eyes still shone, his figure gleamed. He raised his sword high. Finally, my sword has finally touched glory. He continued, do you remember what you told me before, sir? You were the one who once guided my steps. A knight only takes what is his. He remembered himself from before. A teenager kneeling before Godwin. Below him were 2 pieces of dried beef. The grievances he had endured. He continued speaking, I have always remembered that, and I never stopped training to achieve glory. But because of the feuds and schemes of this knightly world, I have been put in many difficult situations. Now I have one. Therefore I will take it as a deserved reward for my efforts, and as the victor's right in this battle. Godwin of Gaeta, as the price for this duel, fought for honor. I demand Isfin's sword. He pointed his sword tip at Isfin's greatsword. Both Godwin, Lady Alicia, the butler, the Gaeta family's entourage, Jagger, and even Isfin were all surprised. Vlad raised his voice. This is the right I have earned in this arduous battle. Outside, the sky was full of snow. Snow fell, blanketing the entire area in white. Leafless trees bent in the snowy wind. At Lord Joseph's residence, the attendant, Bogdan, handed a piece of paper to Lord Joseph. Urgent news from the dispatch. Joseph received the message and opened it. I prepared him with the best I had, but this task was still too much for him. Hopefully, we've at least avoided the worst outcome. He wore a purple cloak trimmed with white fur. After reading the letter, he said, I didn't expect it to be this one. Bogdan, is Isfin of Gaeta an easy opponent? Bogdan looked dumbfounded as Joseph turned and asked him unexpectedly. However, he still answered no. That's impossible. He's only in his early 20s, but in the West. Among the new knights of Sector 6, Y01, is there anyone with potential comparable to him? To the extent that in knightly circles, it's expected that he will become the greatest knight in the West. After hearing Bogdan, Joseph glanced at the paper again and said, indeed, we based this plan on that. He put the paper down, then clasped his hands behind his back and thought, the heir to Count Gaeta, the conqueror of the West. There is no better choice for Vlad's debut match. If the opponent is renowned and strong, even if Vlad loses, his reputation won't be harmed. But if he manages to push Isfin back even once, Vlad's fame will increase significantly. Not to mention, if he ends up losing, and loses the handkerchief, Alicia will have no choice but to take Bay's hand. This is indeed a rather unexpected result. Joseph smiled with satisfaction. Turning back to his attendant Bogdan, he said, the tasks I assigned you. Bogdan quickly replied, simultaneously clenching his fist and thumping his left chest. Yes, Lord Joseph, I have completed the preparations without any errors. Joseph said, scrap all of it. Bogdan still replied promptly, yes, I'll do it right away. But on second thought, It seemed his lord had instructed him to cancel the tasks he'd been given, as dark lines of stress appeared on his temples. What? Joseph turned back. I'll have to replan everything from scratch. Bogdan, surprised and flustered, stammered, excuse me, we've been preparing for 10 days. Staying up all night. Joseph looked out of the sky. The snow was still falling heavily. He said, the situation has changed. I was prepared for the worst-case scenario, but not for the best possible outcome. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Double dark lines of stress appeared around Bogdan. Crocodile tears streamed down his face. I think I get it now. The people from Gaeta, all in brown cloaks, were scowling unhappily, while the people with Jagger, all in indigo cloaks, were smiling cheerfully. And the leaders of the two groups, they were negotiating in a large room, sitting at a round table, facing Jagger, who had one leg crossed and arms folded. Godwin said casually, at the very least, I want that sword back. Jagger replied, we'll discuss that issue later. Procedurally, shouldn't you be the ones to withdraw? Godwin growled, isn't his demand a bit too much? Jagger looked up. We'll handle that. Godwin's gaze on him was sharp. Taking the entire sword just for one duel, that's clearly excessive. Jagger then said, but it wasn't an ordinary duel. You were the ones who overstepped without thinking ahead. Godwin was silent for a moment, then said, tell me what you want. Jagger calmly replied, you can't ask me to do that. It's not within my authority either. That's not exactly clear. Hearing Jagger's words, the man thought of the young man, Vlad, whom he had met. Then he continued, so the reason he took that sword is because he holds a grudge against me. In that case, negotiations are off. Jagger replied, if you understand, then leave at once. The man slammed his hand on the table and turned to leave, his eyes filled with killing intent. We will meet again eventually. Jagger didn't hold back his own aura. Choose a good day to arrange it. I will come to greet you myself. The man's eyes were cold. See that brat off for me. Jagger looked smugly at the man. Certainly, that can be done. With that, the man turned and left. Watching his receding figure, Jagger remarked, Rookie, you've gotten yourself involved with a terrifying monster. The brilliant sunlight shone down on the Highland building. Alicia calmly sipped her tea and spoke. We won't have to accept Lord Joseph's proposal anymore, will we? Duncan spoke up. That's right, because you have defeated Gaeta's proposal with your own knight. She smiled. What a relief. No matter how warm the embrace of the Bales family may be, giving them a pretext still made me uneasy. Alicia narrowed her eyes at her teacup. A knight like Sir Vlad is not a common sight, is he? Duncan smiled and nodded. Of course not. Alicia asked, how much more do you think he will grow? He mused for a moment. If he continues to develop like this, he has the potential to become the representative of the North in the next generation. She was surprised. To that extent, he said calmly, even this is a conservative estimate, because Sir Vlad's potential is anything but ordinary. Hearing this, Alicia pondered for a long time. She put down her teacup. As expected, shouldering the position of family head alone is not easy at all, and there's no guarantee that something like this won't happen again. Instead of being entangled with countless nobles who are aiming for the Hino inheritance, she looked towards the window, contemplating. If there was a knight by my side without any political baggage, it would be better. Duncan looked at her, surprised. Lady Alicia, are you suggesting? She interrupted him. This is also a rather attractive proposal for the Bales family, isn't it? From a certain perspective. It's like a blood alliance, isn't it? He was flustered. I think it's still a bit early, don't you? Even if a knight has a semi-noble status. She mused. You said he has the potential to represent the North, didn't you? We need to claim him before someone else does. It's still better than having to marry some oddball, right? He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief upon hearing her words. That's true, but she smiled faintly, offering sincere praise. And what he did was truly admirable. At the base of a distant tree, Vlad poured liquor onto the ground. The rippling liquor flowed down, gleaming gold. The serpent spirit smiled happily. He spoke. It seems it really likes this stuff. Looks like the solution is to offer it whiskey as a tribute. The voice of the sword rang out. Since this is a spirit brewed from barley, I thought it would suit this spirit well. A spirit of the earth. It happily wagged its tail and slithered in a circle around him. Then it joyfully bestowed its blessing upon him. He felt it happily. His sword then said, that expensive bottle of liquor was completely worth it for that spirit, because the blessing of the white serpent is no different from a second life for you. He gently petted its head. Thanks. Then he returned to the Hino family estate. Alicia, sitting opposite Vlad and Jagger, asked, "Are you feeling any discomfort anywhere? Like an injury, for example?" He replied, "I'm fine, Lady Alicia." She asked, "Yesterday, it looked as if you poured liquor on the hilltop, didn't you?" He immediately placed his hand over his left chest, bowed his head, and replied calmly, "Yes, that's right. I went to greet the spirit there myself. Every time I come here, I achieve a glorious victory. It seems the masters of this place look upon me with favor." Alicia smiled with satisfaction. Her face was rosy and beautiful. She turned to Jagger, handed him a letter, and said, "Sir Jagger, please deliver this letter to Lady Oksana. Tell her that I have felt the warmth of kinship after such a long time. As for this letter, please send it to Lord Joseph." She handed him a second letter with a red seal. "After facing 2 challenges from the Central Region and the West, I'm certain of where Dioma should stand." Jagger replied, "Understood, Lady Alicia. I will deliver them without any issues." She looked at Vlad and to the knight who stood up. "For my honor, Sir Vlad, I agree with the assessment that the former family heads would also be fond of you." Therefore, she took out a box and placed it before him. She opened the box. The object inside flashed with light. She continued, "They would surely permit me to bestow this. It has been passed down through many generations. Now I pass it on to you." Inside the box was a yellow gemstone that radiated a brilliant light. He was very surprised. His sword, after a moment of silence, spoke. "I remember seeing that before. That is the glory stone of the Elven clan. The elves, a different race, live in the forests on the eastern border of the kingdom. Because they worship a different god, they also limit their contact with humans. But the first head of our clan was very close with the elves." Alicia picked up the gem and explained, "I heard this gemstone was born from that bond. This is amber, made from incredibly rare tree resin. My father attached it to the hilt of his sword, but I have no occasion to wield a sword, so if it just sits there uselessly, I think this stone would be a perfect match for Sir Vlad's sword." He watched her hold the gem gently in her hands. He stammered, hesitating, "Something this valuable requires a worthy price." Then he looked up and said to Alicia, "If this was left by the first family head, doesn't that make it a family heirloom? How can I possibly?" She smiled kindly. "You deserve it more than anyone. Sir Vlad has protected House Hino twice, after all." He looked to Jagger, flustered, seeking help. "This is too much." Even so, even Jagger seemed at a loss. The sword spoke earnestly. "If you can, please accept it. I'm asking you." He was surprised. "All right." He remembered when he was a child. He held up the sword. "I will help you. Please help me. I will help you recover your memories. In return, give me this sword. That promise has brought me to this day. I have accepted the sword. Therefore, I must return your memories to you." He reached out and took the gem. A knight only accepts what he deserves. He smiled sincerely. "Thank you, Lady Alicia." She was also happy to hear that. Jagger, still flustered, thought, "Is it really okay to accept this?" The sword spoke. "Thank you. Taking it like this must feel like a heavy burden to you." He smiled, accepting it gladly. He looked at the gem and said, "It's all right. I'll find a way. This might be a clue to those memories." The sword replied, "All right. Look at the amber through my world." He was surprised. The light of the amber flashed and enveloped him. A great, ancient tree appeared before his eyes. The Bale's men were smug. "That kid's ambitious," one of them agreed. "It's clearly not just ordinary ambition. He just became a knight, and he's already aiming for nobility." They laughed cheerfully. "That's how it should be. A man must aim for the top." He looked special from the very beginning. He explained, flustered, "No, that's not it." They rode their horses around him. "Oh, come on, it's obvious, isn't it? I think it was the right choice." "That's right. It's only a debt in name. But in reality, they gave you a Hino family treasure. It's no different from a knight being given a handkerchief." The three of them laughed with delight. "I knew it. That shining potential." He was sweating bullets, stammering an explanation. "I told you it's not like that." He turned to Jagger for help. "Say something, will you? You were right there. You saw everything." Jagger mused for a moment, then turned back to him and said, "For now, I will report this to Lord Joseph separately. This time, even I can't help you." Dejectedly, he replied, "Yes, I understand." They looked ahead. "Huh, have we arrived already?" Another replied, "Looks like it." Seeing the magnificent white castle ahead, they were cheerful. "We were teasing this kid for so long we've already reached Strora." They continued cheerfully. "Oh, what a pity. Maybe we should camp here tonight and leave tomorrow." He ordered, "Spur the horses. Let's go." The group behind him laughed with delight. The flag fluttered in the wind. The city gate was shrouded in darkness. They calmly rode their horses towards the gate. Jagger spoke up. Vlad, you give a try. Vlad was confused. Me? Jagger calmly said to him again, yes. It's time you used your own voice to open the city gates. He was flustered. Can I really do it? It feels like just yesterday. I was still sneaking in through a dog hole. The men behind him were gleeful. If you can't open it, we're camping, you know. He gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, I'll open these gates even if the sky falls. He advanced towards the city gate. The figure of a knight on the wall saw him. They shouted, halt! Who goes there? He raised his sword high. I am Vlad, a knight of House Bales. I have returned after completing my mission. They were confused. Vlad, the one who defeated Lenum and was knighted? The confused group ordered, open the gates. Now, the gates opened. Vlad was surprised. It's actually opening. Jagger spoke. Of course, a knighthood is a title of strength and honor. Only those who prove their worth are deserving of it. You now have the right to open all the gates within the Bales territory. He was even more surprised. The knights stood in opposing rows. A representative stepped forward to welcome him. One of them sincerely placed a hand on his left chest, bowed his head and said, our apologies. Welcome back, Sir Vlad. Jagger smiled, looking at Vlad, and reminded him, hold your head high, walk with pride. You once left this gate as a wanderer, but now you have returned as a knight. He confidently rode his horse through the gate. At the gated domain, Chernova, the head of House Geta looked at Godwin and Istvin and spoke. And you still dare call yourself a knight? Geta was furious. You should have died. Istvin, his face pale with fear. I'm sorry, father. His sharp gaze fell upon Istvin's broken hand. He gritted his teeth and shouted in rage. What a disgrace. Just when I thought I had secured our position, you go and ruin everything like this. Wasn't even some highborn bastard, but just a soldier who was newly knighted. His eyes flashed red with pressure. Do you think you only lost a sword? You've handed over the entire rule of Dioma to the Bales family. He turned to Godwin. And what were you doing, Godwin? What a disgrace. Just when I thought I had secured our position, you go and ruin everything like this. It wasn't even some highborn bastard, but just a soldier who was newly knighted. His eyes flashed red with pressure. Do you think you only lost a sword? You've handed over the entire rule of Dioma to the Bales family. While my son was being humiliated, what the hell were you doing? The man bowed sincerely, ashamed. I have no excuse, my lord. He roared. What happened? You said you knew him. The man's eyes turned cold as he spoke. Perhaps he is also connected to you, my lord Count. He is the one raised by Knight Commander George. The words struck him like a heavy blow. He trembled as he said, George. The armrest of the chair shattered in his grip as he gritted his teeth. That bastard, still causing me trouble in the end. The man continued, that boy has exceptional talent. The knights accompanying him are also high-ranking. He also makes very good use of his territory's advantages. Furthermore, there was a surprising figure, someone who could directly withstand my pressure. Since not many people know of him, he is likely one of the Bales' secret weapons. The Count spat, those cunning northerners. Godwin, do you remember what our ancestors, the ones who pioneered the West, taught us? Godwin replied, yes, my lord. With one hand, hold on to what's yours, and with the other, you must take from others. That is the only way to survive in the West. The Count praised. Exactly. I, too, have followed our forefathers' teachings under this banner. I have spent my whole life taking and destroying. His eyes were cold. Geta is the family of pioneers. I can take from others, but I cannot allow anything to be taken from me. He commanded from now on, the eagles I will be fixed on the north. Get my son's sword back, at any cost, at the Bales family castle. Bogdan cheerfully placed 4 gold coins on the table. Congratulations. This is your first salary. Vlad looked at the 4 gold coins before him. He was a bit disappointed, thinking to himself, only 4 gold coins. Bogdan gave Vlad a questioning look. What's wrong? Disappointed because you think it's too little? Vlad stood before Bogdan, his hands clasped behind his back. He replied softly, a little. I thought knights received a higher salary. Bogdan crossed his arms, laughing cheerfully. A true rookie. No wonder Lord Jaeger still wants you to have a mentor. Vlad asked, isn't being a knight a wealthy profession if one only relies on salary? So how do they get rich? Bogdan closed his eyes and explained seriously to Vlad. As a knight, you must value honor. You must not forget your duties. and accept all responsibilities that come with the title. Vlad was silent for a moment, then spoke. What does any of that have to do with money? Bogdan held up his hand, forming the shape of a gold coin with his thumb and index finger. He raised it and looked at Vlad with a meaningful smile. Actually, it has everything to do with it. A well-fed cat won't bother to hunt another mouse. If you want fame and fortune, you must earn it yourself. Honor has its price, and that amount is paid in one lump sum at the end of the year. It's a special reward for those who are worthy. You should aim for that. You've already contributed to many achievements this year, so that's good. Vlad looked surprised. What about the price of responsibility and duty? Bogdan rested his chin on one hand, looking intently at Vlad. You brought a treasure from House Hino back to Sarah, and you still ask that question? He gave a mischievous smile. Besides the nickname Dragon Slayer, you have another name, you know. The one who keeps the ladies' handkerchiefs close to his chest. Vlad, the northern rogue of Sarah. Vlad was slightly stunned to hear that name again. Bogdan pointed a finger up and laughed cheerfully. When you become a nobleman, don't forget me, all right? Vlad looked at him helplessly. He thought to himself, it's not what you think at all. On the tea table, 2 cups of hot tea were steaming. Joseph sat on the chair, his legs crossed. He held a teacup, bringing it close to his lips. Then he spoke calmly. Now that you are a knight, you must have responsibilities worthy of that title. I will assign you an area to patrol. Vlad was surprised and asked, I have to patrol that area alone? Yes, Joseph explained seriously to Vlad. I will provide some soldiers to support you in small groups, but you will still be the one primarily responsible. Vlad nodded politely and replied, I understand, my lord. Joseph continued, the area is the back alley, a place you're familiar with. Vlad replied cheerfully, yes, that's my home indeed. Joseph reminded Vlad, manpower is short, but that place is the most suitable for you. A portion of my forces has been assigned to Gregory, Maxim, and Keth. He placed the teacup down on the table and continued, I will set up a salary fund for 4 men. You can choose the people you want and find suitable as your subordinates. This job is completely different from leading mercenaries. A knight must stand on the front lines and be ready to be a representative at any moment. Vlad looked over at Lord Joseph and asked timidly, in the back alley, I only know a few thugs. If I choose them, would it bring shame upon you, Lord Joseph? Joseph bowed his head slightly, closing his eyes. Thank you for your consideration, but you need not worry about that. The people you choose and their positions have nothing to do with the Bales family. If I were concerned about that, I would have kept you in Jamali. Vlad raised a hand to scratch his head. Joseph placed his hands on his legs and reminded Vlad, seriously, using people is harder than killing them. Since this is your first time, I will recommend someone to you. Vlad replied sincerely, yes. Thank you, my lord, Joseph ordered. You may go now. Vlad stood up from his chair. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely. By your leave. Then he turned and walked away. Jaeger, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Lord Joseph, you want to assign that person to work for Vlad? Joseph smiled meaningfully. It is precisely because it's Vlad that it's worth taking a gamble. He steepled his fingers under his chin and continued. This time, I will once again trust in his unpredictability. At Marcella's tavern, Jerry asked in surprise, really? Boss, you're not kidding. He placed a hand on his chest. 2 streams of tears running down his face as he opened his mouth wide and wailed, Lord Vlad, I swear I will serve you with all my heart. Seeing his overly dramatic reaction, Vlad turned his head and glanced at him, his face full of confusion. There's no need for such a strong reaction. Just keep doing what you're doing. Standing behind Vlad, Jerry sobbed. He wiped his tears with his hand and said emotionally, I'm so glad I didn't run away back in the mercenary days. After going through the hard times, things do get better. I had to shovel horse manure, got bitten and kicked by horses, and following you always led to strange and dangerous situations. Vlad sat quietly on his chair, listening to him. Tears streamed down Jerry's face. And now, I finally get to be an attendant. Following you is truly the right decision. Hearing this, Vlad felt doubtful. What are you talking about? An attendant? Really? You're just a helper. Vlad's words were like a splash of cold water on Jerry, causing him to freeze. Then he forced a laugh. Who knows what the future holds? In the beginning, you were just a mercenary too. Vlad replied nonchalantly. For now, just do your best. Then he smiled at him. He thought to himself, I should keep Jerry by my side. Even though he talks a lot and gets sulky easily, he always gets the job done properly. These are the people I need. Marcella stood behind the counter, arms crossed, and said to Vlad, "You should take Go with you, too." Hearing that, Vlad turned to Marcella and asked, puzzled, "Huh? Who?" Marcella looked towards a tall figure, standing with his back turned over there. "That's him." Vlad looked over as well. "Oh, Otha." Marcella nodded in reply. "That's right. Such a big frame. It's a waste for him to just work in a tavern. Since he's been eating well, he's gotten stronger and stronger." Vlad looked towards Otha, thinking to himself, Otha is someone I can trust. He knows every nook and cranny and is completely loyal. Vlad turned back to Marcella and asked with some doubt, "But will that be okay?" "Where there's liquor, there's trouble," Marcella asserted. "It's fine." Then she covered her mouth with her hand and smiled brightly. "Who would dare cause trouble here anymore? Haven't you figured out the situation yet? This place can be considered the safest spot in this alley. Everyone just comes to eat, drink, and have fun. Because of that, business is good too. Why do you think that is?" "It's because you're managing this alley." Marcella's words made him seem to understand. Marcella continued with a smile. "Take whoever you want to work with. We'll have someone to protect us, and you'll have someone you trust following you." Vlad said cheerfully, "That sounds pretty appealing." Marcella put her hands on her hips and looked at Vlad. "So, it's a win-win situation." Vlad seemed a bit flustered. "That's not what I meant." Vlad looked at the beer mug on the table, which reflected his eyes. He continued in a contemplative tone, "I'm just happy, thinking that I can protect people, without having to draw my sword." He crossed his arms. "That's what I love most about being a knight." Marcella smiled at his posture. "You finally realized your place." Vlad rested his chin on his hand, thinking, then the one who laughs last will be him. At the bustling port, ships came and went. A crowded scene. In his office, Haben held a wine bottle, his face flushed from drinking. He was now completely drunk. Good wine really is different. Compared to Captain Quinn's liquor, it's truly a world of difference. Vlad looked slightly horrified. "He's still selling that stuff that tastes like poison?" Haben replied cheerfully, "It's his only joy in life. We just have to endure the aftertaste when we're drunk. Seeing you again brings back old memories. Just the other day, I was worrying about finding food and lodging for you in Gamina. They say not to keep a black-furred beast, but a golden-furred one is a whole different class, isn't it?" Vlad said helplessly. "Are you saying that, or is it just the drink talking?" Haben's joking expression faded. His face turned serious as he asked Vlad, "So, what brings you here today? It's not just for a friendly chat, is it?" Vlad found it hard to start. He stammered, "You're still learning to navigate by the stars, right?" Haben didn't look at Vlad. He raised his cup to his lips, took a sip, and said with a laugh, I gave up on that a long time ago. Who would want to hire a cripple as a navigator?" Vlad looked at Haben, confused. "But you said you wanted to go to sea someday. Someday. You wanted to leave this place and explore the world." Before Vlad could finish, Haben interrupted, "Not all dreams come true. No matter how hard you try, it's not guaranteed. It's best to know your place. For a homeless wanderer like me, living like this is fine." After a moment of silence, Vlad frowned at Haben. He asked, "Do you really believe what you just said?" Hearing this, Haben bowed his head and fell into thought. Vlad continued slowly, "Haben, you know, if a bird is caged for too long, it forgets how to fly." The air between the two of them froze. Vlad stood up from his chair. "Now I understand." He reached out and drew the sword at his hip from its sheath. "This place is silently wearing away your dream." Vlad's eyes filled with killing intent. He growled, "It's their fault." At that moment, the sword in his hand began to glow. Haben exclaimed in shock, "Hey, Vlad." Vlad raised the sword with both hands. Outside the room, the scene was still peaceful. Everyone was minding their own business. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Haben's office. Debris from the room rained down outside, causing the people to panic and scatter. The screams of the people outside echoed. "Move! Get out of the way!" Above, on the wall of Haben's room, a large, long gash appeared. The people were astonished. They gathered around, looking up and murmuring amongst themselves. "What the hell? What's going on?" "That's Captain Hoover's hideout." A group of large, burly men appeared. They strode aggressively forward, pushing the townspeople aside. They yelled, "Move it! Stop gathering here and clear the way." The one in the red coat, presumably the leader of the newly arrived burly men, looked up in terror at the large gash on Haben's room. Horrified, he turned back and gestured with his hand. "Tell the boss and get all members here." A subordinate behind him immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The leader thought in a panic, "We just got a moment of peace. after that imposter died. So who the hell are these bastards? Inside Haben's home, he had just dodged Vlad's slash. He yelled in terror, "Hey, you bastard! What the hell was that?" Vlad stood with his back to Haben. He growled, "These bastards again. You've all been corrupted, debased by those damn thoughts." After speaking, he raised his sword again. "Those pathetic walls have blocked the way to my great, turbulent river for too long." Vlad's gaze turned cold. "They have imprisoned and restrained my power, preventing me from moving forward." It seems to have made him forget that he is a man of ability. He unleashed his power, shattering the wall. If he can never break down that wall, he'll be forever buried in this dark, gloomy alley. But now that I'm here, things will be different. I will do everything for him, because he did the same for me, so that I wouldn't be swallowed by the darkness of the back alley. You were the one who reminded me that I have a goal to accomplish, and that I am fully capable of doing it. The sturdy wall was thus completely shattered by Vlad's power. Shards of the broken wall flew towards the burly men. They too were hit by the flying debris. They shielded themselves with their arms while screaming wildly. "What the hell?" The man in the red coat looked up in terror at the room. Facing him were the murderous eyes of Vlad. Vlad stood there defiantly, sword in hand, looking down at the scene below. He glanced back at Haben. "Sie haben. Your dream still exists and can continue." Haben's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Vlad in the sunset. The sea was calm, without a single ripple. The water's surface shimmered brilliantly. The sunset, from the other shore, seemed to illuminate Haben's desire. Haben smiled faintly and whispered, "You're right, I see it now." Night fell. Vlad and Haben were walking side by side in a small alley in the back streets. Haben spoke up, breaking the silence of the small alley. "Being a knight certainly has its perks, doesn't it? You destroyed their hideout, and even took one of their men, and yet you were rewarded for it." Vlad looked with disgust at the purple vial in his hand. "Reward, my ass. This is the dark power drug, isn't it?" They were fighting each other over this. Haben Galve Ashtrin smiled. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. "It felt strange when I saw you leave before. But now that you're back, Vlad, it's very reassuring. When it comes to pharmaceuticals, our boss might be terrible at concocting them, but he took someone like me in. But now things are completely different. The captain, in reality..." Hearing this, Vlad glanced at Haben. He then spoke reassuringly. "Don't worry. Lord Joseph won't touch the captain either. He's someone who knows the difference between the useful and the useless." Haben lowered his eyes in agreement. "That's right. A third of the alley's economy is built on the captain's smuggling operations." He remarked, "Lord Joseph, he really is different. You can clearly see his thoroughness and intelligence. I think there's some meaning behind you being assigned back to this alley tonight." Hearing this, Vlad felt it made sense too. "Now that you mention it, that does make sense. He didn't give me any specific instructions, just said I would be in charge of everything in the back alley from now on." He crossed his arms helplessly. "So what should I do next?" Haben, leaning on his cane as he walked with Vlad, replied, "Why are you asking me? You already know the answer." Vlad was surprised. "I do." Haben stepped up to walk parallel with Vlad. He calmly explained, "You didn't kill a single person today, yet you still made Captain Hoover surrender. You should let the other leaders in this alley know about that. About the things you're going to do in this alley, to help everyone have a better life." Gigi bit his nails anxiously, looking left and right with worry. What's taking him so long? Then, suddenly, two figures appeared in the distance. Seeing them, Gigi hurriedly ran over, yelling, "Where have you been all day? We've been waiting for you for a long time." Vlad looked at Gigi and asked, "What's wrong?" Gigi replied, "Someone came looking for you." Hearing this, Vlad's voice held a hint of annoyance. "I thought it was something important." He ordered Gigi, "Send them to Gemina. She'll handle my guests." Gigi raised a hand to scratch his head, his voice hesitant. "It's just, I think you should meet this person yourself." Inside the stable, Noah was baring its teeth at the person opposite. Ek looked at the horse, cleared his throat, and uttered, "Still as magnificent as ever." Vlad walked closer to the stable and asked, "Hey, who let someone into the backyard? What if Noah bites them?" He then looked at the person standing there. He was surprised. Ek turned his head to look at Vlad. Vlad looked at him quizzically. "What are you doing here?" Ek crossed his arms and looked at Vlad. He said smugly, "I was sent here by the mayor." Inside Joseph's room, red flames flickered in the fireplace. Jaeger, one hand on his sword, the other behind his back, asked, "Do you think he will bow his head to Vlad?" Joseph sat with his legs crossed in a chair by the fireplace. His hands were clasped over the armrest. He answered calmly. He won't bow his head just because someone tells him to, but at least he understands his place and the sincerity of my invitation. Jaeger continued. So the next step is, Joseph cut him off. That's right. From now on, we can secure a strong force to control Derma. Now we must deal with the dangers on the northern border. Ed's Buddha tribe is said to be quite influential. I intend to use them to keep the other wild tribes in check. Joseph's gaze sharpened as he continued. Many families have challenged the authority of Bade in recent years. Now is the time for us to respond with action. If the threats behind us disappear, Bade will be able to face all challenges without hesitation. Jaeger, slightly worried, interrupted Joseph. Such a heavy task as rebuilding prestige in the north. Can someone like Vlad, who has just been knighted, handle it? Joseph replied with certainty. He has more than just a little potential. He rides a horse revered by the Manzi, and he saved them by slaying the northern dragon. If it's Vlad, not only can Vlad, but only Vlad can break the chains of hatred the Manzi tribe has long held for our nobility, and thus move towards a better future for all. Many voices came from the next room. That's absurd. So far away, but the noisy chatter from the room caught Jimina's attention. A knock echoed from outside the door. Vlad got up and went to open it. Seeing the person at the door, he called out, "Oh, Jimina, what's wrong?" Jimina's gaze was dark as she looked at Vlad. She asked suspiciously, "Is no one here?" With that, she threw the pile of clothes in her hands at Vlad. Vlad reached out to catch them, nearly falling backward. He asked her, confused, "What's this about?" Jimina reached out, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled the door shut. She spoke with suspicion. "If there's no one, then why did I hear talking?" She glanced at Vlad. "Are you still talking to ghosts or something?" Vlad answered her, "No, it's not like that." Jimina stared at him intently. She thought to herself, "I'm sure I heard someone talking." Jimina turned and walked into the room. She reminded Vlad, "Change rooms." Vlad, holding the pile of clothes, stood there watching her. Hearing her, he asked dubiously, "Change to where?" Jimina walked over to Vlad's bed and sat down. "To the room at the end of the hall." Jimina thought to herself, "No one else needs to know what you are now." Vlad put the pile of clothes on the table. Jimina looked at him and continued, "I'll move into the room next to you, because you can't hide it anymore." Vlad turned back to look at Jimina. "You mean you're volunteering to cover for me? Whether in a wretched alley or shining in a knight's armor, you always worry about me." Jimina stood up from the bed. "Remember to go to the church." Then she walked over to the pile of clothes on the table. Vlad called her, "Jimina." Jimina asked in return, "What?" Vlad asked her, "Do you need anything? I'll go buy it for you." Jimina turned her head back to him, confused. "Something I need? You need to take care of yourself, you idiot." She sighed, then smiled and turned to walk towards the door. Vlad watched her retreating back. "You should at least have some equipment." He silently watched the figure of Jimina disappearing behind the door. He smiled. "I'll just put it outside." Gio peeked his head through the wall and called, "Commander." He looked at Vlad and said loudly, "Everything is ready." Vlad glanced over and asked, "Is that so? Then let's go." A hand was holding a small ball. Then he dropped the ball into the roulette wheel. The spinning table whirled dizzyingly fast. The croupier called out, "Number 0. A man at the table jumped up, yelling, "Again." Vlad looked at the spinning wheel and thought, "I should have come here sooner." There's no better place to train clairvoyance and reflexes. A spark of energy flashed in his eyes. It's incredible that combat techniques can be used like this. Focusing my eyes makes time seem to slow down. Suddenly, a ball was affected by something, forcing it to stop. Vlad looked at it in surprise. That ball's last movement was unexpected. He smirked. What's this? He thought. Looks like there's some trickery here. Cheating isn't unusual in a casino. The confused croupier looked towards Vlad. His eyes now radiated killing intent, making the croupier feel afraid. He stared at him intently and thought, perfect timing. I was just looking for a reason to start a fight. From behind Vlad, a voice rang out. Sir Vlad, are you satisfied? The newcomer was accompanied by a group of tall, burly bodyguards. He spoke, one hand clasped behind his back. If you had informed us in advance, we would have received you more properly. Vlad glanced back at him. He asked suspiciously, sounds like you mean I need permission to come here? The man raised a hand to adjust his glasses. He gave a sly smile. Not at all. We will escort you upstairs now. The boss is waiting for you. Vlad leaned forward slightly, speaking in a low, almost whispering tone. He's waiting for me. He gets to sit comfortably and expects me to grovel my way up. Vlad saw him about to turn away. He immediately called out, hey. His eyes, full of murderous intent, stared at the man. He growled, do you still see me as some brat from the dark alleys? The man froze upon hearing this. A tall bodyguard accompanying him stepped forward aggressively. Hey you, even if you are a knight, there are limits to what you can do. The bodyguard had just finished speaking when a foot came out of nowhere and kicked him squarely in the waist, sending him tumbling to the ground. Axe smirked contemptuously. Is that so? He held out a piece of paper, then continued. Can't you see this knight is on official duty? Axe, holding his sword, raised it and asked casually, are we allowed to deal with these guys? Probably right. The man with glasses looked at the newcomer, alarmed, and thought to himself, a manji? How can a manji be in Choera? Vlad, sitting in a chair, looked at the man with glasses and ordered, tell your boss to come down here. From now on, all casino operations are frozen. The man with glasses, hearing this, asked doubtfully, why all of a sudden? Vlad frowned, cutting him off. I won't repeat myself. He sat with his legs spread on the chair, a posture both defiant and domineering. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, its point resting on the floor. His head was slightly bowed, his hair falling, obscuring his eyes. He didn't even deign to look at the man. His voice, low and cold as a sharp blade, rang out, bring me the ledgers. At a grand, imposing castle, Gregory cheerfully raised a hand in greeting to Vlad. Vlad, you've become quite famous lately. I heard you purged 2 organizations in the dark alleys. Vlad placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Sir Gregory. Gregory handed Vlad a large leg of meat. Here, take this. It's Jamon, the pride of the Potley family. Potley gave it to you before, didn't he? Vlad politely received it with both hands. He replied cheerfully, yes, I share it with Lord Joseph. He enjoyed it very much. Hearing this, Gregory laughed heartily. Who wouldn't like it? Vlad said his thanks, then felt a little puzzled. He asked, thank you, sir. I'll enjoy it later, but why are you giving this to me? He inquired suspiciously. Is there something you need my help with? Gregory burst out laughing. Oh dear, is the bribe too obvious? As he spoke, he scratched his bushy beard, looking as awkward as if he'd been caught red-handed in the market. He stammered, well, it's about in his territory. This, if I say it directly, it might seem like I have ulterior motives. Vlad smiled faintly. It's all right, sir. Please go on. Gregory began to explain. Black Bear is a boss who specializes in the dog meat trade in the dark alleys. Vlad nodded calmly and replied, that's him. Gregory continued. There have been kidnapping cases before as well. This man's history is very suspicious. His face now showed a cunning expression. He lowered his voice, asking as if to entice him, what do you think? Want to join forces and take him down? At this point, Vlad seemed to understand the reason why he had been given such a large leg of meat. He thought to himself, so this is the ulterior motive. He mused, I want to establish rules in the dark alleys. And Sir Gregory wants to expand Potley's influence in the meat trade. We can both get what we want from this Black Bear. Vlad asked directly, do you want to warn him or subdue him? Gregory lowered his face, his eyes dark and filled with hatred. His voice dropped, as if trying to suppress his anger. For that man, a warning is too lenient. Excellent. Vlad recalled Yeshja being murdered by him. His voice was indignant. I was planning to deal with him anyway. Gregory, please, said, all right then. My troops will support you. We'll start in 2 or 3 days. Vlad nodded in agreement. Understood. Gregory cheerfully raised a hand and said to Vlad, if you need anything, just let me know. Vlad hesitated. Could I have a bottle of whiskey? Gregory asked again. Whiskey. Vlad raised the leg of meat, his tone humorous. I also have someone I need to bribe. Night fell, enveloping the back alley. Vlad stood before a tightly closed door. He wondered, is it closed already? Did he close up early today? Vlad raised his hand and knocked loudly on the door. He called out loudly, "Old man, are you home?" The door then opened automatically, without anyone opening. Inside the door, the scene was dark. Things were piled up, blocking the walkway. Vlad looked at the scene before him pensively. Then he stepped inside. Vlad, with a doubtful expression, entered the house. Standing before a room, his eyes darkened as he saw a figure lying motionless on the bed. Vlad was silent for a moment, then spoke. "I brought you some meat and wine, old man." He walked closer to the bed. "But it seems I'm too late." Vlad sat down on the chair beside the bed. He silently looked at the old man with a white beard, lying motionless on the bed. After a while, he smiled faintly. His voice was gentle, as if speaking to himself. "This time, I was at the northern border. A very beautiful place with towering, snow-capped mountains stretching out. Before them, endless white fields. I fought a snow-white dragon there." He pulled out a broken sword from his attire. "This sword fought by my side until the end. I wanted to say so many things, but in the end, only this one sentence is needed." Vlad placed the broken sword into the old man's hand, who was lying on the bed. He spoke sadly from the bottom of his heart. "Though it's a bit late, thank you for saving me." A sword forged from an old man's dream, perfected in the hands of a young boy. The sword that had faced life and death finally returned to his embrace. Then it will shine brighter than any star. The clear blue sky enveloped the church. Vlad, Haben, and Gamina stood together before the old man's grave, full of sorrow. Gamina continuously raised her hand to wipe her tears. Haben spoke, "You're truly amazing, brother. Using your first salary to buy a grave, and a tombstone, and in an expensive cemetery near the monastery, no less." Vlad stood silently, looking at the grave before him. "Hellingham," he calmly replied. "I just wanted him to be free from that dark alley." Vlad reread the inscription on the tombstone. "The best blacksmith in Cho era." He wondered, the blacksmith who forged a sword that could slay demons and pierce dragon scales. Yet he doesn't even have a name to leave for posterity. Haben explained, "I went around asking, but no one knew his name." Vlad said calmly, "What's important about a name? It's enough that we remember them." The three of them left the cemetery, heading towards the back alley. Vlad's eyes seemed to notice something. He spoke up, asking, "What's with those kids?" Haben, hearing this, asked puzzledly, "Huh? What about them?" Then he noticed the dirty children huddled in a dark corner. Those kids." Vlad glanced at them doubtfully. "They've been looking at us like that for a while. If they want to beg for money, they should just come over. Wherever we go, they just stand and stare." Haben turned to look at him suspiciously. "Do you really not know about those kids?" Vlad looked surprised. Haben bowed his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. "It seems you've forgotten. We used to have eyes like theirs when we were young, you know. This winter is colder than the last." Hearing this, Vlad seemed to understand. Haben continued, "Many of them will freeze to death." Vlad looked towards the children in the dark corner. He was pensive. Just one blanket could help them survive. Haben looked at him and reminded, "Stop. You only have one gold coin left for this month." Vlad clenched his fist. "Anyway, I wasn't planning on saving any this month. With this money, I can buy blankets for them and their friends too. Tell them to pray for the old blacksmith when they receive the blankets." Haben asked doubtfully, "A prayer for each blanket? How fortunate for them." Gamina, still rubbing her eyes from her grief for the old man, said, "I'll also talk to Mrs. Marcella. The children need full bellies to survive the winter." Vlad nodded, smiled, and thought to himself, little by little, we can change things in this dark alley. The simple sword was buried with the old blacksmith who forged it, but the star the old man created still shines upon the dark alleys. Though its name and form have changed, it still brings daily happiness to this place. The children were overjoyed to receive blankets and bread. Pools of blood reflected the gloomy buildings. Vlad stepped on those pools of blood. He, along with Gregory, led a troop to Black Bear's residence. Gregory looked at the stinking pile of waste lying in the corner, exclaiming, "This place is even worse than the rumors. When the weather warms up, diseases will spread everywhere here." He gritted his teeth. "I was only planning to gently shut down a few shops, but now we need stronger measures." Vlad spoke up, "Don't worry, sir." Gregory, with a confused expression, turned to look at him. Vlad's eyes turned cold. "Black Bear will give us the perfect reason to destroy them." Gregory looked at him with great surprise. "So from the very beginning you?" Vlad wore the smug expression of someone who is sure of victory. "You can't deal with the dark spots of that alley superficially." Gregory smirked. I like your straightforward personality. The group had arrived in front of Blackbear's house. Vlad spoke up. Let's begin. Gregory nodded in agreement. All right. Vlad took a breath and shouted, I am Vlad, envoy of Choera. I am here to arrest Blackbear for disturbing the city's order. He held out a long scroll, sealed in red. He listed the man's crimes: murder, fraud, kidnapping, and deceiving the master of this noble city. Blackbear, come out immediately and face righteous judgment. After Vlad's shout, Blackbear's house remained silent, without a sound. Gregory stood behind Vlad. He looked at the eerily silent house and spoke. They will resist, just as you predicted. Blackbear has given us a legitimate reason to act. Looking at the tightly shut door, he continued. They will also be well prepared to confront us. They know if they're caught, it means imprisonment. Inside Blackbear's house, the scene didn't seem as quiet as it was outside. Men wielding all sorts of weapons were waiting for Vlad's part. Vlad ordered, Axe, Otha. We'll take the lead. Axe, carrying his sword on his shoulder, then asked, so what about this time? Just scare them like at the casino. Considering their crimes, it seems we could be more forceful than last time. Vlad spoke up. What do you think? They sold women, pregnant women, and their unborn children as ingredients for their dark magic. Unforgivable. These words from Vlad made Axe furious. Vlad's eyes were cold, meeting Axe's fiery gaze. Axe asked again, is that so? A terrifying surge of power shattered the door of Blackbear's house. Blackbears, also sending the ambushing men inside flying. They couldn't withstand this force. Axe's sword blade turned crimson. He looked at the scene before him and yelled, what the hell is this? Then he approached the group of men and said slowly, just killing them isn't enough. The men looked at Axe, terrified, and shouted, hey, is that a Manji? How can a Manji be in Choera? Axe's eyes blazed with fire. He growled, not Manji. I am from the Buddha tribe. With that, he charged straight at them. The panicked men screamed, stop him. Axe raised his sword high. In an instant, he beheaded one of them. The others were also struck down by his sword. In a mere moment, Axe's eyes were now filled with killing intent. A group wielding sabers charged at Axe from behind. You damn monster! From behind that group, Otha, also wielding axes, charged forward. He held in both hands 2 axes, leaped up, and brought them crashing down on him. He forcefully pulled out an axe and threw it straight at an oncoming man. In front of the two, corpses lay strewn about, fresh blood staining the ground. Axe smirked at Otha. Otha just snorted lightly, not responding. One of the remaining men pointed his sword at the two and shouted, what are you still standing there for? There are only 2 of them. Surround and crush them. A brilliant flash of a sword suddenly struck, snapping the pointing man's sword in two. It didn't stop there. The light of the sword continued to sweep over the heads of the other men, terrifying them. Vlad sheathed his sword. He stood proudly like a knight, full of pride, and then threatened in a low voice. From now on, anyone still standing on 2 feet will be cut down. The men looked at him as if he were a giant. Terrified, they backed away. Vlad rested his sword point on the ground. He growled the command, kneel. The men were now being tied up by Vlad's soldiers, their hands bound behind them. They were all forced to kneel in a circle, surrounded by Vlad's soldiers. Gregory spoke up. It seems things are almost over here. Let's leave this place to the soldiers and go upstairs. Vlad nodded in agreement. Yes, Sir Gregory. Vlad led the group upstairs in Blackbear's house. They reached a closed door. His hand grasped the doorknob and opened it. The scene inside the room surprised him. Inside the room, Blackbear was kneeling with his head bowed before a priest. It seemed the priest already knew who had arrived. His eyes were still closed. One of his hands rested on Blackbear's head. Hearing the door open, he didn't turn to look. He just said, welcome, Sir Vlad. Vlad, surprised, looked at him and asked, who are you? The priest had just finished hearing Blackbear's confession. He was holding a book in his hand. He looked at Vlad, smiled, and introduced himself. I am from the church, under the bishop's orders. Vlad looked at the priest and replied, I am here under the mayor's orders. That man, Blackbear, is clearly a criminal. And the priest interrupted Vlad. Not anymore. Looking at Blackbear, who had his hands clasped in prayer, he continued, there are no more sinners here. His sins have been absolved in the name of God. With that, he took a scroll from his chest, marked with the Christian cross, and held it up before Vlad. He looked at him and continued, through a pardon from on high, God is present everywhere, but his light does not shine equally on all. It reaches those at the top first. and grants more to those who already have much. That is what those at the bottom of society always see. That is the image of God in the church. Hearing this, Vlad asked doubtfully, a pardon? So that man is now innocent. The priest nodded. That's right. The bishop himself issued it. Gregory frowned, thinking to himself, the bishop himself? This is absurd. Why would someone from a dark alley receive? Vlad's eyes were stunned. With just a piece of paper, you think you can wipe away the tears of all the women who died because of this corrupt church? His eyes turned ice cold. He muttered, innocent now, are you? Black Bear frowned, annoyed, and spoke. I have been forgiven by God. Isn't that enough? Vlad asked again doubtfully, his voice filled with killing intent. Forgiven? The priest nodded. Yes. Sins can be forgiven with a sincere heart. Black Bear now looked extremely smug. That's what they say. He smirked. It seems your trip was in vain, sir. Vlad's eyes were lifeless and empty, reflecting utter shock. His cold blue pupils seemed frozen, shining with a mixture of disbelief and despair. His eyelids trembled slightly, as if he were trying to hold onto a final shred of hope. But the event unfolding before him made it impossible for him to believe. How could this be? How could this happen? The women you sold. They died in fear, trembling in the darkness. And yet, the one who pushed those children to their deaths. How can you smile like that? This isn't right. Vlad looked at the priest and said, Father, if one truly has a sincere heart, can anyone be forgiven? The priest replied, of course, if God and the church grant forgiveness, no matter the sin, anyone can become innocent. Hearing this, Vlad lowered his head slightly. He closed his eyes. I understand. Then he called out, Sir Gregory, back in that misty village. Do you remember what you told me? If no one stands in their rightful place, if no one takes responsibility when necessary, then what justice is left in this society? Hearing this, Gregory's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. Vlad continued. That is, Gregory seemed to realize Vlad's next intention. He shouted, Wait, Vlad, but without giving Gregory a chance to stop him. At that very moment, Vlad's eyes filled with killing intent. He drew his sword, following the swordsman's code. Instantly, he lunged at Black Bear. Gregory could only close his eyes helplessly. In a flash, he rushed forward and with his sword, struck off Black Bear's head, which fell to the ground. The priest beside them watched in horror at what had just happened. He screamed, What is this? Vlad rested the tip of his sword on the ground. Drops of Black Bear's blood on the blade dripped from the sword's tip. Falling to the ground, he knelt on one knee before the priest. His two hands gripped the hilt of his sword. He looked at the priest and said, I am a sinner, so please give me a chance to atone. The priest's terrified eyes were reflected on his blood-stained sword. At Lord Joseph's castle, Joseph was sitting in his chair behind his desk. His hands were clasped before him, his head slightly bowed. He still couldn't believe the story he had just heard, so he asked again, He really killed someone who had received a pardon? Gregory stood before Joseph's desk, hearing his question. He closed his eyes, nodded, and said penitently, I apologize. I should have stopped him. I truly never imagined he would return. With news of a pardon and his subsequent actions, Joseph replied, Indeed, perhaps it wasn't earned, but granted. I don't understand why the bishop would grant one to that back alley boss. Joseph gritted his teeth, thinking, they're making a mockery of the Viscount. He frowned, his eyes showing a hint of anger. Where is Vlad now? He asked. Bogdan raised his hand and answered, He's waiting in my office. We thought it best for him to stay out of sight. Joseph exclaimed, Good. Then he called Jagger. He ordered, Arrest Sir Vlad immediately, on charges of murder. All four people standing there looked at Joseph in surprise. Joseph gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, perhaps it was a foolish choice, but entirely understandable given that the pardon was likely issued with clear intent. The bishop was targeting Vlad from start. So this means the only way to protect him is to imprison him. Jagger, after a moment of surprise at Joseph's decision, then placed a hand on his chest and respectfully accepted the order. Understood. Gregory turned his head to look at Jagger. Sir Gregory, let me be the one. Jagger interrupted Gregory. If I didn't raise him well, then it's my fault. I will take responsibility. Gregory reached out to stop Jagger, but to no avail. He bowed his head, his face contorted with self-blame. A teacher having to arrest his own student. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't rushed things for the sake of the clan. Joseph picked up a pen and wrote long lines on a piece of paper. As he wrote, he said, Sir Gregory, you too must take responsibility. As someone involved in this matter, Gregory placed a hand on his chest. His head slightly bowed. He respectfully replied, "You are right, my lord. I will take full responsibility." Joseph praised, "Very well. A swift judgment." Then he took the newly written letter and handed it to Gregory. He gave him task. "Go to Banis immediately and deliver this letter to that person as soon as possible." Gregory took the letter. He looked at the recipient's name on the outside of the letter and was utterly astonished. The person here is..." Then, as if recognizing who the recipient was, he hurriedly replied, "Understood. I will ride without rest." Joseph clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them. Then he gave orders to the other 3 people in the room. "Bogdan, bring the sorcerer here. I must contact my father, San Rosinos, Maxim, and Keth. From now on, cancel all activities and select elite soldiers to be ready." All 3 placed their hands on their chests and replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." "Understood." Joseph gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles white from the pressure. A moment later, he slowly stood up and went to the large window. His tall figure cast a long shadow in the dim light. His hands were clasped behind his back in a pensive posture. His eyes looked out but saw nothing, just gazing into the distant, thought-filled space. He thought to himself, "I knew a day like this would come, but I didn't think they would act so brazenly. Bishop P has essentially declared war on me by using Vlad as bait. So then, as a rightful viscount, I must respond accordingly." His eyes filled with calculation. Perhaps this is for the best. The time has finally come to seize it, a place no longer bound by anything. He gazed at the brightly lit city outside the window.